immunization practice is complicated and getting more complicated every year. New vaccines, such as rotavirus and human papillomavirus, are introduced and need to be integrated into the schedule. Recommendations are changed for existing vaccines, as recently occurred for mumps vaccine. It is easy to get confused. We have found that a discussion of the general principles of vaccination and broad recommendations for the use of vaccines can help reduce confusion. So we will spend most of this session discussing these general principles and recommendations. We will then apply the general principles to specific vaccines in subsequent sessions. Any discussion of immunization should begin with a discussion of immunology. We do not intend to go into much detail, but we will give you enough to get the general idea. Let's start off with a consideration of immunity. What is it exactly? In the broadest sense, immunity is our ability to recognize self from non-self. That is, the immune system is able to recognize and eliminate foreign or non-self material from the body and leave everything that belongs there alone. But for the purposes of this program, we will use a narrower concept of immunity. You can think of immunity as protection from infectious disease, the ability to recognize and eliminate infectious agents such as viruses and bacteria, and to prevent infection with these agents in the future. There are two basic types of immunity, active and passive. It is possible for both types to be present simultaneously. We will discuss both types of immunity, starting with active immunity. Active immunity is the best type because it is protection provided by a person's own immune system. Active immunity is usually permanent and provides long-lasting protection against reinfection with that virus or bacterium. A good model for active immunity is that which occurs after an infectious disease. In most cases, lifelong immunity results if a person survives an infectious disease. Second infections, at least symptomatic infections, are not common in an immune person. Here is a short animation to illustrate the process of active immunity from infection.
The first event leading to immunity is exposure of a susceptible person to an infectious agent, in this case, a virus. Because the person is not immune, the virus is able to replicate and spreads throughout the body. As the viruses spread, some are captured by special antigen-presenting cells, such as B cells. The B cell engulfs the virus, disassembles it into smaller parts, and presents some of the viral parts on its surface. The viral antigens presented by the B cell attract another key cell of the immune system, a T cell, shown here in yellow. The T cell controls many functions of the immune system. It sends chemical signals to activate the B cell. Each activated B cell then begins to divide. This process is known as clonal expansion because each daughter B cell is a clone, identical to the original activated cell. Many of these millions of activated B cells will transform into plasma cells and begin to produce protein molecules called antibodies. Antibodies attach to the invading virus, interfere with its ability to produce more viruses, and facilitate destruction of the virus by other cells of the immune system. The combined forces of the antibodies and other components of the immune system eliminate the invading virus from the body and confer active immunity. The antibodies and some of the activated B cells, called memory cells, remain after the virus has been eliminated, making the person immune to that virus. Active immunity can result either from infection with the disease-causing form of the organism or through vaccination, and will persist for years, probably for the life of the person. The entire process from infection to elimination of virus usually takes 1 to 2 weeks, but it can take longer depending on the organism. Months or years later, another exposure to the virus may occur. The circulating antibodies will recognize the virus, and memory cells will rapidly produce more antibody. Because of the antibody and other components of the immune system, the virus will be unable to replicate enough to cause disease. The exposed person is usually unaware that the exposure even occurred.
What was illustrated in that animation is generically known as an immune response. There are two central elements in this immune response to infection: antigen and antibody. Antigen is a live or inactivated substance such as a protein or polysaccharide which is capable of producing an immune response. The antigen in the animation was the invading virus. Antibodies are the muscle of the immune response. Antibodies are protein molecules known as immunoglobulins produced by B lymphocytes in response to the antigen. Antibodies assist other components of the immune system in the elimination of an antigen. Antibodies are very specific and only recognize the antigen which produced them or very closely related antigens. The immune system is complex. There are other components which help control invasion by infectious agents. There is another important arm of the immune system known as cell-mediated immunity, which involves activated T lymphocytes or killer cells. But for simplicity, we will equate the presence of antibody with the person being immune or protected from that disease. There are exceptions to this, such as pertussis, which we will discuss later in the second session of the series. So antibodies are great things to have around. It is preferable to actively produce the antibodies yourself, but it is not the only way to get them. It is possible to get them ready-made from another person or animal. The transfer of antibody from one person to another is known as passive immunity. The antibodies still do what they are supposed to do: recognize and help eliminate antigen. This type of immunity is usually effective at least for a while. The problem is that passive immunity is not permanent and wanes with time. Here's a short animation that illustrates the process of passive immunity.
One type of immunity is passive immunity. With passive immunity, a person receives antibodies from another person rather than producing them. The most common type of passive immunity occurs when a fetus receives its mother's antibodies across the placenta. A full-term infant is born with antibodies against the same diseases to which the mother is immune. As the infant grows, the maternally acquired antibodies circulate throughout the body. Since the infant did not actively produce the antibodies, the level declines with time. If the infant is exposed to a disease for which it has maternally acquired antibodies, the antibodies will recognize and help to eliminate the invading organism, just as it would if the infant were immune from infection. One potential problem with passive immunity is that the maternally acquired antibodies cannot tell the difference between disease-causing virus and live vaccine virus. So, if the infant receives a live virus vaccine while maternal antibodies are still circulating, the antibodies will recognize the vaccine virus and help eliminate it from the body, preventing active immunity from occurring. By the time the infant is about a year old, all maternal antibodies will have disappeared. Now the infant is susceptible to infection with either the disease-causing or vaccine form of the organism. Because there are no circulating antibodies to interfere, live vaccines given to the infant will confer active immunity. Maternally acquired immunity is only one type of passive immunity. Injection with immune globulin or disease-specific globulin or transfusion of blood products are other ways of conferring passive immunity. But passive immunity, no matter how acquired, is always temporary. Active immunity, either from infection with the disease-causing form of the organism or through vaccination, is the only way to become permanently immune to disease.
Passive immunity is defined as protection in the form of antibody transferred from an exogenous source, usually another person. Transplacental antibody is a very important source of passive immunity. Maternal antibody is actively transported across the placenta in the last 6 to 8 weeks of pregnancy. So a full-term infant is born with the same antibodies that the mother has. The problem is that if the mother is not immune to a disease, the infant will not be immune and is susceptible to infection from the moment of birth. Passive antibody transfer happens in other ways. Some antibody is passively transferred with blood transfusions, for example. There are three chief medical sources of passive antibody. The first is homologous, meaning same species, pooled human antibody, commonly known as immune globulin. Those little vials of immune globulin contain antibody from the blood of hundreds of American adult donors. Immune globulin is used for hepatitis A and measles post-exposure prophylaxis, among other indications. Immune globulin derived from American donors will contain antibodies to these viruses. In contrast, immune globulin from the U.S. would have little or no antibody to yellow fever, since relatively few North Americans are exposed to this disease or vaccinated against it. A second antibody product is homologous human hyperimmune globulin. These products have a high concentration of antibody to a specific disease. For instance, hepatitis B immune globulin, H-big, which is used for post-exposure prophylaxis, is taken from donors with high levels of hepatitis B antibody. H-big will contain a large amount of hepatitis B antibody, but also smaller amounts of antibodies to other antigens like measles and hepatitis A. Hyperimmune globulin products are also available for post-exposure prophylaxis of tetanus, varicella, and rabies. Vaccinia immune globulin is used to treat certain adverse reactions following smallpox vaccine. There's also an antibody product available for the prevention of infection with respiratory syncytial virus, or RSV, in infants. There's been a lot of confusion about this product. Although it is used to prevent RSV infection and administered by intramuscular injection, it contains only antibody. It is not a vaccine. The product is palivizumab, or Synagis. Synagis is unique because it's monoclonal. It's produced in a special way so that it contains only RSV antibody. It does not contain antibody to any other antigen. We'll discuss the implications of this a little later when we talk about antibody-vaccine interactions. A third antibody product is heterologous, meaning different species, hyperimmune serum, also known as antitoxin. Antitoxin is different because it's produced in horses, not humans. Equine antitoxin is used in the United States for treatment of diphtheria, botulism, and some snake bites. The problem with equine antitoxin is that the immune system may identify the horse protein as not self and develop an immune response to it. This could result in a condition known as serum sickness. Now, we'll come back to passive immunity a little later in this program because the presence of passively acquired antibody may reduce the effectiveness of some injected live virus vaccines. Let's talk now about how vaccines produce active immunity. Now, you'll recall that active immunity is induced by infection with the disease-causing form of the virus or bacteria. With vaccines, we attempt to simulate that process, but without actually producing the disease and without producing the complications that may accompany the disease. At present, there are two basic types of vaccines: live attenuated vaccines, which must replicate inside the body in order to be effective, and inactivated vaccines, which cannot replicate. There are subtypes of both. Among live attenuated vaccines, live viral vaccines predominate. There are two live bacterial vaccines, but these are not commonly used in the U.S. There are two main groups of inactivated vaccines: those that contain inactivated whole viruses or bacteria, and a second large group which we will refer to as fractional vaccines. These vaccines contain only immunogenic pieces or fragments of the organism of interest. Among the fractional vaccines, most are protein-based, such as subunit vaccines and toxoids. Some fractional vaccines are polysaccharide-based and may be either pure polysaccharide or conjugate polysaccharide. In order to simplify some of the principles of vaccination, we have developed a few general rules. Here's the first general rule. The more similar a vaccine is to the disease-causing form of the organism, the better the immune response to the vaccine. This makes sense since disease-induced immunity is generally long-lasting, and the closer we can approximate that with vaccine, the better the protection from the vaccine. From this rule, you might expect that live vaccines would have some advantages, since infectious diseases are caused by live organisms. To illustrate how live vaccines work, here's our third animation.
The events that produce immunity with a live attenuated vaccine are almost identical to those which lead to immunity following infection with the disease-causing form of the organism. The two main differences are that exposure is intentional, usually through injection of the virus, and that the virus is attenuated or weakened, so it does not cause illness. Since the person is not immune, the vaccine virus is able to replicate and spreads throughout the body. The vaccine virus is very similar to natural disease virus, so the immune system cannot tell them apart. B cells and other antigen-presenting cells engulf and disassemble the virus and present viral antigens on their surface. The viral antigens are recognized by a T cell, shown here in yellow. The T cell signals the B cell to activate. The activated B cells begin to divide, producing millions of identical daughter B cells. Many of these B cells transform into plasma cells and produce antibodies directed against the vaccine virus. As with infection with the disease-causing form of the virus, the antibody attaches to the vaccine virus and facilitates its destruction by other components of the immune system. This leads to elimination of the virus from the body. The antibody and memory B cells produced in response to the vaccine virus infection will persist for many years after the vaccine virus has been eliminated. Because the antibodies cannot distinguish between vaccine virus and disease virus, the person is now immune, probably for life, to infection with the disease-causing form of the organism. So, if months or years later an exposure to disease virus occurs, the antibodies will recognize the virus and facilitate its elimination by other components of the immune system. No disease will result from the exposure.
As you can see, the immune response to a live vaccine is very similar to active immunity that results from infection with the disease-causing form of the organism. In both situations, the infectious organism replicates until an immune response is generated, which eliminates the invading pathogen. We will be mostly talking about live virus vaccines, since we rarely use live bacterial vaccines in the United States. There are several characteristics of live vaccines of which you should be aware. Live vaccines are an attenuated or weakened form of the wild viruses or bacteria. Wild is a jargon term for the form of the virus or bacterium which causes the disease. For example, the measles vaccine that is used today originally caused measles disease in a child in 1954. It took 9 years to transform the wild measles virus into the vaccine virus that is used now. Live vaccines must replicate to be effective and to produce an immune response. That is how they work. Anything that interferes with replication can decrease or eliminate the vaccine's ability to produce immunity. The immune response to a live vaccine is very similar to the immune response that occurs following natural illness or infection with the disease-causing form of the organism. The mechanism is the same in both cases. The viruses or bacteria replicate until an immune response stops the organisms from replicating and eliminates it from the body. As a result, live vaccines produce immunity in most recipients with one dose. However, a small percentage of recipients do not respond to the first dose of an injected live vaccine, such as MMR or varicella. So a second dose is recommended to provide a very high level of immunity in the population. Typically, live oral vaccines require more doses than injected live vaccines. Because they replicate, severe reactions are possible if the immune system cannot eliminate the vaccine organism. Fortunately, these severe reactions are rare and occur mainly when live vaccines are erroneously administered to immunosuppressed persons. An important limitation of some live vaccines, particularly measles vaccine, is interference from circulating antibody. Antibody against the vaccine virus can reduce or eliminate the ability of the live vaccine agent to replicate. And if live vaccines do not replicate, they do not work. Interference by circulating antibody appears to be a problem mainly with injected live virus vaccines. Finally, live vaccines are relatively fragile. They must be stored and handled very carefully or risk reducing or destroying their potency. The virus in that little vial has to be kept viable. If the live agent is dead when you give it, it cannot replicate and it will not be effective. We use several live attenuated vaccines in the United States. Here is a list of them. The live viral vaccines are measles, mumps, and rubella, which are usually given as combined MMR vaccine, varicella and zoster, which contain the same vaccine virus but in different amounts, yellow fever, live attenuated influenza, rotavirus, and vaccinia, or smallpox vaccine. Oral polio is a live virus vaccine but is not currently available in the United States. There are two live bacterial vaccines, BCG and oral typhoid. BCG is used for the prevention of tuberculosis. It is one of the most commonly used vaccines in the world. Most of you will never administer a dose of BCG vaccine since it is not available in the United States. But most of you have seen the results of BCG vaccination on the arms of children and adults from other countries. This image shows two circular BCG scars on the arm of a woman from El Salvador. These scars are sometimes confused with those caused by smallpox vaccine. Most of you will not use oral typhoid vaccine either, since it is used almost exclusively among international travelers and the military. So that is the story with live vaccines. The second major vaccine category is inactivated vaccine. The antigen in an inactivated vaccine is not alive, but it interacts with the immune system in a way similar to live vaccines. To illustrate how inactivated vaccines work, we would like to show you our last animation.
The events which produce immunity to inactivated vaccine are similar to those leading to immunity following infection with the disease-causing form of the organism or vaccination with live attenuated vaccine. The person is injected with inactivated antigen, which can be a whole inactivated virus or fragments of a killed virus or bacterium. Since the antigen is dead, it cannot reproduce. So, larger quantities of inactivated vaccine antigen must be injected to stimulate an immune response. As with infection or vaccination with live vaccines, the inactivated antigen is captured and ingested by B cells and other antigen-presenting cells. The B cell processes the antigen and presents it on its surface. These antigens are recognized by a T cell. The T cell signals the B cell to activate. The B cells divide just as they do after infection with the disease-causing form of the organism or after receipt of live attenuated vaccine. Many will transform into plasma cells and then produce antibody directed against the vaccine antigen. Antibodies attach to the vaccine antigen, leading to its elimination from the body. Unlike infection with the disease-causing form of the organism or vaccination with live vaccines, a single dose of inactivated vaccine may not confer immunity. Only a small amount of antibody is produced, and it may disappear quickly. Additional doses may be needed to boost the immune response. A second dose of antigen, usually given within a few months of the first, causes a similar response. More antibody is produced, which attaches to the vaccine antigen and facilitates its elimination by other components of the immune system. This time, more antibodies remain, but long-lasting immunity still may not be conferred. One or more additional doses may be required to increase the antibodies to a protective level, but even this protection can gradually decline over time. An additional booster dose may be needed years after the primary series to ensure that the antibody level remains protective. While antibodies remain, the person is immune to the disease-causing form of the virus or bacterium. If an exposure to the disease organism occurs, the antibodies will recognize and help to eliminate it. Usually, there is no illness from the exposure. Illness may occur, but it is usually less severe than in an unvaccinated person.
The basic immune response process is similar with both live and inactivated vaccines. The main difference is that live antigens replicate until the immune system stops them. Inactivated agents cannot replicate, so the immune system must usually be exposed to the antigen several times in order to produce immunity. Here are some other characteristics of inactivated vaccines. Inactivated vaccines are not alive, so they cannot replicate and are non-infectious. Because they are non-infectious, they can be administered to an immunosuppressed person. In general, inactivated vaccines are not as effective as live attenuated vaccines, meaning that estimates of vaccine efficacy are usually lower than with live vaccines. One way that circulating antibody helps to eliminate infectious agents is to interfere with their replication. Since inactivated vaccines do not replicate, there is less interference from circulating antibody than for live vaccines. This means you can give inactivated vaccines in the presence of passive antibody, such as maternal antibody, so you can give them earlier in life. In fact, it is common to give inactivated vaccine and antibody at the same time. For instance, an infant born to a woman with acute or chronic hepatitis B virus infection receives hepatitis B immune globulin in one leg and hepatitis B vaccine in the other leg. The same thing happens for post-exposure rabies prophylaxis. Another difference between live and inactivated vaccines is that live vaccines produce immunity in most recipients with a single dose. Inactivated vaccines generally require 3 to 5 doses. The first dose usually does not provide much protection. It is a primer for the immune system. The subsequent 2 or 3 doses provide protection by increasing antibody levels. The immune response to an inactivated vaccine is mostly humoral, unlike live vaccines, which produce both humoral and cellular immunity. Unlike live vaccines, in which immunity is generally long-lasting, the antibody titer following an inactivated vaccine may diminish with time and may, in some cases, fall below a protective level. It is not known why live vaccines produce such good long-term immunologic memory and some inactivated vaccines do not. When antibody wanes to a non-protective level, it may be necessary to give the immune system a little reminder in the form of a booster dose of vaccine. At present, tetanus and diphtheria toxoids are the only routine vaccines that require booster doses to maintain protection in healthy people. Inactivated whole virus vaccines available in the U.S. include inactivated polio, rabies, and hepatitis A vaccines. Inactivated whole cell bacteria vaccines, such as cholera and whole cell pertussis vaccine, are available in some countries, but none are available in the United States. Here is a list of fractional vaccines which contain only parts of a virus or bacterium. Subunit vaccines include hepatitis B, influenza, acellular pertussis, human papillomavirus, and anthrax. There are 2 toxoids which are inactivated toxins of diphtheria and tetanus. Acellular pertussis vaccines could be classified as toxoids as well. We will talk about pertussis vaccines in the second session of the course. Another type of fractional vaccine is composed of polysaccharide, either alone or conjugated to a protein carrier. Polysaccharides are complex sugars that make up the outer coat of certain bacteria, most notably the Streptococcus, Neisseria, and Haemophilus families. The polysaccharide coat is important in the development of disease and immunity, so vaccine production should be fairly straightforward. Just purify the polysaccharide and put it in a vial. Well, that is one way to make a polysaccharide vaccine, but there is a catch. Most polysaccharides are T-independent antigens. You will recall from the animations that the T cell is very important in the development of immunity. Polysaccharides are capable of stimulating the B cell directly without the help of a T cell. This may seem like a good thing, but it is not. Polysaccharides are not very potent antigens. Most importantly, polysaccharide vaccines are not consistently immunogenic in children younger than 2 years of age. This is a serious shortcoming if the disease you want to prevent occurs commonly in infants, like Hib and pneumococcal disease. In addition to this lack of effect in infants, polysaccharide vaccines do not reliably produce a booster response. That means that the amount of antibody produced does not increase substantially following subsequent doses. This is the reason the recommendations for revaccination with pneumococcal and meningococcal polysaccharide vaccines are a bit vague. Repeated doses result in little or no additional protection. Another limitation of polysaccharide vaccines is that they produce antibody with less functional activity. Much of the antibody produced is IgM instead of IgG. The good news is that the limitations of pure polysaccharide vaccines can be remedied. The immunogenicity of these vaccines is improved by conjugation, literally a joining of polysaccharide with protein. The resulting conjugated material is a T-dependent antigen and does not have the limitations of a T-independent antigen. Most importantly, conjugates are effective in infants. We now have 6 polysaccharide-based vaccines. Pure polysaccharide vaccines, which are only administered to persons 2 years and older, include pneumococcal, meningococcal, and typhoid VI vaccines. Conjugate polysaccharide vaccines include Haemophilus influenzae type B, pneumococcal, and meningococcal conjugate vaccines. Unlike Hib and pneumococcal conjugate, meningococcal conjugate vaccine is not routinely recommended for infants in the United States. So in summary, there are 2 basic types of immunity. Active immunity is produced by a person's own immune system and is often lifelong. This type of immunity is produced by vaccination. Passive immunity is effective but is always temporary. There are also 2 basic types of vaccine. Those that contain live attenuated organisms that produce immunity by replication in the recipient, and those that contain inactivated organisms or only parts of an organism. The age of vaccination and schedule for most vaccines varies depending on type. We will discuss specific information for each vaccine in subsequent sessions of this program.
Immunization schedules for the United States are revised and published in Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report, or MMWR, every year. The schedule for children and adolescents through age 18 years are published together in January. In previous years, the schedule for adults 19 years and older was published in the fall. Beginning in 2009, the annual adult immunization schedule will also be published in the MMWR in January. Immunization schedules are an integral part of immunization practice, so we want to present an overview of them. We will discuss specific vaccines and their recommendations in subsequent sessions of this series. The development of immunization schedules is a collaborative effort. The schedule for children and adolescents birth through 18 years are developed by the 3 principal groups that make pediatric immunization recommendations in the United States. These groups are the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Academy of Family Physicians. The schedule represents the concurrence of all 3 groups for vaccination of children and adolescents. The ACIP is a group of 15 non-governmental experts in public health, infectious diseases, and clinical medicine. They are appointed to ACIP by the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services and serve 4-year terms. The ACIP advises the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the Department of Health and Human Services on immunization policy. It is these recommendations that we'll mainly discuss during this program. Creation of immunization schedules is a complicated, year-long process that requires input from ACIP as well as members of the Academies of Pediatrics and family physicians and others. The childhood and adolescent schedules must be revised and approved no later than October of each year in order to be published in January. There are several important changes in the 2009 schedule. These changes include new age recommendations for the first dose and any dose of rotavirus vaccine, expansion of routine annual childhood influenza vaccination through 18 years of age, and clarification of the minimum interval between adult TD and Tdap vaccination. Other changes include information about the use of Hib vaccine among persons 5 years of age and older, and clarification of the catch-up schedule for HPV vaccine. We will discuss each of these new recommendations in the respective segment of this series. Here's the 2009 schedule for children birth through 6 years of age. This schedule was published in Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report on January 2, 2009. The basic layout of the schedule is similar to schedules for other age groups. Vaccines are listed down the left side and ages are indicated across the top. In the table, vaccine names are listed under the recommended age for each dose. Yellow bars that span ages indicate a range in the recommended age for that dose. The purple bars indicate vaccines that are not routinely indicated for all children, but are recommended for children at increased risk for certain diseases. The child and adolescent schedule is intended to serve as a summary of routine immunization recommendations for children through 18 years of age. It does not replace the ACIP statements that provide much more detail than can be included on the schedule. The schedule also illustrates many of the basic principles of vaccination that were discussed earlier in this session. Notice that the inactivated vaccines, hepatitis B, DTaP, Hib, pneumococcal conjugate, and inactivated polio vaccines can be started as early as 2 months of age and require 3 to 5 doses. The first dose of hepatitis B vaccine is recommended to be given at birth, before the infant goes home from the hospital. Influenza vaccine can be given as early as 6 months of age and requires 2 doses, the first year a child receives it. Although rotavirus vaccine is a live virus vaccine, it should also be started at 2 months of age and requires 3 doses. The injected live vaccines, MMR and varicella, are not given until after the first birthday, due to the presence of maternal antibody, which could interfere with vaccine virus replication. If you look down any age column and follow the vaccine rows to the left, you can see what vaccines a child will need to be adequately immunized by that age. For instance, at 4 months of age, a child should have received 2 doses of rotavirus, 2 doses of DTaP, 2 doses of Hib, 2 doses of pneumococcal conjugate, and 2 doses of IPV. A child should also have received at least 2 doses of hepatitis B vaccine if it was given as a single antigen formulation. The child may have received 3 doses of hepatitis B vaccine at this age if he or she received a combination vaccine that contains hepatitis B vaccine at 2 and 4 months of age. Looking down the column marked 18 months and counting to the left, you can see that by that age, a child should have received at least 3 doses of hepatitis B and rotavirus vaccines, 4 doses of DTaP, 3 or 4 doses of Hib, 4 doses of pneumococcal conjugate, 3 doses of IPV, at least 1 dose of influenza vaccine, 1 dose each of MMR and varicella vaccines, and at least 1 dose of hepatitis A vaccine. That is what is referred to as series complete, that these 24 to 28 doses of vaccine have been given by 18 to 24 months of age. For many years, the recommended immunizations for all children through 18 years of age were included on a single schedule. But those were simpler times when there were fewer vaccines recommended for older children. There just was not enough space on a single schedule to include recommendations for Tdap, meningococcal conjugate, and HPV vaccines at 11 or 12 years of age. As a result, since 2007, children 7 through 18 years of age have had their own schedule. Here it is. It is laid out like the schedule for younger children with ages across the top and vaccines in the rows. It also has yellow bars that indicate the age range for routinely recommended vaccines, and purple bars for vaccination of persons in this age group with certain high-risk conditions. This schedule also has blue bars to indicate catch-up vaccination. That is, vaccines that should be administered at this age if they were not administered earlier. The lower half of both schedules contain footnotes. The footnotes provide important details about the schedule, such as minimal intervals and ages. You should always read the footnotes carefully. And you should read the footnotes on each new edition of the schedules because footnote content changes often. Another helpful feature of the child and adolescent schedule is the catch-up immunization schedules. The catch-up schedule will help you accelerate the schedule for children who start late or who are more than 1 month behind. These schedules utilize minimum intervals between doses. We will talk more about minimum intervals and catch-up schedules later in the program. Childhood vaccination schedules have existed for decades, although they have been revised annually only since 1995. Adults have always needed vaccines as well, but the first immunization schedule for adults 19 years and older was not developed until 2002. Like the childhood schedule, the adult schedule is revised annually. It is now published each January. The adult immunization schedule is a collaborative effort of the ACIP, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and the American College of Physicians. The schedule is officially endorsed by each organization. Here is the adult schedule for 2009. It is laid out similarly to the childhood schedule with age groups in the columns and vaccines listed on the left. The color coding is also similar to the childhood schedule with yellow bars indicating vaccines recommended for all persons in that age group who do not have evidence of immunity. Purple bars indicate vaccines indicated for persons with increased risk for that disease. The adult schedule includes a second table that you'll find very useful. Most adult vaccine recommendations are driven by a risk condition rather than age. This table lists a variety of conditions or indications in the columns, such as pregnancy, immunosuppression, HIV infection, asplenia, and others. Vaccines are listed on the left. Yellow bars indicate vaccines the person should receive if the condition or indication is present. Unique to this table, red bars indicate a condition when a particular vaccine is contraindicated and should not be given, such as MMR and varicella vaccine during pregnancy. We will discuss the schedule for specific vaccines in subsequent sessions of this program. Please get a copy of the schedules and have them handy as you view this program. And be sure to read all the footnotes.
In this segment of the program, we will discuss the general recommendations on immunization. The title refers to immunization recommendations that apply to more than one vaccine or group of vaccines. But the title also refers to a specific publication of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, or ACIP. Most ACIP statements address a single vaccine or vaccination issue. The general recommendations on immunization is unique among ACIP statements because it provides guidance on vaccination issues common to more than one vaccine. The general recommendations on immunization is revised every 3 to 5 years. The current version was published in December 2006 and is the most comprehensive version to date. The general recommendations includes information on the timing and spacing of vaccines, contraindications and precautions, vaccine administration, storage and handling, altered immunocompetence, and preventing and reporting adverse reactions. There are also sections discussing special vaccination situations, including persons with allergy to vaccine components, vaccination of preterm infants, pregnant and breastfeeding women, internationally adopted children, stem cell transplant recipients, and much more. We would like to discuss 3 issues from the general recommendations that relate to the spacing and timing of vaccines. The 3 interval issues we are going to discuss are the timing of antibody-containing blood products and live vaccines, simultaneous and non-simultaneous administration of different vaccines, and the interval between subsequent doses of the same vaccine. These issues come up frequently in vaccination practice, and we get many questions about them. Let's begin with a general rule. Inactivated vaccines are generally not affected by circulating antibody to the antigen. As a result, inactivated vaccines can be given any time before or after antibody has been given, or in infancy when maternal antibody is still present. Live attenuated vaccines, primarily injected live attenuated vaccines, may be affected by circulating antibody to the antigen. The presence of circulating antibody may affect the age at which a vaccine is given because of persistent maternal antibody. It may also influence the length of the interval between administration of an antibody-containing product, such as a blood transfusion and a vaccine dose. The interval between antibody and vaccine is most important for measles and probably varicella. Mumps, rubella, and rotavirus vaccines seem to be less sensitive to circulating antibody. Yellow fever and oral typhoid are not affected because most blood products in the United States do not contain a substantial amount of yellow fever or typhoid antibody. Live attenuated influenza vaccine and zoster vaccine do not appear to be affected by circulating antibody. If a measles or varicella-containing vaccine is administered before the antibody-containing product, an interval of at least 2 weeks should separate them. This interval allows the vaccine virus time to replicate and produce an immune response before encountering the antibody. If the antibody-containing product is given first, the interval between it and measles or varicella-containing vaccine should be 3 months or longer, depending on the antibody product and dose that was administered. On the occasions when you encounter this situation, it would be useful to have a table that indicates the recommended interval between the antibody product and the vaccine. There is a table of these intervals on page 8 of the general recommendations. This is an image of it. The table is also available on the Updates and Resources webpage and in the course text. It will be helpful if you get a copy of the table from one of these sources and follow along this next part of the discussion. You can see the table has 3 columns. The first column lists most of the antibody products available in the United States. The second column is the recommended dose for that particular product and indication. The third column lists the interval between receipt of that product and measles or varicella vaccine administration. Let's look at 3 examples. The third line is labeled hepatitis A IG. The second column gives the dose of immune globulin recommended for contact prophylaxis and for international travel. The third column shows the suggested interval before vaccination with measles or varicella-containing vaccine is 3 months for either a contact prophylaxis dose or a dose used before international travel. This means that in 3 months, the dose of antibody should have waned enough to allow replication of measles and varicella vaccine virus. Near the middle of the page, below blood transfusion, is the listing for whole blood. The recommended interval between a transfusion of whole blood and measles or varicella vaccine is 6 months. At the bottom of the table are 5 rows for intravenous immune globulin, or IgIV, for various indications, such as the treatment of immune thrombocytopenic purpura and Kawasaki disease. Because of the amount of antibody present in IgIV, 8 to 11-month intervals are recommended between its administration and live virus vaccination. You should be aware that some children with HIV infection are on routine IgIV schedules, so you may need to check this table for intervals before administration of MMR or varicella vaccine. The table also includes an entry for an antibody product for the prevention of RSV. The product is Synagis, located on the top row of the table. Synagis, whose generic name is palivizumab, contains monoclonal antibody only to RSV and does not contain any other antibody. So Synagis does not interfere with live virus vaccination because it does not contain measles, mumps, rubella, or varicella antibody. The interval between Synagis and live virus vaccines is 0. Live virus vaccines can be administered anytime before or after administration of Synagis. We strongly suggest that you use the intervals in this table if your client has received some type of blood product and needs MMR or varicella vaccine. If MMR or varicella vaccine is given at an interval shorter than those in the table, you should either repeat the vaccine dose at a later time or use a laboratory test to verify that there has been a response to the vaccine. Administering a second dose is probably the easiest and cheapest course of action. Do not memorize the antibody table. When you get back to your office, copy it, laminate it, post it, and explain it to other members of your staff. Whatever it takes so everyone knows how to use it and where to find it. Please note that the intervals on Table 4 do not apply to zoster vaccine. Rotavirus is a live virus vaccine. However, as of 2009, the ACIP no longer recommends deferral of rotavirus vaccine after receipt of an antibody-containing blood product. We will discuss both these issues in the respective segments in subsequent sessions of this course. Donna?
We will now discuss the simultaneous and non-simultaneous administration of vaccines. The next general rule of vaccination is one that we will mention often during this program. All vaccines can be administered at the same visit as all other vaccines. Now let me repeat that. All vaccines used in the United States can be administered at the same visit as all other vaccines. The simultaneous administration of vaccines is absolutely critical to raising and maintaining high immunization levels. Simultaneous administration neither decreases vaccine efficacy nor increases the risk of adverse reactions. It does not overload the immune system, which is very capable of coping with many antigens every day. Simultaneous administration is also preferred by most parents who would rather make one trip to your office than two. Finally, simultaneous administration of all needed vaccines helps assure that children are protected, so it is the right thing to do. So what about vaccines that are not given simultaneously? For instance, a child got his one-year vaccines from his primary care provider, but that practice did not have an inventory control plan and has run out of varicella vaccine. So the child must be rescheduled for the varicella vaccine. When should he come back? The only time that a specific interval should separate two vaccines not given on the same day is when both of them are live and both are either injected or administered by nasal spray, in the case of live attenuated influenza vaccine. If two live injected or intranasal vaccines are not given simultaneously, they should be separated by at least 4 weeks. All other combinations, including live oral vaccines, may be administered at any time before or after each other without waiting. The recommendation to separate live virus vaccines by at least 4 weeks results from concern that the vaccine given first could interfere with response to the vaccine given second. These concerns were initially based on two 1965 studies that indicated that recent measles vaccination reduced the response to smallpox vaccine. In 2001, the CDC conducted a study using the Vaccine Safety Data Link system to investigate risk factors for varicella vaccine failure. That's children who got chickenpox even though they had been vaccinated. This study found that children who received varicella vaccine less than 30 days after MMR vaccination had a significantly increased risk of breakthrough varicella compared to those who received varicella vaccine before, simultaneous with, or more than 30 days after MMR. This study provided additional evidence that interference can occur between two live vaccines given less than 28 days apart. ACIP recommends that when 2 injected or intranasal live vaccines are not given on the same day but are separated by less than 28 days, the live vaccine given second should be repeated unless serologic testing indicates that a response to the vaccine has occurred. For example, if a dose of MMR were given 2 weeks after a dose of varicella vaccine, the MMR should be repeated. The repeat dose should be spaced at least 4 weeks after the invalid dose. I would like to emphasize that live vaccines not given simultaneously need to be separated by at least 4 weeks, only if they are injected or intranasal. The 4-week separation rule does not apply to rotavirus or oral typhoid vaccine, which can be administered at any time before or after any other vaccine. Remember, you can and should give all routine vaccines simultaneously. That is the gold standard. The alternatives we have discussed here are only for situations when there has been a problem and simultaneous administration did not occur. Andrew?
You should always try to keep the child on the routine schedule and make sure the parents know the importance of keeping on schedule. But sometimes things just do not go according to plan. Children sometimes are brought in early, or more commonly, a child is behind in the schedule and needs to be caught up. Also, spacing becomes an issue when assessing a record of vaccines given outside the United States, since non-U.S. schedules may differ from those used here. Here is the general rule that applies to this situation. Increasing or lengthening the interval between doses of a multi-dose vaccine does not diminish the ultimate effectiveness of the vaccine after the series has been completed. While an increased interval between doses does not ultimately reduce antibody titers or protection, it may compromise protection in the short run because the series is incomplete. However, decreasing the interval between doses of a multi-dose vaccine may interfere with antibody response and protection. Doses of vaccine given too close together may not provide the full benefit of the vaccine. So, if the minimum intervals are so important, it would seem reasonable that there should be a table listing them somewhere, and there is. This is Table 1 of the General Recommendations on Immunization. This table contains a listing of every dose of every commonly used vaccine. It is also available on the Updates and Resources webpage and in the course text. Here is a closer view of Table 1. The table has 5 columns. The first column on the left lists the vaccines by dose. The second column indicates the recommended age for that dose. This is the age listed for that dose on the childhood schedule. The third column lists the minimum age for that dose. Vaccine doses should not be given at an age younger than the minimum age. The fourth column indicates the recommended interval to the next dose. Like the recommended age, this is information derived from the routine childhood schedule. The fifth column indicates the minimum interval to the next dose. Doses of vaccine should not be spaced closer than the minimum interval. Table 1 provides all the information you need for scheduling vaccine doses. Be sure to have a close look at it, and be sure to read all the footnotes. The ACIP recommends that providers schedule vaccines as close to the recommended age and intervals as possible. The recommended schedule, age for specific doses, and spacing of doses is supported by data from clinical trials of the vaccine. There are times when it is necessary to give vaccines earlier or closer together than recommended in the routine schedule. Minimum ages and intervals can be used in these circumstances. For instance, when a person is behind on the schedule and it is necessary to catch them up. Minimum ages and intervals could also be used in other situations, when the vaccination series may need to be accelerated, such as when international travel is impending. While there are less scientific data supporting the use of minimum intervals and ages, ACIP believes that the response to doses given at minimum intervals and ages will be acceptable. Donna?
In practice, vaccine doses are sometimes administered earlier than the minimum age or minimum interval. In the past, ACIP has recommended that a dose of vaccine separated from the previous dose by less than the recommended minimum interval, even 1 day less, should not be considered a valid dose. ACIP continues to recommend that vaccine doses should not be given at less than the minimum interval or earlier than the minimum age. But in an effort to increase the flexibility of the complicated childhood immunization schedule, the ACIP now recommends that vaccine doses administered up to 4 days before the minimum interval or age can be counted as valid. This 4-day period before the minimum age or interval is sometimes referred to as the grace period. The ACIP believes that administering a dose a few days earlier than the minimum interval or age is unlikely to have a significant negative effect on the immune response to that dose. This 4-day grace period can be applied to all ages and intervals listed in Table 1. However, the grace period does not apply to minimum intervals between different live vaccines. For example, if MMR and varicella vaccine are not given on the same day, do not use the 4-day grace period to shorten the 28-day minimum interval between these two vaccines. The grace period should not be used when scheduling future vaccination visits. It should be used primarily when reviewing vaccination records, such as for child care or school entry. The 4-day grace period may also be useful in situations where a child visits a provider a few days earlier than a scheduled vaccination appointment. For example, if a child comes to the office or clinic for an ear check 27 days after his or her second DTaP dose, the provider could administer the third DTaP at that visit rather than having the child return for vaccination the next day. The 4-day grace period recommendation by ACIP may cause a conflict with some state school entry requirements. For instance, most state school requirements mandate the first dose of MMR to be given on or after the first birthday. As a result, not all states will accept the grace period for some or all vaccine doses. Providers should determine the position of their state immunization program on this issue before using the grace period. The reason that some states are not accepting the grace period is because to do so would mean changing the school requirement or law, which often requires an act of the state legislature. So be sure to check with your state immunization program before using the grace period. Remember to stay on the routine schedule whenever possible, but sometimes children fall behind. If this happens, you need to do several things. Talk to the parent about the importance of staying on schedule, flag the chart for special attention, and speed up or accelerate the vaccination schedule. This means giving doses with the minimum acceptable intervals until the child is caught up. The ACIP and the Academies of Pediatrics and Family Physicians publish a harmonized catch-up schedule every year with the recommended schedule. The one you see here is for children 4 months through 6 years of age. There is also a version for children 7 through 18 years of age. The information in the catch-up schedule is basically the minimum interval information from Table 1 in a condensed and reconfigured form. You need to be familiar with the catch-up schedules. Be sure to take some time to look at them carefully, and of course, read all the footnotes. The catch-up schedules are also available on the CDC Vaccines and Immunization website. Table 1 of the general recommendations and the catch-up schedules address the minimum acceptable interval between doses. But what if the interval is too long? It is not necessary to restart the series of any vaccine due to an extended interval between doses. The one possible exception to this is oral typhoid vaccine, which you are not likely to use unless you deal with travelers. Extended intervals between doses happen all the time. Healthcare personnel sometimes decide to take 1 or 2 or 10 years off between doses of hepatitis B vaccine. Adolescents may only make it into their doctor's office once a year. Sometimes parents just forget or do not understand the importance of staying on schedule. If the interval between doses is longer than the recommended interval, you do not have to restart the series or add doses. Just pick up where you left off and try to get the rest of the doses in on time. So the main issues on spacing and timing of vaccines are the timing of antibody-containing products and MMR and varicella vaccines, spacing of doses of different vaccines, and spacing of doses of the same vaccine. These issues arise frequently in practice, so you need to be clear on them. These issues and more are discussed in the general recommendations. We strongly suggest that you get a copy if you do not already have one, and take some time to read it.
We would now like to present a case study that addresses issues that we've discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Case number 1 is Anna. Anna is a 15-month-old who's been in your practice since birth. She's brought to your office for routine vaccinations in early June. At 11 months of age, Anna was diagnosed as having immune thrombocytopenic purpura, or ITP. She was treated with intravenous immune globulin. The ITP symptoms have now resolved, and she has no other medical problems. Here's Anna's vaccination history. She received Pediarix. You recall that's the DTaP IPV hepatitis B combination vaccine at 8, 12, and 20 weeks of age. At the same visits, she also received Hib and pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Here are 3 questions about Anna. What vaccines, if any, does Anna need today? When should she return for her next vaccinations? And what vaccines will be needed when she returns? If you're viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We'll return in just a moment to discuss it with you. There are several issues with Anna. This is actually a fairly complicated situation, but not one that is rare in clinical practice. The issues that you have to deal with first are whether the vaccines she's gotten so far are considered valid, and for that you would mainly want to consider the ages and intervals between them. And then there is the issue of the ITP, whether that's an issue for vaccines or not, and the treatment of the ITP, which in this case was intravenous immune globulin. So you need to consider all those things, and you will probably need your general recommendations, at least a couple of tables from them, to answer some of the questions about Anna. So here is the first question about Anna. And it, of course, is, she's in your office. What vaccines, if any, does Anna need today? Well, today, Anna needs her 3rd hepatitis B vaccine, her 4th DTaP, Hib number 4, PCV number 4, and her 1st dose of hepatitis A vaccine. Why does she need a hepatitis B vaccine? Well, you, of course, checked those intervals, and you know that in Table 1, which has all the intervals and ages in it, that the minimum age for the 3rd dose of hepatitis B vaccine is 24 weeks. She got her 3rd dose at 20 weeks of age, which was 4 weeks early. So while the DTaP and IPV components of the Pediarix can be counted as valid because there were 4 weeks between them, the hepatitis B vaccine dose is not considered valid and because it was too early, and so that needs to be repeated. Again, her DTaP and IPV intervals were fine, so those are all right, she can continue, and the PCV intervals are 4 weeks, so those are also acceptable. Hepatitis A vaccine, you recall, was first recommended for all children in their 2nd year of life between 12 and 23 months in 2006. So you have the opportunity. You should give her her 1st dose today. Now, what about that Hib booster dose? Well, you would give her her 4th dose and final dose of Hib vaccine today while she's there. The problem is, at the moment, you may not have any Hib vaccine, and currently, given the Hib vaccine supply situation, we actually recommend that the Hib booster after a year of age not be administered to children who do not have a high-risk condition. Well, Anna doesn't really have a high-risk condition. She had ITP, but she's healthy now, and so Anna, really, given the current situation, although eligible, would not receive her 4th dose of Hib vaccine today. You would defer that to later. She is, of course, age eligible for MMR and varicella vaccines, but the ITP and the IGIV kind of throw a flag up about that, and so we're probably not going to deal with that because it may be too short. So the next question about Anna is, when should she return for her next set of vaccinations? The answer is that Anna should return for her next vaccinations in 3 months. That would make it 8 months after the intravenous immune globulin. Now, to deal with this and answer the question of when should she come back, you will need the other important table from the general recommendations. That's Table 4, which lists the recommended interval between various antibody products and live vaccines, MMR and varicella. You'll notice she got IGIV about 8 months ago, and so if you look at Table 4, the ITP, the interval between IGIV and MMR is actually anywhere from 8 to 10 months. So we don't really know exactly what dose Anna got, so the soonest she could come back would be 3 months, which would be the minimum 8 months after the ITP dose of intravenous immune globulin. But it may actually end up being longer because you're going to need to find out what dose she got, and so that would help drive when she returns and when she can get her MMR and varicella. She will need her MMR and varicella when she comes back. If you have it available, you could give MMRV, the combination vaccine, at that visit. Now, she's seeing you in June. She's going to come back earliest in September, so of course she's going to need influenza vaccine, and it'll be September, and so you're probably going to be looking, she'll be 19 months old at that time, and you're probably going to be looking at influenza vaccine. So what about the last question about Anna, which is really which vaccines, what all are the vaccines that she's going to need when she comes back? She will need, assuming that enough time has passed since her IGIV, when you should have looked that up in the table, she'll need her first MMR, her first varicella, and her first dose of influenza vaccine. Again, you can use your MMRV when she comes back if you have it available to you. She will be 19 months old, assuming it's going to be 3 months when she comes back. So she will need either her first or second dose of influenza vaccine. She will not yet be old enough to receive the live attenuated influenza vaccine. The minimum age for that is 2 years. So she will need a dose of inactivated influenza vaccine as her first or second dose, depending on if she received a dose in the previous year. Now, there's one other issue about Anna, and that is the whole issue of using measles vaccine, giving measles vaccine to a person who had thrombocytopenia. As you may know, and we will discuss later in a subsequent section, that a history of thrombocytopenia, low platelet count, is a precaution to the use of measles vaccine. We know that, in fact, it's possible that a person with this history could be at increased risk of having another episode of low platelet count should they be exposed to measles vaccine. This is a classic risk and benefit situation because we know that, in fact, if you leave her unvaccinated, the risk if she were to get measles of thrombocytopenia would be much higher than from the vaccine. And so the clinician would need to consider these things very carefully. In our opinion, in almost every case, the benefit of measles immunity outweighs the risk of a recurrence of her thrombocytopenia, and we would suggest that she receive MMR on schedule.
Thank you, Bill, for discussing that case. While we have some time, why don't we take a few questions? We receive questions frequently by email, and why don't we discuss a few of them? One question we get often is if MMR and varicella vaccine are given and then a person returns the following week for flu vaccination, can LAIV be given? Donna, do you want to take that one?
Yeah, actually, the answer to that would be no, because MMR and varicella are live injectable vaccines, and then LAIV is live intranasal. So if you'll remember, the rule for that is that they would need to be separated by at least 4 weeks, if not given on the same day. Now, just one other thing, I would argue if you've got the child there, you might consider trying to get the mom to get the TIV, the injectable influenza, so that you don't miss an opportunity to vaccinate and go ahead and get because inactivated, you don't have to worry about the time, the interval there.
Thank you. Here's another question we receive. How long after vaccination can a person donate blood? We get that one a lot. Bill, why don't you take that one?
We do get that, a surprising amount. It's actually kind of a two-part answer. The issue, of course, is would you really want to have virus in a person's blood if they were going to donate it to somebody who might be acutely ill? We don't really, CDC doesn't really have very specific guidance on this issue, but the American Red Cross does. As a general rule, the American Red Cross recommends that if a person's gotten a dose of live virus vaccine, MMR, varicella, yellow fever, that in fact an interval of 4 weeks should pass before the person shows up to donate blood, just to make sure that off chance they might actually still have some live virus in their blood as a result of the vaccination. Smallpox vaccine is an exception to this, actually not using much smallpox vaccine these days, but actually it's recommended to wait 8 weeks after a dose of smallpox vaccine. The other issue is hepatitis B vaccine. Interestingly enough, there have been cases where persons have had false positive hepatitis B surface antigen tests as a result of having had hepatitis B vaccine. So the American Red Cross recommends that an interval of 7 days be between a dose of hepatitis B vaccine and donating blood, just to reduce the chance of having a false positive hepatitis B surface antigen. Actually, CDC, we don't have really any of this on officially, but we suggest that it might be a good idea to put a little more time and consider a 30-day interval between hepatitis B vaccination and donating blood, just to be sure that we don't have a problem with a false positive surface antigen that might show up in the blood after hepatitis B vaccination. More information on this is available on the American Red Cross website.
Okay. Here's another question, something we follow up to something we mentioned during the talk. You stated that live virus vaccines usually work with 1 dose. Why then is a second dose routinely recommended for both MMR and varicella vaccines? Donna?
Well, that's a common question, and I think the key there is what Andrew said, is usually works with just 1 dose. So you have around 5 to 10% of people that may not respond to the first dose. So the second dose of MMR and varicella actually are not booster doses. The intent of those vaccine doses is to catch those people who did not respond to the first dose. You know, measles, mumps, rubella, and varicella are highly contagious diseases, so we need really high immunization coverage rates to protect against them. So we want to try to get that rate up above, you know, 90–95% in terms of people who've responded.
Great. Here's another question we receive often. Why is it okay to give rotavirus vaccine, a live virus vaccine, in the first year of life? Bill?
It does seem a little odd, doesn't it? Well, rotavirus, of course, is a live virus vaccine, and consequently you would expect, like other live virus vaccines, that it might have some interference from maternal antibody. And since most women, in fact, are immune and have had rotavirus infection, you would expect the infant to have some transplacental rotavirus antibody, some, maybe not as much as some of the other diseases. Probably the difference here is that there is evidence that rotavirus vaccine is affected by the age at which it's given, presumably that being a surrogate for maternal antibody. But it turns out, since the virus is replicating in the GI tract, that and like OPV was like this too, that in fact it's sort of protected from antibodies, so consequently it isn't affected as greatly by circulating antibody as is a vaccine you would inject right into the tissue. So consequently it is recommended that in fact you wait 6 weeks if you can, but it's not absolutely required, and we'll discuss this in much more detail when we discuss rotavirus in a subsequent section.
Great. Thank you, Bill. Thank you, Donna. All providers who administer vaccine must have a thorough understanding of contraindications and precautions to vaccination. We include fairly detailed information about contraindications to vaccination because this is a common topic of questions we receive. From a practical standpoint, you know that when a contraindication or precaution to a vaccine is present, you usually do not give a dose of that vaccine. But let's define these terms a little more precisely. A contraindication is a condition in a recipient that increases the likelihood of a serious adverse reaction to the vaccine. A contraindication is a condition in the recipient, not with the vaccine itself. If the vaccine were given in the presence of that condition, the resulting adverse reaction could seriously harm the recipient. The risk of an adverse reaction outweighs the benefit, so you will rarely, if ever, give a vaccine when one of these conditions is present. A precaution is similar but not identical to a contraindication. A precaution is a condition in a recipient that might increase the chance or severity of an adverse reaction, or a condition that may compromise the ability of the vaccine to produce immunity. Injury from the vaccine could result, but the chance of this happening is less than with a contraindication. Generally, you will not give the vaccine if a precaution is present, but there may be situations when the benefit of the vaccine outweighs the risk of an adverse reaction, such as during an outbreak of the disease. In these situations, you may decide to give the vaccine. There are very few true contraindications and precautions, so let's go through them briefly. There are only two permanent contraindications to the use of routine vaccines. The first, which applies to all vaccines, is a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose of vaccine. The second applies to pertussis-containing vaccines only. It is encephalopathy within 7 days of a prior dose of pertussis vaccine. There are other permanent contraindications for vaccines not routinely recommended. For example, for smallpox vaccine, a history of eczema or atopic dermatitis in the person or a household contact is a permanent contraindication to pre-event vaccination. What do we mean by severe allergic reaction? This is an allergic reaction that is immediate and life-threatening, also called anaphylaxis. Severe IgE-mediated allergy usually presents as hypotension, respiratory difficulty, such as wheezing, or generalized urticaria or hives. Fortunately, these types of reactions are extremely rare following vaccination. There are several other conditions that are temporary contraindications or precautions, and whether the condition is a contraindication or precaution depends on the type of vaccine being used, live or inactivated. Here's a table that lists the conditions. The C indicates a contraindication, P indicates precaution, and V means vaccinate if indicated. A severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or a prior dose of vaccine is a contraindication to both live and inactivated vaccines. Encephalopathy following a prior dose of pertussis vaccine is a permanent contraindication that applies to pertussis-containing vaccines in all age groups. Pregnancy is a contraindication to live vaccines because of the theoretical possibility of infection of and damage to a fetus. No vaccine except smallpox vaccine has ever been shown to actually damage a fetus. Since inactivated vaccines do not replicate, they may be used if indicated. There are exceptions to this. Pregnancy is considered to be a precaution for human papillomavirus vaccine and Tdap vaccine. We will discuss this in more detail in the HPV and pertussis segments of the course. Pregnancy in a household contact is not a contraindication to any vaccine except smallpox vaccine. Immunosuppression is a contraindication to most live vaccines. Immunosuppression is considered to be a precaution to rotavirus vaccine. Inactivated vaccines may be administered to an immunosuppressed person if indicated. We will discuss immunosuppression in more detail in a moment. Moderate or severe acute illness is a temporary precaution to both live and inactivated vaccines. It is reasonable to defer vaccination until the acute condition has improved. So what do we mean by moderate or severe? As a rule of thumb, any illness that may require hospitalization or additional medical care after the immunization visit is reason to delay the vaccine. The ACIP has never recommended a maximum temperature for giving vaccines. Fever may not be a very good indication of severe illness in an infant anyway. You will need to use your professional judgment about the severity of the acute illness. But minor illnesses with or without low-grade fever are certainly not reasons to defer vaccination. Recent receipt of a blood product is a precaution to MMR and varicella vaccines because of possible interference with viral replication. Recent blood products have little or no effect on inactivated vaccines. This is a good example of the difference between a contraindication and a precaution. Giving measles vaccine shortly after a blood transfusion will not harm the vaccine recipient, but the antibody will probably inactivate the vaccine virus and no immunity will result from the vaccination. Recent blood products do not affect all live vaccines equally, and some are not affected at all. Circulating antibody does not appear to affect zoster vaccine, probably because the large amount of varicella zoster virus in the vaccine can overcome antibody in the serum. Antibody does reduce the response to rotavirus vaccine, but the effect of the antibody is less because the vaccine is administered by mouth. Passive antibody does not affect live attenuated influenza vaccine because the vaccine viruses are often changed from year to year, and antibody against a previous year's vaccine virus does not affect the current year's virus. Finally, few North Americans have antibody to yellow fever or typhoid, so there is little or no antibody against these pathogens in the U.S. blood supply. There are a few other precautions which are specific to pertussis vaccine, such as fever of 105 or a seizure following vaccination. We will discuss these in more detail when we talk about pertussis vaccine. Donna?
We receive many questions about vaccination of immunosuppressed persons, so we would like to discuss this in a bit more detail. An immunosuppressed person may be more likely to have a serious adverse reaction to a live vaccine than a person with a normal immune system. There are both diseases and drugs which can cause significant immunosuppression. First, the diseases. Persons with congenital immunodeficiency, leukemia, lymphoma, or generalized malignancy should not receive live vaccines. Certain drugs and therapies may cause immunosuppression. For instance, people receiving cancer treatment with alkylating agents or antimetabolites or radiation therapy should not be given live vaccines. Live vaccines can be given after chemotherapy has been discontinued for at least 3 months if the disease for which the therapy was given is in remission. Persons immunosuppressed from disease or chemotherapy may not respond well to inactivated vaccines, and live vaccines can be harmful to them. However, in the absence of a bone marrow transplant, neither the disease nor chemotherapy for the disease eliminates the immunologic memory of vaccines received before the disease or therapy. As a result, it is not necessary to revaccinate a person who has recovered from an immunosuppressive disease or chemotherapy. Persons receiving large doses of corticosteroids should not receive live vaccines. This would include those receiving 20 milligrams or more of prednisone daily, or 2 milligrams or more per kilogram of body weight per day. Aerosolized steroids, such as inhalers for asthma, topical preparations, alternate day or short high-dose courses are not contraindications to vaccination. Short-term means less than 14 days. For people who have received high-dose steroids for more than 14 days, you should wait at least a month after discontinuation of therapy before administering a live virus vaccine. There are a variety of new drugs considered to be immune system mediators or modulators. Examples of these drugs include interferons and etanercept, a tumor necrosis factor blocker marketed as Enbrel. It is not known if or at what dose these drugs may cause safety concerns for live vaccines. Until more information is known about these drugs, we recommend they be treated like high-dose steroids. Defer live vaccines for 1 month after discontinuation of therapy. Inactivated vaccines may be administered but may be less effective. Persons with HIV infection who are mildly immunosuppressed and not severely symptomatic should receive measles, mumps, rubella vaccine. This is because of the high risk of complications of measles disease in these persons. The ACIP also recommends that varicella vaccine be administered to persons with HIV infection with adequate CD4 T-cell counts. Zoster, live attenuated influenza vaccine, or LAIV, and smallpox vaccine should not be given to persons with HIV infection regardless of symptom status. HIV infection is a precaution to the use of rotavirus vaccine. All inactivated vaccines may be administered to a person with HIV infection if indicated. Inactivated vaccines may be administered if indicated to any immunosuppressed person, but response to the vaccine may be poor. A good immune response to an inactivated vaccine requires a relatively functional immune system, so the person may not be fully protected even if the vaccine has been given. But a little protection is better than none at all if you do not administer the vaccine. Bill?
One additional issue related to immunosuppression is the vaccination of persons who've received a hematopoietic stem cell transplant. Stem cell transplant includes bone marrow transplant. Research has shown that antibody titers to vaccine-preventable diseases decline during the 1 to 4 years after stem cell transplant if the recipient is not revaccinated. It has been common practice in transplant centers to revaccinate stem cell transplant recipients, but vaccination protocols varied widely among these centers. In 2000, CDC published guidelines for the prevention of opportunistic infection, including vaccine-preventable infections among stem cell transplant recipients. These guidelines were developed in association with ACIP, the Infectious Diseases Society of America, and the American Society of Blood and Marrow Transplantation. Influenza vaccine should be administered prior to stem cell transplant if possible, and resumed 6 months following transplant. Influenza vaccine should be administered annually thereafter. The series of all other inactivated vaccines recommended for the person's age group should be repeated. The repeat series should begin 12 months after transplantation. The inactivated vaccines that should be repeated include DTaP or adult TD, depending on age, IPV, and hepatitis B vaccine. Revaccination with Hib vaccine is recommended for all age groups. Pneumococcal conjugate vaccine should be administered to children younger than 5 years. MMR is recommended, and varicella vaccine should be considered at least 24 months after transplant if the person is immunocompetent. Immunocompetent means that the person is not on major immunosuppressive therapy and does not have graft versus host disease. ACIP has not made a recommendation regarding the use of meningococcal and Tdap vaccines among stem cell transplant recipients. There are few data on the safety and efficacy of these vaccines in this population. Use of these inactivated vaccines should be a case-by-case decision by the clinician. An extremely important adjunct to prevention of vaccine-preventable diseases in stem cell transplant recipients, as well as other immunosuppressed people, is to assure that family members, household contacts, and healthcare personnel are immune. Healthy, susceptible household contacts of immunosuppressed persons should receive MMR and varicella vaccines, as well as annual influenza vaccination. There is no risk of transmission of MMR vaccine virus to the immunosuppressed person, and the risk of transmission of varicella vaccine virus is extremely small. If you do not vaccinate the healthy person, they remain susceptible and may be infected with the wild virus, particularly varicella. And a person with the disease presents a real threat to an immunosuppressed household contact. Because of the risk of contact transmission, smallpox vaccine should not be given to a person with an immunosuppressed household contact. Live attenuated influenza vaccine may be administered to the household contact of an immunosuppressed person as long as the immunosuppressed person is not hospitalized and not in protective isolation. Recommendations for vaccination of immunosuppressed persons are detailed in the general recommendations on immunization. There's also a table that lists vaccines that are indicated and contraindicated by specific immunosuppressive condition. We think you'll find it very useful. These documents and the complete stem cell transplant document are available to download from the MMWR website. But the stem cell transplant document is really long, 130 pages. So we extracted the background and vaccine recommendations and made a shorter version available on our Updates and Resources webpage. Andrew.
The key to reducing the risk of a serious adverse reaction is screening for contraindications and precautions. Every person who administers vaccines should screen every person before giving the vaccine. Contraindications to vaccination can change from one dose of vaccine to the next dose, so everyone should be screened prior to every dose, even if they were screened during a prior visit. Many states have developed screening questionnaires for use in their clinics. You can develop your own sheet, or you can adapt one that has already been developed. The Immunization Action Coalition has developed good one-page screening sheets for both children and teens, as you see here, and for adults. They list all the screening questions that need to be asked. The form can be completed by the parent while waiting to be seen. On the back of the form, there is a paragraph explaining why each question is being asked. This is a very helpful feature and reminds staff why they are asking these questions in the first place. Effective screening is not difficult or complicated. It can be accomplished with just a few questions. It is important for you to understand the reasons for the questions on the screening form, so you would like to take a few minutes to review them and the rationale for asking them. The first question is simple. Is the child sick today? The first question addresses whether the child has a moderate or severe acute illness, which is a precaution to vaccination. If the child has been examined, this question may not be necessary or already may have been answered. There is no evidence that acute illness reduces vaccine efficacy or increases vaccine adverse reactions. But with moderate or severe acute illness, vaccines should be delayed until the illness has improved. This avoids confusing a symptom of the illness, such as fever, with a vaccine adverse reaction or vice versa. Mild illness, such as otitis media or an upper respiratory infection, is not a contraindication to vaccination. Nor is taking antibiotics a reason to withhold a vaccine in a person who is otherwise not very sick. The second question is, does the child have an allergy to any medication, food, or vaccine? A severe allergic reaction to a vaccine or vaccine component is a contraindication to subsequent doses of that vaccine or to a vaccine containing that component. For instance, an anaphylactic reaction to eggs is a contraindication to influenza vaccine. We suggest that you inquire about allergies in a generic way, rather than read the parent a list of every component of every vaccine. Most parents will not recognize most of the components anyway, but they will know if the child has ever had an allergic reaction severe enough to seek medical attention, which is what you are trying to find out. If you do identify a person who has had a severe allergic reaction to a product that may be in a vaccine, the next challenge is to figure out which vaccines might contain that product. To make this task easier, you need a listing of vaccine contents. A comprehensive table of vaccine components, also called excipients, is available from the Updates and Resources webpage and in an appendix of the course text. Remember that a local reaction, such as swelling or redness at the site of injection, is not a contraindication to subsequent doses of that vaccine. The third question is, has the child had a serious reaction to a vaccine in the past? This open-ended question is intended to identify allergic reactions following previous vaccine doses. It can also help identify conditions following pertussis vaccine. In usual circumstances, vaccines are deferred when precautions are present, but situations may arise when the benefit of the vaccine outweighs the risk. For instance, a child who had a temperature of 105 following a prior dose of DTaP might still be vaccinated if there were an outbreak of pertussis in the community. The fourth question is, has the child had a seizure, brain, or nerve problem? A history of encephalopathy within 7 days following whole-cell DTP or DTaP vaccine is a contraindication to DTaP and Tdap. An undiagnosed neurologic problem is a precaution to the use of DTaP and Tdap. For children with a stable neurologic disorder, including seizures unrelated to vaccination, or for children with a family history of seizure, you should vaccinate as usual. In these children, you should consider the use of acetaminophen or ibuprofen to minimize the fever. A history of Guillain-Barré syndrome is a precaution for tetanus-containing influenza and meningococcal conjugate vaccines. The fifth question is, has the child had a health problem with asthma, lung disease, heart disease, kidney disease, metabolic disease such as diabetes, or a blood disorder? This question is to identify possible contraindications to one of the two types of influenza vaccine. Children with any of these health conditions should not be given the intranasal live attenuated influenza vaccine. These children should be vaccinated with the inactivated injectable influenza vaccine. Donna?
One of the most important conditions to identify during screening is the presence of immunosuppression. Since many different conditions and therapies can produce immunosuppression, there are two screening questions to probe for this. The first is, does the child have cancer, leukemia, AIDS, or any other immune system problem? Live virus vaccines such as MMR and varicella are usually contraindicated in persons with severe immunodeficiency. However, MMR and varicella are recommended for persons infected with HIV who do not have evidence of severe immunosuppression. Varicella vaccine is contraindicated in persons with cellular immunodeficiency, but may be administered to persons with humoral immunodeficiency. All inactivated vaccines may be given to immunosuppressed persons, although the response to the vaccine may be suboptimal. Also, remember that having an immunosuppressed person in the household is not a contraindication to vaccination of a healthy child. The next question is also related to immunosuppression. Has the child taken cortisone, prednisone, other steroids or anti-cancer drugs or had X-ray treatments in the past 3 months? High daily doses of corticosteroids for more than 14 days can cause significant immunosuppression and increase the chance of an adverse reaction following a live vaccine. Live vaccines should not be administered for at least a month following prolonged high-dose steroid therapy or for at least 3 months following cancer chemotherapy. Persons receiving aerosolized steroids, such as inhalers for asthma, topical preparations, or low or moderate daily or alternate day doses of steroids for fewer than 14 days, can receive live vaccines during treatment. As with other immunosuppressive conditions or therapies, inactivated vaccines may be administered to a person receiving high-dose steroid therapy, although the response to the vaccine could be reduced. The next question probes for recent receipt of antibody-containing products. Has the child received a transfusion of blood or blood products, or been given a medicine called immune or gamma globulin in the past year? Passively acquired antibody may reduce the effectiveness of MMR and varicella vaccines. MMR and varicella vaccines generally should not be given to persons who have recently received antibody-containing blood products. This question might also uncover unreported illnesses that might not have been revealed in earlier questions, since blood products are usually given for specific indications. Depending on what product was administered and the dose, it may be necessary to defer MMR and varicella vaccines for up to 11 months after the blood product. Rotavirus vaccine may also be deferred for as long as 6 weeks after receipt of an antibody-containing product. Table 4 in the General Recommendations on Immunization lists the most commonly used antibody-containing preparations in the United States. It also lists the recommended waiting period between the blood product and administration of MMR or varicella vaccine. Every office should have a copy of this table, which is included in the course text and on the resources webpage. This issue is discussed in more detail in the General Recommendations segment of this program. The next question is the child or teen pregnant, or is there a chance she could become pregnant during the next month? This question should be asked of all females of childbearing age, including young adolescents. MMR and varicella vaccines are contraindicated within a month of and during pregnancy due to the theoretical risk of virus transmission to the fetus. Sexually active females who receive MMR or varicella vaccine should be instructed to practice careful contraception for 1 month following receipt of either vaccine. With the exception of human papillomavirus vaccine, inactivated vaccines may be given to pregnant women when indicated. It is not necessary to inquire about pregnancy in household contacts. Having a pregnant woman living in the household is not a contraindication to administration of any vaccine to other household members except smallpox. The final screening question is, has the child received any vaccinations in the past 4 weeks? The intent of this last question is to identify persons who recently received a live virus vaccine. The Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices recommends that 2 live virus vaccines not given on the same day be separated by at least 28 days. If the vaccine given recently was an inactivated vaccine, such as DTaP or hepatitis B vaccine, it is not necessary to defer any vaccine. In addition to the child and teen screening form, the Immunization Action Coalition has developed a screening form for adults. It contains the same questions that are on the child and teen form. Both the child and adult screening forms, as well as other vaccine-related material for providers and patients, are available free from the Immunization Action Coalition website. But whether you use the IAC form or some other form, the important thing is that you ask these questions before administering vaccines to people of any age. Your patients are depending on you to make vaccines as safe as they can be. Screening every patient is one way to do this.
The risk of an adverse reaction following vaccination can be greatly reduced with consistent and thorough screening for contraindications and precautions. However, despite screening, adverse reactions will still occur. In this section of the program, we would like to present an overview of the general types of adverse reactions. Let's begin by defining our terms. The intended effect of vaccination is to produce active immunity to specific antigens. An adverse reaction is an unwanted extraneous effect caused by a vaccine. A synonym of adverse reaction is vaccine side effect. A vaccine adverse event, on the other hand, refers to any event that occurs following a dose of vaccine. So an adverse event may be a true adverse reaction or may be only coincidental, with further research or study needed to distinguish between them. This terminology may be new to you, and it's really not meant to be confusing. It's meant to increase the precision of discussions of vaccine safety. Adverse reactions are known to be caused by the vaccine. Adverse event is a more generic term that does not necessarily imply a cause and effect relationship with the vaccine. Vaccine adverse reactions fall into 3 general categories: local, systemic, and allergic, listed here in order of decreasing frequency and increasing severity. The most common type of adverse reaction is a local reaction, such as pain, swelling, and redness at the site of injection. Local reactions may occur in up to 50% of vaccine doses, depending on the type of vaccine. Local reactions are most common with inactivated vaccines, particularly those that contain an adjuvant, such as DTaP and pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. Local adverse reactions generally occur within a few hours of the injection and are usually mild and self-limited. Occasionally, local reactions may be exaggerated. Some people refer to these as hypersensitivity reactions, but this is really a misnomer since they're not allergy-mediated as the term implies. These reactions are properly known as Artus reactions and are most commonly seen after tetanus and diphtheria toxoids. They're believed to be due to a very high concentration of antibody in the vaccine recipient, usually because of too many doses of toxoid in too short an interval. A second type of adverse reaction is referred to as systemic. These are more generalized symptoms and include fever, malaise, headache, myalgias or muscle pain, loss of appetite, and others. Now, you may notice that these symptoms are common and nonspecific and may occur in a vaccinated person because of the vaccine, or may be caused by something totally unrelated to the vaccine, like a concurrent viral infection. Systemic adverse reactions were relatively frequent with whole cell bacterial vaccines like DTP. However, they are much less common following inactivated vaccines currently in use, including DTaP. We know systemic adverse reactions are not common because studies that compare vaccine and placebo recipients, the rates of systemic reactions are often similar in both groups, indicating that few of the reactions are actually due to the vaccine. Systemic adverse reactions from live vaccines are a different situation. Live attenuated vaccines must replicate in order to produce immunity. The symptoms you would expect as side effects following live vaccines are basically those associated with a mild case of the disease. These adverse reactions occur after an incubation period of the virus, which is 7 to 21 days for MMR and varicella. As an example of a systemic adverse reaction to a live vaccine, consider measles. The most common symptoms of measles disease are fever and generalized rash. These symptoms, in a milder form, are also the most common adverse reactions following measles vaccine, occurring in 5 to 10% of recipients. Now, an exception to this general rule is, again, smallpox vaccine. Smallpox vaccine does not contain attenuated smallpox virus. It contains vaccinia virus, which is in the same family as smallpox virus, but causes a much less severe illness. So the symptoms following smallpox vaccine are not like a mild case of smallpox. They're symptoms of infection with vaccinia virus. A third type of adverse reaction is a severe allergic reaction. The allergic reaction may be caused by the vaccine antigen itself, or more likely by some other component of the vaccine, such as cell culture material, stabilizer, preservative, or antibiotic used to inhibit bacterial growth. Severe allergic reactions to vaccines are rare, occurring at a rate of less than 1.5 million doses, but they may be life-threatening. The risk of an allergic reaction can be minimized by good screening prior to vaccination. So, to review, adverse reactions can generally be categorized as local, systemic, or allergic. Local reactions are fairly common and usually mild. Systemic reactions, less common, and allergic reactions are rare but can be severe. We will be talking about adverse reactions in much more detail as we talk about the specific vaccines.
Bill, some adverse reactions don't fit into the categories of local, systemic, or allergic reactions. For instance, thrombocytopenia following measles vaccine, or Guillain-Barré syndrome following the 1976 influenza vaccination. How would you categorize those?
Good question, because reactions like this are obviously they're not local reactions and they're not really allergic in the typical sense, so they could be classified as systemic reactions, but I think they almost belong in a different category. I would call them idiosyncratic reactions. They're really rare occurrences and they're specific to just one vaccine. Intussusception after RotaShield rotavirus vaccine is another example. We'll discuss these unusual adverse reactions again when we discuss the specific vaccines.
Vaccines are among the most significant public health success stories of all time. However, like all pharmaceutical products, no vaccine is completely safe or effective. While almost all known vaccine adverse events are minor and self-limited, some vaccines have been associated with very rare but serious health effects. We usually give vaccines to healthy people, including very young children, and vaccines often are required by state immunization laws. So vaccines are held to a higher standard of safety than other medications. So it is critical that we do everything we can to ensure that vaccines are as safe as possible and to maintain public confidence in vaccines. To do this, we need to monitor closely the occurrence of adverse events, evaluate possible associations, and respond appropriately to those risks. Monitoring adverse events following vaccination is especially important for newly licensed vaccines. Before licensure, vaccines undergo extensive testing and review for safety, immunogenicity, and efficacy. Pre-licensure studies, in particular phase 3 clinical trials, usually include unvaccinated comparison or control groups, so we can determine which reactions were actually caused by the vaccine. However, pre-licensure trials include a relatively small number of participants. Usually the vaccine has been given to only a few thousand people, and usually they are monitored for a limited time period. And the studies are often conducted in homogeneous populations, meaning groups that are less diverse than those in which the vaccine is ultimately used. And finally, because the number of participants is relatively small, the sensitivity for detection of uncommon or rare adverse events before licensure is low. Because of the inherent limitations of pre-licensure testing, we cannot rely on pre-licensure studies to identify all the reactions that may occur once a vaccine is more widely used. For that, we rely on post-licensure surveillance, which is the continuous monitoring of vaccine safety in the general population after licensure. The objectives of post-licensure safety monitoring are to identify rare reactions not detected during pre-licensure studies, monitor increases in known reactions, identify risk factors or pre-existing conditions that may promote reactions, identify vaccine lots with unusually high rates or types of events, and identify signals of possible adverse reactions that may warrant further study or affect current immunization recommendations. The National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act of 1986 requires healthcare professionals and vaccine manufacturers to report certain vaccine adverse events. In 1990, a reporting system was put into place to assist providers and families with this requirement. The system is called the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS. VAERS is a cornerstone of post-licensure adverse events monitoring in the United States, so it is important that you understand how it works and what it does. We asked Dr. Angela Kalyugar, a vaccine safety expert and VAERS team lead in the Immunization Safety Office at CDC, to tell us about the system.
The Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS, is a vaccine safety surveillance system. It was created to provide a single system for the collection and analysis of reports of adverse events following vaccination. VAERS was established in 1990 as part of the National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act. The Childhood Vaccine Injury Act requires healthcare providers to report the events listed on a table of designated reportable events. However, VAERS depends on the reporting of different adverse events following immunization, most of which are not listed on the reportable events table. VAERS is the nation's frontline vaccine safety surveillance system. It relies on healthcare providers as well as patients and parents to report adverse events that they think are possibly related to vaccination. We are often asked what adverse events should be reported to VAERS. Any post-vaccination medical occurrence that is of concern to you or to the patient or parent should be reported, even if you are not certain that the vaccine caused the event. VAERS is jointly operated by CDC and the Food and Drug Administration. Because VAERS is a national system, rare events are more likely to be identified as patterns within the system and flagged rapidly for further study. This is one of the main strengths of VAERS. VAERS provides ongoing surveillance for vaccine safety. It relies primarily on voluntary reporting from the users and recipients of vaccines. So your contributions to VAERS in the form of electronic and hard copy reports are absolutely vital. VAERS cannot work without you. Now let's talk about how VAERS works. Many vaccine providers have heard of VAERS and have seen a copy of the VAERS reporting form. Reporting through a secure website is available and encouraged. Users may find this a convenient way to submit a VAERS report. Online reporting also shortens the time to receive and process the reports. However, submitting a paper report is still an option. Report forms are available from the VAERS website at vaers.hhs.gov, or by calling the telephone number found on every vaccine information statement. The completed form can be faxed to a toll-free number or mailed. The VAERS form is postage paid with the address and instructions on the back. Once VAERS receives a report, a letter is sent out to the person who submitted it. The letter provides the assigned VAERS ID number and may request additional information. A team of nurses conducts follow-up on all reports considered serious. The follow-up is done to obtain more complete clinical information about the reported event. In addition to the VAERS form, VAERS accepts hospital or clinical summaries or other medical records. These can be submitted with the original report or later accompanied by the VAERS ID number. Additional medical information is extremely useful in evaluating case reports. To illustrate how VAERS works, let me give the best example of why collecting reports that are only suspected to be related to a vaccination is vitally important. Before the first rotavirus vaccine was licensed in the fall of 1998, investigators noted a few cases of a bowel disorder called intussusception in both vaccine recipients and those who received a placebo. Although the rate among vaccine recipients was slightly higher, it was not statistically significant. The vaccine was licensed, but intussusception was included in product information among the list of possible adverse reactions. Once the vaccine was widely distributed, VAERS began to receive adverse event reports, including cases of intussusception. The number of cases reported relative to the number of doses distributed was much higher than what was expected. This suggested, but did not confirm, that the vaccine might rarely cause intussusception. Subsequent control studies confirmed that the risk of intussusception was higher after vaccination, and the rotavirus vaccine was withdrawn. The system worked. VAERS data indicated a possible problem which led to a more definitive study which led to policy action to protect the public health. The story of rotavirus vaccine highlights the importance of reporting events even when the reporter may be unsure that the vaccine was responsible. Vaccine safety concerns raised by VAERS will be carefully evaluated before any action is taken. So, as the cornerstone of the country's vaccine safety monitoring system, VAERS is always on call to receive case reports of any adverse event suspected to be related to any U.S. licensed vaccine. A few important points. VAERS accepts all reports of adverse events. Events that are related, as well as those that are unrelated to vaccination, will be reported. A report in VAERS concerning an adverse event does not prove that the event was caused by the vaccine. The event may be only coincidentally related to vaccination. VAERS reports are screened and evaluated on an ongoing basis by teams of researchers at the CDC and FDA. Concerns are identified and further assessed, as illustrated by the example of intussusception. VAERS relies on the astute healthcare providers as well as patients and parents to notice and report adverse events that may be related to vaccination. Thank you for this opportunity to discuss the vaccine adverse event reporting system. All can contribute to the success of this system. In the end, the system works because you make it work.
VAERS is a critical tool in CDC's vaccine safety surveillance system. However, it does have limitations. An important limitation of VAERS is that its data cannot be used to determine whether a reported adverse event was caused by the vaccine. This cannot be determined because VAERS contains no information about the occurrence of medical conditions or symptoms in persons who are unvaccinated. To obtain these data, it is necessary to study a large population that contains both vaccinated and unvaccinated persons. In such a population, the medical condition or symptoms that may indicate a vaccine adverse event can be counted, and the rate of the condition can be compared for both vaccinated and unvaccinated persons. If a medical condition or symptom is significantly more common in the vaccinated group than in the unvaccinated group, this suggests the vaccine might be responsible. The gaps that exist in the scientific knowledge of rare vaccine side effects prompted the CDC to develop the Vaccine Safety Data Link, or VSD project, in 1990. The VSD project involves partnerships with 8 large health maintenance organizations to continually monitor vaccine safety. VSD is an example of a large linked database and includes comprehensive medical and immunization histories for more than 5 million people. All vaccines administered within the study population are recorded. Available data include vaccine type, date of vaccination, concurrent vaccinations, those given during the same visit, the manufacturer, the lot number, and injection site. Medical records are then monitored for potential adverse events resulting from immunization. Since VSD includes medical records of both vaccinated and unvaccinated persons, rates of medical conditions can be generated and compared. The VSD project allows for planned vaccine safety studies as well as timely investigations of hypotheses. At present, the VSD project is examining potential associations between vaccines and a number of serious conditions. The database is also being used to test new vaccine safety hypotheses that result from the medical literature. VAERS, changes in the immunization schedule, or from the introduction of new vaccines. This project is a powerful and cost-effective tool for the ongoing evaluation of vaccine safety. We will include links to VAERS and additional information about the Vaccine Safety Data Link and other vaccine safety resources on our Updates and Resources webpage.
We would like to present another case study that addresses issues that we have discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage. Today's second case study is Aiden. Aiden is a 20-month-old and is an established patient in your practice. Aiden received MMR number 1, varicella number 1, DTaP number 4, Hib number 4, PCV number 4, and hepatitis A number 1 at 14 months of age. Aiden's mother reports that he developed a temperature of 101 degrees for 2 days, about 9 days after the vaccines. He had no other symptoms and did not require medical attention. At 17 months of age, Aiden was diagnosed with a neuropathy that caused weakness of his left leg. He was treated with a 2-week course of prednisone and ibuprofen. 3 months later, he still has residual weakness of his left leg. He has no other medical problems. Here are the questions about Aiden. Was the fever 9 days after his last vaccinations caused by the vaccines? If so, which vaccine was responsible? Was the neuropathy caused by the vaccines? Should the fever and/or the neuropathy be reported to VAERS? If you are viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We will return in a moment to discuss it with you. The Aiden case study is a situation we hear about often. A person receives a vaccine, then a medical event occurs. The provider is uncertain about whether the vaccine caused the adverse reaction and what should be done about it. Here is the first question about Aiden. Aiden had a fever about 9 days after he received multiple vaccines. Was the fever caused by the vaccines? Well, Possibly. Fever is not common but can occur after almost any vaccine. If so, which vaccine was responsible? In this case, the fever was most likely caused by the measles component of MMR. MMR and varicella vaccines can cause fever 7 to 10 days after vaccination. The timing of the fever relative to the vaccine gives us a hint about which vaccine might be the cause. Fever after live vaccines occurs after an incubation period of the virus. Fever following inactivated vaccines usually occurs within 48 hours of vaccination. Here is the next question about Aiden. Was the neuropathy caused by the vaccines? Well, it's hard to say if the neuropathy was caused by the vaccine. Neuropathy of the leg has not been reported after vaccination. Brachial neuropathy has been reported after tetanus-containing vaccine, but is rare. Also, the neuropathy occurred 3 months after his last vaccines, which also makes vaccination less likely to be the cause of the symptoms. And here's the last question about Aiden. Should the fever and/or the neuropathy be reported to VAERS? It is not necessary to report the fever to VAERS. Fever is a recognized adverse event following MMR and varicella vaccines. However, the neuropathy definitely should be reported to VAERS. The main purpose of VAERS is to identify what are known as signals, clusters of cases of previously unidentified adverse reactions that should be reported. The neuropathy may or may not be related to the vaccine, but you don't need to know for sure. When in doubt, send in a VAERS report.
When in doubt, send in a report. Excellent thing to take away message from this. Good chance right now to talk about a few of the frequently asked questions that we get regarding the content that we've heard up to this point. And we have several, and these are real questions. We don't make these things up. These are actually questions that have come to us at various times, mainly through NIP Info. The first question I'll direct to Andrew. We've talked about this now a couple of times today. Why is it, it seems counterintuitive, why is it that blood products, transfusions, whatever, do not affect zoster vaccine? They affect varicella vaccine. Why is zoster not included in the same group?
Well, zoster is a great question. Zoster is very different from other live zoster vaccines, very different from other live vaccines because it's being given to people that already have varicella antibodies. They've already had natural chickenpox disease, so they've had varicella antibodies. So we don't expect that since the vaccine has a much larger quantity of virus, we don't expect that the virus to overcome the expected immunity in the recipient.
So in other words, it actually does affect the vaccine, just like it does varicella vaccine virus. But there's so much of it in there, it just it's possible for it to just overwhelm whatever antibody might actually be there. Is that the good way to think about it?
That's the way to think about it, I suppose.
And also we know from the clinical trials that the people who they gave the vaccine to, they'd all had chickenpox, and most of them responded very well to the vaccine. So very common question that we get. It's good to air that out. We'll probably talk about it again later in the series. Donna, here's a question about a similar one. If passive immunity interferes with live vaccines, then should live vaccines, rotavirus, MMR, varicella vaccines, be delayed if the mother is breastfeeding?
That's a good question. We receive it very often. You're really talking about two different things. Passive immunity, we're talking about Ig antibodies that are formed and passed on in maternal antibodies in the 6 to 8 weeks of the last part of the pregnancy. That's different than the antibodies that you get from breastfeeding, which are IgA antibodies. So it really will not interfere with the antibodies that you want to form after rotavirus, MMR, varicella. So there's no reason to delay vaccination if the mom is breastfeeding. Breastfeeding is excellent. We certainly recommend it. And there's even some data that shows that it might enhance the response to some of the vaccines. So moms should breastfeed and babies should be vaccinated on time.
We do get that question a lot. There's a major misconception that breastfeeding somehow enhances or extends or somehow improves passive immunity that a child gets, but in fact that really is not true in most cases. It's good for GI stuff, IgA, but generally not too good for adding any passive immunity. Here's a screening type question that we receive fairly often. Since we just talked about screening a minute ago, a lot of vaccines have gelatin in them. There's several kinds of gelatin questions we get, but one of the most common is how do you screen? How do you go about screening? We said that, well, it's not the egg perhaps in MMR or mumps vaccine, but it's the gelatin. How do we screen for gelatin allergy?
Well,
Andrew?
Another excellent question. Always start by asking your general screening questions when you have a patient that needs a vaccine. Does the child or this patient have an allergy to any foods or medications or vaccines? And then if you hear back that yes, the child or patient does have an allergy to gelatin, probe a little further, ask maybe if the child can eat Jell-O without any problem, because you really want to. Anaphylactic allergy is very, very rare, so you really want to try to elicit the history of the anaphylactic allergy if it exists. And only severe life-threatening anaphylactic allergy is a contraindication to receipt of vaccines that contain gelatin.
I think gelatin is actually, if you look in the excipient table, gelatin is actually included in a lot of vaccines. It's a stabilizer, I believe. They use it as a stabilizer. For sure, it's in MMR and varicella, and probably a lot of other ones too. And would you expect, what age would you expect a child to start to kind of be exposed to gelatin? When do babies start eating Jell-O?
Well, they may, excellent follow-up, they may start in the first year of life. A lot of parents do start giving semi-solid foods, after, 6 to 8 months, 9 months, 10 months. So it is very possible that a parent will know before you need to give these vaccines that usually aren't given before 12 months of age. So it is an important thing to do and an important thing to ask about.
So most kids, you can pretty much guess that most kids, by the time they get to their MMR, have been exposed to Jell-O, and if they haven't been to the hospital because of anaphylaxis at that point, it's probably safe to go right ahead. Good thing. Okay, here's a not exactly related, but here's a similar question we get a fair amount, is if someone has, we talk about not revaccinating, but what if somebody has had a major traumatic injury and had a lot of blood loss and required a lot of transfusions? Is a major blood loss event, a transplant or a car crash, is that something that would ever require vaccination? Donna, you think?
No, that's not a reason to revaccinate, because they haven't lost their immune memory. They may have lost a lot of blood, but they haven't lost their immune memory because it's primarily housed in the bone marrow. So unless someone has had their bone marrow wiped out, with drugs or with radiation, like for a bone marrow transplant, then they still have their immune memory, and it will kick in if they're exposed to the antigens. So only with something like bone marrow transplant do we say that you have to revaccinate, and then as mentioned earlier in the program, there are recommendations for the timing of that.
I think one of the most common questions we get in that regard has to do with people who've gotten chemo or even transplants of solid organs. We get a lot of those questions about people wanting to reapply. Somebody's gotten a case, has been immunosuppressed because of chemotherapy for a transplant, for an organ transplant, liver, heart, and they want to revaccinate them, but also that same situation. They haven't lost their bone marrow, so they're not likely to do it. They don't need to be revaccinated. One more having to do with contraindications and precautions. Andrew, you're getting the zoster questions today. Shingles and zoster. We get tons of questions about that. Is shingles a reason not to give zoster vaccine? Can you give zoster vaccine after a case of shingles, and if so, when?
Yeah, in the context of the topics that we're discussing today, the concern is precautions and contraindications. Is someone that has recently had a case of zoster disease, can they receive zoster vaccine thereafter? And so think of it in those terms. If a person is not acutely ill, then yes, they can receive a dose of this vaccine. And there's a lot of other issues with zoster vaccine that will be discussed in the zoster session of the course.
A lot more questions. That's a very, very common set of questions we get, and there's a lot of issues to it. Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Andrew. And we'll have time for questions later. Appropriate vaccine administration is critical for optimum vaccine effectiveness. The recommended site, route, and dosage for each vaccine is based on clinical trials, practical experience, and theoretical considerations. Vaccines may not protect your patient if they are administered incorrectly. If the wrong site or needle length is used to administer a vaccine, there may be an increased risk of a local adverse reaction. So an education plan that includes competency-based training on vaccine administration should be considered for everyone who administers vaccines. Delivering vaccine into the appropriate tissue promotes optimal antibody response to the vaccine and reduces the risk of a local adverse reaction. So let's talk about route, site, and needle length. Subcutaneous injections are administered into the fatty tissue found below the dermis and above the muscle tissue. Subcutaneous tissue is present in most areas of the body. The usual subcutaneous sites for vaccine administration are the thigh and the upper outer triceps area of the arm. The upper outer triceps area can be used to administer subcutaneous injections to infants. The recommended needle size for subcutaneous injection in all age groups is a 23 to 25 gauge 5/8 inch needle. A longer needle could penetrate the muscle, particularly if given at an incorrect angle. To avoid reaching the muscle, the fatty tissue is pinched up and the needle is inserted at a 45-degree angle. A more perpendicular approach is used for intramuscular injection. The majority of vaccines administered by injection are given by the intramuscular route. Incorrect intramuscular technique can reduce vaccine effectiveness and increase local adverse reactions, so proper technique is critical. Intramuscular injections are administered into the muscle tissue below the dermis and subcutaneous tissue. The amount of overlying subcutaneous tissue depends on the person and the site. Although there are several IM injection sites on the body, the routinely recommended IM sites for vaccine administration are the vastus lateralis muscle in the anterolateral thigh and the deltoid muscle in the upper arm. Injection at these sites reduces the chance of involving neural or vascular structures. The site depends on the age of the person and the degree of muscle development. The deltoid muscle is most commonly used in older children and adults. The deltoid muscle can be used in toddlers if the muscle mass is adequate. It is important to use anatomical landmarks to locate the sites so the injection is given into the center of the muscle. The gluteus should not be used as a site to administer vaccines. Injection in the gluteus risks injection into fat or damage to nerve tissue. A 23 to 25 gauge needle is recommended for intramuscular injections. The needle length must be adequate to reach the muscle and is based on the size of the individual. A 5/8 inch needle may be considered for newborns in the first 28 days of life and for premature infants. The recommended needle length for an infant is generally 1 inch. The recommended needle length for an older child can range from 5/8 to 1 1/4 inch, depending on the injection site, the size of the muscle, and the thickness of the fatty tissue at the injection site. A 5/8 inch needle is adequate only for the deltoid muscle and only if the skin is stretched flat between the thumb and forefinger and the needle is inserted at a 90-degree angle to the skin. A longer needle should be used for the anterolateral thigh. For adolescents and adults, the deltoid muscle is the routinely recommended site, although the anterolateral thigh can be used. The needle length generally ranges from 1 inch to 1 1/2 inches depending on the person's sex, weight, the size of the muscle, and the amount of fatty tissue at the injection site, and the technique used. You know, this can all seem really complicated. Fortunately, there's a table in the General Recommendations on Immunization, that would be Table 7, that lays all this out. It's yet another reason to get a copy of the General Recommendations and read it. To avoid injection into subcutaneous tissue, the skin of the selected site can be spread taut between the thumb and forefinger, isolating the muscle. Another technique, acceptable mostly for pediatric and geriatric patients, is to grasp the tissue and bunch up the muscle. The needle should be fully inserted into the muscle at a 90-degree angle. Remember, injection technique is the most important parameter to ensure efficient intramuscular vaccine delivery. This is a list of vaccines that should be administered by the subcutaneous route. Vaccines given sub-Q include Japanese encephalitis, measles, mumps, and rubella-containing vaccines, either as trivalent vaccine or in combination with varicella vaccine, meningococcal polysaccharide, varicella, zoster, and yellow fever. This is a list of vaccines that should be administered by the intramuscular route. Vaccines given IM include anthrax, any product containing diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis, Haemophilus influenza type B, hepatitis A, hepatitis B, inactivated influenza, pneumococcal and meningococcal conjugate, rabies, and typhoid VI vaccines. 2 vaccines, inactivated polio and pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccines, can be administered by either the subcutaneous route or the intramuscular route. For these 2 vaccines, neither the vaccine manufacturer nor the ACIP recommends one route or the other. With IPV and pneumococcal polysaccharide, the clinician can choose the route. For all other vaccines, the manufacturer's recommended route should be used. There are a few other issues related to vaccine administration that seem to generate a lot of questions, and Andrew will review these. Andrew.
Other important vaccine administration issues include infection control, sites for simultaneous administration, and latex allergy. Hand hygiene is recommended between each patient. When working at a site where it is not feasible to wash your hands before each patient, an alcohol-based waterless antiseptic can be used between patients and in situations where your hands become soiled. Gloves are not required by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, or OSHA, for vaccine administration unless there is the potential for exposure to blood or body fluids, the person administering the injection has open lesions on the hands, or it is an agency policy. Just remember, gloves cannot prevent a needle stick injury. You should never ever detach, recap, or cut a used needle before disposal. All used syringe and needle devices should be placed in a puncture-proof container to prevent needle sticks and reuse. Used injection equipment should be disposed of as infectious medical waste. Safety needles or needle-free injection devices also can reduce the risk for injury and should be used whenever available. Here are a few more points about vaccine administration. It is not necessary to change needles between drawing or reconstituting vaccine and administration unless the needle is contaminated or bent. Use a new syringe and needle to draw up each vaccine to be administered. When administering multiple vaccines, never mix vaccines in the same syringe unless they are approved for mixing by the Food and Drug Administration, and no attempt should ever be made to transfer vaccine from one syringe to another. Vaccines approved for mixing will be packaged together or indicated in the package insert. If more than one vaccine is to be administered in the same limb, the injection sites should be separated by at least 1 inch if possible. This separation allows any local reactions to be differentiated. Vaccines that contain tetanus and diphtheria toxoids may cause more soreness than other vaccines, so you may want to give this vaccine alone or in the limb with a subcutaneous injection. We receive many questions about spacing of injections in a single limb. This spacing is a recommendation and not an absolute rule. Considering the number of injections needed at each visit in the first 2 years of life, there may be circumstances where separation of each site by 1 inch or more is not feasible. We are not aware of any evidence that less than 1 inch separation between injection sites reduces the effectiveness or safety of a vaccine. But you should try to put the most reactive vaccines, TD-containing vaccines, and pneumococcal conjugate vaccine into different limbs if you can. You should also develop a system so that everyone in your office administers the same vaccine into the same anatomic location. This way, if a local adverse reaction occurs, anyone can easily determine which vaccine is most likely to be responsible. A standardized vaccine administration map can help you do this. Here's an example of such a map. It suggests the anatomic area for each injection. This version was provided to us by the Michigan Department of Community Health and the Alliance for Immunization in Michigan. They have graciously allowed us to show it to you and to post it on the resources webpage. Please consider using this site map or one similar to standardize the vaccine administration procedures in your office. Aspiration is the process of pulling back on the plunger of the syringe prior to injection to ensure that the medication is not injected into a blood vessel. Aspiration is not required before administration of a vaccine. Although this practice is advocated by some experts, and most nurses are taught to aspirate before injection, there is no evidence that this procedure is necessary. There are no reports of any person being injured because of failure to aspirate. In addition, the veins and arteries within the reach of a needle in the anatomic areas recommended for vaccination are too small to allow an intravenous push of vaccine without blowing out the vessel. A 2007 study from Canada compared infants' pain response using slow injection, aspiration, and slow withdrawal with another group using rapid injection, no aspiration, and rapid withdrawal. Based on behavioral and visual pain scales, the group that received the vaccine rapidly without aspiration experienced less pain. No adverse events were reported with either vaccination technique. A link to the study results is included on the Program Resources webpage. We have been downplaying the need for aspiration since the issue was addressed in the 2002 edition of the General Recommendations on Immunization. We have been impressed with the passion with which some nurses, particularly nursing instructors, defend this procedure. But I will repeat that we consider aspiration an option or preference, not a requirement. If you prefer to aspirate and blood appears, the needle should be withdrawn, the dose discarded, and a new needle, syringe, and vaccine dose used to administer the injection at a different site. One way to avoid the need to discard an expensive dose of vaccine and possibly minimize the patient's pain is just not to aspirate in the first place. Many people, particularly healthcare personnel, claim to have latex allergies. Latex allergy is most often a contact-type allergy. There has only been one published report of an anaphylactic allergic reaction following vaccine administration in a patient with known severe allergy to latex. A person with an anaphylactic allergy to latex should not generally receive vaccines supplied in vials or syringes that contain natural rubber. Persons with latex allergies that are not anaphylactic, such as contact allergy to latex gloves, can receive vaccines supplied in vials or syringes that contain dry natural rubber or natural rubber latex. With the number of injections that we are giving in immunization practice today, both healthcare providers and parents are concerned about adequate pain control. Comfort measures and distraction techniques may help children cope with the discomfort associated with vaccination. Remember that pain is a subjective phenomenon influenced by multiple factors, including a person's age, anxiety level, previous healthcare experiences, and culture. A variety of measures ranging from topical anesthetics to diversionary techniques are discussed in the General Recommendations on Immunization. Another event to be aware of is fainting, referred to medically as syncope. This may have come to the attention of providers because most of our newest vaccines are recommended for adolescents. A CDC and FDA analysis of recent VAERS data indicates that females aged 11 to 18 years contributed most to an increase in the number of post-vaccination syncope reports. Although rare, serious injuries occurred. To reduce the risk of syncope and injury resulting from syncope, the ACIP recommends that providers strongly consider observing patients for 15 minutes after they are vaccinated. In fact, we recommend that you have adolescents and adults seated during vaccination and the observation period to decrease the risk of injury should they faint. Donna?
We would like to end our discussion of vaccine administration with a few words about non-standard vaccination practices and vaccine administration errors. We have become increasingly concerned about the growing number of questions we receive asking what to do when the wrong vaccine or the wrong vaccine dose has been administered or the wrong route was used. The first type of vaccine administration error is administration of the wrong formulation. Since the approval of Tdap and zoster vaccines, we have heard of several instances where the wrong vaccine was administered. When young children receive Tdap instead of DTaP, they do not receive adequate amounts of diphtheria toxoid and pertussis antigens. This can place a young infant who has not completed a primary series of DTaP at increased risk for pertussis. If an adolescent or adult receives DTaP instead of Tdap, they are at increased risk for an exaggerated local reaction because they have received excess diphtheria toxoid and pertussis antigens. Even more concerning is when we hear about a young toddler receiving zoster vaccine instead of varicella vaccine. This exposes the child to a dose of vaccine virus 14 to 15 times the prescribed dose. Another concern related to administering the correct vaccine is using the correct diluent with vaccines that require reconstitution. We frequently receive questions about the effectiveness of a vaccine when the wrong diluent has been used. Vaccine safety and efficacy data are based on using the prescribed diluent. Vaccine manufacturers and CDC do not test vaccine using the wrong diluent to find out what will happen. We almost always recommend that doses reconstituted with the wrong diluent be repeated. You must not only carefully check the label on the vaccines you administer, but also the diluent to ensure that the appropriate product is used. Remember, standard medication guidelines require that the medication label is checked at least 3 times before administration. Similarity in product names and packaging also increase the risk of medication errors. We suggest that you do not store products with similar names or packaging close to each other in the refrigerator or freezer. A third administration error we hear about is the wrong route of administration. Earlier, we discussed several factors involved in ensuring that a vaccine is injected into the correct tissue. The first step in this process is verifying the route that should be used for a particular vaccine. For example, a common error we are hearing about is inadvertent administration of meningococcal conjugate vaccine by the subcutaneous route. Meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine should be administered by the subcutaneous route, but the newer meningococcal conjugate vaccine should be administered by the intramuscular route. We also have received several reports in which purified protein derivative, or PPD, used for tuberculin skin testing and TD have been confused, resulting in intradermal administration of TD. Administration errors like these not only increase the risk of adverse reactions and suboptimal immune response, but they also diminish the trust and confidence that parents and patients have in their healthcare provider. Be sure that staff are adequately trained in standard vaccine administration practices and are oriented to the proper administration of new vaccine products. Remember, your patients are counting on you.
Donna and Andrew, as you know, we receive many questions about vaccine administration issues. One of the most common, Donna, I'll point this one at you, is when you administer vaccines, do you have to change gloves between patients?
Well, we do get that question often, Bill, and it's usually in line with a large clinic when you're like a big flu clinic when you're giving a lot of vaccines. The thing is that, you know, ACIP says you really only need to wear gloves, I'm sorry, if there's a risk of exposure to blood or body fluids, or if there's an open lesion, or if it's an agency policy. So if you do wear gloves, you still have the whole issue of hygiene, and so we would say yes, you need to wash your hands between patients, and if that means, you know, changing the gloves, then that's what you have to do. Okay.
Better maybe just not to wear gloves in the first place if you don't have to. Another very common question is partial doses. If a person, Andrew, if a patient moves his arm and somehow manages to dislodge the needle before the whole vaccine dose has gone in, do you have to repeat it? Do you repeat it then? What do you do?
Yeah, it's really a judgment call on the part of the healthcare provider. If a provider feels like that there was vaccine loss during the procedure, then this is counted as a partial dose, and the the vaccine must be repeated. General rule is if partial doses are given, they are invalid and you should repeat the dose.
One more quick one for Donna. Is there a risk for pregnant staff people to administer live virus vaccines?
No, a pregnant person can administer any live virus vaccine except smallpox vaccine. This question comes up a lot with rotavirus and influenza vaccine, like the LAIV vaccine, and there's no problem there. For one thing, the healthcare provider should have been vaccinated already against influenza if they're administering influenza vaccine, and that should not be an issue, and rotavirus is not a concern either. They most likely have antibodies to it.
Very helpful. Thank you very much, Andrew and Donna. Thank you. The success of efforts against vaccine-preventable diseases is attributable in part to proper storage and handling of vaccines. Exposure of vaccines to temperatures outside the recommended ranges can adversely affect their potency and reduce the protection they provide. Storage and handling errors can cost your practice thousands of dollars in wasted vaccine and revaccination. They can also result in the loss of patient confidence in your practice when repeat doses are required. Vaccines are fragile and must be kept at the temperatures recommended by the vaccine manufacturers at all times. It is better not to vaccinate than to administer a dose of vaccine that has been mishandled. Live vaccines can usually tolerate freezing temperatures. In fact, all vaccines that contain varicella virus must be stored in a continuously frozen state at the recommended freezer temperature until administration. MMR vaccine is usually stored in the refrigerator, but it can also tolerate freezing temperatures. Live attenuated influenza and rotavirus vaccines must be kept at refrigerator temperature. Live virus vaccines deteriorate rapidly after they're removed from storage. On the other hand, inactivated vaccines are damaged when exposed to freezing temperatures. Inactivated vaccines exposed to freezing temperatures should not be used. However, they can tolerate short times out of refrigeration, although potency can be adversely affected if left out too long. Vaccines must be stored properly from the time they're manufactured until they're administered to your patients. The cold chain begins with the manufacturer and continues with the transfer of vaccine to the distributor, transfer from the distributor to the provider's office, and administration to the patient. Proper storage temperatures must be maintained at every link in the chain. All healthcare providers who administer vaccines must evaluate their cold chain procedures to ensure that vaccine storage and handling guidelines are being followed. Each office should develop and maintain a detailed written storage and handling protocol. Assign storage and handling responsibilities to one person. Designate a backup person. And provide training on vaccine storage and handling. Vaccine storage units must be selected carefully and used properly. Refrigerators without freezers and standalone freezers are usually better at maintaining the required temperatures. However, a combination refrigerator-freezer unit sold for home use is acceptable for vaccine storage if the refrigerator and freezer compartments each have a separate external door. Any refrigerator or freezer used for vaccine storage must be able to maintain the required temperature range throughout the year. It must be large enough to hold the year's largest vaccine inventory and must be dedicated to the storage of biologics. Food and beverages should not be stored in vaccine storage units. Keeping food and beverages in the storage unit leads to frequent opening of the door, which leads to temperature instability. The CDC discourages the use of small, single-door or dorm-style refrigerators like this. This type of unit may be used for storing small quantities of inactivated vaccines or MMR, rotavirus, or live attenuated influenza vaccine, but only if the refrigerator compartment can maintain a constant temperature. It is impossible for the freezer compartment in this type of unit to maintain the required temperature range and must not be used to store varicella, MMRV, and zoster vaccines. Most vaccines require refrigerator storage temperatures of 35 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, with a desired average temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit or 5 degrees Celsius. Vaccines that are stored in the freezer must be kept at 5 degrees Fahrenheit, which is minus 15 degrees Celsius or colder. Both types of influenza vaccine, TIV inactivated vaccine and live attenuated influenza vaccine, must be stored in the refrigerator. LAIV no longer requires freezer storage. All vaccines that contain live varicella virus must be stored in the freezer at 5 degrees Fahrenheit or colder. This includes single antigen varicella vaccine, MMRV, and zoster vaccine. MMR may be stored in either the freezer or the refrigerator. If you're using both the refrigerator and freezer to store vaccines, be careful not to make the freezer so cold that the refrigerator temperature drops below the recommended temperature range. Andrew.
Proper temperature monitoring is key to proper cold chain management. Check the temperatures twice a day, once in the morning and once before you leave at the end of the workday. Post a temperature log like this on the door of the refrigerator or freezer and record the temperature readings twice daily. It is important to keep temperature logs for at least 3 years, unless state statutes or rules require a longer period. As the refrigerator or freezer ages, you can track recurring problems or identify how long problems have existed. While it is important to document the temperatures, documentation is not enough. Equally important is taking immediate action when the temperatures fall outside the recommended ranges. Remember, any mishandled or incorrectly stored vaccine should not be administered. It is especially important that inactivated vaccine that has been exposed to freezing temperature not be administered. If you discover that your refrigerated vaccine has been exposed to freezing temperature, even if the vaccines do not appear to have been frozen, you should segregate the exposed vaccine so it will not be used and contact the manufacturer or your state immunization program for advice. You should do the same thing if your freezer temperature rises above 5 degrees Fahrenheit during other than the normal defrost cycle. Both the refrigerator and freezer compartments should have their own thermometer. Here are some examples of thermometers that can be used, including BioSafe Liquid, Continuous Graphic, and Minimum Maximum. If you are using a continuous recording thermometer, even though it is recording the temperatures for you, it should still be checked twice each day to make sure the temperatures are in range. Thermometers are a critical part of good storage and handling practice. The CDC recommends using only certified calibrated thermometers for measuring vaccine storage unit temperatures. More information about these thermometers is available on the Updates and Resources webpage. To keep the refrigerator and freezer cold, the unit must be in good working condition and it must have power at all times. There are several things you can do to prevent problems. Your refrigerator should have a plug guard or a safety lock plug so that it cannot be inadvertently pulled out. You may want to install a temperature alarm to alert staff to after-hours emergencies, particularly if large vaccine inventories are maintained. Label the circuit breakers to alert janitors and electricians not to unplug the vaccine storage unit or turn the power off. You can do this by posting a warning sign like this at the plug on the refrigerator and at the circuit breaker box. You can help stabilize the temperature in the refrigerator by keeping containers of water inside. This liquid bulk helps keep the temperature stable, particularly when the refrigerator is being opened and closed all day. Remove the vegetable bins and shelf and put your water containers in their place, as you see here. The same principle applies to the freezer. Store extra cold packs or blue ice in the freezer. Not only will they help keep the temperature stable with frequent opening and closing of the door, they will also help keep the temperature stable in the event of a power failure. Providers should also never store vaccines in the door of the freezer or the refrigerator or in the vegetable bins. The temperatures in these areas are not stable. Use these areas to store liquid bulk and cold packs. We are frequently asked about storing biologic specimens, such as blood and urine, in the same storage unit as vaccine. We prefer that vaccines be kept in a dedicated storage unit, but we understand this is not possible in some offices. If you must store biologic specimens in the same unit as the vaccines, be sure the specimens are stored on a lower shelf than your vaccine supply. This is to assure that if a specimen leaks, your vaccine will not be contaminated. Donna?
Another common inquiry we receive concerns pre-filling or drawing up doses of vaccine before they are actually needed. We strongly discourage filling syringes in advance for a number of reasons. The most important reason to avoid this practice is that filling a syringe before it is needed increases the risk for administration errors. Once in the syringe, it is difficult to tell which vaccine is which. Pre-filling syringes also increases vaccine wastage. Unused syringes you have pre-filled should be discarded at the end of the clinic day. Finally, pre-filling syringes may result in bacterial growth in the vaccines that do not contain a preservative, such as vaccines supplied in single-dose vials. As an alternative to pre-filling syringes, consider using manufacturer-supplied pre-filled syringes for large immunization events, such as community influenza clinics. Syringes other than those filled by the manufacturer are designed for immediate administration and not for vaccine storage. However, if you have a reason to draw up more than one dose of vaccine, you should only pre-fill a few syringes at a time, which you will administer yourself. Any syringes of vaccine other than those filled by the manufacturer should be discarded at the end of the clinic day. Vaccine inventory control is a critical part of vaccine quality management. As part of inventory control, providers should conduct a monthly vaccine inventory to be sure they have enough to meet their needs. However, avoid stocking excessive vaccine supplies because this can lead to vaccine wastage when vaccines become outdated. Also include diluents in the stock control procedures and ensure adequate diluent supplies are available. Vaccines may only be reconstituted with the specified diluent. Diluents are not interchangeable except the sterile water used to reconstitute MMR, varicella, MMRV, and zoster vaccines. Providers should monitor the expiration date of their vaccines and diluent supplies and rotate stock to avoid waste from expiration. Expired vaccine and diluent should never be used. It is critical that every clinic have a written emergency vaccine retrieval and storage plan. The most important part of this plan is to identify a location with a backup generator where a provider can move their vaccine in the event of an emergency, such as an equipment failure or power outage. Consider contacting a local hospital, the Red Cross, or a long-term care facility as a backup site. Information to assist in developing a written plan is available on the CDC Vaccines and Immunization website. There are also useful storage and handling resources in an appendix of the course text, including temperature logs, vaccine storage requirements, and warning signs for your electrical plugs and breaker box. Other helpful tools are available from CDC. A vaccine storage and handling toolkit with detailed storage and handling guidelines, videos, forms, posters, and an interactive game is available on the Vaccines and Immunization website. This is the main page of the online toolkit. A CD version of the toolkit is included with this DVD set and is also available from our online catalog. Check the Updates and Resources webpage for information on how to order a copy for your office. In order for patients to be protected by vaccines, vaccines must be stored and handled with care. With a few simple steps and good practices to maintain proper vaccine storage and handling, we can ensure that the full benefit of immunization is realized.
Donna, could you comment on aging refrigerators and freezers? Is there a time that they should be arbitrarily replaced, or does CDC have a preference for, say, standalone units as opposed to combination units for households?
Well, the CDC requirement really is that the you know, as was mentioned earlier, that you've got external doors on the two different compartments if you're using a single unit that has freezer and refrigerator, that it can maintain the temperature year-round in each compartment, and that it can handle your largest amount of vaccine stock that you have in a year. Some states now do have tighter requirements than that, and frankly, because of problems that they've seen. I will say that if you're storing varicella vaccine, it's tough in a single unit to make sure that you've got the temperature that you need in the freezer without getting the vaccines in the refrigerator compartment too cold. So usually, you know, in that situation, standalones are better because then you don't have to worry about the temperature of one compartment affecting the other. If you do have a standalone, it's not only good, I mean, if you're using the one that has refrigerator and freezer, you not only should think about external doors, but the fact that they have separate thermostats for each compartment, and of course that you have certified calibrated thermometers in each compartment. As far as aging, you know, sometimes we're asked, we're not allowed to use a unit that's, you know, more than 10 years old. Well, the thing is, older units just may not maintain the temperature as well. But check with your state immunization program, especially if you're a VFC provider.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Andrew. In this segment, we will discuss diphtheria and tetanus. It will be brief because there aren't many pressing issues with either of these diseases. We will include a discussion of the use of diphtheria and tetanus toxoids later in the program. Diphtheria is not a disease you're likely to ever see. Although it is rare in the United States, it's not gone. Because of this, and because it's more common in other countries, you need to be aware of it. Diphtheria is caused by a bacterium called Corynebacterium diphtheriae. The bacteria infect mucous membranes, most commonly the nasopharynx. This leads to an exudative pharyngitis. Here's a picture of diphtheria involving the tonsils, the most common site of infection. The membrane is adherent to the tissue and is difficult to remove. The membrane may be so extensive it causes respiratory obstruction. As they grow, the bacteria produce a toxin that is absorbed into the bloodstream. The absorbed toxin causes most of the complications of diphtheria, such as myocarditis, which is inflammation of the heart, and neuritis, which leads to abnormal nerve conduction. Fewer than 5 cases of diphtheria have been reported each year in the U.S. since 1980. Only 28 cases were reported from 1990 through 2003, and no cases have been reported since 2003. 55% of cases reported since 1980 were among adults 25 years or older. But the lack of cases does not mean the organism is gone. The organism is probably still circulating in some areas of the United States. In 1996, several infections with Corynebacterium diphtheriae were documented among persons who had sore throats or ear infections. These infections occurred in a state where there had been a high incidence of diphtheria during the 1970s. Many physicians have never seen a known case of diphtheria. They may not even consider the diagnosis in a patient with membranous pharyngitis. Laboratories do not test for it unless a diphtheria culture is specifically requested. So the organism is probably still out there. We just don't see it because we're not looking hard enough. Diphtheria remains endemic in many other parts of the world and is estimated to result in 5,000 deaths globally per year. During the mid-1990s, there was a massive diphtheria epidemic in the countries of the former Soviet Union. This outbreak went on for years with more than 115,000 cases and 3,000 deaths reported in the Russian Federation alone. Most cases and deaths occurred among adults. Several years of intensive international efforts eventually controlled the outbreak in the countries of the former Soviet Union. However, outbreaks have occurred in many other countries in Asia and Africa. Could an outbreak happen here? It's possible. Estimates are that up to 40% of adults in the U.S. lack protective antibody for diphtheria. The message for you: make sure the adults in your care, especially international travelers, are up to date with their diphtheria boosters. Now, like diphtheria, tetanus is rare in the U.S., so our discussion of it will be brief. Tetanus is also an acute, often fatal disease caused by a toxin produced, in this case, by a bacterium called Clostridium tetani. The bacteria and their spores are found everywhere in the world that has dirt. We will never eradicate tetanus. Tetanus is a terrible disease. The toxin blocks the impulses in certain nerves, which leads to unopposed muscle contraction and spasm. This is a photograph of a man with tetanus. This posture is typical of generalized tetanus. It's caused by massive spasm of the hamstring, gluteus, and paraspinal muscles. This newborn has neonatal tetanus. Because the mother was never vaccinated, she had no tetanus antibody to transfer during gestation, so the infant was born without passive protection. Newborns are usually infected as a result of unsanitary birthing practices. The complications of tetanus include spasms of the respiratory muscles, which can lead to respiratory arrest. Muscle spasms can be so severe they break bones. 1 out of every 4 persons who develops tetanus dies. There are now fewer than 40 cases of tetanus reported per year in the United States. Only 27 cases were reported in 2005 and 41 in 2006. The disease occurs almost exclusively among adults. Neonatal tetanus is rare in the United States, but is estimated to kill more than 250,000 newborns throughout the world every year. Tetanus is unique among vaccine-preventable diseases because it's not contagious from person to person. Tetanus can only occur when the bacteria or their spores, which are in the environment, are introduced into the tissue of a susceptible person. So, most cases are associated with injuries or wounds of some kind. This graphic shows the injuries and conditions reported in persons with tetanus in the United States from 1998 through 2000. Those are the last years for which we have compiled data. Wounds like punctures, lacerations, and abrasions accounted for 2/3 of the cases. Puncture wounds included stepping on a nail, splinters, injury from barbed wire, a tattoo, and a spider bite. Chronic wounds, such as abscesses and ulcers, accounted for 11% of cases. 15% of tetanus cases occurred among injection drug users, about 1/3 or 5% of whom had no other known risk factor or injury. 12% of cases occurred among persons with diabetes. There was 1 case of neonatal tetanus reported. The child's mother was unvaccinated because of a personal objection to vaccination. The infant's umbilical stump was treated with bentonite clay at home, which is how the tetanus spores were probably introduced. Fortunately, the child survived. Tetanus and diphtheria are both caused by toxins, so immunity requires antibodies against the toxin. Antibodies against the bacteria themselves are not necessary. So the vaccine for both diphtheria and tetanus consists of formalin inactivated toxin, known as a toxoid. We will talk more about tetanus and diphtheria toxoid later in the program.
Pertussis, or whooping cough, is a disease that causes us great frustration. Despite a very high coverage level for pertussis vaccine among children, the number of cases reported in 2004 and 2005 was the highest in almost 50 years. Use of pertussis vaccine among adolescents and adults may now be helping to reverse this trend. Pertussis is caused by the bacterium Bordetella pertussis. A vaccine has been available since the 1940s and has largely controlled pertussis in developed countries. But pertussis still takes a huge toll worldwide, with an estimated 294,000 deaths in 2002. Bordetella pertussis is a gram-negative bacillus that produces multiple antigenic and biologically active components. The best characterized and probably most important components are pertussis toxin, PT, and filamentous hemagglutinin, FHA. These two components, as well as others, play a role in the pathogenesis of the disease, but not all of them are important for immunity to pertussis. One of the problems with pertussis has been the complexity of the organism and an incomplete understanding of the disease process and immunity. Years of research have allowed investigators to be reasonably certain which of the multiple antigenic products are most important for the immunity to the disease. These discoveries led to the development of improved vaccines. Pertussis is almost exclusively a respiratory disease. Lung infection leads to tissue damage. This damage may cause a decrease in pulmonary function, which leads to pooling of secretions and the characteristic cough. The incubation period of pertussis is relatively short. It is usually 5 to 10 days, but can be as long as 21 days. Initial symptoms are similar to a viral upper respiratory tract infection with insidious onset of a nonspecific cough. Fever is usually minimal throughout the course of the illness. The first stage of pertussis is known as the catarrhal stage and lasts 1 to 2 weeks. The cough gradually worsens, and the patient enters the paroxysmal cough stage, in which the typical severe episodes of coughing occur. The paroxysmal stage may last from 1 to 6 weeks. The cough then slowly subsides, and convalescence may take weeks to months. The characteristic whoop of pertussis is the result of a strong inspiratory effort against a closed glottis. The sound of a whoop and the misery of a child with full-blown pertussis is something you do not quickly forget once you have seen it. Here is a videotape of a child in the paroxysmal stage in case you have not seen or heard it before. These paroxysms of coughing may occur up to 30 times a day and may be severe enough to cause cyanosis. A paroxysm of coughing typically ends with vomiting, and the child usually looks exhausted. Between attacks, the patient may not look very ill and is usually comfortable. Pertussis is not just a childhood disease, as was believed in the past. Pertussis is a common cause of cough illness in adolescents and adults. Pertussis among adolescents and adults is often milder than in infants and children. The infection may be asymptomatic or may present as classic pertussis with paroxysmal cough or a whoop. Pertussis may not be considered by the person's clinician. Adolescents and adults with pertussis are often the source of infection for susceptible infants and children. This graphic summarizes complications of reported pertussis in 2001 through 2003. Because pertussis is predominantly a respiratory disease, the most frequent complication is pneumonia. This complication occurred in 4.9% of reported cases. Other complications included seizures in about 0.7% and encephalopathy in 0.1%, or once per 1,000 reported cases. The cause of encephalopathy is not known with certainty. Some experts think it is due to hypoxia. Others believe a toxin may be involved. About 16% of reported cases require hospitalization. Death is reported in 0.2%, or 2 per 1,000 cases, and is usually due to pneumonia. The frequency of complications of pertussis varies inversely with age. The most severe disease and complications are reported among infants and young children. From 2004 through 2006, 82 pertussis-related deaths were reported to CDC. 27 in 2004, 39 in 2005, and 16 in 2006. Of these 82 pertussis-related deaths, 69 or 84% were infants younger than 3 months of age. In contrast, this age group accounts for less than 10% of reported cases. Pertussis is one of a few bacterial infections for which antibiotic treatment has little effect on the course of the illness. Treatment lessens the severity of pertussis if given early in the disease, before the cough is well established. However, this is usually before the illness is recognized as pertussis. CDC published guidelines for the treatment and post-exposure prophylaxis of pertussis in MMWR in December 2005. A discussion of this issue is beyond the scope of this program, but we will include a link to the guidelines on the Updates and Resources webpage. Donna?
The epidemiology of pertussis is complicated because of its high infectivity and atypical presentation in older children and adults. Humans are the only reservoir for pertussis. Transmission is by direct contact with respiratory droplets from an infected person. Maximum communicability occurs in the catarrhal stage, when it seems like just a cold, before the characteristic cough develops. People may transmit the disease in the paroxysmal stage as well. Pertussis is very contagious. The secondary attack rate among household contacts is up to 90%, which means that a person with pertussis will infect almost every susceptible person in the house. This graph shows the number of reported cases of pertussis by year since 1940. Notice the scale of the vertical axis. 250,000 cases between 1940 and 1945, an average of 175,000 cases and 2,700 deaths from pertussis were reported each year. With the widespread use of pertussis vaccine in the late 1940s, the number of reported cases began to drop, although not as rapidly as with some other diseases. Notice that cyclic peaks occurred every 2 to 5 years, even as the incidence was falling. This graph shows the number of reported cases by year since 1980. Notice that we are using a totally different scale on the vertical axis. The top is 30,000, not 250,000 like the last graph. The cyclic peaks continue to occur. Notice the peaks in 1985, 90, 93, and 2004 to 2005. A total of 25,827 cases was reported in 2004, the highest annual total since 1959. More than 25,000 cases were also reported in 2005. Reported cases declined to 10,600 in 2007. The provisional total for 2008 is about 9,500 cases. Pertussis vaccination rates have increased substantially since 1996. So why is pertussis still around? The answer to this question may be in who is being reported with pertussis. This stacked bar graph shows the number of pertussis cases reported by age group and year since 1990. Children younger than 11 years are shown in red. Cases among adolescents 11 through 18 years of age in blue and adults 19 and older are in gold. If you look at the far left part of the graphic, it shows that in the early 1990s, most cases were reported among children. Most of the bar is red. The bars representing adolescents and adults are very narrow. Contrast this to the far right side of the graph. The number of cases reported among children has increased slightly, but the number of cases reported among adolescents and adults has increased significantly. In 2007, more than 5,000 pertussis cases were reported in adolescents and adults, accounting for almost 55% of all reported cases. Although persons 11 years and older accounted for the largest proportion of cases, infants had the highest rates of pertussis by far. In 2006, the rate among infants younger than 1 year of age, shown in the far left bar on this graphic, was 49 per 100,000 population. This rate is more than 4 times higher than the rate among persons 5 to 14 years of age and more than 20 times higher than for persons 25 years and older. The number and proportion of reported pertussis cases among adolescents and adults increased significantly since the late 1990s. This increase could be partly due to changes made in the surveillance definition of pertussis. It could also be due to increased recognition and diagnosis of pertussis among older age groups. One factor that may be contributing to the rise in pertussis among older children and adults is waning vaccine-induced immunity. Protection declines as you get further away from the time you had your last dose. After 5 to 10 years, vaccine-induced immunity is probably minimal. At this point, even vaccinated persons may become infected and develop mild or undiagnosed disease, which could then be transmitted to incompletely vaccinated infants. So, has there been a true rise in pertussis in the last decade? Yes, probably. This rise may be due in part to better surveillance. Waning immunity among adolescents and adults probably contributes as well. 2 pertussis vaccines approved in 2005 for adolescents and adults provide us with a new tool to help prevent pertussis in older age groups, which may help prevent infection in very young infants. Yabo?
Thanks, Donna. We're going to discuss pertussis vaccines in 2 parts. First, we'll discuss vaccines for children. Then we'll discuss pertussis vaccination of adolescents and adults. Pertussis vaccines have a much longer history than most vaccines we use today. The development of pertussis vaccines began in 1906 when Bordetella pertussis was first grown on artificial media. The first crude pertussis vaccines were attempted about the time of the First World War. Pertussis vaccines made from a suspension of formalin inactivated Bordetella pertussis cells and combined diphtheria and tetanus toxoids became available in the mid-1940s. More purified pertussis vaccines were developed in the 1990s. These vaccines are called acellular since they do not contain whole pertussis cells. Only acellular pertussis vaccines are available in the United States. Adolescent and adult formulations of acellular pertussis vaccine were first approved for use in the United States in 2005. With the licensure of pertussis-containing vaccines for adolescents and adults, the nomenclature for these vaccines has gotten more confusing. We need to be careful when discussing these vaccines to be clear on which product we're talking about. You'll also need to be very careful in order to avoid administration errors. DTaP vaccine, Big D, Big T, little a, Big P is the pediatric formulation. DTaP is approved for children 6 weeks through 6 years of age, that is, up to the 7th birthday. DTaP should not be administered to anyone 7 years or older. DTaP contains the same amount of diphtheria and tetanus toxoid as pediatric DT vaccine. Tdap vaccine, Big T, little d, little a, little p, is the acellular pertussis vaccine for adolescents and adults. The Big T and little d should help remind you that these are vaccines for older persons, like adult TD. There are 2 brands available that have slightly different approved age indications. One vaccine is approved for persons 10 through 64 years. The other is approved for persons 11 through 64 years. Both these vaccines have less diphtheria toxoid and acellular pertussis antigen than pediatric DTaP vaccines. These vaccines should not be used for anyone younger than 10 or 11 years, depending on the brand. We will discuss Tdap vaccines in more detail a little later. Acellular pertussis vaccines are available only as combined DTaP for children 6 weeks through 6 years of age and as combined Tdap for persons 10 through 64 years of age. Single antigen acellular pertussis vaccine is not available in the United States. No pertussis-containing vaccine distributed in the U.S. contains thimerosal as a preservative. There are currently 3 pediatric DTaP products available in the United States. Tripedia, produced by Sanofi Pasteur, Infanrix, produced by GlaxoSmithKline, and Daptocel, also produced by Sanofi Pasteur. All 3 brands are licensed for all 5 doses of the DTaP series. These vaccines are also included in combination products, which we'll discuss a little later. It is important to realize that these vaccines are different, even though they share some similarities. They contain a different number of antigens in different concentrations. The antigens are manufactured and combined in different ways. Here's a table that illustrates this. It lists the vaccines and the quantity of each antigen they contain in micrograms. Tripedia contains 2 components, pertussis toxin, or PT, and filamentous hemagglutinin, or FHA, in equal amounts. Infanrix contains 3 antigens, mostly PT and FHA, and a small amount of Protactin. Daptocel contains less PT, FHA, and Protactin than the other 2 vaccines, but contains an additional antigen called the Fimbria antigen. These vaccines have been studied in either blinded cohort studies or in case control studies. All 3 vaccines have an estimated 3-dose vaccine efficacy of 80 to 85% against typical pertussis disease. Although the vaccines contain a different number and amount of pertussis antigen, there is no clear evidence that one is significantly more effective than the others. As a result, neither ACIP nor AAP has stated a preference for one of these vaccines. There are few data on the interchangeability of the 3 pediatric DTaP vaccines. ACIP recommends that whenever feasible, the same DTaP vaccine should be used for all doses of the series. But if the brand of vaccine used for the earlier doses is not known or not available, then any brand may be used to complete the series. Use the same vaccine for all doses of the series if you can, but do not hesitate to administer a different brand if the brand used for earlier doses is not available or the brand is not known. The most current ACIP statement for DTaP was published in 1997. We have a link to the document on the resources webpage. We'll now discuss these recommendations, beginning with the schedule. DTaP vaccine is recommended for all infants and children without contraindications. We will discuss contraindications to vaccination in a few minutes. A primary series in infancy is 4 doses, beginning at about 2 months of age. The first 3 doses are usually separated by 2 months. The 4th dose should follow the 3rd by at least 6 months and should be given at 15 to 18 months of age. If an accelerated schedule is needed, the 1st dose can be given at 6 weeks of age, with the 2nd and 3rd doses given at 4-week intervals. DTaP can and should be given simultaneously with all other childhood vaccines, using a separate syringe and in a different anatomic site. We receive many questions about the appropriate age for the 4th dose of DTaP. ACIP recommends that the 4th dose of DTaP be administered at 15 through 18 months of age. But the ACIP states that the 4th dose may be given earlier than 15 months in certain circumstances. Specifically, the 4th dose of any DTaP vaccine may be given earlier than 15 months of age if the child is at least 12 months of age and it has been at least 6 months since the 3rd dose of pertussis vaccine, and in your opinion the child is unlikely to return for an additional visit at 15 to 18 months of age. The 4th dose of the DTaP series should not be administered prior to the 1st birthday. Also, the minimum interval between the 3rd and 4th doses is 6 months. The 4th dose of the series should not be given less than 6 months after the 3rd dose, even if the child is 1 year old. A 5th dose of DTaP at 4 through 6 years of age is recommended when the 4th dose is given before age 4 years. This final dose in the DTaP series should be administered no earlier than the 4th birthday and at least 6 months after the previous dose. You will encounter children who have received all 5 doses of DTaP prior to the 4th birthday. A booster dose of pertussis vaccine prior to school entry is important to maintain pertussis immunity through the school years. We recommend that children who receive the 5th dose prior to 4 years of age receive an additional dose of DTaP after age 4 and at least 6 months after the previous dose. Andrew?
Some children receive pediatric DT rather than DTaP. This could occur because of a true contraindication to pertussis-containing vaccine or because of a parent's request. No matter what the reason may be, the DT schedule depends upon the age that the child receives the 1st dose of DT or DTaP vaccine. If the child received the 1st dose of DT or DTaP at younger than 1 year of age, a total of 4 doses of DT-containing vaccine completes the series. 3 doses are given at 4 to 8 week intervals, with the 4th dose 6 to 12 months after the 3rd dose. Children who receive the first dose of DT or DTaP at 1 year of age or older should receive a total of 3 doses to complete the DT series. The first 2 doses should be separated by at least 4 weeks. The third dose should be administered 6 to 12 months after the second dose. A 4th or 5th dose at school entry is not necessary if pertussis vaccine is not being administered. The first routine booster dose of TD or Tdap would be given at 11 to 12 years of age. The reason that 4 doses are recommended if the first dose was administered prior to a year of age is to ensure that there will be no interference with the response to DT antigens from maternal antibodies. This recommendation can be found in the 1991 ACIP statement on wholesale DTP vaccine. There are occasional misguided parents who do not want their child to receive pertussis vaccine. So the series is started with pediatric DT. Some parents then change their mind and want pertussis vaccine, most often because of a pertussis outbreak in the community. Since no single antigen pertussis vaccine is available in the United States, DTaP must be given. Since a minimum of 3 doses of pertussis-containing vaccine are needed to provide protection, there may be concern that the child will receive too many doses of tetanus and diphtheria toxoid. For example, a child who has received 4 doses of DT will need 3 doses of DTaP for a total of 7 doses of diphtheria and tetanus toxoid. Since at least 1991, the ACIP has recommended no more than 6 doses of tetanus and diphtheria toxoid before age 7 years, the so-called 6 before 7 rule. The 6 before 7 rule is general guidance, not an absolute requirement. It is intended to reduce the frequency of local reactions, which occur more often with increasing doses of tetanus and diphtheria toxoid. If you get into a situation where a child may need more than 6 doses of DT-containing vaccine before age 7, you should be sure the parents are aware of an increased risk of local reactions with increasing doses and agree that the benefit of pertussis immunity outweighs the risk and discomfort of a local reaction. There are 4 combination vaccines currently available that include DTaP. Trihibit, produced by Sanofi Pasteur, contains DTaP and Hib. This vaccine is currently licensed only for the 4th dose of the DTaP and Hib series. It is not currently licensed for the first 3 doses. It may also be used as the booster or final dose following a series of single antigen Hib vaccine or following Comvax, the combination hepatitis B Hib vaccine. The second combination vaccine that contains DTaP is Pediarix, which is produced by GlaxoSmithKline. This product contains DTaP, inactivated polio, and hepatitis B vaccines. The DTaP component is Infinrix, and the hepatitis B component is Engerix B. Pediarix is approved for the first 3 doses only of the DTaP and IPV series, which are usually given at about 2, 4, and 6 months of age. It is not approved for booster doses of the DTaP series, that is, the 4th or 5th doses. The minimum age for the first dose of Pediarix is 6 weeks, so it cannot be used for the birth dose of the hepatitis B series. Pediarix is also not approved for use in infants born to women who are hepatitis B surface antigen positive or whose hepatitis B status is not known. However, in 2003, ACIP recommended that Pediarix could be used to complete the series for high-risk infants as well as all other infants. We will discuss this issue again when we talk about hepatitis B vaccines. An important thing to remember about Pediarix, and all other combination vaccines for that matter, is that the minimum interval between doses is dictated by the single antigen with the longest minimum interval. So the minimum intervals for Pediarix are determined by the hepatitis B component. The minimum interval between the first 2 doses of Pediarix is 4 weeks, the same as for hepatitis B. The 3rd dose must be administered at least 8 weeks after the 2nd dose and should follow the first dose by at least 16 weeks. For the hepatitis B component to be counted as valid, the 3rd dose of Pediarix must be given on or after 24 weeks of age. The 3rd combination vaccine that contains DTaP is Kinrix, produced by GlaxoSmithKline. Kinrix contains DTaP and inactivated polio vaccine. Kinrix is licensed only for the 5th dose of DTaP and the 4th dose of IPV for children 4 through 6 years of age. Kinrix should not be used for earlier doses in the DTaP or IPV series or for children younger than 4 years of age. The 4th combination vaccine that contains DTaP is Pentacel, produced by Sanofi Pasteur. The vaccine contains lyophilized ActHib that is reconstituted with a liquid DTaP IPV solution. Pentacel is approved by FDA for doses 1 through 4 of the DTaP series among children 6 weeks through 4 years of age. Pentacel should not be used for the 5th dose of the DTaP series or for children 5 years or older. As we discussed earlier, for Pediarix, the minimum intervals for a combination vaccine are determined by the component with the longest minimum intervals. In the case of Pentacel, the DTaP component determines the minimum interval between doses. As for DTaP, the first 3 doses must be separated by at least 4 weeks. The 4th dose must be separated from the 3rd by at least 6 calendar months and not administered before 12 months of age. Pentacel is the 2nd combination vaccine in which a lyophilized component, Hib, is reconstituted with another vaccine. This has led to many vaccine administration errors. Careless clinicians may administer the DTaP IPV component without using it to reconstitute the Hib component. The DTaP IPV doses can be counted as valid when this happens, but the stage is set for another vaccine administration error. When the DTaP IPV component is administered alone, a dose of Hib remains for which the clinician does not have diluent. Unfortunately, we have heard that many clinicians have used any available diluent to reconstitute the Hib dose. Often, sterile water diluent for MMR or varicella has been used. Hib vaccine reconstituted with any diluent except Sanofi's 0.4% sodium chloride ActHib diluent or Pentacel DTaP IPV solution is not valid and must be repeated. Please keep the DTaP IPV solution and the ActHib vials together in the original Pentacel carton. And please instruct your staff to never use one component without using the other. Donna.
In addition to the usual ones, DTaP vaccines have several unique contraindications and precautions. A severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication to DTaP, pediatric DT, adult TD, and every other vaccine. Encephalopathy within 7 days of administration of pertussis vaccine that is not attributable to another identifiable cause is a contraindication to further doses of pertussis-containing vaccine. This contraindication is a remnant from the wholesale pertussis days. Encephalopathy has not been associated with acellular vaccines. Here are the precautions for DTaP. As with all other vaccines, moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be deferred until the acute condition improves. If any of the next 4 events occur following pertussis vaccination, then additional doses generally should not be given. Temperature of 105 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, that is 40.5 degrees Celsius or higher, within 48 hours with no other identifiable cause. Collapse or shock-like state, also known as a hypotonic hyporesponsive episode, within 48 hours. Persistent inconsolable crying lasting 3 hours or more occurring within 48 hours, and convulsions with or without fever occurring within 3 days. All of these precautionary conditions have been reported following both wholesale and acellular pertussis vaccines. While they can be frightening, especially for the parents, they do not result in permanent injury or predict more severe reactions in the future. DTaP has not been associated with any permanent brain injury. If one of these reactions occurred following a dose of any type of pediatric DTaP, you would not usually give additional doses. The series would be completed with pediatric DT. But remember that precautions require your judgment. You need to determine if the benefit of pertussis vaccine outweighs the risk of a recurrence of the adverse reaction. If so, you may choose to give the vaccine. For example, one of your patients is a normal 6-month-old who had a fever of 105 the day after his second DTaP. Now there is a large community-wide pertussis outbreak going on. You may choose to vaccinate this child because the risk from disease exceeds the risk from vaccination. The desire to reduce adverse reactions resulting from wholesale pertussis vaccines was the driving force behind the development of acellular vaccines. As with other inactivated vaccines, the most common adverse reactions following DTaP and DT are local reactions such as swelling or redness. The more doses a person has received, the more likely they are to have a local reaction. 30 to 50% of children who receive a 4th or 5th dose of DTaP will report pain, redness, or swelling at the injection site. Low-grade fever is reported within 72 hours in 1 to 5% of children who receive DTaP. More severe systemic adverse reactions, such as fever of 105 or higher, persistent crying, and hypotonic hyporesponsive episodes are not common. These severe reactions are usually associated with pertussis vaccine and have been reported following DTaP. These reactions were more common after wholesale vaccine, which is no longer available in the U.S. Encephalopathy, which was a very rare adverse reaction to wholesale pertussis vaccines, has not been associated with acellular vaccine. Available data suggest an increase in the frequency and magnitude of local reactions with both the 4th and 5th doses compared to the first 3 doses. Here is an example. This graph shows the percentage of children reported with swelling, pain, or fever of 101 degrees Fahrenheit or higher following administration of Infanrix. The green bar represents reactions following the first dose, and the tan bar reactions following the 4th dose. Reports of these reactions were substantially higher following the 4th dose of the series. For instance, swelling at the site of injection, shown on the left side of the graphic, increased from 4% after the first dose to 35% following the 4th dose. The same pattern is seen for pain at the injection site and fever after vaccination. Although the data shown in the graph are for Infanrix, it appears that local reactions and fever are increased following the 4th and 5th doses of all brands of DTaP. In addition to these local reactions, there have also been reports of extensive limb swelling, known as ELS, after both the 4th and 5th doses. ELS has been reported in 2 to 6% of children receiving the 4th or 5th doses of DTaP. This reaction appears to be self-limited and resolves without sequelae. Parents should be informed of the increase in local reactions that has been reported following the 4th and 5th doses of DTaP. ACIP continues to recommend that a 5th dose of DTaP be administered before a child enters school. Because of the importance of this dose in protecting a child during school years, ACIP recommends that a history of extensive limb swelling after the 4th dose should not be considered a contraindication to receipt of a 5th dose at school entry. In summary, pertussis is a disease that affects persons of all ages in the United States. Adolescents and adults account for more than half of reported cases. Multiple pediatric DTaP vaccines are available in the United States, including combinations that also contain hepatitis B, Hib, and/or IPV vaccines. These vaccines are very effective for protecting infants and young children from pertussis. Pertussis-containing vaccine licensed for use among adolescents and adults are expected to reduce the risk of pertussis in these groups as well.
In this segment of the program, we're going to discuss pertussis vaccination of adolescents and adults. We will also discuss the use of tetanus and diphtheria toxoids, since TD will continue to be an important vaccine for older children and adults. Earlier in the program, we discussed the increase in reported pertussis cases since the mid-1990s. More than 25,000 pertussis cases were reported in 2005. More than two-thirds, almost 15,000 cases, were in adolescents or adults. And these were just the reported cases. Population-based studies estimate that more than 1 million symptomatic cases of pertussis occur each year among persons 11 years and older. The impact of pertussis among adolescents and adults is significant. Pertussis infection of an adolescent or adult can be asymptomatic, produce a mild cough illness, or can cause classic pertussis illness with severe cough and paroxysms. The illness can have a prolonged cough that can persist for 3 months or longer. Post-tussive vomiting may occur after a severe paroxysm of cough. Adolescents and adults often have multiple medical visits and may undergo extensive medical evaluation for the persistent cough before pertussis is even considered as the diagnosis. Complications of pertussis among adolescents and adults include pneumonia, rib fractures from violent coughing, pneumothorax, subconjunctival hemorrhage, and aspiration. The illness or complications may require hospitalization. The medical costs, missed school and work, and impact on the public health system all contribute to the personal and societal burden of pertussis among adolescents and adults. So, pertussis can be a serious illness for adolescents and adults. But this isn't the only reason we want to prevent it in these groups. Adolescents and adults with pertussis are a source of infection for others, in particular infants. In a study of infants with pertussis, an adult or adolescent with cough illness was the most likely source of infection for almost 80% of infants with a known source. Now, in case you still think pertussis in adolescents and adults is just a nuisance, have a look at this short video.
En pratique quotidienne, la coqueluche est une maladie infectieuse respiratoire qui se caractérise chez l'enfant par une toux particulièrement prolongée et pénible. Chez l'enfant, la toux d'abord banale devient rapidement évocatrice par la survenue de quintes. Ces quintes, qui surviennent de façon paroxystique, se traduisent par une succession de secousses spasmodiques de toux et aboutissent souvent à un vomissement ou une reprise inspiratoire bruyante semblable au chant du coq.
C'est épuisant, hein?
Oui.
Vaccination is the most effective strategy to reduce the burden of pertussis. Economic studies of the impact of pertussis among adolescents suggest that a vaccination program for adolescents and adults would be an effective strategy and is likely to be cost-effective as well. Protection from pertussis is the primary objective of our adolescent and adult vaccination program. The secondary objective is to reduce the reservoir of Bordetella pertussis in the adolescent and adult population. This could potentially reduce the incidence of pertussis in other age groups, particularly infants, and in other settings, such as healthcare facilities. 2 manufacturers produce Tdap vaccines. Boostrix Tdap vaccine is manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline. It was licensed in May 2005 for use as a single dose, and as of December 2008 is approved for persons 10 through 64 years of age. Adacel Tdap vaccine is manufactured by Sanofi Pasteur. Adacel was licensed in June 2005 for use as a single dose in persons 11 through 64 years of age. Neither Tdap vaccine is approved or recommended for persons 65 years of age or older. The two Tdap vaccines are different. They contain a different number and quantity of pertussis antigens. Both vaccines contain a reduced quantity of pertussis antigen compared with the company's pediatric DTaP vaccine. Both vaccines contain the same amount of tetanus toxoid as the respective DTaP vaccine, but a lower quantity of diphtheria toxoid. Neither vaccine contains thimerosal as a preservative. Both Tdap vaccines were approved by the Food and Drug Administration on the basis of the serologic response to the vaccine rather than clinical efficacy per se. The manufacturers compared the antibody response following a single dose of Tdap to the response of infants after 3 doses of the respective DTaP vaccine. The response after a single dose of each vaccine was similar to that following 3 doses of DTaP. So the assumption is that clinical protection will be similar as well. A clinical trial of the Glaxo formulation among 15 to 65-year-olds estimated vaccine efficacy at 92%. Andrew.
The ACIP recommendations for use of Tdap vaccines among adolescents 11 through 18 years of age were published in the MMWR in March 2006. Recommendations for the use of Tdap among adults were published in December 2006. A few general principles apply to the use of Tdap and TD in both adolescents and adults. The recommendations address vaccination to protect against tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis. ACIP has not stated a preference for one brand of Tdap, although each vaccine should be used within its approved age range. In most situations, Tdap is preferred to TD to provide protection against pertussis. Tdap vaccines are not approved for use as a primary series or for persons who have not completed a full series of DTaP or DTP. Both Tdap vaccines are approved by the Food and Drug Administration as a single booster dose in persons who have previously received a full series of 4 or 5 doses of pediatric DTaP or DTP. Future studies will address the immunogenicity and safety of subsequent booster doses, for example, a 2nd or 3rd dose of Tdap. Here is the current vaccination schedule for persons 7 through 18 years of age. The recommendation for this age group is at the top of the column labeled 11 through 12 years. The recommendation is simple. Adolescents 11 through 12 years of age should receive a single dose of Tdap instead of TD if they have completed the recommended childhood DTaP vaccination series and have not yet received a TD booster. Catch-up doses are indicated on this schedule by the light green bars. The ACIP also recommends that adolescents 13 through 18 years who have not received Tdap should receive a single dose as their catch-up booster dose instead of TD if they have completed the recommended childhood DTaP vaccination series and have not received TD. ACIP recommends that adults 19 through 64 years of age receive a single dose of either brand of Tdap to replace a single dose of TD for booster immunization. Special emphasis should be placed on Tdap vaccination of adults who have close contact with infants, such as child care and healthcare personnel and parents. Both Tdap vaccines were approved by the Food and Drug Administration as a booster dose for persons who have previously received a documented series of DTP or DTaP. However, as you know, many adolescents and adults do not have a record of having previously received these vaccines. They may not have a vaccination record at all. All adolescents and adults should have documentation of having received an age-appropriate series of pediatric DTaP, DTP, DT, or adult TD. Persons without documentation of this, or with an incomplete series, should receive or complete a series of 3 doses. The preferred schedule for persons without documentation is a single dose of Tdap, followed by a dose of TD at least 4 weeks later, and a second dose of TD at least 6 months after the prior TD dose. Although this is the preferred schedule, Tdap may be substituted for any one of the 3 TD doses in the series. The use of Tdap in a person without a history of DTP or DTaP is an off-label recommendation, but it has been endorsed by the ACIP. Let me emphasize, Persons 11 years and older who have not received a complete series of pediatric pertussis vaccination should receive 1 dose of Tdap. Do not administer 2 or 3 doses of Tdap vaccine. We must await more data and a change in the labeling of the vaccines to administer more than 1 dose of Tdap to anyone. You will also encounter adolescents and adults who completed the recommended childhood vaccination series for tetanus and diphtheria toxoids with pediatric DT or adult TD vaccine rather than pediatric DTP or DTAP. That is, they received diphtheria and tetanus toxoids but no pertussis vaccine. The ACIP recommends that these persons generally should receive Tdap according to the routine recommendations for adolescents. Remember that the minimum age for Tdap is 10 years for Boostrix and 11 years for Adacel. Tdap vaccine is not approved for children 7 through 9 years of age, and ACIP does not recommend off-label use of either Tdap vaccine for this age group. When tetanus and/or diphtheria toxoid is needed for this age group, it must be given as adult TD without pertussis. Some adolescents and adults may already have received a TD booster. The ACIP encourages adolescents who received a TD booster to receive a single dose of Tdap to provide protection against pertussis if they have completed the recommended childhood DTAP vaccination series. A 5-year interval between the TD and Tdap is encouraged to reduce the chance of a local reaction. However, this 5-year interval between TD and Tdap is not set in stone. The 2 vaccines can be separated by intervals shorter than 5 years. The benefits of protection from pertussis should generally outweigh the risk of a local reaction in settings with increased risk from pertussis. These settings might include a pertussis outbreak in the community or having an infant in the household. 2 Canadian studies evaluated local reactions in more than 6,000 students who received Tdap at various intervals after they had already received TD or 5 doses of DTP or DTAP. Intervals as short as 2 years were found to be acceptably safe. The ACIP did not define an absolute minimum interval between a dose of TD and a subsequent dose of Tdap in order to give maximum flexibility to providers. The provider will need to decide when to administer Tdap based on whether the benefit of pertussis immunity outweighs the hypothetical increase in risk of a local adverse reaction, a sore arm. For example, during a community outbreak of pertussis or a household in which there is an infant younger than 12 months of age, a clinician should strongly consider administration of Tdap to persons 10 through 64 years of age, even if TD was received in the previous 2 years. Donna.
The ACIP recommends the administration of all indicated vaccines at the same visit. This fundamental vaccination strategy increases the likelihood that a person will receive each of the vaccines recommended for his or her age or situation. There are 2 issues that relate to simultaneous and non-simultaneous administration of vaccines at the adolescent visit. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine, or MCV, is also recommended for all children at the 11 to 12-year visit. The ACIP recommends that providers administer Tdap and MCV to adolescents during the same visit if both vaccines are indicated and available. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine contains diphtheria toxoid as its carrier protein. The amount of diphtheria toxoid in MCV is similar to that in pediatric DTAP. Tdap, TD, and MCV all induce antibody responses to diphtheria, although MCV is not indicated for immunization against diphtheria. There is concern that the risk of a local reaction could be increased when 2 diphtheria-containing vaccines are administered within a short interval, such as a few days apart. Schedules administering Tdap and MCV in various sequences are being studied. To date, acceptable rates of local reactions have been found in clinical studies of TD and MCV administered simultaneously. TD followed 1 month later by MCV, and MCV followed 3 years later by a second dose of MCV. Immunity to both pertussis and meningococcus is very important for adolescents. No evidence to date indicates that non-simultaneous administration of these 2 vaccines is harmful. Simultaneous administration of MCV and Tdap is preferred but not always possible due to vaccine supply or other factors. The ACIP recommends that if simultaneous administration of Tdap and MCV is not possible, these vaccines can be administered at any time before or after each other. There is no absolute minimum interval recommended between these two important vaccines. Obviously, this issue will continue to be studied. You may know that the American Academy of Pediatrics issued their recommendations on the use of Tdap in December 2005. In that document, AAP suggested an interval of 1 month between Tdap and MCV if the two vaccines were not administered on the same day. They had concerns about the immunogenicity and safety of two vaccines containing diphtheria toxoid that were not shared by the ACIP. Another issue concerning simultaneous administration of vaccines to adolescents is the administration itself. Providers need to be aware that syncope can occur after vaccination and may be more common among adolescents. Be sure to have the person sit down when being vaccinated. You may also want to consider a 15 to 20-minute observation period after vaccination, as discussed in the 2006 General Recommendations on Immunization. The ACIP struggled with recommendations for vaccination of pregnant women. On one hand, if the woman received Tdap before or during pregnancy, her passive immunity might help protect the newborn from pertussis. But on the other hand, there are few safety data for pregnant women given Tdap, and there are concerns by some experts that the passive pertussis antibody could interfere with the infant's response to DTaP. After extensive discussion of this issue, ACIP recommended that because of these uncertainties, TD is generally preferred during pregnancy for women who need protection against tetanus and diphtheria. However, all women should receive a dose of Tdap in the immediate postpartum period, preferably before leaving the hospital if they have not previously received it. Any woman who might become pregnant is encouraged to receive a single dose of Tdap. However, ACIP recommends that a clinician may choose to administer Tdap to a pregnant woman in certain circumstances, such as during an outbreak of pertussis in the community. In this situation, the benefit of boosting pertussis immunity outweighs the hypothetical risk for the mother or infant. Both the package inserts and the ACIP recommendations state that pregnancy is not a contraindication for vaccination with Tdap. Healthcare personnel are also a high priority group for tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis vaccination. Pertussis can be a serious, sometimes fatal disease in infancy. Because of the possibility of healthcare personnel transmitting pertussis to their patients, special consideration is given to healthcare personnel regarding the scheduling of Tdap. Healthcare personnel who work in hospitals or ambulatory care settings and have direct patient contact should receive a single dose of Tdap as soon as feasible. Priority should be given to vaccination of healthcare personnel who have direct contact with infants 12 months of age and younger. Other healthcare personnel, such as those not working in hospitals or ambulatory care settings or without direct patient contact, should receive a single dose of Tdap to replace the next scheduled TD. A 2-year interval or less from the previous dose of tetanus toxoid-containing vaccine may be used. Please make Tdap vaccination of your staff and yourself a priority. This will help you protect yourself from an infection you do not want and help protect your vulnerable patients as well. Also, please be aware that the recommendations for post-exposure antimicrobial prophylaxis for healthcare personnel have not changed. The same recommendations apply whether or not the person has received Tdap. Andrew?
The contraindications and precautions for Tdap are different than those for either pediatric DTaP or adult TD. As with all vaccines, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication to subsequent doses. The tip and rubber plunger of the Boostrix prefilled syringe contains dry, natural latex rubber, so a person with an anaphylactic latex allergy should not receive Boostrix in this packaging. A Boostrix prefilled syringe may be used for persons with less severe latex allergy, such as contact allergy to latex gloves. The single-dose vials of both Boostrix and Adacel do not contain latex. If a person experiences a serious allergic reaction following a dose of Tdap or TD, an allergy workup should be considered to determine which component might be responsible. This is to avoid unnecessarily labeling the person as allergic to tetanus and diphtheria toxoids, because booster doses are needed for the rest of the person's life. The second contraindication is encephalopathy within 7 days of administration of a pertussis vaccine, including whole cell DTP and DTAP, that is not attributable to another identifiable cause. This condition is a contraindication to pediatric DTAP, but not to adult TD. In addition to contraindications, there are several precautions for Tdap. I will remind you that if a precaution is present, the decision to vaccinate must be made based upon a case-by-case risk versus benefit consideration. The first precaution is a history of a serious or exaggerated local reaction, also known as an Artus-type reaction, following a prior dose of tetanus or diphtheria toxoid-containing vaccine. Persons who experience a serious local reaction following a prior dose of tetanus toxoid or TD usually have high serum tetanus or diphtheria antitoxin levels. These persons should not be given a dose of TD or Tdap more frequently than every 10 years, even if they have a tetanus-prone wound. A second precaution is a progressive neurologic disorder, uncontrolled epilepsy, or progressive encephalopathy until a treatment regimen has been established and the condition has stabilized. If a decision is made to withhold pertussis vaccination, then TD may be used instead of Tdap. A history of Guillain-Barré syndrome within 6 weeks after a prior dose of tetanus toxoid-containing vaccine is a precaution to Tdap. This is also a precaution for other tetanus toxoid-containing vaccines. Finally, a moderate or severe acute illness with or without fever is a precaution, as it is with all other vaccines. It is worth mentioning here that some conditions that are precautions to the use of pediatric DTAP are not precautions to the use of Tdap. ACIP believes that these conditions are unique to young children and are not expected to be an issue among adolescents. These conditions occasionally occurred following pediatric DTAP or DTP, but are not precautions for Tdap. Temperature 105 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, which is 40.5 degrees Celsius within 48 hours, collapse or shock-like state, also known as hypotonic hyporesponsive episode, persistent crying lasting 3 hours or longer, convulsions with or without fever occurring within 3 days, and finally, a history of an extensive limb swelling reaction. Other conditions that are not precautions to Tdap include a stable neurologic disorder, pregnancy, breastfeeding, and immunosuppression, including persons with HIV infection. The immunogenicity of Tdap in persons with immunosuppression has not been studied and could be suboptimal. Finally, concurrent minor illness and antimicrobial use are not precautions to Tdap. Clinicians should be careful to use only valid contraindications and precautions when screening a Tdap candidate. To withhold Tdap for an inappropriate reason could jeopardize not only the person, but his or her close contacts as well. Donna.
For the definitive clinical trials that led to licensure of both Boostrix and Adacel, the Tdap products were compared to standard adult TD for immunogenicity and safety of the TD component. This graphic shows the adverse reactions and events reported by recipients of Tdap in the manufacturer's trials. Local reactions such as pain, redness, and swelling at the site of injection are the most common reaction and was reported in 21 to 75% of recipients of both vaccines. Temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit or higher within 14 days of vaccination was reported in 3 to 5% of recipients. Systemic events such as headache and fatigue were reported in 30 to 40% of recipients. No unusual or unexpected adverse reactions were identified for either vaccine. The percentage of Tdap recipients reporting these symptoms was very similar to reports from persons receiving only TD. Tdap is a relatively new vaccine. As is the case with all new vaccines, VAERS reports for persons who receive Tdap will be monitored very carefully to detect any unanticipated adverse events as the vaccine becomes more widely used. One final note about Tdap. Many offices are now stocking both pediatric DTaP and Tdap in the same refrigerator. This has led to many vaccine administration errors. Pediatric DTaP has been administered to persons 7 years of age or older, and Tdap has been administered to children. This has happened so much that ACIP addressed it in both the adolescent and adult Tdap statements. We do not have time on this program to discuss the management of these errors. You can get that from the ACIP statements, but we would like to point out a resource to help you prevent these mistakes. The California Immunization Branch has produced a poster titled Check Your Vials. The poster shows images of the DTaP and Tdap brands and reminds your staff to look carefully before administration of one of these products. Vaccine administration errors are not acceptable practice. We encourage all of you to discuss this issue with your staff and download a copy of the Check Your Vials poster from the California Immunization Branch and post it on the front of your refrigerator. We will provide a link to the poster on the Updates and Resources webpage. One additional comment about adult TD. You have probably encountered older persons who claim to be allergic to tetanus shots. Many describe severe reactions to something they were given for tetanus years ago. Their allergic reaction may actually have been serum sickness, a reaction to equine antitoxin. Equine antitoxin was the only product available for the prevention of tetanus prior to the mid-1940s. It was used for post-exposure prophylaxis until the late 1950s when tetanus immune globulin was introduced. Tetanus toxoid has never contained any horse protein. If you come across someone with a history like this, do not just write it off as allergy to tetanus toxoid. Try to find out when it happened, the nature of the reaction, and the circumstances when it occurred. If the reaction seems to be truly anaphylactic, you should strongly consider referring your client to an allergist for evaluation. No one should be allowed to remain susceptible to tetanus. That can be a fatal error.
We would now like to present a case study that addresses issues that we've discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Jarek is a 7-year-old who you're seeing for the first time in July. He recently moved to the United States from Poland with his family. He was born 6 weeks premature and has a history of eczema, which is controlled with the use of a topical steroid cream. Otherwise, he's healthy with no other medical conditions. His mother reports he has not had chickenpox. His mother is 5 months pregnant. Jarek's written vaccination record from Poland indicates that he received BCG vaccine at 7 days of age, DTP, oral polio vaccine, OPV, and hepatitis B vaccine at 2, 3, 4, and 18 months of age. He received MMR and Hib vaccines at 15 and 18 months of age. So here are 3 questions about Jarek. What, if any, vaccines does he need today? Does he have any contraindications to the vaccines he needs today? And when should Jarek return, and what vaccines will he need at his next visit? If you're viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We'll return in just a moment to discuss it with you. There are 2 main issues with Jarek. First, his previous vaccines were given on a schedule that's typical in Europe. You'll need to look closely at the timing and spacing of the vaccines he received in Poland to determine if they will comply with U.S. minimum ages and intervals. Second, you need to determine if he has any contraindications or precautions to the vaccines he needs today. So here's the first question for Jarek. What, if any, vaccines does he need today? At today's visit, Jarek needs his first dose of varicella vaccine. He could also receive his first dose of hepatitis A vaccine if your state or county has a catch-up program for hepatitis A. You will need Table 1 to determine if the doses of vaccine he received in Poland can be counted. After consulting Table 1, you determine that the doses of DTP and oral polio vaccine given at 2, 3, 4, and 18 months meet the U.S. minimum intervals and ages and can all be counted. For tetanus and diphtheria toxoids, he received the 4-dose series recommended if the first dose was given before the first birthday. Here is the catch. Some states have laws that require a dose of tetanus-containing vaccine and or polio vaccine on or after age 4 years. If this is the case in your state, your only option would be to give Jarek a dose of adult TD, since at age 7, he's too old for DTaP and he's too young for Tdap. If there's a 4-year polio rule in your state, you would administer a single dose of IPV to be in compliance. The dose of hepatitis B vaccine he received at 4 months of age was not a valid third dose because it was given before 24 weeks of age. But he got another dose at 18 months, so his hepatitis B series is complete. The doses of MMR were both given after the first birthday and separated by at least 4 weeks, so they can both be counted. Finally, he got the 2 doses of Hib vaccine recommended when a child's first dose is given after the first birthday, so his Hib series is also complete. Now here is the second question about Jarek. Does Jarek have any contraindications to the vaccines he needs today? No, he doesn't have any contraindications to varicella or hepatitis A vaccines. The only considerations for contraindications or precautions are his eczema, the treatment of the eczema with topical steroids, and his mother's pregnancy. None of these are contraindications to either varicella or hepatitis A vaccine. Here then is the third question about Jarek. When should he return, and what vaccines will he need at his next visit? Jarek needs to return in 3 months for his second dose of varicella vaccine. You're seeing Jarek now in July, and in 3 months it'll be October, and his mother will be nearing delivery of her baby. So this will be a convenient time for Jarek and everyone else in the household, including his mother, to receive their influenza vaccine. Jarek could receive either inactivated or live attenuated influenza vaccine. One of the idiosyncrasies of the new 2-dose varicella recommendation for children is that the doses need to be separated by 3 months rather than 4 weeks. We will discuss this issue in more detail in the varicella segment of the course. His mother's pregnancy is not a contraindication to the use of live attenuated vaccine for Jarek or other household members, although his mother should only receive inactivated influenza vaccine. Children younger than 9 years of age receiving influenza vaccine for the first time need 2 doses in their first vaccination year. So Jarek will need a second dose of influenza vaccine a month after the first dose, since he has no history of prior influenza vaccination. And he will need to return in 6 months for his second dose of hepatitis A vaccine. Donna.
Thanks, Bill. Now what we would like to do is address some of your most frequent questions that we receive. Bill, I'm going to address this one to you, and we hear this a lot, and that is that someone goes usually for wound prophylaxis to an urgent care center or to the emergency room, and they receive tetanus toxoid. So what do you do then? Do they need to be revaccinated?
Yeah, we do hear that a lot more than we like. It depends on what you do depends. If the ACIP, of course, recommends that only TD or Tdap be used when tetanus or diphtheria is necessary. And if there are no contraindications, of course, to the other vaccines. But it's already given and there's nothing you can do about it. So if the person is basically a U.S. resident and not traveling, you can wait at the minimum interval or wait till the next dose and then give him or her TD or Tdap. But there are exceptions to this. An international traveler needs to be protected against diphtheria. A person with an infant in the household or a healthcare worker needs to be protected against pertussis. So if those conditions are present, you need to give either the TD or the Tdap right now and not wait 5 or 10 years for their next round for TD.
Okay, thanks. Andrew, here's another one that we get. We're talking about giving this Tdap booster to adolescents and adults, but what if they have a history of having had pertussis? Do you just give them TD?
Well, actually, in most circumstances, you'll probably want to give Tdap. Documented, culture-confirmed pertussis disease probably provides natural immunity for a period of 5 to 10 years. But in most circumstances, you won't really be able to obtain a culture, or you may not be able to obtain a culture, but we know that immunity does wane. So regardless of when this history, when this event occurred, in most cases, immunity will probably have waned, or you won't have a culture to confirm it. So in most cases, you'll likely need to give Tdap. If you have a culture, if it happened recently, within the past 3 to 5 years, then maybe you can get away with giving TD, but in most circumstances, Tdap.
Okay, good, thanks. Bill, here's another one. What do you do if someone over 64 or like a kid who's between 7 and 9 years of age that didn't get all their pertussis, if they get Tdap?
This also happens a lot. Of course, Tdap is not approved for 7, 8, or 9-year-olds, and it's not approved for people 65 and older. That would be off-label to use it in those situations. Having said that, TD is pretty much TD, so we would recommend that the dose not be repeated as TD because the person would have gotten all the T and D that they need in those doses.
Okay, good. We get a lot of questions about tetanus, diphtheria, and pertussis, and here's another one, and this is more with, like, usually elderly patients. If they're admitted to a nursing home, they may not remember what vaccines they've had or have any immunization record. So what do you do about their tetanus and diphtheria and all this?
Well, a TD dose is only valid if it's documented. So if you don't have a documented dose, then you will need to provide vaccination, either a booster or a primary series, but you need the documentation.
Right. If it ain't written, it wasn't done,
Exactly.
right? Thanks, Andrew, and thank you, Bill.
Haemophilus influenzae type B is a disease that most healthcare providers will never see again. 20 years ago, there were children with Hib meningitis or epiglottitis in the hospital almost all the time. Then a vaccine came and the disease became a rarity. Thousands of children are alive today because of this vaccine. Haemophilus influenzae type B, or Hib, was once the leading cause of bacterial meningitis among children younger than 5 years of age. Approximately 1 in 200 children developed some form of invasive Hib disease. Almost all invasive infections were among children younger than 5 years of age. Haemophilus influenzae was first described by Robert Pfeiffer in 1892 in the sputum of patients with influenza, so he believed that this bacteria was the cause of influenza. Influenza is actually caused by a virus, but that was not known until 1933. The microbiology of Haemophilus, including the importance of the capsular polysaccharide, was established in the 1930s. The polysaccharide was not purified and characterized until the 1970s. In 1985, the first vaccine was licensed, and the first conjugate vaccine was licensed in 1987. With widespread use of conjugate vaccines, invasive Hib disease is now rarely seen. Haemophilus influenzae is an aerobic gram-negative bacterium. The polysaccharide capsule is responsible for the organism's virulence and for immunity to it. There are 6 different serotypes of polysaccharide capsule, designated as A through F. There are also non-typable strains that colonize the respiratory tract and are a major cause of otitis media and bronchitis. But 95% of invasive disease is caused by type B, which we will refer to as Hib. We will focus solely on it. Some persons are colonized with Hib without ill effects. Unfortunately, some of these colonized persons develop invasive disease. What triggers invasive disease is not well understood, but it may be something as minor as an upper respiratory infection. Hib invasive disease can affect many different organ systems. This pie chart shows the different clinical manifestations of invasive Hib disease in the pre-vaccine era. As you can see, Hib can cause bacteremia, can infect skin as cellulitis, the joints as septic arthritis, and the bones as osteomyelitis. It can also cause pneumonia. 15 to 20% of invasive Hib disease was epiglottitis, inflammation of a tissue flap at the opening of the airway. But by far, the most common clinical manifestation was meningitis. Meningitis accounted for approximately 50 to 65% of cases of invasive Hib disease. Before a vaccine was available, Hib was the most common type of bacterial meningitis in infants. Hearing impairment or neurologic sequelae occurred in 15 to 30% of survivors. The case fatality rate was 2 to 5%, even with effective antimicrobial therapy. With the disappearance of Hib meningitis, Streptococcus pneumoniae, or pneumococcus, is now the most common cause of bacterial meningitis in infants. Pneumococcal meningitis has not become more common. In fact, it has become less common since pneumococcal conjugate vaccine became available. But since Hib meningitis now rarely occurs, what was number 2 has become number 1 just by default. Haemophilus influenzae is a human disease, and the reservoir is infected humans who are usually asymptomatic. The epidemiology of Hib disease is complex because of transmission from asymptomatic carriers. In the pre-vaccine era, studies suggested that 5 to 15% of children were colonized at any given time. Carriage could persist for months. Most children were infected by the age of 5 and, presumably, developed immunity to the bacteria from these subclinical infections. Respiratory transmission of Hib occurs through the spread of infected droplets. Communicability of Hib is limited. This means that secondary clinical cases are unusual, but communicability may be higher in some circumstances, such as close contact with a symptomatic case in childcare. Invasive Hib disease became nationally reportable in 1991, so historical data before that is estimated. Before an effective vaccine became available, there were an estimated 20,000 invasive Hib infections each year, with up to 1,000 deaths. This is a graph of the incidence of invasive Hib among children younger than 5 years since 1989. The rate per 100,000 children is shown along the vertical axis and the year on the horizontal axis. Incidence was estimated between 25 and 60 cases per 100,000 in the pre-vaccination era. The rate fell rapidly after introduction of the conjugate vaccine. By 1994, the incidence of Hib among children younger than 5 years of age had decreased by 95% compared with the pre-vaccination era. By 2005, the incidence had declined by more than 99%. From 2002 through 2006, a total of 123 confirmed Hib cases have been reported among children younger than 5 years, an average of about 20 cases per year. This is a rate of less than 1 case per million population. About half of children with invasive Hib disease are younger than 6 months of age, so they were too young to have completed the 2 or 3 dose primary Hib vaccination series. Of the children who are 6 months of age or older, about 1/3 had received a complete primary series, and some had received a booster dose at 12 to 15 months of age. The cause or risk factors of these apparent vaccine failures is not known. So, although Hib vaccine failure can occur, the majority of children who develop invasive Hib disease are too young to be vaccinated, or older children who are incompletely vaccinated. Donna?
The first Hib vaccine was licensed in 1985. It was purified Hib polysaccharide. Polysaccharides are not very immunogenic. They do not stimulate the immune system very well. As a result, polysaccharide vaccines are not effective, including the first Hib vaccine in children younger than 12 months of age, and the effectiveness in older children is variable. This is a serious problem if the disease you wish to prevent occurs in infants. The limited effectiveness of polysaccharide Hib vaccine was improved by a process known as conjugation. The idea is to link a poor antigen, the polysaccharide, to a good one, a protein. Conjugation enhances antibody production, especially in young children. Repeat doses elicit a booster response, so antibody titers go up with every dose. And the antibody that is produced has increased biologic activity, which means it works better. What happens with conjugation is that the protein polysaccharide complex elicits a T-cell dependent response. That means that T cells become involved in the immune response instead of the T-independent response characteristic of pure polysaccharide. The original pure polysaccharide Hib vaccine is no longer produced. Only conjugated polysaccharide Hib vaccines are available now in the United States. There are 2 Hib conjugate vaccines licensed for use in infants in the United States. These vaccines are chemically and immunologically different. However, available data suggests 3 doses of any combination confers protection. PRPT Hib vaccine is marketed as ACT-Hib and is included in the combinations Trihibit and Pentacell. PRP-OMP is marketed as PEDVAX-Hib and is included in the combination COMVAX. We will talk more about the combination vaccines a little later. A third Hib conjugate vaccine, Hib titer, is no longer available in the U.S. Hib vaccination should be started for all infants, including premature infants at 2 months of age. Hib vaccine can and should be administered simultaneously with all other childhood vaccines. A primary infant series of Hib vaccine consists of 2 or 3 doses, depending on the vaccine. PRPT or ACT-Hib is a 3-dose primary series at 2, 4, and 6 months of age. PRP-OMP or PEDVAX-Hib is a 2-dose schedule at 2 and 4 months. A dose of PEDVAX-Hib at 6 months is not required. For both vaccines, a booster dose should be given at 12 to 15 months of age. The minimum age for the last dose of the Hib series is 12 months. At the time this program was updated, February 2009, Merck's Hib vaccine, PEDVAX-Hib, is not available in the U.S. During the shortage, CDC recommends that the booster dose of Hib vaccine, usually administered at 12 to 15 months of age, be deferred except for children at increased risk of Hib disease. This group includes children with asplenia, sickle cell disease, immunodeficiency, including HIV infection and cancer, and American Indian and Alaska Native children. Details of this recommendation are available in the December 21, 2007 edition of Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. Updates on the Hib vaccine supply are also available on the CDC Vaccines and Immunizations website. The first dose of Hib vaccine is usually administered at 2 months of age, but may be given as early as 6 weeks. Available data suggests that vaccination before 6 weeks of age may induce what is known as immunologic tolerance to Hib antigen. That means that doses given before 6 weeks of age may cause the child to be incapable of responding to subsequent doses, and that is not a good thing. Based on limited data, it appears that the earlier in life the vaccine is given, the more likely that tolerance will occur. So the minimum age for all Hib vaccines is 6 weeks. Unfortunately, we frequently hear about Hib vaccine administered before 6 weeks of age. The ACIP has no specific recommendations for management of the child if this happens. The dose before 6 weeks of age should not be counted as valid, and the child should receive the Hib vaccine series on schedule. The first 2 or 3 doses of the series should be separated by 2 months, but a minimum interval of 4 weeks may be used if an accelerated schedule is needed. The booster dose should be given on or after the first birthday and should be separated from the preceding dose by at least 2 months. Children younger than 2 years of age do not reliably develop immunity following invasive Hib disease, so these children should be vaccinated as usual after they recover. Fortunately, Hib disease is now rare in the United States, so you will not need to manage this situation very often. Bill?
There are times when you encounter a child who received Hib vaccine from another office or clinic. You may not know or may not stock the Hib vaccine the child received for the earlier doses. Fortunately, studies have shown that an excellent immune response is achieved when different brands of Hib vaccine are interchanged in the primary series. So ACIP recommends that all Hib-containing vaccines except Trihibit are interchangeable for both the primary series and the booster dose. Trihibit is interchangeable only for the last or booster dose in the Hib series. Here, though, is the caveat. 3 doses should be given as the primary series if more than one brand of vaccine is used. In particular, if Merck's vaccine, PEDVAX-Hib, is given in a series with ACT-Hib, the child should receive 3 doses and a booster, not 2 doses and a booster. This recommendation seems to cause some confusion. And it's important that you're clear on this because this will be a common situation if one brand of Hib vaccine is in short supply or not available. This recommendation only applies to the primary series given before 12 months of age. If a child receives different brands of Hib vaccine for the 2 and 4 month doses, then a dose at 6 months is needed. For example, a child who receives PEDVAX-Hib at 2 months, then receives ACT-Hib at 4 months, a third primary dose at 6 months should be administered. Likewise, if the child receives ACT-Hib at 2 months, then PEDVAX-Hib at 4 months, a 6-month dose should be administered. Any Hib vaccine can be administered as that 6-month dose. Where this recommendation does not apply is for the booster dose after 12 months of age. If the child receives PEDVAX-Hib at 2 and 4 months, any Hib vaccine can be used as the single booster dose at 12 to 15 months. In this situation, mixing and matching vaccine brands does not mean the child needs a 4th dose. Now, it shouldn't happen, but sometimes children are late getting started with the vaccination schedule, including Hib. If the child gets started before 7 months of age, they should receive the full series of doses. But unvaccinated children 7 months of age and older, starting the series late, may not need the entire 3 or 4 dose series. The number of doses a previously unvaccinated child requires depends on their current age, that is, the age at which the series is being started. Unvaccinated children 15 to 59 months of age need only 1 dose of any licensed conjugate vaccine. Here's a table outlining the number of Hib doses by the age at the first dose. This information is in the Hib ACIP statement and is also included in the course text. Notice that PEDVAX-Hib has its own row because it's a 2-dose schedule. Also note that Hib titer is on this table but is no longer available. A more common situation is when a child has received 1 or 2 doses of Hib vaccine on schedule but has since fallen behind. This is referred to as a lapsed series. These situations are similar to those when the child is starting the schedule late. Depending on the child's age now, he or she may not need a full series of 3 or 4 doses. You can use the catch-up schedule to figure out how many, if any, additional doses of Hib vaccine a child may need. Here is the current catch-up schedule published in January in MMWR. If you have a copy of it handy, please get it out now. This part of the catch-up schedule tends to confuse people, so I'd like to work through an example with you. Suppose you have a 14-month-old child in your office with a record of 1 dose of Hib vaccine at 6 months of age. The first question is whether the child needs any more doses of Hib vaccine. To determine this, go to the dose 1 to dose 2 column and follow it down to the Hib row. There are 3 entries in the Hib row in this column. The one that applies here is the first one. Your patient received his first and only dose at 6 months of age. A second dose is needed a minimum of 4 weeks after the first, if the first dose was administered at less than 12 months of age. Since the minimum interval has elapsed, you should give the second dose today. Next question, does the child need a third dose? To determine this, you move to the next column, labeled dose 2 to dose 3, and follow this column down to the Hib row. There are also 3 entries in this cell. Reading through them, you find the one applicable to your patient is the second entry. If the current age is 12 months or older, and the second dose was given at an age younger than 15 months, then a third and final dose is recommended at least 8 weeks after the dose you gave today. So you make the child a return appointment for 2 months for the third dose of Hib. Children behind on Hib vaccine are probably behind schedule for other vaccines as well. So be sure the parent understands the importance of returning for the next Hib dose and the other vaccines the child needs. Donna.
Another Hib vaccine issue that we frequently receive questions about is vaccination of older children and adults. Hib vaccination is generally not recommended for persons older than 59 months of age because there is very little Hib disease in older persons. Presumably, this lack of disease in older children and adults is because of immunity acquired through asymptomatic infection as children. Although none of the current Hib vaccines are specifically approved for this indication, ACIP recommends that Hib vaccination be considered for certain high-risk older children and adults. This would generally include persons with anatomic asplenia, those who have had their spleen removed, or functional asplenia, those whose spleen is not functional, such as children with sickle cell disease. Vaccination can also be considered for persons with immunodeficiency, including HIV infection. Older children and adults who are at high risk of Hib disease should receive only 1 pediatric dose of any Hib conjugate vaccine. A series of 3 doses of Hib vaccine is recommended for all persons who have received an hematopoietic stem cell transplant. Now that we have discussed the specifics of the use of single antigen Hib vaccines, let's move on to combination vaccines that contain Hib. 3 combination vaccines that include Hib are currently available in the United States. There is a hepatitis B Hib combination, COMVAX. We will come back to COMVAX in a moment. There are also 2 licensed DTaP Hib combination vaccines, Pentacell and Trihibit. Pentacell is a Sanofi Pasteur vaccine that contains lyophilized Actib that is reconstituted with a liquid DTaP IPV solution. Pentacell is licensed by FDA for doses 1 through 4 of the DTaP series among children 6 weeks through 4 years of age. Pentacell should not be used for the 5th dose of the DTaP series or for children 5 years or older. We discussed the Pentacell schedule in more detail in the DTaP segment of the program. As we mentioned earlier, we expect the supply of the Merck Hib vaccine, PEDVAX Hib, will be limited through at least the first half of 2009. CDC continues to recommend that the last or booster dose of the Hib series be deferred in healthy children in order to conserve the Hib vaccine supply. The availability of Pentacell has improved the Hib vaccine supply situation in the United States. However, the availability of Pentacell is not sufficient to reinstate the last or booster dose of the Hib vaccine series. Although Pentacell is licensed by FDA for the 4th dose in the DTaP, IPV, and Hib series, providers should not use it for the 4th dose until there is further improvement in the Hib vaccine supply later in 2009. Until the Hib supply improves, Pentacell should be used only for the first 3 doses of the DTaP, IPV, and Hib vaccination series, except for children at increased risk of Hib disease or who have not completed a primary Hib schedule. More information on the Hib shortage is available on the CDC Vaccine and Immunizations website. Trihibit is Actib reconstituted with Sanofi Pasteur's DTaP vaccine, Tripedia. This vaccine can be used for the last dose of the DTaP Hib series only. Trihibit is not approved by FDA for the primary series at 2, 4, or 6 months of age. The currently licensed Trihibit should not be used for the first 3 doses of the series regardless of the child's age. Now, you may encounter children who received Trihibit inappropriately for 1 or more of the first 3 doses of the series. If so, the primary series Hib doses given as Tri-Hibit should be disregarded. You can count the DTaP doses as valid. You should revaccinate the child with single antigen Hib vaccine appropriate for their age. You may need to use the catch-up schedule to determine how many doses of single antigen Hib the child needs. This conservative approach assures that the child is truly protected against invasive Hib disease. We also receive many questions about the use of Tri-Hibit as the last dose of the Hib series when a different brand of Hib vaccine was used for the primary series. The Hib footnote of the childhood schedule helps clarify this situation. Although not in the package insert, ACIP recommends that while Tri-Hibit cannot be used for the primary series, it may be used as the booster or final dose at 12 months of age or older following any Hib vaccine series, including a COMVAX primary series. So to use Tri-Hibit, the child must be at least 12 months of age and have received at least one prior dose of Hib vaccine. Tri-Hibit should not be used if the child has received no prior Hib doses, regardless of the child's current age. Another combination vaccine that contains Hib is COMVAX. COMVAX is a hepatitis B Hib combination. It contains a standard dose of PEDVAX Hib and standard 5 microgram pediatric dose of Merck's hepatitis B vaccine, Recombavax HB. As with other combinations, the vaccine can be used when either antigen is indicated and the other component or components are not contraindicated. As we discussed earlier, Hib vaccine should not be given to infants before 6 weeks of age because of the potential of immune tolerance to Hib. So COMVAX also cannot be used in infants younger than 6 weeks of age. That means it cannot be used when an infant receives hepatitis B vaccine at birth or at 1 month of age. Technically, COMVAX is not approved by the Food and Drug Administration for use when the infant's mother is hepatitis B surface antigen positive. However, in 1997, ACIP recommended that COMVAX could be used to complete the series for high-risk infants as well as all other infants. We will discuss this further during the hepatitis B segment later in the course. Since COMVAX contains Merck's PEDVAX Hib, the routine schedule is 3 doses at 2, 4, and 12 months of age. If a child has received a birth dose of hepatitis B vaccine, COMVAX may still be given at 2, 4, and 12 months of age. Bill?
One of the most common questions we receive about COMVAX concerns the interval between doses, particularly the second and third doses. The confusion is caused by the wording on this issue in the package insert. This is the COMVAX package insert. In the section on dosage administration, there's a sentence that says the interval between the second and third dose should be as close as possible to 8 to 11 months. Some providers have interpreted this to mean the minimum interval is 8 months between the second and third doses. This is not the case. The package insert implies an 8 to 11 month minimum interval between the second and third COMVAX doses. This interval only applies if the child is on schedule and the second dose was given at 4 months of age, because the minimum age for the third dose is 12 months. The minimum interval, if the child is not on schedule, is 2 months, the same as PEDVAX Hib and other Hib vaccine brands. But remember that the minimum age is 12 months, and for the last Hib dose to be valid, it needs to meet both the minimum interval, 2 months, and the minimum age of 12 months. Also, remember that if more than one brand of Hib vaccine is given, the child needs 3 doses and a booster after the first birthday. So, if a child gets COMVAX at 2 months, then you switch to ACT-HIB at 4 months. A third dose is recommended at 6 months of age and a booster after the first birthday. Likewise, if the child starts with ACT-HIB at 2 months, then gets COMVAX at 4 months, a third dose of Hib vaccine should be given at 6 months with a booster dose after the first birthday. Now, since Hib vaccines are inactivated, contraindications and precautions are also predictable. As with all vaccines, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and the vaccination should be deferred until the acute illness improves. Because of the risk of immunologic tolerance, age younger than 6 weeks is a contraindication to all Hib-containing vaccines. Adverse reactions following Hib vaccines are similar to those following other inactivated vaccines, but adverse reactions following Hib vaccine are remarkably mild. Local adverse reactions such as swelling, redness, and pain are reported in 5 to 30% of recipients. These symptoms usually resolve within 24 hours. Systemic reactions such as fever are infrequent, and serious adverse reactions are rare. So that's the story with Haemophilus influenza type B. It's a great vaccine and has practically eliminated Hib disease as a threat to infants in the United States.
We now would like to present a case study that addresses some of the issues that we have discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Rob is a 25-year-old male nurse who works in the emergency department of an urban hospital. He reports that he had a temperature of 105 degrees Fahrenheit after his first dose of whole-cell DTP vaccine at 2 months of age. Since that time, he has received a full series of pediatric DT and adult TD booster doses. His last TD booster dose was 16 months ago. He is up to date for all other vaccines. Rob reports that there is a pertussis outbreak occurring in the community served by the hospital where he works. Several cases have been seen recently in the emergency department, and 2 hospital staff members have been diagnosed with pertussis in the last month. Here are the questions we would like you to consider. Does Rob have an indication for Tdap? Can Rob receive Tdap considering his past reaction to DTP? And if Rob can receive Tdap, when should it be administered? If you are viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We will return in a moment to discuss it with you. Recommendations for adult vaccination often need to take into account factors like occupation. This decision process typically occurs after deciding whether a dose of vaccine is recommended universally for an adult of a given age or gender. Based on age, gender, and previous vaccination history, you determine that no vaccines are universally recommended for Rob. But of course, this is employee health, and you must be aware of other factors like healthcare occupation. Here is the first question about Rob. Does Rob have an indication for Tdap? Yes. In fact, he has several indications, including his age and occupation. He should receive Tdap and can receive either brand. Tdap is recommended universally for persons 11 years through 64 years of age, so Tdap is indicated on the basis of Rob's age. Recommendations for Tdap are driven in part by a need to prevent transmission of pertussis to children, especially young infants. For this reason, ACIP gives preference for Tdap vaccination of healthcare personnel. This is especially important for those who care for children, since they are at high risk for complication from pertussis. Rob works in the ED of an urban hospital, where he certainly cares for children. Rob's occupation might indicate the need for additional vaccines as well, and we hope the employee health provider recognizes this. But at a minimum, he needs Tdap, and he can receive either brand. Also note that even though the package insert states that this vaccine is indicated as a booster dose, ACIP recommends its use even if a primary series of pertussis-containing vaccine has not been previously given, as is the case with Rob. Here is the second question about Rob. Can Rob receive Tdap considering his past reaction to DTP? The answer is yes, Rob can receive Tdap. A fever of 105 degrees Fahrenheit following a dose of DTP or DTAP is neither a contraindication nor a precaution to Tdap. We will assume Rob's high fever in infancy occurred within 2 days of his 2-month dose of DTP vaccine. This was and is considered a precaution for subsequent doses of either pediatric DTP or DTaP vaccine. This precaution is based on the association between doses of pertussis-containing vaccine and high fever, particularly the older whole-cell DTP vaccine. Persistent crying and hypotonic hyporesponsive episodes also rarely followed DTP. The occurrence of one of these reactions following pertussis-containing vaccines is considered to be precautions for further doses of pediatric pertussis-containing vaccine. This is why some people, like Rob, have a history of receiving DT vaccine instead of DTaP. Reactions such as hypotonic hyporesponsive states and persistent crying appear to occur mainly among infants who receive DTP or DTaP. The cause of these reactions is not known, but there is no evidence that they led to chronic neurologic damage. Adolescents and adults are not considered to be at risk for these reactions. So a past history of one of these reactions in infancy is not considered to be a contraindication or precaution to Tdap. Here is the third question about Rob. If Rob can receive Tdap, when should it be administered? The answer is Rob should receive his Tdap today. ACIP recommends that adults routinely receive a dose of Tdap 10 years after the previous tetanus toxoid-containing vaccine. This interval is recommended to reduce the risk of local reactions. However, a 10-year interval is not set in stone. Since pertussis vaccine is only available combined with tetanus and diphtheria toxoids, an adolescent or adult who needs a boost in pertussis immunity has no alternative but to receive Tdap. Clinical studies have demonstrated an acceptable rate of local reactions when Tdap is given as soon as 2 years after a dose of adult TD. ACIP has not recommended a specific minimum interval between TD and Tdap in situations where there is a definite risk of acquisition and transmission of pertussis. This includes healthcare personnel that care for children, anyone in contact with an infant, and anyone involved in a pertussis outbreak. Rob is a healthcare provider that works with children. There is a pertussis outbreak in the community, and there is pertussis transmission occurring in the urban hospital as evidenced by cases among children and staff. Rob needs Tdap now. Donna?
We get a lot of questions about these DTaP and Tdap, and we talked about the upper age limit on Tdap being 64 years of age. Well, what do providers do about these grandmas and grandpas that are over 64 and they're going to be around, you know, little babies and children? What about their pertussis protection?
It's a great question. Tdap is not currently recommended for persons 65 years of age and older, and this gets back to the issue of the groups that the manufacturer studied in the pre-licensure trials, which of course leads to the FDA package insert. So the vaccine is not licensed for persons 65 years of age and older, and so CDC and ACIP do not recommend this vaccine specifically. It's a difficult situation. The manufacturers say they are looking at this to see if it can possibly be used, but currently it cannot be used in persons over that age.
So probably the best thing to do is to make sure that all of those members of the family that can receive it do receive it, and that can also help then with the that herd immunity and that barrier of protection.
That's what you
not only
have
for
to
the
do.
little ones, but also for the grandparents. Yabo, one of the new combinations we have is the Kinrix.
Yes.
The DTaP and IPV combination. Sometimes a provider will run into a child they're over 4 years of age, not yet 7, but they haven't received all of their vaccine doses, and they may be behind in their DTaP and IPV and need several doses. So can they use this combination so they only have to give one stick for DTaP and IPV?
Great question, Donna. We are hearing this question a little bit more often now, and really, as the name implies, Kinrix is licensed for the kindergarten dose of vaccine. It is licensed only for the 5th dose of DTaP and the 4th dose of IPV. It is not to be used for subsequent doses. It's a one-time dose only. The same scenario could also be likened to the Penicil issue, where Penicil is only licensed for the first 4 doses in the series of DTaP. It should not be given for the 5th dose of DTaP.
So it's important for providers when these vaccines first come into their office that they really check out that package insert and make sure that staff are oriented to these new vaccines and the specific indications for them.
Absolutely.
Andrew, a little bit different topic here. Hib disease. Sometimes, unfortunately, we hear about children that still get Hib disease. So if they have actually had the disease, should they be vaccinated against Hib?
Yes, they actually do still need to be vaccinated. Hib disease, natural Hib disease, does generate an immune response. Is not as high as we like to think of with other organisms and other natural diseases. And so there is still some benefit that can be derived from vaccinating with Hib vaccine, even in a child that has had Hib disease already. Now, just to emphasize that we don't routinely recommend Hib vaccine for children 5 years of age and older. So what we're talking about are children younger than 5 years.
Yeah, and that's because they're the ones that are at greatest risk for the disease, right? Okay. Yabo, you mentioned Penticil. That's a DTaP IPV Hib combination. We hear that some providers are just using the DTaP and IPV separately. What about that? What do you think?
Right, Donna, that is a very concerning problem. This is a medication error and is happening much too often. The components should never be used separately. The DTaP IPV should be used to reconstitute the Hib component. If it is inadvertently done, which we discussed earlier in the program, the DTaP IPV component will be considered valid. However, the problem becomes what to do with the Hib component. Now, there's no diluent available to mix with it. The only approved diluents to mix with the Hib component are the Act-Hib from Sanofi or the DTaP IPV. So we definitely recommend not splitting the contents.
Okay. Thank you, Yabo. Thank you, Andrew. That's all the time we have right now.
Okay.
Streptococcus pneumoniae, or pneumococcus, was first isolated by Louis Pasteur in 1881. It was confused with other causes of pneumonia until the invention of the Gram stain in 1884. By 1940, more than 80 serotypes had been described. The first attempts at producing a pneumococcal vaccine began about the time of the First World War. It would be almost 70 years before the first pneumococcal vaccine was licensed in 1977. Streptococcus pneumoniae is a gram-positive bacterium. There are 90 known serotypes. As with other encapsulated organisms, the polysaccharide capsule is an important virulence factor, and capsular type-specific antibody is protective. Although all serotypes may cause serious disease, a relatively limited number of serotypes cause the majority of invasive infections. Overall, the 10 most common serotypes are estimated to account for about 60% of invasive disease worldwide. But the ranking and serotype prevalence differs by age group and by geographic area. Among children younger than 6 years of age in the U.S., 7 serotypes account for 80% of isolates from blood or cerebral spinal fluid. In contrast, these same 7 serotypes account for only about 50% of isolates from older children and adults. Pneumococcus is a frequent inhabitant of the upper respiratory tract and may be isolated from the nose, throat, or both of about 10% of persons at any given time. Colonization of children may be even more frequent. Nearly all persons are colonized with pneumococci at some time during the course of a year. We do not understand why some of these persons go on to develop invasive disease. Host factors like underlying illness are probably important, but persons without any underlying illness may also develop invasive pneumococcal disease. The most common clinical presentation is pneumococcal pneumonia. Among adults, an estimated 100,000 to 135,000 cases of pneumococcal pneumonia requiring hospitalization occur annually in the U.S. Pneumococcus is responsible for up to 1/3 of community-acquired pneumonias and up to half of hospital-acquired pneumonias. Pneumococcal pneumonia is also a common complication of influenza and of measles. Pneumococcal bacteremia can be a severe disease with an estimated 50,000 or more cases per year. Pneumococcal meningitis is much less common. There are 3,000 to 6,000 cases per year. But pneumococcal meningitis is often fatal, and survivors may have permanent neurologic damage. This is a basilar view of the brain of a person who died from pneumococcal meningitis. The cerebellum is on the right. All the white material you see is purulent material. That's pus. This type of purulent meningitis is very difficult to treat with antibiotics. The person is likely to have residual neurologic deficits if he or she survives. Pneumococcus alone is responsible for up to 1 out of every 5 cases of bacterial meningitis in the U.S. Now that Haemophilus influenza is well controlled, pneumococcus is the most common cause of bacterial meningitis in infants. For all these syndromes, fatality rates are higher in older adults. For example, the fatality rate from pneumococcal meningitis is up to 40% in persons 65 years of age and older. The CDC Active Bacterial Core Surveillance System estimates that about 41,000 cases and 4,900 deaths from invasive pneumococcal disease occurred in the United States in 2006. Bacteremia without a known site of infection is the most common invasive clinical presentation among children younger than 2 years of age. Bacteremia accounts for about 70% of invasive disease in this age group. With the decline of invasive Hib disease, pneumococcus has become the most common cause of bacterial meningitis among children younger than 5 years of age in the United States. The highest rate of meningitis is among children younger than 1 year of age, approximately 10 cases per 100,000 population. The burden of pneumococcal disease among children younger than 5 years of age is significant. In the pre-vaccination era, an estimated 17,000 cases of invasive disease occurred each year. 13,000 of these were bacteremia without a known site of infection, and about 700 were cases of meningitis. An estimated 200 children died every year as a result of invasive pneumococcal disease. Although not considered invasive disease, it was estimated that 5 million cases of acute otitis media occurred each year among children younger than 5 years of age. Before pneumococcal conjugate vaccine was available, more than 60% of children had at least one episode of acute otitis media by their first birthday. Otitis media was the most frequent reason for pediatric office visits in the United States and resulted in more than 20 million visits annually. Pneumococci are also an important cause of pneumonia in children. In 2 prospective studies, 17 to 28% of community-acquired pneumonia was diagnosed as pneumococcal. This translates into tens of thousands of cases each year. Bill?
The epidemiology of pneumococcal disease is complicated because nasopharyngeal colonization with the bacteria is relatively common, and not all colonized persons develop invasive disease. The reservoir of pneumococcus is believed to be the nasopharynx of humans who are colonized with the organism. As mentioned earlier, up to 10% of persons are colonized with pneumococci at any given moment. Transmission probably occurs mostly from asymptomatic colonized persons by respiratory droplets. For this reason, a vaccine that could reduce nasopharyngeal colonization could indirectly protect unvaccinated contacts. The communicability of pneumococci is not known with certainty, but transmission can probably occur as long as the organism is present in respiratory secretions. Much of our knowledge of the incidence and risk factors for invasive pneumococcal disease comes from special studies and surveillance systems. One such special surveillance system is CDC's Active Bacterial Core Surveillance, known as ABCs. This graph shows the incidence of invasive pneumococcal disease by age group in 1998, based on data from ABCs. The vertical axis shows incidence expressed as rates per 100,000 population. The horizontal axis shows age groups. The highest rates are among children younger than 5 years, particularly children 2 years and younger, shown in the bar at the far left, and among adults 80 years and older, shown in the bar at the far right of the graph. Incidence falls to its lowest point among children 5 to 17 years of age. After age 49, the incidence of pneumococcal disease rises steadily with increasing age. Although pneumococcal infections occur in healthy persons, there are medical and other factors that increase the risk significantly. Age is an important risk factor for invasive pneumococcal disease. Children 2 years of age and younger are at highest risk. Persons 65 years and older are at increased risk, although the rates overall in this age group are less than half that in young children. Many underlying medical conditions increase the risk of invasive pneumococcal disease, and we'll come back to this in just a moment. Recipients of a cochlear implant are a group recently recognized to be at increased risk for invasive pneumococcal disease. A cochlear implant is an electronic device utilized by persons with profound hearing loss that cannot be corrected by hearing aids. There are estimated to be about 25,000 recipients of these devices in the United States. Since 2002, more than 50 cases of meningitis and at least 2 deaths have been reported in individuals who have had a cochlear implant. 2/3 of these infections were in young children. The reason why the implant appears to predispose the recipient to meningitis is not known. Conditions that increase the risk of invasive pneumococcal disease include decreased immune function from disease or drugs, functional or anatomic asplenia, chronic heart, pulmonary, including asthma, liver or renal disease, smoking cigarettes, and cerebrospinal fluid or CSF leak. For children, out-of-home group child care has been shown to increase the risk of invasive pneumococcal disease and acute otitis media. The risk for children in these settings is increased 2 to 3-fold among children younger than 5 years of age. Children of certain racial and ethnic groups have increased rates of invasive pneumococcal disease. These include African American children, Alaska Native and American Indian children who live in Alaska, Arizona, or New Mexico, and Navajo children who live in Colorado and Utah. The rate of invasive disease for these children is 3 to 4 times higher than for other healthy children at every age. The reason for this increased risk is not clear. Socioeconomic factors may account for some of the increased risk, but some studies have reported increased risk even when controlling for income. Data collected by the Active Bacterial Core Surveillance System suggests that the conjugate vaccine is already having an impact on invasive pneumococcal disease in young children. In 2006, the rate of invasive pneumococcal disease caused by all serotypes in children younger than 5 years of age was 24 cases per 100,000 population, down from 100 cases per 100,000 population before the vaccine was licensed. The rate of invasive pneumococcal disease caused by vaccine serotypes has fallen even further, from 82 cases per 100,000 to 0.4 cases per 100,000, a 99% reduction. In the last 3 years, there's been an increase in invasive disease caused by serotypes not in the vaccine. We'll come back to this issue in just a moment. So, with more than 100,000 cases of pneumonia and 5,000 deaths each year, pneumococcal disease is one of the most common causes of vaccine-preventable death in America. The highest risk is among children younger than 2, older adults, and persons with certain underlying medical conditions. Obviously, this is a disease worth preventing. Andrew.
The first pneumococcal vaccine was licensed in 1977. It contained polysaccharide from 14 serotypes of pneumococcus. In 1983, a 23-valent polysaccharide vaccine was licensed, which replaced the earlier vaccine. The first pneumococcal conjugate vaccine was licensed in 2000. Pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine contains purified capsular polysaccharide antigen from 23 types of pneumococci. These 23 serotypes account for 88% of bacteremic pneumococcal disease and cross-react with types causing an additional 8% of disease. The efficacy of the polysaccharide vaccine has been estimated at 60 to 70% against invasive disease, but appears to vary to some extent with underlying disease. The duration of immunity is at least 6 years, and the schedule is 1 dose with selective revaccination. The problem with polysaccharide vaccines is that they are not effective in young children. Basically, polysaccharide is a T-cell independent antigen and does not establish good immunologic memory. Polysaccharide vaccines are generally not effective among children younger than 2 years of age, and subsequent doses do not produce a substantial boost in antibody level. Conjugation of a protein to the polysaccharide improves the response to the vaccine. Pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, Prevnar, contains purified pneumococcal polysaccharide conjugated to a non-toxic variant of diphtheria toxin known as CRM197. It contains the polysaccharide of 7 serotypes of pneumococci. The 7 serotypes included in PCV account for 86% of bacteremia and 83% of meningitis among children younger than 6 years of age. Additional pneumococcal conjugate vaccines containing additional serotypes are being developed. Pure polysaccharide vaccine does not generate a significant immune response in young children. Conjugating the polysaccharide to a protein overcomes this problem. PCV is very effective in children. The efficacy trial included almost 38,000 children in the Northern California Kaiser Permanente system. The vaccine was 97% effective against invasive disease caused by vaccine serotypes. It was 73% effective against clinically diagnosed pneumonia in children with X-ray evidence of an area of consolidation. Vaccinated children also had a significant reduction in visits for acute otitis media. Overall, there was a 7% reduction in all episodes of acute otitis media. Frequent otitis media was reduced by 9 to 23%, depending on the definition of frequent. And vaccinated children had 20% fewer tympanostomy tubes placed than unvaccinated children. Studies in various populations of children subsequent to the clinical trial have shown a decline of up to 28% in frequent otitis media and tympanostomy tubes. This translates to thousands fewer office visits and thousands fewer prescriptions for antibiotics. Another benefit of PCV may be its effect on nasopharyngeal carriage of pneumococci. This is important because if carriage could be reduced, it would indirectly protect unvaccinated contacts of vaccinated children. Several studies indicate that conjugate vaccines reduce nasopharyngeal carriage of vaccine-type pneumococci by about 1/2. Nearly all studies have found that carriage of pneumococcal serotypes not included in the vaccine is higher among vaccinated children. A small increase in invasive disease caused by non-vaccine serotypes has been reported, particularly serotype 19A. This is called replacement disease. However, the decline in invasive disease caused by vaccine serotypes far exceeds the increase in disease caused by non-vaccine strains. Obviously, this issue will continue to be monitored. The next few graphics list the recommendations for use of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. All adults 65 years of age and older should be vaccinated even if they do not have an underlying illness. PPV is also recommended for persons 2 years and older with normal immune systems who have chronic illness. Examples of targeted chronic illnesses are cardiovascular or pulmonary disease, diabetes, and alcoholism. In addition, persons with cerebrospinal fluid leak or a cochlear implant are considered to be at high risk and should be vaccinated. In 2008, ACIP added 2 new indications for pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine for adults 19 years of age and older. These new indications are asthma and cigarette smoking. These groups were added because of evidence of an increased risk of invasive pneumococcal disease. Available data do not support asthma or cigarette smoking as indications for PPV among persons younger than 19 years. PPV is also recommended for persons 2 years and older who are immunocompromised. Asplenia is a unique type of immunosuppression. Persons with functional or anatomic asplenia are at very high risk of pneumococcal bacteremia and should be vaccinated. Persons with chronic renal failure and nephrotic syndrome are relatively immunocompromised and should be vaccinated. Immunosuppression also includes Hodgkin's disease, lymphoma, and multiple myeloma. Vaccination is also recommended for persons with HIV infection. The majority of persons eligible for PPV will only need a single dose in their lifetime. A few persons at very high risk of pneumococcal infection should receive a second dose. We will discuss revaccination in more detail a little later. Donna?
Pneumococcal conjugate vaccine is approved for children 6 weeks through 9 years of age. However, the ACIP recommends the vaccine only through age 59 months. The vaccine is not routinely recommended for older children or for adults. Older children and adults are candidates for pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. Use of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine in children 5 through 9 years should be reserved for unvaccinated children at the highest risk of invasive pneumococcal disease, such as those without a functional spleen or who are immunosuppressed. The ACIP recommends routine vaccination with PCV for all children younger than 24 months of age. The vaccine should be integrated into the routine schedule and administered during the same visits as other routine childhood immunizations. Routine vaccination is also recommended for unvaccinated children 24 to 59 months of age with a high-risk medical condition. The second recommendation for catch-up vaccination of children 2 to 5 years of age was important when the PCV recommendations were first published in 2000. PCV was added to the childhood immunization schedule in 2001, so there should now be very few unvaccinated older children, since most will have received PCV with their other routine vaccines. But you might encounter a child 2 to 5 years of age from a country that does not routinely use PCV. These children deserve to be protected. So your policy should be to vaccinate all unvaccinated children up to age 5 years, regardless of whether they have an underlying medical condition. The routine vaccination schedule for PCV is 3 primary doses at 2, 4, and 6 months, with a booster dose at 12 to 15 months. The first dose may be given as early as 6 weeks of age. If an accelerated schedule is needed, a minimum interval of 4 weeks should separate each of the first 3 doses. At least 8 weeks should separate the third and fourth doses. Children who begin the series of PCV after 7 months of age will need fewer doses than children who begin the schedule at 2 months of age. In this way, the vaccine is similar to Hib conjugate vaccine. This table shows the recommended number of doses for children who start the vaccination series late at 7 months of age and older. Children who receive their first dose at 7 to 11 months will receive 2 doses separated by at least 4 weeks and a booster dose 2 months after the second dose. Children beginning the series at 12 to 23 months of age should receive 2 doses separated by at least 8 weeks with no booster dose. Healthy unvaccinated children 24 to 59 months of age need only 1 dose. Unvaccinated children 24 to 59 months of age at high risk of invasive pneumococcal disease, such as those with HIV infection or asplenia, should receive a total of 2 doses separated by 8 weeks. You will encounter children who began the PCV series on time but have since fallen behind schedule. We receive many questions on this issue. If a child is more than 1 month behind schedule, you will need to use the catch-up schedule to determine how many doses the child needs. The catch-up schedule is published with the routine childhood schedule in January of each year. We receive so many questions about the PCV catch-up schedule, we want to work through an example with you. Now, suppose you have a healthy 14-month-old child in your office who has a record of 1 dose of PCV at 9 months of age. The first question is whether the child needs any more doses of PCV. To determine this, go to the dose 1 to dose 2 column and follow it down to the pneumococcal row. There are 3 entries in the PCV row in this column. The one that applies here is the first one. Your patient received his first and only dose at 9 months of age. A second dose is needed a minimum of 4 weeks after the first if the first dose was administered at less than 12 months of age. Since the minimum interval has elapsed, you should give the second dose of PCV today. Next question, does the child need a third dose? To determine this, you move to the next column, labeled Dose 2 to Dose 3. Follow this column down to the pneumococcal row. There are also 3 entries in this cell. Reading through them, you find the one applicable to your patient is the second entry. If current age is 12 months or older, then a third and final dose is recommended for healthy children at least 8 weeks after the dose you gave today. So you make the child a return appointment for 2 months to receive the third dose of PCV. If the child is behind on PCV, he or she is probably behind on other vaccines as well. So be sure the parent understands the importance of returning for this and the other vaccines the child needs. Bill?
There are situations in which children 2 years of age and older with high-risk medical conditions could benefit from vaccination with both pneumococcal conjugate vaccine and pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. Some children 24 to 59 months of age with high-risk medical conditions such as HIV infection or sickle cell disease may have already received pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. The polysaccharide vaccine has the advantage of containing a larger number of serotypes of pneumococci, but the conjugate vaccine has the advantage of better immunologic priming and induction of immune memory. ACIP recommends administration of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine to children at high risk of invasive pneumococcal disease who have already received pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. These children should receive 2 doses of PCV. The 2 doses of PCV should be separated by 8 weeks and should be given at least 8 weeks after the pneumococcal polysaccharide dose. A more common situation now is that children with high-risk conditions have already received a series of PCV. Children who complete the PCV series before 2 years of age and who are at high risk of invasive pneumococcal disease should also receive pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. These children will benefit from the larger number of pneumococcal serotypes contained in the polysaccharide vaccine. ACIP recommends that children at high risk of invasive pneumococcal disease receive pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. These children should receive 1 dose at 2 years of age, at least 8 weeks after the last dose of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. Children at highest risk, such as those with HIV infection or asplenia, will also receive a second dose of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine 5 years after the first dose. All this may seem complicated at first, but the recommendations for use of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine in high-risk children have not changed. Pneumococcal conjugate vaccine has just been added to the schedule for children younger than 59 months of age. We receive many questions about revaccination with pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. We've heard of clinicians who want to administer it every 10 years or every 5 years or even every year along with influenza vaccine. The basic problem is that multiple doses of polysaccharide vaccine do not provide a significant boost in antibody titer. In addition, there is little evidence that more than 1 dose protects any better than just 1 dose. Routine revaccination of immunocompetent persons is not recommended, regardless of the person's age. Revaccination is recommended for persons at highest risk of serious pneumococcal infection and for those who are likely to have a rapid decline in pneumococcal antibody levels. I'll define these groups a little further in a moment. Revaccination is a one-time event. Data for the safety and efficacy of more than 2 doses are not available, so only 1 revaccination dose should be given. This single revaccination dose should be given 5 years or longer after the first dose. This revaccination interval applies to persons of all ages. Persons who are candidates for revaccination are those at highest risk of severe disease. This includes persons with functional or anatomic asplenia and persons with immunosuppression from either disease or drugs. Disease immunosuppression occurs with HIV infection, leukemia, lymphoma, and other malignancies. Therapeutic immunosuppression occurs with cancer chemotherapy, post-transplantation immunosuppressive drugs, and high doses of corticosteroids. Additional candidates for revaccination include persons with chronic renal failure and for persons who have conditions that result in a rapid decline in antibody level, such as nephrotic syndrome. Persons vaccinated before age 65 years should also be revaccinated. Revaccination of healthy persons 65 years of age and older is not routinely recommended. But persons 65 years of age and older should be revaccinated if they received their first dose 5 or more years earlier and were younger than 65 years of age at the time of that first dose. Also, if a healthy person receives the first dose of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine at 65 years of age, then develops a condition that increases the risk for pneumococcal disease, immunosuppression, for instance, a second dose 5 years or more after the first dose would be appropriate. Persons 65 years of age and older whose vaccination status is not known should receive 1 dose of vaccine. Andrew.
Contraindications and precautions for pneumococcal conjugate vaccine are the same for both pneumococcal polysaccharide and pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. A history of a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication to vaccination. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be delayed until the acute illness improves. Adverse reactions following pneumococcal vaccines are similar to other inactivated vaccines. Local reactions, such as pain and redness, are reported in 30 to 50% of recipients of PPV. In the clinical trials, local reactions such as redness, swelling, or tenderness were reported in 10 to 23% of recipients of PCV, depending on the dose. In 3 to 4%, pain was severe enough to interfere with limb movement. Systemic reactions such as fever and myalgia are uncommon in PPV recipients, being reported in fewer than 1% of recipients. Fever, defined as a temperature of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or higher within 48 hours, was reported in 15 to 24% of PCV recipients. But in these studies, PCV was often administered simultaneously with whole cell pertussis vaccine. Many of these febrile episodes may have been attributable to the whole cell pertussis vaccine, not the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. In another study in which acellular pertussis vaccine was given simultaneously with PCV, 11% of recipients had temperatures of 100.4 degrees Fahrenheit or higher, which is 38 degrees Celsius or higher. Serious adverse reactions are rare for PPV and have not been attributed to PCV. One final note about pneumococcal vaccines. Many offices are now stocking both pneumococcal conjugate and polysaccharide vaccines. Having 2 types of pneumococcal vaccine in the same refrigerator does increase the risk of a vaccine administration error. We have already heard of several instances in which polysaccharide vaccine was given to an infant and conjugate vaccine was given to an older child or adult. Pneumococcal polysaccharide is not recommended for children younger than 2 years of age because it is not effective in this age group. Conjugate vaccine is not recommended for persons older than 5 years of age. The larger number of serotypes in the polysaccharide vaccine is advantageous to older persons. Providers always need to verify the correct vaccine is being given before injecting it. We all want to avoid administration errors. If a child is inadvertently given a dose of polysaccharide vaccine, you should administer the correct vaccine as soon as the error is discovered. If an adult receives conjugate vaccine, ACIP recommends waiting 2 months before giving the polysaccharide vaccine. Widespread use of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine is preventing invasive pneumococcal disease among both children and their close contacts. It is likely that additional vaccines with even more serotypes will be licensed in the future. Hopefully, the incidence of pneumococcal disease in infants will continue to fall and the disease will become a rarity, the same way Hib conjugate vaccine has made Hib disease a rarity. Donna.
Thanks, Andrew. We do receive a fair amount of questions about pneumococcal disease and the vaccine, so we'll go over a few of those now. Andrew, you know, providers are seeing so many kids with asthma now, and we say that it's an indication for influenza vaccine. What about pneumococcal vaccine?
Well, actually, asthma is not associated with pneumococcal disease, so asthma alone is not an indication. If someone has a chronic obstructive pulmonary disease or other types of chronic diseases that we've discussed, heart disease, diabetes, those would be indications for the pneumococcal vaccines, but asthma alone, no.
Okay, thanks. Bill, what about children who've actually had pneumococcal disease? Do they still need to be vaccinated?
Good question. There are a lot of different serotypes of pneumococcus, and just because a person has an infection with one, even if it is documented, and often it's not, even if it is documented, that does not necessarily mean that they'll be immune to one of the many other strains, one of the other serotypes of pneumococcus. So yes, we do recommend that even if a person has culture-confirmed pneumococcal disease, that they should, if they have an indication, a child for instance, they should in fact go ahead and receive the entire vaccination series with pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. And if they have an indication for polysaccharide vaccine, they should receive it as well when they're 2 years or older.
Okay, good. Andrew, I hate to talk about administration errors, but we do get questions about this. And we say if an infant inadvertently receives pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine, that they can go ahead right then as soon as they discover it and give the conjugate vaccine. But on the other hand, with older children or adults, if they have, vice versa, if they've received the conjugate vaccine, then we say they need to wait 8 weeks before giving the polysaccharide. What's the rationale for that difference?
Great question. The infant is not going to respond at all to the pure polysaccharide vaccine. Because, as I mentioned before, pure polysaccharide vaccines do not work well in infants. So you need to give the conjugate vaccine to the infant or a child ASAP, whereas in the adult situation, if an adult by mistake receives the conjugate vaccine, there is this concern of local reactions, which are more common with frequent dosing of pneumococcal vaccines. So hence the recommendation to wait 2 months to give the polysaccharide vaccine.
Okay, I think that might help some people in understanding why we have that difference in the recommendation. Bill, here's another one. Is there ever a situation where we would give pneumococcal conjugate vaccine to an adult?
No, basically no. 2 reasons. Number one, the vaccine is only approved for children older than 9 and actually recommended only through age 5. And there's a much more benefit for pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine in older people and adults because of the large number of strains that are contained in the polysaccharide vaccine.
Okay, good. Andrew, one last question here. You know, pneumococcal, a lot of providers will say this is the pneumonia shot. So if a person has a history of pneumonia, is that a high-risk situation or an indication to get the pneumococcal vaccine?
Good question. History of pneumonia alone is not considered a high risk. Again, it's those chronic diseases, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, heart disease, other chronic conditions that are a recommendation. But a history of pneumonia alone is not considered to be an indication for the pneumococcal vaccine.
Good. I'm glad we addressed that because I think there is some confusion about that.
A lot.
Okay. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you, Bill.
Okay.
Poliomyelitis is a disease few healthcare providers in the United States will ever see. Wild-type poliovirus transmission was interrupted in the United States almost 30 years ago. With our exclusive use of inactivated polio vaccine in the United States, vaccine-associated polio also no longer occurs in this country. So we are going to limit our discussion today primarily to polio vaccine issues. Poliomyelitis is caused by an enterovirus. There are 3 distinct serotypes of poliovirus, 1, 2, and 3. There is minimal heterotypic immunity between serotypes, which means that the immunity to one serotype does not protect you very much from other serotypes. So that's why there are 3 viruses in the vaccine. The infection is acquired through the mouth. The virus initially replicates in the pharynx and GI tract, then spreads to the lymphatics and other tissues, including the central nervous system. Most poliovirus infections are asymptomatic. However, about 1 in 200 infected persons develop permanent paralysis. The paralysis caused by poliovirus is usually asymmetric, and sensory function is intact. Persons initially paralyzed may recover some or all motor function. Overall, from 2 to 5% of paralytic polio cases are fatal. In general, the severity of polio increases with age, and older children and adults are more likely to be paralyzed or die than infants. This graphic shows the number of reported cases of polio by year since 1950. Polio peaked in 1952 with more than 58,000 total cases and more than 21,000 paralytic cases, which are shown on this slide. The number of reported cases was falling even before the introduction of the first polio vaccine in 1955. By the time oral polio vaccine was licensed in 1963, the number of cases was only a fraction of that reported in the pre-vaccination era. The last documented cases of paralysis caused by wild polio transmitted in the United States were in 1979. These cases were part of an outbreak among the Amish in the Midwest. The virus responsible for this outbreak had been imported from the Netherlands. The elimination of indigenous transmission of wild polio virus in the United States helped stimulate the development of a global polio eradication program. Even after the last cases of paralysis from wild-type poliovirus in 1979, cases of paralytic polio continued to be reported. This graph shows the number of paralytic polio cases reported in the United States by year since 1980. Between 1980 and 1999, 158 paralytic cases were reported, an average of about 8 cases per year. 6 of the 158 cases were acquired in other countries and imported into the U.S., and the cause of 2 cases was uncertain. These 8 cases are shown in tan on the graph. The last imported case occurred in 1993. The remaining 150 cases, or 95% of all cases reported since 1980, were caused by polio vaccine virus, shown in the green bars on the graph. In fact, every case of paralytic polio acquired in the United States in 1980 through 1999 was caused by vaccine virus. Because oral polio vaccine is no longer used in the U.S., the last known case of vaccine-associated paralytic polio acquired in this country occurred in 1999. The single vaccine-associated paralytic polio case in 2005 at the far right of the graph, shown in red, was unique because it was a U.S. citizen who acquired the infection outside the country. This case is a 22-year-old woman from Arizona who was believed to have been infected with polio vaccine virus in Costa Rica in January 2005. She had never received polio vaccine because of a religious exemption. She represents the first case of vaccine-associated paralytic polio in a U.S. citizen since 1999 and the first imported vaccine-associated case ever documented in the U.S. This case illustrates that international travel by an unvaccinated person, even to a country without indigenous poliovirus transmission, is not without risk. Details about this case and the investigation were published in the February 3, 2006 edition of Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. Another OPV-related issue emerged in 2005. A 7-month-old infant with a severe immunodeficiency was found to be infected with a type 1 poliovirus that was derived from the vaccine strain. The child was unvaccinated and lived in a community in Minnesota where many children and adults were unvaccinated. Investigations identified 7 additional infections in the community. 4 children in the community were shedding the same virus in their stool, and 3 of the child's siblings had serologic evidence of recent poliovirus infection. None of the infected children were paralyzed or had other symptoms related to their infection. The virus was vaccine-derived because of mutations. It is called this because it is clearly different than vaccine virus. This was the first identification of a vaccine-derived poliovirus in the United States. Vaccine-derived polioviruses have caused outbreaks on the island of Hispaniola, in the Philippines, and in Indonesia as recently as 2005. Testing of the virus suggested that it had been circulating for at least 2 years, meaning that the virus was older than the infant who had the index case. The source of the virus has not been identified. The takeaway message from this is that unvaccinated persons are at risk of poliovirus infection, even if they live in a country with no endemic circulation of wild virus and where OPV is not used. Details of this investigation were published in the October 21, 2005 edition of MMWR. Bill?
The first polio vaccine, the inactivated vaccine developed by Jonas Salk, was licensed in 1955, and the demand for it was enormous. Millions of doses of Salk vaccine were administered in the late 1950s. Trivalent oral polio vaccine was licensed in 1963. OPV rapidly became the polio vaccine of choice. An enhanced version of IPV was licensed in 1987, and the original Salk IPV was taken off the market in 1988. Production and distribution of oral polio vaccine was discontinued in the United States in 2000. Oral polio vaccine was responsible for the elimination of wild poliovirus from the United States. OPV continues to be used extensively throughout the rest of the world and will eventually be the vaccine that eliminates polio from the planet. But OPV no longer plays a direct role in polio vaccination policy in the United States. So the remainder of our discussion will concentrate on the use of inactivated polio vaccine. Enhanced IPV, which we will refer to simply as IPV, is an excellent vaccine that is highly effective in producing immunity to the 3 types of poliovirus. Like many other inactivated vaccines, most recipients do not become immune after a single dose. But 90% of recipients are immune to all 3 polio types after 2 doses. 99% are immune after 3 doses. There are 3 combination vaccines that contain inactivated polio vaccine. Pediarix is produced by GlaxoSmithKline and contains DTaP, hepatitis B, and IPV vaccines. It is licensed for the first 3 doses of the DTaP series among children 6 weeks through 6 years of age. Kinrix is also produced by GSK and contains DTaP and IPV. Kinrix is licensed only for the 5th dose of DTaP and the 4th dose of IPV among children 4 through 6 years of age. Pentacell is produced by Sanofi Pasteur and contains DTaP, Hib, and IPV. It is licensed for the first 4 doses of the component vaccines among children 6 weeks through 4 years of age. Pentacell is not licensed for children 5 years or older. We discuss additional details for the use of these vaccines in the DTaP segment of this program. The schedule recommended by the ACIP and the American Academies of Pediatrics and Family Physicians is 4 doses of IPV beginning at 2 months of age. The first dose may be given as early as 6 weeks of age. The second dose should be given at 4 months of age, and the third may be given as early as 6 months of age. A fourth dose of IPV is recommended at school entry at 4 to 6 years of age. If an accelerated schedule is needed, the current minimum interval between all 4 doses of IPV in the series is 4 weeks. These minimum intervals are being discussed by ACIP and could change in the future. It is preferable to administer the 4th dose at school entry. However, it may be given as early as 18 weeks and be counted as a valid dose depending on the age and spacing of the earlier doses. This is one of the most common questions we receive now about polio vaccine. According to Table 1 of the General Recommendations, the minimum age for the last dose of IPV is 18 weeks. However, some states have requirements that mandate a dose of polio vaccine on or after age 4 years. So, if you encounter a child who's received 4 doses of polio vaccine before the 4th birthday, and you live in a state that mandates a dose after age 4 years, the simplest solution is just to administer a 5th dose after age 4 years. Serologic testing is an option, but the testing is expensive and you'll need to test for antibody against all 3 serotypes, and the results can be very difficult to interpret. We suggest you just give a 5th dose and be done with it. Children who receive 3 doses of either OPV or IPV before the 4th birthday should receive a 4th dose of polio vaccine at the time of school entry. But if the 3rd dose was given on or after the 4th birthday, a 4th dose is not required. However, this rule only applies to children whose first 3 doses were either all OPV or all IPV. If the child received any combination of both OPV and IPV, then a total of 4 doses are recommended, regardless of the age when the 3rd dose was given. Now, this will no longer be an issue soon for U.S.-born children, since distribution of OPV was stopped in the United States in 2000. A related issue is that of children who received OPV for their early doses and are now due for their school entry dose. We've gotten many calls and emails with questions about how many doses to administer in this situation. Remember that IPV is the only polio vaccine available in the United States. You may still occasionally encounter a child who began the series with OPV, such as an immigrant from another country. These children should receive IPV to complete the polio vaccination series. Any combination of 4 doses of IPV and OPV by 4 to 6 years of age constitutes a complete series. You do not need to add any extra doses. 4 total doses are all that is needed. Now, we want to make sure you're clear on this point. A total of 4 doses is recommended if a child received any combination of IPV and OPV. This recommendation is for all children through 17 years of age, that is, until the 18th birthday. The only situation in which 3 doses are acceptable is when all 3 doses are the same type of vaccine and 1 or more of those doses was administered on or after the 4th birthday. Andrew.
Polio vaccination of adults generates a lot of questions, mostly from international travelers and travel health providers. Routine polio vaccination of U.S. residents 18 years of age and older is not recommended. The only adults for whom vaccination should be considered are those who travel to polio-endemic areas of the world and selected laboratory workers who may come into contact with wild polio viruses. Endemic areas currently exist only in Africa and Asia. Vaccination of adults would also be appropriate in the event of an outbreak of vaccine-derived poliovirus, as occurred in Minnesota in 2005. Unvaccinated adults, including those who cannot document prior vaccination, should receive 3 doses of IPV, each separated by at least 4 weeks. If travel is imminent, less than 4 weeks, an unvaccinated person should receive a single dose of IPV. The remaining doses of the series should be administered later if the person remains at risk. Persons with the documented incomplete series should receive the remaining doses of the series. It is not necessary to restart or add doses to the series because of a lapse in the series. Adults who can document a complete series of any type of polio vaccine in the past should receive a single booster dose of IPV. This booster dose is only given once in an adult's lifetime. Contraindications and precautions to an activated polio vaccine are also very limited. As with all vaccines, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication to IPV. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be deferred until the person's condition improves. Pregnancy is not a contraindication to the use of IPV, but since routine polio vaccination of Americans 18 years and older is not recommended, pregnancy will not be a common issue except for those of you who see travelers. An activated polio vaccine is one of, if not the safest vaccine available. As with any injected vaccine, local reactions such as pain, redness, or swelling at the site of injection occurs in 2.8% of recipients after any of the first 3 doses of IPV. Severe adverse reactions are rare and are mostly allergic reactions. In the past, almost all adverse reactions following polio vaccine were due to oral polio vaccine. Vaccine-associated paralytic polio was a rare occurrence, but it led to the discontinuation of use of OPV in the United States. However, OPV is still being used extensively outside the United States and could be encountered by travelers, as we described earlier. It is likely that in the near future, polio will become the second virus intentionally eradicated from the planet. The last known case of paralytic disease caused by wild poliovirus in the United States occurred in 1979. The Pan American Health Organization devised an aggressive and successful OPV mass vaccination program in 1985. The last case of wild poliovirus in the Western Hemisphere occurred in Peru in 1991. Due largely to the success of the polio elimination program in the Americas, the World Health Organization established a polio eradication program in 1988. At the end of 2006, polio was considered to be endemic in only 4 countries shown on this map in red: Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, and Nigeria. In 2006, a total of 1,997 confirmed cases of polio were reported from the 4 endemic countries and 13 other countries where the virus was reintroduced due to importation. The total for 2006 was about the same as the total for 2005, due primarily to a large outbreak in northern India. This outbreak resulted in the reintroduction of polio into areas of India that had been polio-free, and 10 times as many cases in 2006 as in 2005. In 2006, Nigeria accounted for more than half the polio cases reported worldwide. Transmission is mainly occurring in 3 northern states. However, due to intense vaccination efforts in Nigeria, the number of polio cases dropped in the second half of 2006 and in the first 5 months of 2007. Transmission of poliovirus continued in Pakistan, mainly along the border with Afghanistan. Transmission is also occurring in the southern region of Afghanistan. There have been challenges during the past 3 years, in particular the outbreak in Nigeria, with subsequent importation into previously polio-free areas, and the 2006 outbreak in northern India. But strategies continued to be refined, and the world moved closer to eradicating polio in 2006. With continued progress, we look forward to the day when the scourge of polio is relegated to the history books. More information about the Global Polio Eradication Program and opportunities to volunteer for short-term assignments in the program are available on the Updates and Resources webpage.
In this segment of the program, we will discuss measles, mumps, and rubella and MMR vaccine. We'll briefly discuss the clinical features and epidemiology of each disease, and after that, we will discuss MMR vaccine and any disease-specific nuances concerning the vaccine. Measles is a highly contagious viral illness that's been recognized for a long time. It was thought to be the same disease as smallpox until the 10th century, and it took another 700 years before the clinical characteristics of measles were clearly described. In 1846, it was demonstrated that there was lifetime immunity following the disease. Measles is also known as rubeola. We prefer to use the term measles rather than rubeola to avoid confusion with rubella. Measles virus is a paramyxovirus with an RNA genome. It is the cousin of the virus that causes canine distemper and a disease of cattle called rinderpest. It is possible that in the remote past, the ancestor of measles was an animal virus that made a species jump from dogs or cows to humans. Measles virus is rapidly inactivated by heat and light, but can survive up to 2 hours in the air of a poorly ventilated room. Hemagglutinin is a protein in the outer coat of measles virus. It's an important surface antigen for two main reasons. First, antibodies to hemagglutinin produce immunity to measles virus. Second, subtle changes in the gene coding for hemagglutinin act like a fingerprint. As you would guess, this genetic fingerprinting is highly technical, but it allows scientists to trace back the relationship and determine the country of origin for a particular measles virus. The clinical features of measles are fairly distinct, at least after the rash appears. Unfortunately, most of the transmission of measles takes place before the rash appears. After an incubation period of 10 to 12 days, there's a stepwise increase in temperature to 103 degrees Fahrenheit or higher. What usually follows is the classic triad of cough, coryza or runny nose, and conjunctivitis or pink eyes. An astute observer may see Koplik spots. That's a rash found on mucous membranes a day or two before the cutaneous rash. This prodrome usually lasts 2 to 4 days. The rash appears about 14 days after exposure and is caused by deposits of measles antibody in the skin. The rash is maculopapular and appears first on the face. During the next 2 or 3 days, it descends to the trunk and then to the arms and legs. The rash fades in the order of appearance. Now, you may have seen measles when it was common in the late 50s or early 60s, or during the outbreaks, more likely, in the late 80s and early 1990s. For those of you who have not seen it, here's a visual aid. This is a child with measles prodrome. Measles prodrome usually produces a moderate illness. Notice the coryza or runny nose and her red, teary eyes indicative of conjunctivitis. This is measles at about 2 days into the rash or 5 to 6 days into the illness. The rash is maculopapular and demonstrates coalescence when the discrete macules combine into larger red skin lesions. Cough is almost universal with measles. The rash is typically most intense on the head and upper chest, but is usually present on the lower chest and arms. This is a dark-skinned child with measles. The child has conjunctivitis and coryza. The rash is papular or raised, not flat. A measles rash is more difficult to see with dark skin. If the rash is accompanied by other symptoms such as cough or conjunctivitis, measles is easier to diagnose. If you see or hear about a person who had an influenza-like prodrome of cough, coryza, and fever, who then developed a rash, you should suspect measles. You should be really suspicious of measles if that person is unvaccinated or has a history of recent international travel. So what should you do if you suspect measles? Well, you should obtain a blood sample for serology and a specimen for viral isolation and notify your local or state health department as soon as possible. Do not wait until the lab tests come back. Control measures must be started immediately, not a week or two later. Measles is usually a moderately severe illness, but it can be very severe and have complications. The most common complications of measles are diarrhea in 8% and otitis media in about 7%. Pneumonia is reported in 6% of cases and can be either viral or bacterial. Encephalitis, which is inflammation of the brain, occurs in about 0.1% of reported cases, or about 1 person per 1,000 cases. Hospitalization occurs in 18% of reported cases. Death occurs in about 0.2% of reported cases, or about 2 deaths per 1,000 reported cases. As with most diseases, complication rates are not equal across ages. Most complications of pertussis, you'll recall, occur among young children, and most deaths from tetanus occur among older adults. Measles complications also vary by age, but there are two peaks, not just one. This graph shows by age the percentage of cases with pneumonia in the tan bar and hospitalization shown by the green bar. Preschool age is on the left, school age in the middle, and adults are shown on the right of the graph. Note there are two peaks with almost equal rates of complications: children younger than 5 and adults 20 and older. In summary, measles is an acute infectious disease with a fairly typical clinical presentation. Complications are fairly common and occur most often in young children and adults. Donna.
The epidemiology of measles in the United States has changed dramatically and more than once in just the last few years. These changes have had a major impact on immunization programs. Measles is a human disease. Even though it may have once been an animal disease, the reservoir is now only infected persons. There are no animal or insect reservoirs and no chronic carrier state. Transmission is from person to person through the respiratory route, either by way of droplets or by true airborne transmission. Airborne transmission occurs through very small particles that remain suspended in the air. That means that direct contact with an infected person is not necessary to transmit the virus. Airborne transmission has mostly been described in closed settings, such as medical exam rooms or emergency department waiting rooms. Measles peaks in the late winter. It is communicable 4 days before to 4 days after rash onset. Maximum viral shedding occurs during the prodrome, before the rash appears. Measles is a very contagious disease. Secondary attack rates of more than 90% have been documented. This means that a person with measles will infect almost every susceptible contact. The ease of transmission of measles can also lead to explosive outbreaks, particularly in unvaccinated populations. This graph shows the number of measles cases reported by year since 1950. Before a vaccine was licensed in 1963, about 500,000 cases and up to 1,000 deaths from measles were reported every year. In reality, there were 3 to 4 million cases per year. More than 90% of the population had been infected by 15 years of age. Measles incidence fell rapidly following vaccine licensure, and by 1970, reported measles cases had dropped more than 90% compared to just 10 years earlier. This graph shows the number of reported cases of measles by year since 1980. From 1980 through 1988, an average of 3,500 cases were reported per year. A major increase in measles began in late 1988. Cases increased further in 1989 and peaked in 1990 with more than 28,000 cases. This period is now referred to as the measles resurgence. This resurgence provided dramatic and unfortunate evidence of the epidemic potential of measles. More than 55,000 cases and 125 measles-related deaths were reported during the 3-year period 1989 through 1991. The resurgence involved primarily unvaccinated preschool-aged children and led to large outbreaks in urban areas. It occurred because of low age-appropriate vaccination levels. The realization that vaccine coverage was poor led directly to the Childhood Immunization Initiative of the 1990s, which gave us new immunization strategies, such as AFIX. These strategies are discussed in the course text. This graph shows the age distribution of reported measles cases from 1975 through 2005. The vertical axis shows the percent of reported cases in 3 age groups. School-aged children are in pink, preschool children in blue, and adults in green. During the 1970s and most of the 1980s, at the left of the graphic, School-age children accounted for the majority of measles cases. In some years, up to 80% of cases were reported in this age group alone. During the measles resurgence in the early 1990s, preschool-age children, in the blue line, comprised the largest age group. Since 1995, there has been no predominant age group for measles cases. All three groups account for about a third of the small number of cases, but the biggest proportionate increase has been in the percent of cases contributed by adults, shown by the green line. During the 1970s, adults accounted for less than 10% of cases. Now adults account for a third to half of all reported cases. Many of these cases in adults are international travelers and healthcare personnel who are inadequately vaccinated. During the measles resurgence of 1989 through 1991, large outbreaks of measles occurred among unvaccinated preschool-age children. In response to the outbreaks, major immunization efforts were undertaken across the country. As a result of these efforts, measles immunization levels went up and the outbreak stopped. Measles vaccination levels among 2-year-old children went from about 60% in the late 1980s to higher than 90% now. The result of these high immunization levels is record low numbers of measles cases. From 2000 through 2006, an average of only 66 cases were reported per year. A record low annual total of only 37 cases was reported in 2004. Indigenous transmission of measles virus has been interrupted in the United States. Many of the cases are among older children and adults who are either unvaccinated or have received only one dose of vaccine. Many measles cases are imported, meaning the infection was acquired while traveling outside the United States. Many of the remaining cases are linked to importation. For example, in 2006, 52 of 55 reported cases, or 95%, were imported or traceable to importation. In 2008, a provisional total of 132 measles cases was reported, the largest annual total since 1997. 89% of these cases were imported from or associated with importations from other countries, particularly countries in Europe where several outbreaks are ongoing. 76% of cases were among persons younger than 20 years of age. 91% were in persons who were unvaccinated, most because of personal or religious beliefs or of unknown vaccination status. The increase in the number of cases of measles was not a result of a greater number of imported measles cases. It was the result of more measles transmission after the virus was imported. The importation-associated cases occurred largely among school-aged children who were eligible for vaccination but whose parents chose not to have them vaccinated. Many of these children were homeschooled and not subject to school entry vaccination requirements. Our experience in 2008 again demonstrates the threat of measles outbreaks in groups or areas with low vaccination levels. More information about measles in 2008 is available on the Program Resources webpage. For a few persons with measles, the source of the virus is not known. It is a high priority for us to determine the source of the virus for all persons with measles reported in the United States. The Measles Laboratory at CDC has the technical capability to determine the geographic origin of viruses, but they need your help to obtain the specimens. Specimens for viral isolation should be obtained from every person with suspected measles that you see. CDC has published detailed instructions on the collection of specimens for virus isolation. We will include a link to these instructions on the Updates and Resources webpage. In 1999, the World Health Organization set a goal to reduce by 50% the number of deaths due to measles throughout the world by 2005. That year, WHO estimates that more than 800,000 measles-related deaths occurred, mostly among children younger than 5 years. WHO estimates that because of increased efforts to improve measles vaccination in developing countries, the number of deaths in 2005 was reduced by 60% to about 345,000 deaths. The largest total reduction was in Africa. WHO estimates that improved measles immunization prevented 2 to 3 million deaths from measles between 1999 and 2005. This is an historic victory for global health. Continued efforts to implement measles vaccine programs in developing countries should prevent even more sickness and death. We look forward to the day when measles is no longer a threat to any child anywhere. Andrew?
Mumps is an acute viral illness. Both parotitis and orchitis were described by Hippocrates in the 5th century BC. By 1934, it had been deduced that a virus caused the disease, although the virus was not isolated until 1945. Mumps was a frequent cause of outbreaks among military personnel in the pre-vaccine era. During World War I, only influenza and gonorrhea were more common causes of hospitalization among soldiers. Outbreaks of mumps have been reported among military personnel as recently as 1986. The incubation period of mumps is 14 to 18 days. It may have a nonspecific prodrome of fever, headache, malaise, and myalgias. The clinical finding most commonly associated with mumps virus infection is parotitis, but occurs in only 30 to 40% of infected persons. Up to 20% of infections are asymptomatic. 40 to 50% have nonspecific or respiratory symptoms. Mumps may present as lower respiratory illness, particularly in children younger than 5 years of age. Here is a child with parotitis. Parotitis may be unilateral, like in this child, or bilateral. A person who recovers from unilateral mumps parotitis will be immune and will not be susceptible to developing mumps again later on the other side. Mumps is generally a mild illness, and classic parotitis seems to be the exception rather than the rule. But complications may occur, and they may occur without evidence of parotitis. Central nervous system involvement is reported in about 15%. CNS involvement is more frequent among adults than children and generally presents as aseptic meningitis. In fact, in the pre-vaccine era, mumps virus was one of the most common causes of aseptic or viral meningitis. There may be permanent sequelae such as paralysis, seizures, and cranial nerve palsies. Orchitis, or involvement of the testicle in postpubertal males, occurs in 20 to 50% of cases in this age group. Testicular atrophy may result, but mumps is a rare cause of male infertility. Oophorytis, inflammation of the ovary, also has been reported. Deafness occurs once in 20,000 cases and is usually permanent. Death is uncommon, 1 to 3 per 10,000 reported cases. Mumps is a human disease. The reservoir is persons with the acute illness. There is no carrier state or animal or insect vector. It is transmitted by respiratory droplets, and subclinical infections may transmit the virus to susceptible contacts. Mumps is communicable 3 days before to 4 days after onset. Mumps seems to be less communicable than measles, with secondary attack rates documented at about 30%. Measles has secondary attack rates in excess of 90%. This graph shows the number of mumps cases reported by year since 1968, when it first became reportable. Live attenuated vaccine had been licensed a year earlier. In 1968, 152,000 cases and 25 deaths were reported, which is a rate of 88 cases per 100,000 population. Incidence fell during the next 10 years, falling below 10,000 cases for the first time in 1980. This graph shows the number of mumps cases reported by year since 1980. 2,000 to 5,000 cases per year were reported throughout most of the 1980s. The spike in the middle of the graph represents outbreaks in 1987 and 1988 that mostly involved school children. Some of these children had been previously vaccinated, illustrating the potential for transmission among persons with vaccine failure. But the majority of outbreaks occurred in states in which mumps was not included in school entry requirements. A large multi-state outbreak of mumps occurred in the United States in 2006. The first cases in the outbreak were detected on a college campus in eastern Iowa in late 2005. The outbreak primarily involved 7 Midwest states, although an increase in cases was reported by almost every state in the country. The source of the initial cases is unknown, but the mumps genotype G virus that was isolated from persons in many states during the outbreak was genetically identical to one known to circulate in the United Kingdom. The median age of persons reported with mumps was 22 years. The highest incidence was among young adults 18 through 24 years of age, many of whom were college students. However, the outbreak spread to all age groups. Transmission of mumps virus occurred in many settings, including college dormitories and healthcare facilities. The largest number of cases was reported from Iowa. Among approximately 1,800 persons with completed follow-up reports in Iowa, about half had received 2 or more doses of MMR, and 14% had received 1 dose. Multiple factors might have contributed to the spread of mumps in this outbreak. First, crowding and close contact in the college campus environment facilitates transmission of mumps and other illnesses that are spread through respiratory and oral secretions. Second, lack of a 2-dose MMR college entry requirement or lack of enforcement of a requirement probably contributed. Only 3 of the 7 most affected states had a college admission requirement of 2 doses of MMR vaccine, and these requirements may not have been rigorously enforced. Delayed recognition and diagnosis of mumps might have contributed to the spread in this outbreak. Younger physicians in the United States likely have not seen mumps, and physicians might not consider the diagnosis, especially in vaccinated persons. Mumps vaccine failure may have had a role. 2 doses of mumps vaccine are not 100% effective in preventing disease. Accumulation of susceptible persons who are not successfully immunized might be sufficient to sustain transmission in certain settings. This fact notwithstanding, 2 doses of mumps vaccine likely prevented mumps infection in 9 out of every 10 persons exposed. Even in highly affected college campuses, attack rates were much lower, 2 to 4%, than during mumps outbreaks 20 years ago, when attack rates were commonly 6 to 18% in settings with high 1-dose vaccine coverage. In addition, the vaccine might be less effective in preventing asymptomatic infection or atypical mumps than in preventing parotitis, and persons with asymptomatic infection or mild disease might contribute to transmission. Finally, waning immunity has been postulated as a contributing factor in this outbreak. Young adults 18 through 24 years of age would most commonly have received their most recent dose of mumps-containing vaccine as long as 17 years ago. The number of cases of mumps declined in the second half of 2006 and in 2007. But healthcare providers should remain alert for suspected mumps cases, conduct appropriate diagnostic testing, and report these cases to local or state health departments. As a result of this outbreak, the ACIP revised several of its recommendations for mumps vaccination. We will discuss these changes later when we discuss MMR vaccine. Bill?
Rubella was first described as a distinct clinical entity in the German literature in the 18th century, hence the common name German measles. Prior to that time, most physicians thought it was a variant of measles or a combination of measles and scarlet fever. It was not until 1941 that Norman Gregg, an Australian ophthalmologist, recognized the connection between maternal rubella infection and congenital cataracts and heart defects, and described congenital rubella syndrome. Rubella virus was first isolated in 1962. About the same time, a pandemic of rubella occurred in Europe and America. Thousands of families suffered because of the miscarriages and birth defects caused by rubella virus. This helped stimulate the development of a vaccine. Rubella is a togavirus with an RNA genome. Other togaviruses include Eastern, Western, and Venezuelan equine encephalitis viruses and the Ross River virus, all of which are transmitted by mosquitoes. There is no evidence that rubella virus is transmitted by mosquitoes. There is only one antigenic type of rubella virus. The virus is rapidly inactivated by heat and light, so it does not persist long in the environment. The incubation period of rubella is 12 to 23 days, but averages 14 to 16 days. There may be a prodrome consisting of low-grade fever and malaise. Lymphadenopathy or enlarged lymph nodes may appear in the second week. The rash appears 14 to 17 days after exposure. Rubella is generally a mild illness. In fact, up to half of infections are inapparent or subclinical. Here's a short video that shows a child with a moderate case of rubella. This child has rubella. The rubella rash usually begins and is most noticeable on the face, but may involve other parts of the body. The rash usually lasts about 3 days, hence its common name of 3-day measles. These are the enlarged postauricular lymph nodes seen frequently with rubella. Posterior cervical and suboccipital nodes may also be involved. Notice that the rash is much more sparse on the trunk and arms than on the face. The rash is typically fainter than a measles rash and does not coalesce. The rash is more prominent after a hot shower or bath. There are a few complications of rubella that you should be aware of, since similar but milder symptoms occur as adverse reactions following vaccination. The most common are arthralgia, or joint pain, and arthritis, or inflammation of a joint. Joint symptoms are rare in children, but joint symptoms are reported in up to 30% of adults and in 50 to 70% of adult females with rubella. Chronic and recurrent joint symptoms have also been described following rubella in adult women. Thrombocytopenic purpura occurs once in 3,000 cases, and encephalitis is reported once in 5,000 to 6,000 cases. The real public health significance of rubella is not the disease itself, nor its complications. It is congenital infection. The virus may infect many different embryonic cell lines and may cause damage to many different organs. Collectively, these abnormalities are known as congenital rubella syndrome, or CRS. Unfortunately, the mother does not have to be symptomatic to transmit the virus to her fetus. Inapparent infections in the mother may lead to CRS. In general, the younger the fetus when infected, the more serious the damage. Up to 90% of infants born to women infected with rubella virus in the first 11 weeks of pregnancy will have defects. Infection early in pregnancy may also lead to fetal death and miscarriage. Fortunately, CRS is rare with second trimester infection. Here's a list of some of the most common anomalies associated with CRS. The most common defects are the classic triad of deafness, cataracts, and heart defects. Microcephaly, or small head, is also common. Mental retardation is common and may not become apparent until the child is a few years old. Now, these are just a few of the common abnormalities. Defects have been described in virtually every organ. This child has congenital cataracts, one of the most common findings in congenital rubella syndrome. Infants born with CRS may have other eye defects such as glaucoma and retinal abnormalities. Many children with congenital rubella syndrome are permanently disabled. The good news is that virtually every case of CRS could be prevented with a single dose of rubella vaccine. Rubella is a human disease, and the reservoir is acutely infected persons. There is no animal or insect vector of rubella virus. Transmission of rubella is respiratory. It's communicable 7 days before to 5 to 7 days after rash onset. But subclinical or asymptomatic cases may also transmit the virus. Infants infected in utero with rubella virus may shed virus for a year or more. This graph shows the number of rubella cases reported by year since 1966, when the disease became nationally reportable. That year, there were 47,000 cases and 12 deaths. Rubella peaked in 1969 with 58,000 cases and 29 rubella deaths. Following licensure of the first rubella vaccines, cases fell rapidly to 12,000 in 1979. This graph shows reported rubella cases by year since 1980. Since 1983, fewer than 1,000 cases of rubella have been reported annually, except in 1990 with 1,100 cases and 1991 with 1,400 cases. These increases were due to large outbreaks in California in 1990 and among the Amish, mostly in Pennsylvania, in 1991. This next graphic overlays the number of reported cases of congenital rubella syndrome shown in the blue line. Notice the similarity in the shapes of the rubella and CRS lines. CRS fell along with rubella in the early 1980s. The little peak of CRS in 1986 was a cluster of cases in New York City that was not associated with an increase in reported rubella cases. The big peak in CRS follows the rubella outbreak in California in 1991 and following the outbreak among the Amish in Pennsylvania in 1992. Until recently, most countries of the world, including most in Latin America, did not use rubella vaccine. So immigrants from these areas are more likely to be susceptible to rubella than U.S. natives. The good news is that as of 2006, 43 of the 44 countries in the Western Hemisphere, all except Haiti, have introduced rubella-containing vaccine into their national programs. We understand that Haiti plans to include rubella vaccine in their national program in the near future. But many foreign-born adults remain susceptible to rubella. Vaccination programs targeting immigrants from these areas, particularly programs in workplaces, could help reduce susceptibility and prevent rubella and CRS in these persons. An all-time low of 7 cases of rubella were reported in 2003. 11 cases were reported in 2005 and 2006. 10 infants with CRS have been reported since 2001. In October 2004, the CDC convened an independent expert panel to review available rubella and CRS data. After a careful review, the panel unanimously agreed that rubella was no longer endemic in the United States, making it the 4th viral infection to be eliminated from the United States by vaccination. Donna.
The first measles vaccine became available in 1963. The vaccine currently used in the United States was licensed in 1968. An inactivated mumps vaccine was available in the United States from 1950 until 1978, but provided limited protection. The current live attenuated mumps virus, the Gerald Lynn strain, was licensed in 1967. The first rubella vaccines were licensed in 1969. The current strain, called RA273, replaced the earlier strains in 1979. Combined measles, mumps, rubella vaccine was licensed in 1971. The most recent development was the licensure in 2005 of a combined measles, mumps, rubella, varicella vaccine, or MMRV. The measles, mumps, and rubella components of MMRV are identical to MMR. MMRV has 7 to 8 times as much varicella vaccine virus as does monovalent varicella vaccine. MMRV is approved only for children 12 months through 12 years of age and should not be administered to anyone 13 years of age or older. MMR vaccine is a live virus vaccine. The efficacy of a single dose has been estimated at 80 to 95%, depending on the component. Single-dose mumps vaccine efficacy is estimated to be 80 to 90%. Single-dose measles and rubella vaccine efficacy are 90 to 95%. Duration of immunity appears to be very long, probably lifelong. Even though single-dose efficacy is high, the routine MMR schedule is 2 doses. ACIP and the American Academies of Pediatrics and Family Physicians recommend that MMR or MMRV be used whenever one or more of its components are indicated. In fact, single antigen component vaccines are not available. Merck no longer produces single antigen measles, mumps, and rubella vaccines for distribution. 12 months is both the recommended age and the minimum age for any measles, mumps, rubella, or varicella containing vaccine, either single antigen, MMR, or MMRV. This is because it is the earliest age at which almost all children have lost their maternal antibodies, which can interfere with vaccine virus replication. A dose given before 12 months of age should not be counted as a valid dose. The child should be revaccinated on or after the first birthday. Doses given up to 4 days before the first birthday may be counted if your state accepts the grace period, as discussed in the general recommendations on immunization. Although MMR vaccine is highly effective, not everyone responds to the first dose. Numerous studies conducted during the last 20 years have shown that some recipients do not respond to the first dose, even given at the appropriate age. The vaccine failure rate varies by component. 5% for measles and rubella and up to 20% for the mumps component. The reason why this small number of persons do not respond to the vaccine is not known with certainty, but it is probably caused by antibody present at the time of vaccination, or mishandled vaccine that was damaged, or recording errors, or possibly other causes. The good news is that vaccine failure is not permanent, and most persons with vaccine failure of the first dose will respond to a second dose. More than 99% of persons with 2 doses of MMR after the first birthday will be immune to measles and rubella, and 90% immune to mumps. This is important because these diseases, particularly measles, are highly contagious. To prevent outbreaks, nearly 100% of the population must be immune. Achieving this high population immunity requires 2 doses of vaccine, not just 1. The second dose of MMR vaccine is intended to produce immunity in persons who fail to respond to the first dose. The second dose is not really a booster dose. It is possible that the second dose may increase antibody titers in some persons, but this increased antibody titer typically does not persist very long. The first dose of MMR or MMRV is recommended at 12 to 15 months of age. The second dose of MMR or MMRV should be routinely administered at 4 to 6 years of age at entry to kindergarten or first grade. However, the second dose may be given earlier than 4 to 6 years of age. This issue has become more complicated with the second dose varicella vaccine recommendation and the availability of MMRV. 2 doses of MMR can be separated by 4 weeks. However, 2 doses of varicella vaccine must be separated by at least 3 months for children younger than 13 years of age. So if the first dose of varicella vaccine is given at the same visit as the first MMR, or if MMRV is used for the first dose, and you want to use MMRV for the second dose, then it must be given at least 3 months after the first dose. This is not as convoluted as it seems at first. Just remember that 2 doses of varicella vaccine, alone or in combination with MMR, must always be separated by 3 months for children younger than 13 years of age. All children of school age and older should have 2 documented doses of MMR vaccine. The routine health assessment at 11 or 12 years of age should be used as a checkpoint to make sure that no child enters adolescence without having received 2 doses. Andrew?
Since 1977, when mumps vaccine was first recommended for routine vaccination of children, appropriate vaccination has been defined as 1 dose of mumps-containing vaccine on or after the first birthday. A second routine dose of measles vaccine, preferably administered as MMR, was recommended in 1989. As a result of this recommendation, many persons have received 2 doses of MMR, but many older persons have not received a second dose. The 1998 MMR ACIP statement reiterated that mumps immunity was defined as 1 dose on or after the first birthday. The 2006 mumps outbreak underscored limitations in the 1998 recommendations relating to prevention of mumps transmission in healthcare and other settings with high risk for mumps transmission. After reviewing data from the outbreak and previous evidence on mumps vaccine effectiveness and transmission, the ACIP issued updated recommendations for mumps immunity and vaccination in June 2006. Acceptable presumptive evidence of measles and mumps immunity now includes one of the following: documentation of adequate vaccination, laboratory evidence of immunity, birth before 1957, or documentation of physician-diagnosed measles or mumps. Evidence of measles and mumps immunity through documentation of adequate vaccination is now defined as 1 dose of MMR vaccine for preschool-aged children and adults not at high risk of exposure to measles and mumps. 2 doses of MMR are now recommended for school-aged children grades kindergarten through 12th grade and for adults at high risk of exposure. Adults at increased risk of exposure include college students, international travelers, and healthcare personnel. College students who live in dormitories are at particularly high risk. International travelers are at increased risk if they visit areas where measles is more common than it is in the U.S., which is almost everywhere in the world. College students and international travelers younger than 50 years of age should receive 2 doses of MMR vaccine if they do not have other evidence of measles immunity. Healthcare personnel are at particularly high risk of measles because they can unknowingly be exposed to measles at almost any time. Nosocomial measles transmission has been documented in the offices of private physicians, in emergency departments, and on hospital inpatient units. The risk of measles infection in healthcare personnel is estimated to be 13 times higher than for the general population. So measles immunity in healthcare personnel is especially important. In 1997, ACIP and the Hospital Infection Control Practices Advisory Committee published comprehensive recommendations for the immunization of healthcare personnel. This document is a bit dated now, but the recommendations for measles immunity are still valid. The ACIP recommends that all persons who work in medical facilities should be immune to measles, not just those beginning employment, and not just those with direct patient care responsibilities. This recommendation includes students and volunteers, as well as medical and non-medical employees. Persons who were born in or after 1957 and work in medical facilities should have serologic evidence of immunity, documented physician-diagnosed measles, meaning a written dated record, or documentation of 2 doses of measles vaccine. Because of the importance of measles immunity in healthcare personnel, ACIP recommends that facilities implement policies that require a dose of measles vaccine for persons born before 1957, unless they have other evidence of measles immunity. Mumps transmission in medical facilities has been documented in the past and was also documented during the 2006 outbreak. Exposure to mumps in healthcare settings can result in added economic costs associated with furlough and reassignment of staff members from patient care duties or closure of wards. All persons who work in medical facilities should be immune to mumps. Healthcare personnel born in 1957 or later without other evidence of immunity should have documentation of 2 doses of a mumps-containing vaccine. The minimum interval between doses is 28 days. Healthcare personnel who have received only 1 dose previously should receive a 2nd dose. Because birth before 1957 is only presumptive evidence of immunity, medical facilities should consider recommending 1 dose of a mumps-containing vaccine for unvaccinated workers born before 1957 who do not have a history of physician-diagnosed mumps or laboratory evidence of mumps immunity. During a mumps outbreak, medical facilities should strongly consider recommending 2 doses of mumps vaccine to unvaccinated personnel born before 1957 who do not have evidence of mumps immunity. These new recommendations for healthcare personnel are intended to offer increased protection during a recognized outbreak of mumps. However, reviewing healthcare personnel immune status for mumps and providing vaccine during an outbreak might be impractical or inefficient. So staff should consider reviewing the immune status of healthcare personnel routinely and providing appropriate vaccinations, including mumps vaccine, in conjunction with routine annual disease prevention measures such as influenza vaccination or tuberculin testing. You might have wondered what is so special about 1957. It is generally assumed that persons born before 1957 are immune to measles because they had the disease as a child. But the 1957 cutoff for measles and mumps immunity is somewhat arbitrary. Seroprevalence studies in healthcare personnel show that up to 5% of persons born before 1957 are susceptible to measles and mumps. 5% susceptible is probably okay for adults at low risk of exposure, but it is not okay if you are at high risk of exposure. And healthcare personnel are among the most likely to be exposed to a person with measles and mumps. After all, where else would someone go who has a cough, a rash, and a temperature of 104? Bill?
The definition of rubella immunity is different than those for measles and mumps. A person can be considered immune to rubella if they have documentation of 1 dose of rubella-containing vaccine, serologic evidence of immunity, or were born before 1957. Unlike measles and mumps, a personal or physician-diagnosed history of rubella disease is not considered reliable and is not acceptable as evidence of rubella immunity. Birth before 1957 does not guarantee rubella immunity, just like it does not guarantee immunity to measles or mumps. Because of the potential for congenital rubella syndrome if a woman is infected during pregnancy, ACIP recommends that birth before 1957 not be accepted as evidence of rubella immunity for women who might become pregnant. For women of childbearing age, ACIP recommends that only serology or documentation of at least 1 dose of rubella vaccine should be accepted as evidence of rubella immunity. Using a strict definition of rubella immunity adds another layer of safety to our congenital rubella syndrome prevention efforts. CRS is a disease we would prefer to never see again. Now, a couple of comments on serologic testing. Occasionally, you will encounter a person with a documented history of 1 dose of rubella vaccine who has a negative rubella screening serology. We suggest you just go ahead and give the person a 2nd dose of MMR, although the problem is most likely an insensitive test rather than true susceptibility. Once a person has been tested and found to be immune, no further testing needs to be done. There is no evidence that immunity to rubella wanes with time since vaccination. The ACIP recommends no more than 2 total doses of MMR for anyone. So, if a person is found to have a negative serology after 2 documented doses of MMR, additional vaccine is not recommended. Donna.
Since MMR vaccine contains live viruses, it has more contraindications and precautions to vaccination than inactivated vaccines. These contraindications and precautions apply to the monovalent component vaccines, MMR, and to MMRV, with one exception that I'll point out in a moment. A severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose of vaccine is a contraindication, as it is for all vaccines. In the past, egg protein was believed to be responsible for the rare anaphylactic reaction following MMR vaccines. Evidence now suggests that gelatin, which is used as a stabilizer in MMR and MMRV, may be responsible. Measles and mumps vaccine viruses are grown in chick embryo fibroblast tissue culture and do not contain ovalbumin. Several studies have demonstrated the safety of MMR in egg allergic children. As a result, the ACIP and AAP recommend that you vaccinate even egg allergic children without prior skin testing or the use of protocols requiring gradually increasing doses of vaccine. Pregnancy is a contraindication to measles and MMR vaccines because of the theoretical risk of damage to a developing fetus. MMRV is not approved for persons 13 and older, so pregnancy should rarely be an issue. Neither measles vaccine nor MMR has ever been shown to injure a fetus. Although the manufacturer recommends a 3-month delay, ACIP recommends that pregnancy should be delayed for 4 weeks after a dose of MMR. MMR vaccine viruses are not transmittable, so pregnancy of a household contact is not a contraindication to vaccination of a child or other household member. The pregnancy contraindication can be problematic for providers who see women of childbearing age. So let's review the recommended procedure for screening and vaccination of such women. ACIP recommends that you ask if the woman is pregnant or likely to become pregnant in the next 4 weeks. It is a good idea to ask what form of contraception is being used. This is because women who are sexually active and not using contraception still might tell you they could not become pregnant in the next month. Exclude women who are or may become pregnant in the next 4 weeks. For those women who are not excluded by these questions, explain the theoretical risk of vaccination during pregnancy and the importance of not becoming pregnant during the 4 weeks following vaccination. Then vaccinate them. ACIP does not recommend routine pregnancy testing of women before rubella vaccination. Inadvertent vaccination of women who are pregnant is bound to occur, even with careful screening. Several studies have examined the risk of CRS following vaccination, including an American study conducted from 1971 through 1989. It was called the Vaccine in Pregnancy, or VIP study. 321 women were enrolled after they were inadvertently vaccinated near or after conception. There were 324 live births, including 3 sets of twins. There were no cases of CRS observed among these births. Now, if you calculate the 95% confidence limits, you find that the risk of CRS in this situation is between 0 to 1.2%. That is what we are referring to when we say there is a theoretical risk. In reality, no case of CRS following rubella vaccination in pregnancy has ever been documented. None of us intend to vaccinate a pregnant woman, but what if, despite your diligent screening, you do? You should reassure her that no case of congenital rubella syndrome has ever been reported in a woman vaccinated during pregnancy. You should also let her know, in terms she will understand, that the ACIP does not consider rubella vaccination alone sufficient reason to terminate a pregnancy. Of course, the final decision about management of the pregnancy lies with the woman and her physician. Immunosuppression, which we use synonymously with immunodeficiency and immunocompromised, is also a contraindication to measles vaccine. MMR vaccine should not be given to persons taking large daily doses of oral or parenteral corticosteroids for more than 2 weeks. It should not be given to persons with cancer or those being treated for cancer. Measles-containing vaccines should be delayed for at least 1 month after high-dose steroids or immune modulators such as etanercept, and at least 3 months after chemotherapy. MMR vaccine virus infections are non-communicable in usual circumstances. There is no risk of transmission to a household contact. As a result, MMR is recommended for the healthy household contact of an immunosuppressed person. A related issue is the use of measles-containing vaccine in persons with HIV infection. Measles can be lethal to a person with HIV infection, so MMR continues to be recommended for persons with asymptomatic HIV infection. MMR is not recommended for persons with evidence of severe immunosuppression from HIV. Severe immunosuppression is defined by low CD4 T lymphocyte counts, or the percentage of total lymphocytes. There's more information about the lymphocyte count criteria for severe immunosuppression in the 1998 MMR ACIP statement. Pre-vaccination HIV testing of an otherwise healthy person is not recommended. There are no data on the efficacy or safety of MMRV in persons with HIV infection. Consequently, MMRV is not recommended or approved for persons with HIV infection, regardless of symptoms or degree of immunosuppression. There are 2 precautions for both MMR and MMRV. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be delayed until the acute illness improves. This precaution applies to all vaccines. Recent receipt of a blood product is a precaution because of potential inactivation of the vaccine virus. Passive antibody from blood products may affect all 3 viruses in MMR and varicella if you are using MMRV. The vaccine and antibody table in the general recommendations should be your guide for timing of blood products and either measles or varicella containing vaccine. Andrew?
Since all 3 components of MMR are live viruses, adverse reactions following vaccination are predictable. They represent viral replication that leads to mild illness in susceptible vaccine recipients. Adverse reactions following live vaccines generally occur after an incubation period of the vaccine virus. For MMR vaccine, this is 7 to 10 days after vaccination. The most common adverse reaction following MMR vaccine is a low-grade fever. This occurs in about 5 to 15% of recipients. Fever is usually attributed to the measles component, but may be caused by any of the 3 vaccine viruses. Febrile seizures may follow. Antipyretics like acetaminophen or ibuprofen may prevent fever and febrile seizures. But the onset of fever following live vaccines is often sudden and unpredictable, so it is difficult to use antipyretics for this purpose. A rash occurs in about 5% of recipients and lasts a day or 2. The rash is also usually attributed to the measles vaccine component, but may also be caused by rubella vaccine virus. The rash is much milder than the rash that occurs with measles disease. Joint symptoms occur in up to 25% of rubella-susceptible women, less in men, and rarely in children. The most common joint symptoms reported after rubella or MMR vaccination are arthralgia, or joint pain, and arthritis, or joint swelling and redness. Remember that joint symptoms are more common after rubella disease, occurring in up to 70% of adult women. The onset of joint symptoms is usually 1 to 3 weeks after vaccination, or an incubation period of the vaccine virus. Symptoms last from 1 day to about 3 weeks and rarely recur. These symptoms are usually not severe enough to cause absence from work. There have been reports from some investigators of persistent pain or chronic arthritis in women who received rubella vaccine. However, several large epidemiologic studies have not found an association between chronic joint symptoms and rubella vaccination. Many adult women are receiving a second dose of MMR vaccine for employment or college entrance and are concerned about joint symptoms after this dose. There appears to be very little risk. Almost everyone becomes immune to rubella after the first dose. Immune women do not have joint symptoms after vaccination, so the chance of joint symptoms after a second dose are quite small. The only women who would be at risk for joint symptoms are the small number who failed to respond to the first dose. Thrombocytopenia, or low platelet count, is clinically apparent after less than 1 in 30,000 doses. It is usually transient and benign. On rare occasion, bleeding does occur. Parotitis and deafness are rare adverse reactions, usually attributed to the mumps component. Encephalopathy is believed to occur after 1 in a million doses or less. This is a very rare event, again, much less frequent than encephalopathy following measles disease. The adverse reaction profile of MMRV is similar to that of MMR. In trials that compared adverse reactions following MMRV to those following MMR and varicella vaccines administered separately, only fever occurred more commonly in the MMRV group. Fever of 102 degrees or higher within 42 days was reported in 22% of MMRV recipients, compared to 15% of those who received separate injections. This increased occurrence of fever may be the result of the higher titer of varicella vaccine in MMRV. Many parents are concerned about an association between measles vaccine or MMR and autism. This concern is amplified by sensational and unbalanced media. Multiple large, well-designed studies have provided evidence that there is no association between MMR and autism. A 2009 court decision agrees with the science. On February 12, 2009, The U.S. Court of Federal Claims, as part of the omnibus autism proceedings, ruled that there is no medical or scientific basis for an association between autism and vaccines. Hopefully, this ruling will help reassure parents that vaccines do not cause autism. More information on this issue is available on the CDC Vaccines and Immunization website. One other issue I would like to mention is measles vaccine and tuberculin skin testing. It has been known for years that measles disease could cause a person with a latent tuberculosis infection to develop active TB. But measles vaccine does not exacerbate TB, so testing is not a prerequisite for vaccination. In the 1960s, it was observed that the early measles vaccine, the Edmundston vaccine, could suppress the response to a tuberculin skin test, or TST. Cell-mediated immunity is suppressed by viral infections, including measles and measles vaccine. Cell-mediated immunity to TB antigens is what you are measuring with a TST. If you give measles vaccine first, then place a TST during the period of immune suppression, the response to the skin test may be reduced, even if the person does have a TB infection. It is not known if the current, more attenuated vaccine also has this effect, but it's safer to assume it does and not risk interference with the accurate reading of a TST. To minimize the risk of interference between measles vaccine and TST, the preferred strategy is to apply the TST at the same visit during which measles-containing vaccine is administered. The mild immunosuppressive effect of the vaccine will not be a problem for a few days. This strategy is preferred because it avoids missing the opportunity for MMR vaccination. A second strategy is to apply the TST first and administer the vaccine when the person comes back to have the test read. This strategy is least preferred because if the person does not come back for the TST reading, you have missed the opportunity to give the vaccine. What you should not do is apply a TST if a measles-containing vaccine has already been given. You should delay the TST for at least 4 weeks if the vaccine is administered first. By delaying the TST, if the MMR or MMRV has already been administered, you will eliminate the risk of vaccine suppression that could lead to a false negative skin test. A false negative TST could delay treatment of a person with tuberculosis. We suggest you apply these TST rules to all injected and intranasal live vaccines, just to be safe.
We would like to present a case study now that addresses issues we've discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Here's today's first case study. Raisa is a 3-year-old adopted from Russia. It's her first visit to your office in November. She is known to be HIV positive and her T lymphocyte percentage is 12%. With a normal range of 32 to 68%. She otherwise appears healthy. There's no record or knowledge of her having had chickenpox. Her translated vaccination record indicates that she has had BCG vaccine at birth, oral polio vaccine at birth, 1 month, 3 months, and 4 months of age. The record also indicates DTP vaccine and hepatitis B vaccine at birth, 1 month, and 3 months, and measles vaccine at 10 months of age. She received a dose of inactivated influenza vaccine 5 weeks ago at a local pharmacy. It was the first time she had ever received influenza vaccine. Here are 3 questions about Raisa. What vaccines or vaccines does she need today? Does she have any contraindications to any of the vaccines she needs today? When should Raisa return, and what vaccine or vaccines should she receive at the next visit? If you're viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We'll return in just a moment to discuss it with you. Children adopted from outside the United States often have written records of the vaccines they received in their home country. Whether or not these records accurately reflect the vaccine the child actually received is another issue that we'll not discuss today. For Raisa, we will assume her vaccination record is accurate. So the first task is to look at the spacing and timing of the vaccines in her written record to determine which doses can be counted as valid. Here then is the first question about Raisa. What vaccines does she need today? Now keep in mind that what Raisa needs and what she can receive may not be the same. Today, Raisa needs DTaP, hepatitis B, IPV, Hib, pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, MMR, and varicella vaccine. Since 5 weeks have passed since her first dose of influenza vaccine, she should also receive her second dose now. She also needs hepatitis A vaccine if your state or county is doing a catch-up hepatitis A vaccination program. Once again, you'll need to consult good old Table 1 in the general recommendations on immunization to evaluate the timing and spacing of the vaccine doses that she received in Russia. The minimum age for DTP or DTaP vaccine is 6 weeks. So the doses she received at birth and 1 month of age are invalid. The dose at 3 months is her first valid dose of DTP, so you'll give her DTaP today and count it as the second valid dose. The minimum age for polio vaccine in the United States is also 6 weeks, so the OPV she received at birth and 1 month are also invalid. The doses at 3 and 4 months are valid because they meet the minimum age, and the minimum interval between polio doses is 4 weeks. The IPV you administer today is her third valid dose. She will need a fourth and final dose of IPV at 4 to 6 years of age. The doses of hepatitis B vaccine at birth and 1 month of age are valid, but the dose at 3 months is not valid because the minimum age of the third dose of hepatitis B vaccine is 24 weeks. The hepatitis B vaccine dose you administer today will complete the series. Since Raisa needs DTaP, IPV, and hepatitis B vaccines, today you could administer all of them in one shot using Pediarix. In fact, she will probably appreciate this because of all the other injected vaccines she needs at this visit. Raisa has no record of having received Hib or pneumococcal conjugate vaccine, and she needs them both. So you administer her first and only dose of Hib and the first of 2 doses of PCV. A month has passed since her first dose of influenza vaccine, so you can administer the second dose today. Her first hepatitis A vaccine can be given, again, if your state or county has a hepatitis A vaccination catch-up program for children. Finally, her single antigen measles vaccine was given at 10 months of age. That's 2 months earlier than the minimum age in the U.S., so she needs MMR. Without a history of chickenpox, she also needs varicella vaccine. But should she receive them today? That brings us to the second question for Raisa. Does she have any contraindications to the vaccines she needs today? Yes, she does. The T lymphocyte percentage is a contraindication for MMR and varicella vaccines. Both MMR and varicella vaccines are recommended for persons with HIV infection, but only those who are not severely immunocompromised. For children, severe immunocompromise is considered to be present when the CD4 T lymphocyte percentage is 15% or lower. Raisa's most recent CD4 count was 12%, so she should not receive MMR and varicella vaccines today. Her HIV infection, regardless of CD4 count, is also a contraindication to live attenuated influenza vaccine. So today, she should receive inactivated influenza vaccine. Raisa can receive all the inactivated vaccines she needs. Here is the third question about Raisa. When should she return, and what vaccines should she receive at the next visit? Raisa should return in 4 weeks for her second dose of DTaP. She will need to return in 8 weeks for her second dose of pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. For healthy, unvaccinated children, a single dose of PCV is recommended if they're 24 months of age or older. But Raisa's HIV infection puts her at increased risk for pneumococcal disease, so she should receive a second dose 8 weeks after the first dose. She'll also need pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine at least 8 weeks after the second dose of PCV. Now, it is likely that Raisa will be started on antiviral drug therapy for her HIV infection. Her CD4 percentage is likely to improve with this therapy, so you will need to stay in close contact with whoever is managing her HIV drug therapy. Once her CD4 percentage rises above 15%, you will be able to administer MMR and varicella vaccines. You will need to administer these vaccines as separate vaccines since MMRV is not approved for children with HIV infection. Andrew.
Bill, thank you. Great case. Just a quick follow-up question. You mentioned Raisa as a candidate for a pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. Is that given her medical history, or how do you schedule out those doses?
Yes, she would be considered high risk for pneumococcal disease because of her HIV infection, which fortunately doesn't seem to be symptomatic now, but she would still fall into the indications for both pneumococcal conjugate vaccine and pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. In these cases, you would want to finish her 2 doses of conjugate vaccine first. They're given at 8-week intervals. Then you would then wait another 2 months before you gave her pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine to presumably reduce the risk of local reactions to the polysaccharide.
Okay, great. While we have some time, why don't we take some or discuss some questions that we receive frequently. Donna, we're seeing more and more patients that want the MMR vaccine as single antigen vaccines. Are these vaccines available?
Yes, they are. Either a pharmacist or the healthcare provider can order them from the vaccine manufacturer. Now, you know, it's a couple of things that need to be discussed with the parent if they're requesting this, and that is because these vaccines, the single antigens are only available in 10 single-dose vials. So that's going to be much more expensive for the provider, and they could defer that cost to the parent. So each dose could cost that parent several $100s. The other thing is that if you're spreading it out like that, then the child is not getting protected against each of these antigens as quickly. So they would have to be separated by at least 4 weeks for each one of these. So in the interim, that child is not protected and could become infected and could transmit, you know, the virus to someone else. So if this child is like in daycare, you know, that could be an issue that they may not allow the child to come to daycare until they're adequately vaccinated.
Okay, so another question we receive frequently, Bill, if a healthcare provider is born before 1957 and then has a serologic test and tests negative to measles, mumps, or rubella by serology, do they still need to receive MMR vaccine?
Yes, we've found that serologic testing, particularly of older employees in healthcare facilities, medical facilities, is actually quite common. And unfortunately, there will be negatives that turn up. The problem is that doing a screening test for either measles or mumps or rubella or varicella for that matter, you can get a negative and you can't really tell whether this could just be indications of waning immunity, the person really did have measles or mumps and just their antibodies below the cutoff level, or whether they really are susceptible. There are a few lucky people who managed to not have measles or mumps when they were children in the 50s and early 60s. And since there's no way to tell, you really have no alternative but to treat them with the worst case, which is to treat them as if they were susceptible. In that case, then, if you have somebody, no matter when they're born, if they turn up seronegative and they're at high risk, healthcare worker, for instance, or maybe an international traveler, if they're seronegative, I don't see that you have any choice but to treat them as if they are truly susceptible and give them 2, not 1, but 2 doses of MMR separated by at least 4 weeks.
Okay. Donna, we've talked about intervals a lot today, and intervals between live vaccines. What if someone has varicella disease? Would you then have to wait a period of time, 28 days, before receiving a measles, mumps, rubella vaccine?
No, you don't have to wait the interval between disease and giving the vaccine like you would. You know, you need to wait 28 days between a dose of varicella vaccine and a dose of MMR vaccine that are not given simultaneously because it could interfere with the replication of the vaccine virus in response to the vaccine. But that same thing does not occur with the disease, so you don't have to wait.
You don't have to wait.
No, you just wait until they're, you know, no longer ill.
And how do you define what that means? Is that when a lesion's crossed over, or how would you define acute
Well,
illness?
actually, that's probably a good way to define it, is because that's usually when we say that kids can go back to school, is once all of the lesions are crusted over and no new lesions are occurring. So you could use that as your definition of no longer being acutely ill so that they could receive the vaccine.
Great. Bill, we talked a bit about HIV today. Are there circumstances, since there are circumstances when you can give a child with HIV MMR vaccine, why is it that they can't receive the MMRV vaccine?
You know, it's primarily a licensure issue. When Merck did the trials for MMRV that led to it being approved, they did not include any children who had HIV infection. It was all healthy kids through age 12 up to age 13. So basically there's no safety data at all, and there is concern. This is not just plain varicella. There's concern because there's so much more varicella virus in MMRV that this could create a safety issue for the child. So until more data is available, we'd rather not expose those kids to MMRV and just use single antigen varicella and MMR separate.
Okay. Donna, we have about a minute left. Another quick question about the MMRV vaccine. What if someone older than 12 years of age inadvertently receives the MMRV vaccine?
Well, if that happens, don't do it again because it is medication error, but you don't have to repeat the dose. You know, it was not studied in that age group and an older person, so we don't, you know, you shouldn't use it that way, but we have no reason to think that they would not respond to the vaccine. So you can count the dose, but don't do it again. And we do suggest maybe that you go ahead and mark those baskets in the refrigerator or the shelves where you keep the vaccines in the refrigerator with the age group so that you don't get them mixed up.
Well, thank you, Donna. Thank you, Bill.
Okay.
In this segment of the program, we will discuss varicella or chickenpox, herpes zoster, and varicella vaccines. Those of you with inquiring minds may have wondered about the origin of the term chickenpox. What do chickens have to do with a rash illness? Well, as it turns out, nothing. The name chickenpox comes from chickpeas. The name refers to the similarity between a varicella skin lesion and a chickpea or garbanzo bean. The term chickenpox first appeared in the medical literature in 1694, but had probably been in common use long before then. Herpes zoster, or shingles, has been recognized for hundreds of years. The name shingles is from the Latin word cingulum, meaning girdle. Varicella was not differentiated from smallpox until the end of the 19th century. The association between varicella and zoster was deduced in 1888 when it was observed that chickenpox resulted when children were exposed to persons with zoster. The virus was not isolated until 1958. Varicella zoster virus, or VZV, is a member of the herpes virus family. Other members include herpes simplex 1 and 2, cytomegalovirus, and Epstein-Barr virus. VZV shares with these viruses the capacity to persist in the body after primary infection and a tendency to recur. The primary or initial infection with VZV results in varicella or chickenpox. Recurrent infection results in herpes zoster, or shingles. The virus is fragile and survives only a short time in the environment. The incubation period of varicella is usually 14 to 16 days, but may be as long as 21 days. There may be a mild prodrome for 1 to 2 days, followed by several successive crops of pruritic vesicles. Lesions first appear on the head, but are usually most concentrated on the trunk. Almost all primary infections with varicella zoster virus are symptomatic. Subclinical or asymptomatic primary infections are unusual. However, there may be only a few lesions which may be overlooked by the patient or the parent. But a mild case of varicella seems to result in the same immunity as a severe case with hundreds of lesions. The majority of persons will have a single episode of chickenpox, but second episodes of chickenpox have been reported. The frequency of these repeated episodes is not known with certainty. One investigation found that as many as 13% of persons with chickenpox reported a prior history of chickenpox. Herpes zoster, or shingles, is caused by a reactivation of a latent varicella zoster virus infection. This can occur years or even decades after illness with chickenpox. It is generally associated with normal aging and with anything that causes reduced immunocompetence, such as immunosuppressive drugs, cancer, or infections like HIV. It can occur in healthy children and younger persons, but this is less common. More than half of the cases occur in persons 60 years and older. Zoster is a common illness with an estimated lifetime risk of 32% in the United States. 50% of persons living until 85 years of age will ultimately develop zoster. An estimated 1 million cases of zoster occur annually in the U.S. Zoster is characterized by a unilateral vesicular rash and pain that is usually limited to a single dermatome on the trunk. It can be very painful. There may be pain, numbness, or tingling of the area 2 to 4 days before the rash appears. Pain or numbness usually resolves within weeks, but it can sometimes persist for much longer. Damage can occur to the eyes or other organs if they are involved. Varicella virus may be transmitted from the lesions of patients with zoster. Transmission of varicella virus from a person with zoster to a susceptible person results in chickenpox, not zoster. A person who has already had varicella does not develop shingles if exposed to a person with chickenpox. Most of you have seen varicella, but here's a short video to illustrate some of the most characteristic features.
This child has chickenpox, the primary infection with varicella zoster virus. This girl has typical vesicular lesions on the face. The lesions are fairly widespread but are typically more concentrated on the trunk. This is a few days later. Notice that some of the lesions are beginning to crust. This is a close-up of the vesicular lesions of varicella. There are lesions in various stages of evolution, from macules to fully developed vesicles. Umbilicated skin lesions are not common in varicella but are often seen in smallpox. This child has herpes zoster, or shingles, involving her 5th cranial nerve. Zoster involving this nerve root may affect the eye. This is typical herpes zoster involving a unilateral thoracic nerve root. Herpes zoster is typically very painful. There may be pain even after the lesions resolve, a condition known as post-herpetic neuralgia. An episode of zoster typically lasts about 2 weeks, but the skin may not return to normal for up to a month.
Varicella is generally not a serious illness in healthy children, but may result in complications. The most common complications are bacterial infection of lesions. This complication can be very severe or fatal, particularly if group A streptococcus is involved. Central nervous system manifestations such as cerebellar ataxia and encephalitis are not common, occurring in 1 in 4,000 and 1 in 100,000 cases respectively. Pneumonia may occur after varicella among adults or children. Hospitalization occurs in 3 to 4 per 1,000 cases. However, because of the huge number of cases, this amounted to 11,000 hospitalizations from varicella per year in the pre-vaccine era. Death occurs in about 1 in 60,000 cases, which meant up to 100 deaths per year in the pre-vaccine era. About 67% of hospitalizations and 50% of deaths occurred in healthy children. Many providers consider varicella to be a trivial disease, more of a nuisance than a serious health threat. While it is true that many cases are relatively mild, 100 deaths a year and 11,000 hospitalizations in the pre-vaccine era was not indicative of a trivial disease. The message here is that varicella and its complications can be dangerous. All the more reason to prevent it with vaccine. Some groups are at increased risk for complications of varicella. For example, healthy adults are 25 times more likely to die from varicella than healthy children. Although adults make up only about 7% of varicella cases, they account for most varicella deaths. Of the 16 varicella-related deaths in 2003, 15 were adults 20 years of age or older. Adults are often infected by their unvaccinated children. Immunocompromised persons are at high risk of severe varicella disease. These persons may have prolonged illness and an increased risk of complications. One of the highest risk groups is newborns of mothers with rash onset within 5 days before to 2 days after delivery. The fetus receives an intravenous exposure to varicella virus through the umbilical cord and is then born without the benefit of its mother's antibody. These children often develop severe varicella and are one of the most important groups for post-exposure prophylaxis with a varicella antibody-containing product. Zoster can also have complications. A feared consequence of zoster, particularly in older persons, is postherpetic neuralgia, or PHN. PHN is the persistence of sometimes debilitating pain weeks to many months after resolution of the rash. Approximately 15% of zoster cases involve the ophthalmic division of the trigeminal nerve and involve the eye. This is called ophthalmic zoster and can lead to reduced vision or blindness. Life-threatening complications of zoster can occur. These include dissemination with generalized skin eruptions and involvement of the central nervous system, lungs, liver, and pancreas. Dissemination, pneumonia, and visceral involvement are, however, usually restricted to immunocompromised persons. Complications of herpes zoster, particularly postherpetic neuralgia, can have a major impact on the quality of life of older adults. Chronic pain from zoster can lead to insomnia, depression, and poor physical and social functioning. There is no consistently effective treatment for PHN. Bill?
The number of cases of varicella is declining, but the disease remains endemic in the United States. However, the widespread use of varicella vaccine is changing the epidemiology of varicella. Varicella is a human disease, and the reservoir is humans with acute and chronic infection. These chronic infections will make eradication very difficult. The disease is transmitted by airborne droplets or by direct contact with the lesions of either chickenpox or zoster. Varicella is communicable from 1 to 2 days before until 4 to 5 days after onset of rash, when all the lesions are crusted. Immunosuppressed persons with varicella may transmit longer. Varicella is very contagious, with a secondary attack rate of 90% or higher in households. In the pre-vaccination era, an estimated 3 to 4 million cases of varicella occurred every year, basically the entire annual birth cohort. 85% of all cases of varicella occurred in children younger than 15 years of age. The good news is that vaccination coverage among children has risen steadily, and fewer cases of chickenpox are now being reported. In 2006, varicella vaccination coverage for U.S. children 19 to 35 months of age, as estimated by the National Immunization Survey, was 89%. As vaccination coverage has increased, the number of cases has decreased. Currently, most of the detailed information about the change in varicella epidemiology, including reduced disease incidence by age group, comes from 2 active surveillance sites in Antelope Valley, California, and West Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. These sites were established in 1995 to monitor the impact of the vaccination program because national surveillance for varicella did not exist at the time of vaccine licensure. Vaccination coverage in the active sites has risen from 40% in 1997 to greater than 90% in 2006. Reduction in varicella incidence has been observed in all age groups in both of the active surveillance sites. The greatest reduction has been seen in children 1 to 9 years of age and adolescents 10 to 14 years of age. The number of outbreaks and the number and rates of hospitalization have also declined. The overall reduction in varicella since the availability of vaccine is not unique to the active surveillance sites. Among the states that have consistently reported cases through the National Notifiable Disease Surveillance System, there's also been a significant reduction in cases compared to the pre-vaccine era. Nationally, varicella hospitalizations and deaths have also declined substantially, especially among children. In this age group, there's been a decline of 90% or greater. The epidemiology of varicella has changed since the vaccine was licensed in 1995. As anticipated, The proportion of cases among vaccinated persons has increased, and the median age of patients has shifted toward adolescence. So now it's increasingly important to ensure that older children, adolescents, and adults are vaccinated. High one-dose vaccination coverage and success of the vaccination program has reduced varicella morbidity and mortality. But reports to CDC from states with well-implemented vaccination programs and surveillance, and the active surveillance sites, indicate that the number of reported varicella cases has not changed substantially in the last 5 to 6 years. From 2001 to 2005, outbreaks of varicella were reported in schools with one-dose varicella vaccination coverage as high as 96% to 100%. The outbreaks were similar in that all occurred in elementary schools. Vaccine effectiveness was within the expected range of 72% to 85%, and the highest attack rates occurred among the younger students. In addition, each outbreak lasted about 2 months, and vaccinated children played a role in transmission, although their disease was mild. Overall attack rates among vaccinated children range between 11% and 17%, with attack rates in some classrooms as high as 40%. These data indicate that even in settings where almost everyone had received one dose and the vaccine performed as expected, varicella outbreaks could not be prevented. Donna.
There are now 3 varicella-containing vaccines available in the United States. Single antigen varicella vaccine was licensed in the United States in 1995. Combination measles, mumps, rubella, varicella vaccine, or MMRV, was licensed in 2005 for children 12 months through 12 years of age. Zoster vaccine was licensed in 2006. We will discuss Zoster vaccine in more detail a little later. All 3 vaccines contain the same live Oka-Merck varicella vaccine virus, but in different amounts. The concentration of virus is measured in plaque-forming units, abbreviated as PFU. VariVac single antigen varicella vaccine contains about 1,400 PFU per dose. ProQuad, or MMRV, contains about 9,800 PFU per dose, about 7 times the virus in a dose of VariVax. Zostavax vaccine contains 19,000 PFU per dose, about 14 times the concentration in VariVax. MMRV contains more varicella vaccine virus than VariVax in order to overcome a reduced varicella seroconversion rate when mixed in the same syringe as MMR vaccine. Zoster vaccine contains much more vaccine virus than either VariVax or MMRV because it is administered to immune persons, and a larger virus dose is needed to overcome this immunity. The efficacy of one dose of single antigen varicella vaccine has been estimated at 70 to 90% against infection and 95% against severe disease. Vaccine efficacy estimated in clinical trials has been verified in investigations of varicella outbreaks. A clinical trial of single antigen varicella vaccine estimated the efficacy of 2 doses against infection for a 10-year period as 98%. This was significantly higher than efficacy after 1 dose. The 2-dose regimen was 100% efficacious against severe varicella. One of the most common concerns we hear about varicella vaccine has to do with waning immunity and breakthrough disease. Breakthrough disease is not unique to varicella vaccine, but seems to draw more attention for some reason. Varicella breakthrough is defined as varicella in a previously vaccinated person more than 42 days after vaccination. Breakthrough disease usually is much milder than varicella in an unvaccinated person. A person with breakthrough disease usually has fewer than 50 lesions. Breakthrough disease can occur in up to 30% of recipients of 1 dose of varicella vaccine. Many studies have attempted to identify risk factors for breakthrough disease. Some, but not all, have found an increased risk with increasing time since vaccination and younger age of vaccination. But no consistent risk factors have been identified in these studies. In 2001, the National Immunization Program conducted a study using the Vaccine Safety Data Link system to investigate risk factors for varicella breakthrough disease. This study found that children who received varicella vaccine less than 30 days after MMR vaccination had a significantly increased risk of breakthrough varicella compared to those who received varicella vaccine before, simultaneous with, or more than 30 days after MMR. These findings support the current recommendation for the non-simultaneous administration of injected or intranasal live virus vaccines. If varicella vaccine is not administered on the same day as MMR or live attenuated influenza vaccine, the vaccines should be separated by at least 4 weeks. If these live vaccines are not given on the same day but are separated by less than 4 weeks, ACIP recommends that the vaccine given second should be repeated. This recommendation is because of the possibility of interference from the vaccine given first with the vaccine given second. The repeat dose should be given 4 weeks after the vaccine given second. As we discussed earlier, outbreaks of varicella have been documented in schools with very high one-dose varicella vaccination levels. These outbreaks occur because from 10 to 30% of one-dose recipients may develop breakthrough varicella if exposed, and persons with breakthrough disease can transmit varicella virus. The efficacy of 2 doses of varicella vaccine has been shown to be significantly higher than for a single dose. Laboratory studies have shown that a second dose boosts both humoral and cellular immunity to varicella virus. Finally, breakthrough disease is significantly reduced among 2-dose varicella vaccine recipients. These observations and the desire to reduce breakthrough disease and the occurrence of varicella outbreaks led to the 2006 recommendation for a second routine dose of varicella vaccine. Andrew?
The most current varicella ACIP statement was published in Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report in June 2007. The 2-dose varicella recommendation was also published in the current Child and Adolescent Immunization Schedule. All children without contraindications should receive varicella vaccine as a routine vaccination at 12 to 15 months of age. Notice that this is a change from prior recommendations, which were for the first dose at 12 to 18 months of age. The vaccine can be given as either single antigen varicella vaccine or MMRV. The new age recommendation is intended to harmonize the varicella vaccine recommendation with that for MMR and to avoid interference with circulating maternal antibody to varicella. Since almost all women of childbearing age in the U.S. have had varicella disease, almost all full-term infants are born with antibody. That is why the vaccine should not be given until at least 12 months of age because of potential interference from circulating maternal antibody. A routine second dose of varicella vaccine is recommended at 4 to 6 years of age. This age was chosen to boost varicella immunity prior to school entry and to be consistent with the existing recommendation for a second dose of MMR. This dose can be administered as single antigen varicella vaccine or as MMRV. 2 doses of varicella vaccine are recommended for all persons, children and adults, older than 4 to 6 years of age who do not have evidence of varicella immunity. We will discuss the new definitions of evidence of varicella immunity in a moment. MMRV should not be administered to a person 13 years of age or older. Finally, a second dose of varicella vaccine is now recommended for persons of any age who have only received 1 dose. Varicella vaccination recommendations are now simple. Preschool-age children should receive 1 dose. Everyone else should receive 2 doses. Anyone school-age or older who has received only 1 dose should be given a second dose. But there is an important nuance of the new recommendations. The minimum interval between the 2 doses differs by age. This has been our most common topic of varicella questions in the last few months. For children 12 months through 12 years of age, the minimum interval between doses of varicella vaccine is 3 months. This is because Merck's data on 2 doses is based on a 3-month interval between doses, and that is how FDA approved it. For persons 13 years and older, the minimum interval between doses is 4 weeks, as it has always been. There are data on the safety and efficacy of a 4-week interval between doses for older persons, but little or none for children. In the past, a person of any age with a history of chickenpox could be considered immune to varicella. The 2007 ACIP statement significantly revised the definition for evidence of immunity. The new definitions are more complex than the old definition. If a person meets any one of these criteria, he or she can be considered immune to varicella. The first criterion is written documentation of age-appropriate vaccination. This would be 1 dose administered on or after the first birthday for preschool-aged children and 2 doses for school-aged children, adolescents, and adults. Second, a person born in the U.S. before 1980 can be considered to be immune, except for healthcare personnel and pregnant women. A higher standard of presumptive immunity is needed for these 2 groups. The third criterion is laboratory evidence of immunity or laboratory confirmation of varicella disease. Commercial assays can be used to assess disease-induced immunity, but these assays lack sensitivity to always detect vaccine-induced immunity, so they may yield false negative results in vaccinated persons. The fourth criterion is a healthcare provider diagnosis of varicella or verification of history of varicella disease. Verification means that a healthcare provider may retrospectively diagnose chickenpox based on the history provided by a patient or parent. The last criterion for evidence of immunity is a history of herpes zoster or shingles based on a healthcare provider diagnosis. A person needs to fit only one of these criteria to be considered immune to varicella. Anyone who fits none of them should be presumed to be susceptible and should be vaccinated. Details about these criteria for varicella immunity are in the June 2007 varicella ACIP statement. You should make a special effort to assure varicella immunity in adolescents and adults at increased risk of exposure, such as teachers, college students, and healthcare personnel. You should also assure immunity in anyone who, if they were to develop varicella, are likely to expose persons at high risk for severe illness. Candidates in this group would include household contacts of immunocompromised persons and healthcare personnel. In 1997, the ACIP published comprehensive recommendations for the protection of healthcare personnel against vaccine-preventable diseases. In this statement, ACIP recommends varicella vaccine for all healthcare personnel without evidence of immunity. Pre-vaccination serologic testing for varicella immunity of certain personnel is probably cost-effective. Screening could be considered for personnel who are uncertain of their varicella history or who claim not to have had the disease. But post-vaccination testing for varicella immunity is not necessary or recommended because 99% of recipients are seropositive after the second dose. In fact, we strongly recommend you not do serologic testing after vaccination. Most commercial antibody tests are not sensitive enough to detect antibody in some vaccinated persons. So post-vaccination testing can make your life more difficult because the false negative results will make it appear that you have more susceptible persons than you actually have. I would like to reiterate that criteria for varicella immunity for healthcare personnel are more stringent than for the general public. Healthcare personnel should be considered immune based only on laboratory evidence of immunity, a history of clinician-diagnosed or verified varicella or zoster, or documentation of age-appropriate vaccination with varicella vaccine. Healthcare personnel who do not meet one of these criteria should be vaccinated with 2 doses of varicella vaccine. A person who meets one of these criteria does not require additional laboratory testing. It is preferable to administer varicella vaccine before a person is exposed to chickenpox. But investigations have shown that varicella vaccine is effective in preventing or modifying the severity of chickenpox if used shortly after exposure. ACIP recommends varicella vaccine for persons without evidence of immunity after exposure to varicella. The vaccine is 70 to 100% effective if given within 72 hours and possibly up to 5 days following exposure. The vaccine is not effective if given more than 5 days after exposure, but will produce immunity in the recipient if the person has not been infected with wild varicella virus. The exposure to varicella results in infection. There is no evidence to indicate that administration of varicella vaccine before onset of illness increases the severity of disease or the risk of vaccine adverse reactions. Bill?
The contraindications to varicella vaccine are very similar to those for other live virus vaccines. As usual, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose of vaccine is a contraindication. For varicella vaccine, this would include severe allergy to neomycin and gelatin. Varicella vaccine does not contain egg protein. Pregnancy and immunosuppression are also contraindications to vaccination. Since licensure in 1995, varicella vaccine, like other live virus vaccine, have been contraindicated in persons with significant immunodeficiency from any cause. But varicella vaccine is somewhat different than other live virus vaccines. Most immunocompromised persons should not be vaccinated, but available data indicate that varicella vaccine is both effective and safe in persons with impaired humoral immunity. This includes persons with hypogammaglobulinemia and other selective B-cell immune deficiencies. Humoral immunodeficiency alone is not considered to be a contraindication to varicella vaccine. ACIP now recommends that you routinely vaccinate persons with isolated humoral immunodeficiency. But remember that the antibody products used to treat an isolated humoral immunodeficiency may interfere with the response to the vaccine. We'll come back to this issue in a moment. Data from a clinical trial among children with asymptomatic or mildly symptomatic HIV infection showed that 2 doses of vaccine was both immunogenic and effective. Persons with HIV infection are at increased risk of morbidity from varicella and herpes zoster. The ACIP recommends that clinicians consider varicella vaccination for HIV-infected children. Specifically, this recommendation includes children with an age-specific CD4 T lymphocyte percentage of 15% or higher. Eligible children should receive 2 doses of varicella vaccine separated by 3 months. Please note that MMRV is not approved by FDA for use in HIV-infected children. HIV testing prior to vaccination with varicella vaccine is not necessary or recommended. Data on the use of varicella vaccine in HIV-infected adolescents and adults are lacking. However, on the basis of expert opinion, the safety of varicella vaccine in HIV-infected persons 8 years of age and older with comparable levels of immune function is likely to be similar to that of children younger than 8 years of age. But immunogenicity may be lower in older HIV-infected children, adolescents, and adults compared to younger children. But the potential benefit of vaccination and prevention of severe disease caused by wild-type varicella virus likely outweighs the hypothetical risk from the vaccine. As a result, ACIP now recommends that clinicians consider varicella vaccination for HIV-infected older children and adults with a CD4 T lymphocyte count of 200 cells per microliter or higher. As with children, these persons should receive 2 doses of varicella vaccine separated by 3 months. If the vaccinated person develops an adverse reaction, such as a fever or severe rash, acyclovir or other drug with activity against herpes viruses might reduce the severity of the symptoms. Varicella vaccine is also recommended for administration to healthy household contacts of an immunosuppressed person. The rationale is if the healthy household contact is not immune from varicella from vaccination, he or she may eventually develop varicella disease and expose the immunocompromised household contact to a much greater risk from the wild-type virus. Merck and CDC have maintained a varicella vaccination in pregnancy registry since the vaccine was licensed in 1995. As of 2005, more than 900 women vaccinated during or near pregnancy have been enrolled. To date, there is no evidence of injury or defects attributable to varicella vaccine in any of the infants born to these women. This, of course, does not rule out the possibility of a very small risk to a fetus. ACIP recommends that women known to be pregnant not receive varicella vaccine. Women should be advised to avoid pregnancy for 1 month after receiving varicella vaccine. You should be aware that the package insert suggests a 3-month avoidance of pregnancy. Also note, a pregnant household contact is not a contraindication to vaccination of a healthy child. As with all vaccines, moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution. Vaccination should be deferred until the acute illness has improved. Finally, a recent blood product could interfere with viral replication. The recommendation is to administer the vaccine at least 2 weeks prior to receiving blood products. Vaccination should be delayed for at least 3 months following administration of blood, immune globulin, or other blood product. The interval depends on the type of blood product. A table listing these intervals is in the General Recommendations on Immunization and available on the Updates and Resources webpage. If the interval between the blood product and the vaccine is less than 3 months, you should repeat the dose after the appropriate interval has elapsed. Varicella vaccine is usually very well tolerated and significant adverse reactions are not common. The most common adverse reaction is an injection site complaint, such as pain, swelling, and redness. You might not have expected this from a live virus vaccine, but injection site complaints are reported in about 20% of recipients. 3 to 4% of recipients will develop a varicella-like vesicle at the site of injection. Generalized rash is reported in 4 to 6% of recipients. The rash may be maculopapular rather than vesicular and has an average of only 5 lesions. A temperature of 102 degrees Fahrenheit or higher in the 42 days following varicella vaccination was reported by 10 to 15% of recipients. The rates of some adverse reactions following the first dose of combined MMR-V are higher than when MMR and varicella vaccines are administered separately at the same visit. In clinical trials, a generalized measles-like rash was reported in 3% of MMR-V recipients compared with 2% of children receiving MMR and varicella vaccines separately. Fever of 102 degrees in the 42 days following vaccination was reported in 22% of MMR-V recipients compared with 15% of children receiving separate injections. Preliminary results from a study from the Vaccine Safety Data Link reported that while febrile seizures following MMR and varicella vaccination are not common, they occurred almost twice as often among recipients of MMR-V, 9 per 10,000 children vaccinated, than among children who received separate injections of MMR and varicella, 4 per 10,000 children vaccinated. The ACIP is currently evaluating these data to determine what, if any, change to make in its recommendation for use of MMR-V. Varicella vaccine virus probably produces a latent infection in some vaccine recipients, probably those recipients who develop a vaccine-associated rash. So herpes zoster would be expected to occur in vaccine recipients. And there have been a few reports of herpes zoster in vaccine recipients. Most cases of zoster after vaccination have been reported in children. This would make sense since most vaccine has been given to children. Vaccine virus has been isolated from only a few of these children. Wild-type varicella virus has been isolated in some cases, meaning that the person was infected with the wild-type varicella before or after being vaccinated. Based on current data, the risk of zoster from the vaccine virus appears to be less than the risk of zoster from the wild varicella virus. In addition, zoster after vaccine has been mild without complications such as postherpetic neuralgia. The risk of zoster following infection with wild-type varicella virus increases with increasing age. Whether this will be the case with zoster following infection with vaccine virus is not known at this time. This is another varicella vaccine issue that will be carefully monitored for many years in the future. Andrew.
Concerns about vaccinating healthy household contacts of immunosuppressed persons or pregnant women are due to fears of transmission of vaccine virus. There have been reports of transmission of vaccine virus, but this appears to be a rare event. Studies of household contacts of vaccinated persons have demonstrated that asymptomatic transmission of vaccine virus may occur. Household contacts have been observed to develop varicella antibody without having been vaccinated or having chickenpox. It appears that the risk of transmission is increased if the recipient develops a rash following vaccination. In fact, transmission may only occur when the recipient develops a rash. So if a vaccinated child develops a rash, it is recommended that close contact with susceptible persons at high risk of complications of varicella, such as immunocompromised persons, be avoided until the rash resolves. We discussed vaccine storage and handling in the first session of this course. Because varicella and MMRV vaccines are particularly fragile, we would like to remind you of their storage requirements. Varicella and MMRV vaccines must be kept frozen. They must be shipped with dry ice and must be stored at 5 degrees Fahrenheit or colder. Varicella and MMRV vaccines should only be stored in freezers or combination refrigerator freezers with separate compartments that each have a separate external door. If optimal handling conditions for varicella vaccine are not feasible, or the vaccine is to be transported to a distant site, the vaccines may be stored up to 72 hours at refrigerator temperature, which is 35 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit. But any unused vaccine cannot be refrozen and must be discarded after 72 hours at this temperature. Varicella and MMRV vaccines must be administered within 30 minutes of reconstitution. If not used within 30 minutes, the vaccine should be discarded. Please be sure everyone in your office is familiar with the storage and handling of MMRV. You never want to make storage and handling or administration errors. At more than $100 a dose, this error would be very expensive. Varicella-zoster immune globulin, known as VZIG, is a hyperimmune human antibody product. It is used for post-exposure prophylaxis of varicella of certain groups, such as immunocompromised persons and infants born to women with onset of varicella shortly before or after delivery. The sole U.S. licensed manufacturer ceased production of VZIG in 2005, and the U.S. supply is now depleted. A Canadian manufacturer is currently supplying VZIG for the U.S. market. The product is called Varizig. However, the product is in investigational drug status until it can be licensed by FDA. Information on the use of Varizig is included as a footnote to Table 4 of the 2006 General Recommendations on Immunization. An MMWR article concerning Varizig was published in March 2006. We will include a link to the MMWR article on the Updates and Resources webpage.
Herpes zoster, or shingles, has been recognized as a clinical condition for hundreds of years. The name shingles is from the Latin word cingulum, meaning girdle. The association between varicella and zoster was deduced in 1888 when it was observed that chickenpox resulted when children were exposed to persons with zoster. Herpes zoster, or shingles, is caused by a reactivation of a latent varicella zoster virus infection. This can occur years or even decades after illness with chickenpox. It is generally associated with normal aging and with anything that causes reduced immunocompetence, such as immunosuppressive drugs, cancer, or infections like HIV. It can occur in healthy children and young adults, but this is less common. More than half the cases occur in persons 60 years and older. Varicella virus may be transmitted from the lesions of patients with zoster. Transmission of varicella virus from a person with zoster to a susceptible person results in chickenpox, not zoster. A person who has already had varicella does not develop shingles if exposed to a person with chickenpox. Zoster is a common illness with an estimated lifetime risk of 32% in the United States. 50% of persons living until 85 years of age will ultimately develop zoster. An estimated 1 million cases of zoster occur annually in the U.S. Zoster is characterized by a unilateral vesicular rash and pain that is usually limited to a single dermatome on the trunk. It can be very painful. There may be pain, numbness, or tingling of the area 2 to 4 days before the rash appears. Damage can occur to the eyes or other organs if they are involved. The rash usually lasts 7 to 10 days with complete healing within 2 to 4 weeks. The pain and discomfort associated with herpes zoster can be prolonged and disabling. It can diminish the person's quality of life and ability to function to a degree comparable to that in diseases such as congestive heart failure, type 2 diabetes, and major depression. The most frequent debilitating complication of zoster is postherpetic neuralgia, a pain syndrome that persists after the dermatomal rash has healed. The frequency and severity of postherpetic neuralgia increase with increasing age. Antiviral therapy can reduce the severity and duration of herpes zoster, but does not prevent the development of postherpetic neuralgia. Postherpetic neuralgia may persist for years and is often refractory to treatment. Yabo?
In May 2006, the Food and Drug Administration licensed a new vaccine to reduce the occurrence and severity of herpes zoster and postherpetic neuralgia. The vaccine is produced by Merck with the brand name Zostavax. Zostavax contains live attenuated varicella virus in an amount that is approximately 14 times greater than that in regular varicella vaccine. Remember that zoster vaccine is administered to people who are immune to varicella because they have had chickenpox. This increased amount of virus in the vaccine was necessary to boost immunity in persons with pre-existing immunity. The vaccine is approved for persons 60 years of age and older. Like other varicella-containing vaccines, Zostavax is administered by the subcutaneous route. The current FDA licensure and ACIP recommendation is for a single dose of zoster vaccine. The duration of protection or need for more than one dose is not known at this time. Studies are in progress to assess the duration of immunity and need for more than one dose. The pivotal clinical trial for zoster vaccine included more than 36,000 adults, 60 years of age and older. Half the participants received vaccine and half received placebo. All participants were followed for more than 3 years. Compared with the placebo group, the vaccine group had 51% fewer episodes of zoster. Those who did develop zoster had less severe disease. Vaccine recipients also had 66% less postherpetic neuralgia, the pain that can persist long after the shingles rash has resolved. No significant safety issues were identified in the trial. The most common adverse reactions in persons who received zoster vaccine were local reactions at the site of injection, such as redness, pain and tenderness, swelling, and itching. The ACIP recommendations for zoster vaccine were published in MMWR in June 2008. This document contains detailed information about zoster and the vaccine. The ACIP recommendation is for a single dose of zoster vaccine for adults 60 years of age and older, whether or not they report a prior episode of shingles. Off-label use of zoster vaccine in persons younger than 60 years is not recommended. Persons with a chronic medical condition may be vaccinated unless a contraindication or precaution exists for their condition, such as immunosuppression. We'll come back to contraindications and precautions in a moment. Since zoster vaccine was licensed, the most common question we have received from the public is where they can get a dose. The most common question from providers is use of zoster vaccine in a person who has a history of shingles. We have even been asked if zoster vaccine can be administered during a case of shingles. In theory, a case of zoster would cause an immunologically normal person to boost their immunity to varicella virus. This should reduce the person's risk for another occurrence of shingles for some time afterward. But there are no data to determine if this actually occurs, and if it does, for how long. Also, many cases of shingles are self-diagnosed or misdiagnosed by clinicians. Because of this uncertainty, ACIP decided to recommend zoster vaccine for persons 60 years or older, regardless of their previous history of shingles. There is no evidence that zoster vaccine has any therapeutic value. There is no evidence that it will benefit a person who currently has shingles. Vaccination should be deferred for a person with shingles until the acute illness has improved. The availability of zoster vaccine has also raised many questions from clinicians about the need to determine the person's past history of varicella, either by obtaining a history of chickenpox or by serologic screening for varicella antibody. Neither of these is necessary. Screening for a history of varicella disease is not necessary or recommended in order to administer zoster vaccine to a person 60 years of age or older. Persons born in the United States before 1980 can be assumed to have had chickenpox regardless of their recollection of chickenpox. Since the vaccine is approved only for persons 60 years and older, all potential vaccine recipients will have been born before 1980, so you do not need to inquire about their history of chickenpox. Please note that this definition of varicella immunity applies only for determination of zoster vaccine eligibility. Birth before 1980 does not establish varicella immunity for healthcare personnel. This issue is discussed in more detail in the varicella segment of this program. Also, you should not test the person for varicella antibody regardless of their history of chickenpox. Although most persons 60 and older will test positive, since they had chickenpox, some will test negative. A negative screening test is more likely to indicate waning antibody level below the detection limit of the test, rather than true susceptibility. Persons who are tested and found to be seronegative should receive 2 doses of single antigen varicella vaccine, not zoster vaccine. Zoster vaccine is not currently indicated for a person whose immunity is based on vaccination. So make your life easier and do not screen potential zoster vaccine recipients for either a history of chickenpox or do serologic testing for varicella immunity. It is not necessary, but you must screen for true contraindications to zoster vaccine. Andrew?
Contraindications and precautions for zoster vaccine are similar to those for other live virus vaccines. What makes zoster vaccine different is that it is being administered to persons who are 60 years of age and older and who are already immune to varicella. As with all vaccines, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication. Pregnancy or planned pregnancy within 4 weeks and immunosuppression are contraindications to vaccination. We have received many questions about immunosuppression and zoster vaccine, so we will expand on this issue for a moment. Zoster vaccine should not be administered to persons with primary or acquired immunodeficiency. This includes persons with leukemia, lymphomas, or other malignant neoplasm affecting the bone marrow or lymphatic system. The package insert implies that zoster vaccine should not be administered to anyone who has ever had leukemia or lymphoma. However, ACIP recommends that persons whose leukemia or lymphoma is in remission and who have not received chemotherapy or radiation for at least 3 months can be vaccinated. Other immunosuppressive conditions that contraindicate zoster vaccine include AIDS or other clinical manifestation of HIV. This includes persons with CD4 T lymphocyte values less than 200 per millimeter or less than 15% of total lymphocytes. Persons receiving high-dose corticosteroid therapy should not be vaccinated. High dose is defined as 20 milligrams or more per day of prednisone or equivalent lasting 2 or more weeks. Zoster vaccination should be deferred for at least 1 month after discontinuation of therapy. As with other live viral vaccines, persons receiving lower doses of corticosteroids may be vaccinated. Topical, inhaled, or intra-articular steroids or long-term alternate day treatment with low to moderate doses of short-acting systemic corticosteroids are not considered to be sufficiently immunosuppressive to contraindicate zoster vaccine. Also, low doses of drugs used for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease, and other conditions, such as methotrexate, azathioprine, or 6-mercaptopurine, are also not considered sufficiently immunosuppressive to create safety concerns for zoster vaccine. Low-dose therapy with these drugs is not a contraindication for administration of zoster vaccine. The experience of hematopoietic stem cell transplant recipients with varicella-containing vaccines, including zoster vaccine, is limited. Physicians should assess the immune status of the recipient on a case-by-case basis to determine the relevant risks. If a decision is made to vaccinate with zoster vaccine, the vaccine should be administered at least 24 months after transplantation. Finally, regarding recombinant human immune mediators and immune modulators, in particular the anti-tumor necrosis factor agents adalimumab, infliximab, and etanercept, the safety and efficacy of zoster vaccine administered concurrently with these agents is not known. It is preferable to administer zoster vaccine before treatment with these drugs. If it is not possible to administer zoster vaccine to patients before initiation of treatment, physicians should assess the immune status of the recipient on a case-by-case basis to determine the relevant risks and benefits. Otherwise, vaccination with zoster vaccine should be deferred for at least 1 month after discontinuation of treatment. As with all vaccines, moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution to vaccination. Current treatment with an antiviral drug active against herpes viruses, such as acyclovir, famciclovir, or valacyclovir, is a precaution to vaccination. These drugs can interfere with replication of the vaccine virus. Persons taking these drugs should discontinue them at least 24 hours before administration of zoster vaccine, and the drugs should not be taken for at least 14 days after vaccination. Unlike most other live virus vaccines, recent receipt of a blood product is not a precaution for zoster vaccine. Zoster vaccine can be administered at any time before, concurrent with, or after receiving blood or other antibody-containing blood products. Persons with a history of varicella are immune and generally maintain a high level of antibody to varicella zoster virus, a level comparable to that found in donated blood and antibody-containing blood products. Receiving an antibody-containing blood product will not change the amount of antibody in the person's blood. Like regular varicella vaccine, zoster vaccine must also be stored at freezer temperature, 5 degrees Fahrenheit or colder, at all times. Vaccine not stored at this temperature should not be administered. Before reconstitution, the vaccine should also be protected from light. It must be administered within 30 minutes of reconstitution or must be discarded. Practices that see both children and adults may now have both varicella and zoster vaccines in their freezer. You must be very careful to not inadvertently administer zoster vaccine to a child or varicella vaccine to an adult. The 2008 Zoster Vaccine ACIP statement is a comprehensive document that contains more details than we can include on this program, particularly for the issue of immunosuppression. If you administer zoster vaccine in your practice, you will find the ACIP statement very helpful. We will include a link to the statement on the Program Updates and Resources webpage.
We would like to present a case study that addresses issues that we have discussed during this program. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Our second case study is Hank. Hank is a 61-year-old retired aerospace engineer beginning a second career as an aide in a children's hospital. He has a history of psoriatic arthritis diagnosed 6 months ago. The arthritis is being treated twice a week with etanercept, also known as Enbrel. Hank had severe varicella at age 22 that was complicated by varicella pneumonia and required hospitalization. He also reports a mumps outbreak in the community served by the hospital. Several children with mumps have recently been admitted to the hospital where he works. Here is Hank's vaccination history. His childhood vaccination record was lost in a fire several years ago. 1 month ago, he received inactivated influenza vaccine and his 3rd dose of hepatitis B vaccine. 1 year ago, he received a dose of adult TD and a dose of MMR. These are his only documented doses of both vaccines. Here are the questions about Hank. What vaccine or vaccines does Hank need today? Are there any contraindications to the vaccine or vaccines he needs today? Is any serologic testing indicated for Hank? If you are viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We will return in a moment to discuss it with you. Vaccines are often indicated by a person's age, the presence of underlying medical conditions or treatment of those conditions, and a person's occupation. In Hank's case, all of these are factors. Further complicating the issue is the presence of a mumps outbreak in the community. Here's the first question about Hank. What vaccine or vaccines does Hank need today? Now remember that what vaccines a person needs and what they can receive may be different. Hank should receive a dose of Tdap today. Both brands of Tdap are now licensed for use in persons through 64, so Hank may receive a dose of either brand. A second dose of MMR would be indicated, even though Hank was born before 1957. Zoster and pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccines are also indicated. In 2006, ACIP revised recommendations for mumps immunity. During an outbreak, ACIP recommends that medical facilities strongly consider recommending 2 doses of mumps vaccine for unvaccinated healthcare personnel born before 1957 who do not have evidence of mumps immunity. At 61 years of age, Hank is also eligible for a dose of Zoster vaccine. Etanercept is an immunosuppressive drug, so Hank should also receive a dose of pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine. Here is the second question about Hank. Are there any contraindications for the vaccines he needs today? Yes. The etanercept Hank is receiving for his psoriatic arthritis is a contraindication to MMR and Zoster vaccines. Etanercept may be immunosuppressive. The ACIP recommends that until additional information becomes available, etanercept should be treated like high-dose steroids where live virus vaccines are concerned. Therefore, MMR and Zoster vaccine cannot be given to Hank now. Here is the third question about Hank. Is any serologic testing indicated for Hank? Yes, Hank should be tested for mumps IgG antibody and his response to hepatitis B vaccine with a test for antibody to hepatitis B surface antigen or anti-HBs. He does not need measles antibody testing because 1 dose of MMR is sufficient evidence of measles immunity for persons born before 1957. If the anti-HBs and mumps IgG are positive, then Hank can be considered immune to hepatitis B and mumps. If the anti-HBs is negative, Hank should receive 3 more doses of hepatitis B vaccine and then be retested 4 to 6 weeks later. If the mumps IgG is negative, Hank should discuss with his treating physician discontinuation of etanercept so the second dose of MMR vaccine can be administered. If the etanercept is discontinued, Hank could receive MMR and Zoster vaccines 1 month later. And Hank will need to come back 6 months after the Tdap dose for a TD dose to complete his primary series of tetanus and diphtheria toxoids. Andrew?
Donna, why does Hank need anti-HBS testing? I thought there were recommendations that, that stated that post-vaccination testing is not necessary unless an exposure actually occurs.
Well, it depends on there's certain people that are more at high risk. And because he is a healthcare worker, he should be, it's been 4 weeks since that third dose, so they should test to make sure that he is immune, because if he isn't, then he's going to have to receive a second series.
And another question, I guess because we're concerned about a mumps outbreak, Hank needs vaccination. Can he receive single antigen mumps vaccine?
No, not now, because there is no single antigen measles, mumps, or rubella vaccines available. Merck is not producing those, and we don't know if and when they will again. So the vaccine of choice now to use is the MMR.
So MMR vaccine, the only one available?
MMR, that's it.
Another question, zoster-related question, I'll give to Yabo. We often hear about providers that erroneously give varicella vaccine instead of zoster vaccine to adults. And what do providers need to do if this error occurs?
Great question, Andrew. The concern here is that the presumptive criteria is that one is already immune to chickenpox and hence getting the Zostavax. However, remember that Zostavax contains 14 times as much varicella antigen as in varicella vaccine. So in theory, this person has not received enough to boost their immunity. The correction here would be in a month, 28 days later, to then give the person a Zostavax vaccine. That's a month after the inadvertent administration of varicella vaccine. The converse could also be seen if a child was given Zostavax instead of varicella vaccine. In that case, the child has already received 14 times more than was recommended. So you would not repeat the varicella vaccine on that day. You would wait for the appropriate age-appropriate interval and then give the second dose of varicella vaccine to that child.
Great, great. Thank you very much, Yabo. And thank you, Donna. Diarrheal disease has been recognized in humans since antiquity. Until the early 1970s, a bacterial, viral, or parasitic etiology of diarrheal disease in children could be detected in fewer than 30% of cases. In 1973, researchers observed a virus particle in the intestinal tissue of children with diarrhea by using electron micrography. The virus, shown here, was subsequently called rotavirus because of its similarity in appearance to a wheel. Rota is Latin for wheel. The virus is very stable and may remain viable in the environment for weeks or months if not disinfected. Rotavirus is a double-stranded RNA virus of the family Reoviridae. The virus is composed of 3 concentric shells. The outermost shell contains 2 important proteins, VP7 or G protein and VP4 or P protein. VP7 and VP4 define the serotype of the virus and induce neutralizing antibody that is probably involved in immune protection. From 1996 through 2005, 5 strains of rotavirus, G1 through G4 and G9, were most prevalent. These 5 accounted for 90% of the isolates in the United States. The G1 strain alone accounted for more than 75% of isolates. The incubation period for rotavirus diarrhea is very short, usually less than 48 hours. The clinical manifestations of infection vary and depend on whether it is the first infection or reinfection. The first infection after 3 months of age is generally most likely to cause severe gastroenteritis and dehydration. Infection may be asymptomatic, may cause self-limited watery diarrhea, or may result in severe dehydrating diarrhea with fever and vomiting. Persons who are immunocompromised because of congenital immunodeficiency or because of bone marrow or solid organ transplantation may experience severe or prolonged rotavirus gastroenteritis. Up to 1/3 of infected children may have a temperature greater than 102 degrees Fahrenheit. The gastrointestinal symptoms generally resolve in 3 to 7 days. Recovery from a first rotavirus infection usually does not lead to permanent immunity. After a single natural infection, 38% of children are protected against any subsequent rotavirus infection, 77% are protected against rotavirus diarrhea, and 87% are protected against severe diarrhea. Reinfection can occur at any age. Subsequent infections produce progressively greater protection and are generally less severe than the first. Recurrent rotavirus infections affect persons of all ages. Recurrent infections are usually asymptomatic or result in mild diarrhea that may be preceded or accompanied by vomiting and low-grade fever. Rotavirus is the most common cause of severe gastroenteritis in infants and young children in the U.S. In the pre-vaccine era, rotavirus infection was nearly universal, with more than 80% of children infected by 5 years of age. Infection can occur at any age, but the most severe disease occurs among children 4 months to 24 months of age. In the pre-vaccine era, an estimated 3 million rotavirus infections occurred every year in the United States. This was equal to the number of cases of pertussis or measles prior to the availability of vaccines. Rotavirus accounted for more than 400,000 physician visits, 200,000 emergency department visits, and 55,000 to 70,000 hospitalizations each year among children younger than 5 years of age. An estimated 20 to 60 children died each year from rotavirus disease. Rotavirus diarrhea resulted in more than $250 million in direct medical costs each year in the U.S., largely due to hospitalization. Total costs, including indirect costs, were more than $1 billion a year. Although rotavirus is usually considered a childhood disease, it also causes gastroenteritis in travelers returning from developing countries, parents and persons caring for children with rotavirus diarrhea, immunocompromised persons, and the elderly. Rotavirus infection of adults is usually asymptomatic but may cause diarrheal illness. The reservoir of rotavirus is the gastrointestinal tract of infected humans. Although rotavirus infection occurs in many non-human mammals, transmission of animal rotaviruses to humans is believed to be rare and probably does not lead to clinical illness. Although immunodeficient persons may shed rotavirus for a prolonged period, a true carrier state has not been described. Rotaviruses are shed in high concentration in the stool of infected persons. Transmission is primarily by fecal-oral spread, both through close person-to-person contact and by fomites, such as toys and other environmental surfaces contaminated by stool. In temperate climates, disease is more prevalent during cooler months. Rotavirus is highly communicable, as evidenced by the nearly universal infection of children by age 5 years in the pre-vaccine era. Factors associated with an increased risk for hospitalization for rotavirus gastroenteritis among U.S. children include lack of breastfeeding, child care attendance, and low birth weight, which is probably a proxy for preterm birth. Other risk factors include the presence of another child younger than 24 months in the household and either having Medicaid insurance or having no medical insurance. Yabo?
Thanks, Andrew. Efforts to produce a vaccine to prevent rotavirus gastroenteritis began in the 1980s. The first rotavirus vaccines were derived from either bovine or rhesus monkey origin. Studies demonstrated that these live oral vaccines could prevent rotavirus diarrhea in young children, but efficacy varied widely. The first rotavirus vaccine was licensed in the United States in 1998. This vaccine contained a rhesus parent strain with genes that express an antigen for the predominant serotypes of human rotavirus. This vaccine was taken off the market in 1999 because vaccine recipients had an increased risk of intussusception, a type of bowel obstruction, particularly after the first dose. Some research suggested that the risk of intussusception increased with increasing age of the first dose. This observation has affected recommendations for the new rotavirus vaccines. There are currently 2 rotavirus vaccines licensed for use in the United States. RotaTeq, which we will abbreviate RV5, is manufactured by Merck. It was licensed by the FDA in February 2006. RV5 contains 5 strains of live human bovine recombinant rotavirus. RV5 is administered orally in a 3-dose series at 2, 4, and 6 months of age. The second rotavirus vaccine is Rotarix, which we will abbreviate as RV1, manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline. RV1 was licensed by the FDA in April 2008. RV1 contains 1 strain of live attenuated human rotavirus. RV1 is administered orally in a 2-dose series at 2 and 4 months of age. Both rotavirus vaccines contain live rotavirus, which is attenuated relative to wild-type rotavirus. Vaccine virus is shed in the stool of infants after receipt of both brands of rotavirus vaccination. Vaccine virus is shed more commonly and for longer periods after RV1 than after RV5. However, no data are available on the risk for transmission of vaccine virus to household contacts. Studies to evaluate the safety, immunogenicity, and efficacy of RV1 and RV5 have each involved more than 65,000 infants in the United States and other countries. These are among the largest vaccine trials ever conducted and were necessary to evaluate the vaccine for possible rare adverse events, particularly intussusception. These large clinical trials demonstrated that both rotavirus vaccines are effective. The vaccines were found to be 74 to 87% effective in preventing any rotavirus diarrhea. The vaccines are 95 to 98% effective in preventing severe diarrhea. Protection appears to persist through the second rotavirus season post-vaccination. Both vaccines significantly reduce physician visits for diarrhea and reduce rotavirus-related hospitalization. Revised ACIP recommendations for the use of rotavirus vaccine were published in MMWR in February 2009. Because of similar estimates of efficacy and safety, neither ACIP nor the Academies of Pediatrics or Family Physicians stated preference for one vaccine over the other. Clinicians can use whichever vaccine they choose. ACIP recommends routine rotavirus immunization of all infants without a contraindication. The vaccine should be administered as a series of either 2 or 3 oral doses for RV1 and RV5 respectively, beginning at 2 months of age. The vaccination series for both vaccines may be started as early as 6 weeks of age. Subsequent doses in the series should be separated from the previous dose by 1 to 2 months. Rotavirus vaccines should be given at the same visit as other vaccines given at these ages. RV1 is a very different vaccine than RV5. RV1 is a 2-dose series, RV5 is a 3-dose series. The labeled maximum age for any dose of RV1 is 24 weeks, while the labeled maximum age for any dose of RV5 is 32 weeks. These differences could complicate decisions by clinicians who encounter children who received a brand of rotavirus vaccine other than the brand the clinician has in stock. There are currently no data on schedules that include both RV1 and RV5. The ACIP worked for more than a year to develop recommendations that will help guide the use of both rotavirus vaccines. ACIP's main objective was to develop a single set of rules that would apply to both rotavirus vaccines. For both rotavirus vaccines, ACIP recommends that the maximum age for the first dose is 15 weeks, 0 days. This is an off-label recommendation for RV5 since the approved maximum age for the first dose of that vaccine is 12 weeks. The minimum interval between doses of both rotavirus vaccines is 4 weeks. The maximum age for any dose of rotavirus vaccine is 8 months, 0 days. No rotavirus vaccine should be administered to infants older than 8 months, 0 days of age. This is an off-label recommendation for both vaccines because the labeled maximum age for RV1 is 24 weeks and the labeled maximum age for RV5 is 32 weeks. ACIP recommends that the rotavirus vaccine series should be completed with the same product whenever possible. However, vaccination should not be deferred if the product used for a prior dose or doses is not available or is not known. In this situation, the provider should continue or complete the series with the product that is available to them. If any dose in the series was RV5, RotaTeq, or the vaccine brand used for any prior dose in the series is not known, a total of 3 doses of rotavirus vaccine should be administered. We've received questions about the maximum interval between doses of rotavirus vaccine. Some clinicians believe there is a maximum of 10 weeks between doses because of wording in the RV5 product insert. However, ACIP did not define a maximum interval between doses. It is preferable to adhere to the recommended interval of 8 weeks. But if the interval is prolonged, the child can still receive the vaccine as long as can be given on or before the child's 8-month birthday. It is not necessary to restart the series or add doses because of a prolonged interval between doses. The duration of immunity is not known for either rotavirus vaccine. Protection appears to last through at least 2 rotavirus seasons, although efficacy may be lower in the second season than in the first. There are at least 5 serotypes of rotavirus that may cause diarrheal disease in the United States. Also, infants may experience multiple episodes of rotavirus diarrhea. So infants documented to have had rotavirus gastroenteritis before receiving the full course of rotavirus vaccinations should still begin or complete the 3-dose schedule. This is because the initial infection will provide only partial immunity. Breastfeeding does not significantly reduce the immunogenicity of rotavirus vaccine, so breastfeeding children should be vaccinated on schedule. Donna?
Rotavirus is a live virus vaccine. However, because of the oral route of administration and the age at which it is given, the contraindications and precautions are different than for injected live vaccines. The only contraindication to the use of rotavirus vaccine is a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose. Latex rubber is contained in the RV1 oral applicator, so infants with a severe allergy to latex should not receive RV1. The RV5 dosing tube is latex-free. Rotavirus vaccine has several precautions. In general, when a precaution is present, the vaccine will not be given. However, clinicians may consider use of the vaccine on a case-by-case basis. Clinicians should consider the potential risk and benefits of administering rotavirus vaccine to infants with known or suspected altered immunocompetence. Children who are immunocompromised because of congenital immunodeficiency or hematopoietic stem cell or solid organ transplantation sometimes experience severe, prolonged, and even fatal rotavirus gastroenteritis. However, no safety or efficacy data are available regarding administration of rotavirus vaccine to infants who are or are potentially immunocompromised due to either disease or drugs. Clinicians will need to use their judgment in this situation. There are no data on the use of rotavirus vaccine among infants who are HIV exposed or infected. However, 2 considerations support vaccination of HIV exposed or infected infants. First, the HIV diagnosis might not be established in infants born to HIV-infected mothers before the age of the first rotavirus vaccine dose. 3% or less of HIV-exposed infants in the United States will be determined to be HIV-infected. Second, vaccine strains of rotavirus are considerably attenuated, and exposure to an attenuated rotavirus is preferable to exposure to wild-type rotavirus. Usually, rotavirus vaccine should not be administered to infants with acute, moderate, or severe gastroenteritis or other acute illness until the condition improves. However, infants with mild acute gastroenteritis or other mild acute illness can be vaccinated, particularly if the delay in vaccination will delay the first dose of vaccine beyond 15 weeks, 0 days of age. Finally, available data suggests that infants with a history of intussusception might be at higher risk for a repeat episode than other infants. So until post-licensure data on the safety of rotavirus vaccine are available, the risk for and the benefits of vaccination should be considered when vaccinating infants with a previous episode of intussusception. There are two situations which ACIP previously considered precautions for rotavirus vaccination that are now not considered to be precautions. The first is pre-existing chronic gastrointestinal conditions. No data are available on the safety and efficacy of rotavirus vaccine for infants with pre-existing chronic gastrointestinal conditions such as congenital malabsorption syndromes, Hirschsprung's disease, or short gut syndrome. However, ACIP considers the benefits of vaccination to outweigh the theoretic risk. The second condition, no longer considered to be a precaution to rotavirus vaccination, is recent receipt of an antibody-containing blood product. The 2006 rotavirus ACIP statement suggested a 6-week deferral of vaccination after receipt of an antibody-containing blood product. No data are available on the immune response to rotavirus vaccine in infants who have recently received a blood product. In theory, infants who have recently received an antibody-containing blood product might have a reduced immunologic response to a dose of oral rotavirus vaccine. However, 2 or 3 doses of vaccine are administered in the full rotavirus vaccine series, and no increased risk for adverse events is expected. ACIP now recommends that rotavirus vaccine may be administered at any time before, concurrent with, or after administration of any blood product. Available data suggests that preterm infants are at increased risk for hospitalization from rotavirus during the first 1 to 2 years of life. In clinical trials, rotavirus vaccine appeared to be generally well tolerated in preterm infants, although a relatively small number of preterm infants have been evaluated. ACIP considers the benefits of rotavirus vaccination of preterm infants, that is, infants born at less than 37 weeks gestation, to outweigh the risk of adverse events. ACIP supports vaccination of a preterm infant according to the same schedule and precautions as a full-term infant, provided the following conditions are met. The infant's chronological age is at least 6 weeks. The infant is clinically stable, and the vaccine is administered at the time of discharge or after discharge from the neonatal intensive care unit or nursery. Although the lower level of maternal antibody to rotavirus is in very preterm infants theoretically could increase the risk for adverse reactions from rotavirus vaccine, ACIP believes the benefits of vaccinating the infant when age eligible, clinically stable, and no longer in the hospital outweigh the theoretic risk. Andrew?
Vaccine strains of rotavirus are shed in the feces of vaccinated infants. So if an infant were to be vaccinated with rotavirus vaccine while still needing care in the hospital, a theoretic risk exists for vaccine virus being transmitted to infants in the same unit who are acutely ill and to preterm infants who are not age eligible for vaccine. ACIP considers that in unusual circumstances, the risk from shedding outweighs the benefit of vaccinating an infant who will remain in the hospital. Although rotavirus is shed in the feces of vaccinated infants, transmission of vaccine virus has not been documented. Infants living in households with persons who have or are suspected of having an immunodeficiency disorder or impaired immune status can be vaccinated. ACIP believes that the indirect protection of the immunocompromised household member provided by vaccinating the infant in the household and preventing wild-type rotavirus disease outweighs the small risk for transmitting vaccine virus to the immunocompromised household member. Infants living in households with pregnant women should be vaccinated according to the same schedule as infants in households without pregnant women. Because the majority of women of childbearing age have pre-existing immunity to rotavirus, the risk for infection by the attenuated vaccine virus is considered to be very low. Although transmission of vaccine virus has not been documented, it is prudent for all members of the household to employ measures such as good hand washing after contact with the feces of the vaccinated infant, such as after changing a diaper. The first rotavirus vaccine, RotaShield, was removed from the market less than a year after it was licensed because of an association with intussusception, which we will refer to as IS. The reason RotaShield seemed to infrequently lead to this adverse reaction is not known. Consequently, the safety of the two current rotavirus vaccines has been studied very carefully. The phase 3 clinical trials of both vaccines were very large, primarily to be able to study the occurrence of IS in both vaccine and placebo recipients. This table shows the number of cases of IS diagnosed in both vaccine and placebo recipients during the clinical trials of both vaccines. The RV1 trial included more than 63,000 infants, of which half received vaccine and half received a placebo. In the 30 days following either vaccine dose, there were 7 cases of IS among the vaccine recipients and 7 cases diagnosed among the placebo recipients. The RV5 clinical trial included more than 69,000 infants, of which half received vaccine and half received a placebo. In the 42 days after vaccination, 6 cases of IS were diagnosed among the vaccinated infants and 5 cases were diagnosed among the placebo recipients. There are 2 important messages from these data. The first message is that there is a background incidence of intussusception in infants, as evidenced by its occurrence in infants who received the placebo. The second is that while intussusception is to be expected in recipients of rotavirus vaccine, the risk is no higher than among children who are not vaccinated. Parents of children who receive rotavirus vaccine should understand this. CDC and the Food and Drug Administration have been monitoring the safety of rotavirus vaccine very closely, primarily using reports to the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS. There have been reports of recently vaccinated children who have subsequently developed IS. This is to be expected, since IS happens with or without rotavirus vaccine. However, the number of reports of IS among recent rotavirus vaccine recipients is not higher than would have been expected by chance alone. That is, the reports to date represent background cases of IS. The risk does not appear to be increased because of rotavirus vaccine. Careful monitoring of VAERS reports will continue. A variety of other adverse reactions were reported during the 7 or 8 days after rotavirus vaccination in the clinical trials, including vomiting in 15 to 18%, diarrhea in 9 to 24%, irritability in 13 to 62%, and fever in 40 to 43%. However, the rate of these symptoms in vaccinated children was similar to the rate in unvaccinated children. No serious adverse reactions attributable to rotavirus vaccine have been reported. Healthcare personnel have had concerns about exposure to the vaccine virus during administration of rotavirus vaccine or contact with vaccinated infants. Hand hygiene using soap and water or alcohol-based hand cleaners should already be standard practice wherever vaccines are being administered. This practice should minimize the risk of transmission of rotavirus vaccine virus during administration. Consequently, there are no restrictions on immunosuppressed or pregnant healthcare personnel administering the vaccine. We have heard reports of some doses of rotavirus vaccine being administered using the nipple from a bottle. We strongly discourage this. Rotavirus vaccine should be administered using a device supplied by the manufacturer to ensure that the full dose is administered. Despite your best efforts, sometimes infants spit up or regurgitate oral vaccine. There are almost no data on the safety or efficacy of giving more than one dose, even partial doses, close together. ACIP recommends that you do not repeat the dose if the infant spits out or regurgitates the vaccine. You should administer any remaining doses on schedule. Doses of rotavirus vaccine should be separated by at least 4 weeks. Providers now have a choice of 2 different rotavirus vaccines in the United States. We hope that wide use of these safe and effective vaccines will help reduce the huge burden of rotavirus disease in the United States. Donna?
We get a fair amount of questions about rotavirus, and Yabo, I think you talked about this, but it gets asked so often, I think we need to clarify. If a child has had rotavirus disease, do they still need to be vaccinated?
Yes, they do, Donna. We still recommend rotavirus vaccine administration to these children because data do not support how long they'll be protected. Only the first 2 seasons right now, and the efficacy seems to decrease even in the 2nd season. So we still recommend that they get the rotavirus vaccine.
Okay. Andrew, why did ACIP change that recommendation about antibody-containing product and rotavirus vaccine?
Yes, excellent question. There's no recommendation to wait an interval between administration of an antibody-containing blood product and rotavirus vaccine. Rotavirus vaccine, of course, is a live vaccine. Several reasons play into this. First of all, there'll be 2 or 3 additional doses, as we mentioned, that will be provided. So we think that there will be an adequate immune response to this vaccine. The vaccine is administered orally, and when you give an antibody-containing blood product, the antibody response that we're typically concerned about after administration of an antibody-containing blood product is peripheral. So there's that idea that perhaps this is less critical with a live vaccine that is given orally. Also, there's no adverse reactions that are expected to occur following administration of such a product after rotavirus vaccine. Practically, you need to, there's a maximum age to begin with, so there's no reason to put a maximum spacing would set up a situation where it's an issue of perhaps a slightly reduced immune response versus no response at all, because you can't give the vaccine dose beyond a certain age. So that practical consideration actually plays in as well. So multiple reasons for this.
Okay, good, thanks. Okay. Couple of questions about varicella. That birth in the U.S. before 1980 can be accepted as evidence of immunity to varicella. But does that apply to healthcare personnel?
No, Donna, it actually does not. That criteria for using birth before 1980 is a presumptive criteria, and it does not mean absolutely that everyone born before 1980 will be immune to chickenpox. And we hold healthcare workers to a higher level, so there's a higher threshold there. So in this case, we do not use that criteria as evidence of immunity. Other criteria would still apply, such as using positive serological testing or provider-documented verification of disease.
Okay, good, thanks. Here's another one of those. Why, with varicella vaccine, okay, it's 2 doses for everyone now, but the intervals are different depending on what age you're giving it to. If it's for the little ones, 12 months to 12 years, you need 3 months between the doses, and if it's 13 or older, it's only 4 weeks. Why is that?
Yep. Varicella vaccine intervals are very complicated. The reason is that when manufacturers were looking at 2 doses of vaccine to be given in children between 12 months and 12 years of age, what was studied was an interval of 3 months. So we don't have any data on the use of varicella vaccine in that particular age group at an interval narrow than 3 months of age, whereas we did have it for those persons 12 years of age and older. So that being said, if this does happen and a second dose of varicella vaccine is given to someone between 12 months and 12 years of age at a 4-week interval, you can still count the dose. You don't have to invalidate the dose and try to worry about when that next dose is going to be given. You can validate the dose, but we don't recommend that you do it. We recommend that you use a 3-month minimum interval for varicella vaccine between 12 months and 12 years of age, and then older than that, it is a 28-day, 4-week interval.
Okay. Yabo, here's a storage and handling question. I noticed in the package inserts for varicella and MMRV when it was available that if someone inadvertently put it in the refrigerator, that you could use it as long as you used it within 72 hours and don't put it back in the freezer, though. Is that okay, too, for zoster vaccine?
No, actually, Donna, it's not. Zostavax must be kept in the freezer at all times and used within 30 minutes of being removed from the freezer. If it's not used within 30 minutes, it must be discarded.
Okay, good. So the best thing to do is just put them all the varicella-containing vaccines in the freezer like you're supposed to and keep them there. The other thing that we're hearing is that sometimes shot givers are they are changing the needle between reconstituting zoster vaccine and administering it. Is that necessary?
No, it is not. And I think that goes back to we used to hear about this a lot from providers, and I think it stems primarily from concerns about needle being bent or some issue with the needle. Is it necessary to making it necessary to change that needle? Nowadays, the needles that are made are much stronger, so this really should be less of an issue, and therefore we do not. It is not necessary to change the needle between reconstitution and administration. To do so would introduce risks of needle stick injury, perhaps, if you're manipulating so much, or if, contamination if you're removing the needle. These things can happen. So unless the needle actually is bent, and you should change it for that reason, of course, there's no general recommendation for the need to change the needle between these various steps.
Okay, well, thank you very much. Andrew, Yabo, thank you also very much. Hepatitis B remains a public health problem in the United States, even though a safe and effective vaccine has been available since 1981. Hepatitis B vaccine is also one of the most common topics of questions we receive. So we are going to begin this program with a discussion of hepatitis B and address some of the vaccine issues that generate a lot of questions. Hepatitis as a distinct clinical entity has been recognized for 2,500 years. It took another 2,400 years to recognize that there was more than one type, and that one of them was transmitted by exposure to human blood or blood products. As a cause of liver disease and cancer, hepatitis B is a disease of enormous global importance. It is caused by hepatitis B virus, or HBV. HBV is a small DNA virus, very specific to humans. Although the virus is most closely related to viruses which cause hepatitis in woodchucks, ducks, and ground squirrels, humans are the only known host. The virus has never been grown in tissue culture, which is why the first vaccine was obtained from chronically infected humans. There are several HBV subtypes that do not affect virulence or infectivity, but can be useful in epidemiologic investigations. HBV may retain infectivity for more than 7 days at room temperature. Here is a schematic of HBV. The virus has several antigens, but for the purpose of this program, you only need to know about hepatitis B surface antigen. It is shown in this picture as HBsAg. This glycoprotein makes up the outer coat of the virus. Surface antigen itself is not infectious. Only the complete virus, known as the Dane particle, is infectious. But when HBV replicates, it produces surface antigen in huge excess, usually in the form of tubular and spherical structures like you see here. When we find surface antigen in a person's blood, we assume the complete virus is also there, and the person is actively infected and capable of transmitting the virus. So surface antigen acts as a marker for active infection. Another thing you need to know about the virus is that antibody to surface antigen indicates immunity to hepatitis B. Other hepatitis B antibodies can be measured, but only the presence of hepatitis B surface antibody indicates protection from infection, either from previous disease or vaccination. We receive many questions about the interpretation of hepatitis B serologic tests. A discussion of this topic is beyond the scope of this program, but we have included a table that will help you interpret these tests on the Updates and Resources webpage. It is also in the course text. Hepatitis B is a disease of massive proportion. An estimated 2 billion persons worldwide have been infected with HBV, and more than 350 million persons have chronic lifelong infection. There are estimated to be more than 1 million chronically infected persons in the United States. Most chronically infected persons are not aware of their infection. The virus is an established cause of chronic hepatitis and cirrhosis and is estimated to be the cause of up to 80% of liver cancer. The World Health Organization estimated HBV was the direct or indirect cause of 600,000 deaths worldwide in 2002. Hepatitis B has a long incubation period, 60 to 150 days, with an average of 90 days. There may be a nonspecific prodrome of fever, malaise, and headache. The clinical illness is not specific for hepatitis B and usually includes anorexia, fatigue, abdominal pain, and jaundice. But at least 50% of infections are asymptomatic. Age is the most important factor in whether an infected person has symptoms. Infection in infants is almost always asymptomatic. 5 to 50% of older children and 30 to 50% of adults will develop acute hepatitis following infection with HBV. The most important complication of acute hepatitis B virus infection is fulminant hepatitis, a severe form of acute hepatitis that may lead to acute liver failure. Fulminant hepatitis is estimated to occur in up to 1% of adults with acute hepatitis B virus infection. 10 to 15% of symptomatic infections require hospitalization. The major impact of hepatitis B is not the acute infection. It is the result of chronic infection with the virus. The most common long-term sequelae are cirrhosis and hepatocellular carcinoma. Death can result from either acute fulminant hepatitis or from the chronic disease. This is a Laotian woman with end-stage hepatocellular carcinoma from chronic HBV infection. She was probably infected with the virus by her mother when she was born. The enlarged abdomen is a result of a big liver and ascites, or fluid accumulation, in the abdominal cavity. In the pre-vaccination era, an estimated 200 to 400 deaths occurred annually from acute fulminant hepatitis. But most of the mortality results from long-term, persistent infection with the virus. Every year in the United States, an estimated 3,000 to 5,000 persons die from HBV-induced liver cancer and cirrhosis. Short of a major breakthrough in the treatment of chronic HBV infection, the number of annual deaths will not change very much anytime soon. This is because it usually takes 20 years or more of chronic infection to result in end-stage liver disease. So even if transmission of hepatitis B virus were completely stopped today, deaths from chronic infection would continue to occur for many years to come. Andrew?
Most persons who die from hepatitis B are chronically infected and have virus in their blood and body fluids continuously. Most persons who become chronically infected will remain infected the rest of their lives. The overall risk of becoming chronically infected is 5 to 10% and may result from either symptomatic or asymptomatic illness. There are estimated to be about 1.2 million persons chronically infected with HBV in the U.S. now. Several thousand newly infected persons become chronically infected every year. Although the immunologic mechanism of chronic infection is not well understood, risk factors for becoming chronically infected have been identified. The most important risk factor is the age of the person when the infection occurs. The earlier in life infection occurs, the higher the risk of becoming chronically infected. This graph shows the percent of infected persons who become chronically infected on the vertical axis by the age of infection along the horizontal axis. Up to 90% of infants infected at birth will become chronically infected. 50% of infections at 1 year of age will become chronic. By about 5 years of age, the risk of becoming chronically infected approaches the adult risk of about 5%. Infection early in life is very dangerous because it frequently leads to chronic infection. Chronic liver disease develops in 2/3 of persons with chronic HBV infection, and 15 to 25% will die prematurely from cirrhosis or liver cancer. Chronically infected persons also remain a source for transmission of virus for others. This is why the reduction of perinatal transmission has been one of the priorities of the U.S. Hepatitis B control program. Our knowledge of the epidemiology of HBV has driven the vaccination recommendations since the vaccine was first licensed in 1981. Hepatitis B is a human disease, and the reservoir is humans with acute or chronic infection. It is bloodborne, that is, transmission results from contact with infected blood or body fluids derived from blood. In practice, the only body fluids likely to transmit HBV are blood, vaginal secretions, semen, and maybe saliva on very rare occasions. A human bite has been implicated in transmission. Persons with asymptomatic infections transmit the virus just the same as symptomatic persons. The virus is communicable 1 to 2 months before and after onset. This graph shows the number of reported cases of hepatitis B by year since 1978. The first hepatitis B vaccine was licensed in 1981. You might expect a decline in incidence after the vaccine was licensed, but the number of reported cases continued to rise. It peaked in 1985, then slowly declined. It is believed that the decline was not due to vaccine, but to HIV/AIDS education that led to behavioral changes among men who have sex with men and later among IV drug users. The rate of hepatitis B has declined 80% since 1990, due in large part to the implementation of universal childhood immunization. Since 2000, an average of about 7,600 cases of hepatitis B infection have been reported each year. But these reported cases only represent a fraction of the actual incidence. It is estimated that in the pre-vaccine era, 300,000 persons were infected annually with hepatitis B virus, including about 24,000 infants and children. Because of vaccination and risk reduction behaviors in high-risk groups, the number of persons infected in the United States declined to an estimated 51,000 in 2005. In the United States in 2005, the highest incidence of acute hepatitis B was among adults 25 to 45 years of age. Approximately 79% of newly acquired infections are associated with high-risk sexual activity or injection drug use. Other known exposures, such as household and occupational exposures, together account for 5% of new infections. 16% deny a specific risk factor for infection. In 1990, healthcare personnel accounted for 2% of HBV infections, 2,000 or 3,000 new infections each year. Since that time, the rate of infection among healthcare personnel has declined by 95% and is now lower than the rate for the general population. Hepatitis B vaccine has made occupational HBV infection a thing of the past. So the message from all this is that hepatitis B vaccine has led to a big decline in groups with high vaccination levels, children and healthcare personnel. But thousands of cases are still occurring, mainly among young adults. Reducing the disease burden in this group requires creative vaccination programs to reach high-risk adults, particularly in clinics that treat sexually transmitted diseases and injection drug use. Bill?
The first hepatitis B vaccine was licensed in the United States in 1981. The hepatitis B surface antigen for the vaccine was purified from the blood of chronically infected humans. In 1986, the first genetically engineered or recombinant hepatitis B vaccine was licensed. The plasma-derived vaccine was taken off the market in 1992. There are now 3 combination vaccines that contain hepatitis B that we'll discuss a little later. All hepatitis B vaccines are composed of recombinant hepatitis B surface antigen. The antigen is produced in genetically engineered yeast cells. The yeast cells contain the part of the hepatitis B gene that codes for surface antigen. The vaccine does not contain any other part of the hepatitis B virus. The routine hepatitis B vaccine schedule is 3 doses. Vaccine efficacy after a full series is estimated at 95% with a range of 80 to 100%. The duration of immunity is long, 15 years or more. Routine booster doses are not recommended. Hepatitis B vaccine can and should be administered simultaneously with all other vaccines in both children and adults. It should be administered intramuscularly, either in the anterolateral thigh of an infant or the deltoid of an older child or adult. The hepatitis B vaccines available in the U.S. are produced by 2 different manufacturers, Merck and GlaxoSmithKline. Both companies produce both pediatric and adult formulations. Recombavax HB from Merck is available in 3 formulations. A pediatric formulation that contains 5 micrograms per half milliliter dose, an adult formulation with 10 micrograms per milliliter, and a dialysis formulation with 40 micrograms per milliliter. Injurix B from GlaxoSmithKline is available in 2 formulations. A pediatric formulation with 10 micrograms per half milliliter dose, and an adult formulation that contains 20 micrograms per milliliter. Both formulations are available without thimerosal as a preservative. This graphic shows the recommended dose of hepatitis B vaccine by age group and vaccine brand. All infants and children younger than 11 years of age, shown in the first row, receive a half milliliter dose of either Recombavax or Injurix. Although the amount of antigen in the half milliliter dose differs by manufacturer, the vaccines are considered equivalent and are completely interchangeable. Adolescents 11 through 19 years of age in the second row should also receive a half milliliter dose of either Recombavax or the pediatric formulation of Injurix. Adults 20 years and older should receive 1 milliliter of either Recombavax or the adult formulation of Injurix. As with the pediatric formulations, the adult formulation of Injurix has twice as much antigen per dose as Recombavax, but the vaccines are considered to be equivalent and are interchangeable. An adult who receives 1 or 2 doses of adult Recombavax can complete the series with a dose of Injurix or vice versa. Don't be misled by the higher antigen content of Injurix. The fact that it has twice the antigen per dose does not mean that it's a better vaccine or that you can give a half dose if you should substitute Injurix for Recombavax. Children and adolescents 19 years and younger should always receive a half milliliter dose, and adults 20 years and older should always receive a 1 milliliter dose, regardless of which vaccine you are using. We get a lot of questions about waning immunity to hepatitis B vaccine and the need for booster doses. It is true that antibody level may decline after vaccination. In fact, up to 50% of recipients may lose detectable antibody by 15 years after vaccination. But the level of antibody is only part of the issue. Persons who respond to the vaccine develop immunologic memory following vaccination. This means that B lymphocytes have been produced that are primed to produce more hepatitis B surface antibody the next time hepatitis B surface antigen is encountered. We know that this immunologic memory lasts for many years after successful vaccination. Antibody may drop to a low level, but an anamnestic or memory response occurs upon exposure to HBV, and antibody levels increase very quickly. Since the incubation period of HBV is so long, the immune system can mount a protective response before the virus can do any damage. Asymptomatic HBV infection has been occasionally documented in persons who responded to the vaccine. But chronic infection has rarely been documented among vaccine responders. Since chronic infection leads to severe sequelae and is responsible for most of the mortality, it's what we most want to prevent. Booster doses of hepatitis B vaccine are not routinely recommended for any group because there's no evidence that they're necessary for continued protection. Routine periodic serologic testing to assess the immune status of vaccinated persons is also not recommended, except for persons on dialysis and possibly for other immunocompromised persons. The duration of hepatitis B immunity following vaccination will continue to be studied for years to come, particularly among those vaccinated as infants. If breakthrough infections, particularly chronic infections, begin to appear 10, 20, or 30 years from now, booster doses may be needed, but not now. Donna.
The hepatitis B vaccination strategy has evolved since the vaccine was licensed in 1981. When new recommendations were made, they did not replace the prior recommendations. The recommendations were cumulative. So now hepatitis B vaccine is recommended for persons of many ages. Hepatitis B vaccine should be administered to all infants without contraindications beginning at birth. All adolescents through 18 years of age should receive hepatitis B vaccine if they have not already received it. The routine medical visit at 11 or 12 years is a good opportunity to be sure adolescents have been vaccinated. The vaccine should also be offered to adults at increased risk of HBV infection. An ACIP statement that specifically addresses hepatitis B vaccination of adults was published in December 2006. In it, ACIP recommends universal hepatitis B vaccination for all unvaccinated adults in settings in which a high proportion of adults have risk for HBV infection. This would include settings such as sexually transmitted disease and HIV testing and treatment facilities, drug abuse treatment and prevention settings, and correctional facilities. In other primary care and specialty medical settings in which adults at risk for HBV infection receive care, all patients should be provided information about the disease and benefits of vaccination. The vaccine should be available in these settings. We will include a link to this important document on our Updates and Resources webpage. The vaccination schedules are very similar for all age groups. The childhood hepatitis B vaccination schedule recommended by the ACIP and the American Academies of Pediatrics and Family Physicians begins at birth. The second dose is given at 1 to 2 months of age and the third dose at 6 to 18 months of age. Note the minimum intervals, 4 weeks between doses 1 and 2 and 8 weeks between doses 2 and 3. Do not give the vaccine at intervals shorter than these minimums. The third dose has 3 intervals and age rules that you should follow. The third dose should be given a minimum of 8 weeks after the second dose and at least 16 weeks after the first dose. These 2 rules apply to anyone of any age receiving the vaccine. For infants, there is one more rule. The infant should be at least 24 weeks of age before receiving the third dose. The reason for these 3 rules is the desire to maximize the response to the vaccine. There are limited data on schedules other than these. If a dose of hepatitis B vaccine is given at an interval or age less than these minimums, the dose should not be counted. The 4-day grace period can be applied to these intervals if your state accepts it. But what about doses that are separated by longer than the recommended interval? As with all vaccines routinely used in the U.S., it is not necessary to restart the series or add additional doses if the interval between doses is prolonged. Just continue the series where it was interrupted. Preterm infants with a very low birth weight present a challenge. Infants who weigh less than 2,000 grams have a decreased response to hepatitis B vaccine. As a result, the first dose of vaccine should be delayed until the child is 1 month old if the mother is documented to be hepatitis B surface antigen negative. At 1 month of age, these infants respond as well as infants of normal birth weight, but this applies only to routine hepatitis B vaccination. Post-exposure management must be started immediately if the mother is hepatitis B surface antigen positive or if the mother's surface antigen status is not known, regardless of the child's weight. Post-exposure management includes both vaccine and hepatitis B immune globulin, or HBIG. There is one other unique aspect of vaccination of preterm infants who weigh less than 2,000 grams. If the infant's mother is surface antigen positive or her status is not known, you should give a dose of hepatitis B vaccine at birth along with HBIG. But this first dose should not be counted. The infant should receive 3 additional doses beginning when the infant reaches 1 month of age. Andrew?
There are now 3 combination vaccines that contain hepatitis B: Comvax, Pediarix, and Twinrix. Comvax and Pediarix are approved only for children. Twinrix is approved only for adults 18 years of age and older. Comvax is a combination hepatitis B Hib vaccine produced by Merck and was licensed in 1996. Comvax contains a standard 5 microgram dose of Merck's pediatric hepatitis B vaccine and a standard dose of Merck's Hib vaccine, Pedvax Hib. Comvax does not contain thimerosal as a preservative. As with other combinations, the vaccine can be used when either component is indicated and neither antigen is contraindicated. Hib vaccine should not be given to infants younger than 6 weeks of age, so Comvax cannot be administered to infants younger than 6 weeks of age. Although not approved by FDA for this use, Comvax may be used if the infant's mother is known to be surface antigen positive or not known. ACIP approved this off-label use of Comvax in 1997. These infants must receive a birth dose of monovalent hepatitis B vaccine, and the hepatitis B series can be completed with Comvax beginning at 6 to 8 weeks of age. In 2002, the Food and Drug Administration licensed a new combination vaccine, Pediarix, which is manufactured by GlaxoSmithKline. The vaccine contains DTaP, inactivated polio, and hepatitis B vaccines. The DTaP component is Infinrix, and the hepatitis B component is Engerix B, which were previously licensed in the U.S. Pediarix is approved for the first 3 doses of the DTaP and IPV series, which are usually given at about 2, 4, and 6 months of age. It is not approved for the booster doses of DTaP or IPV. However, Pediarix is approved for use through 6 years of age. The minimum age for the first dose of Pediarix is 6 weeks, so it cannot be used for the birth dose of the hepatitis B series. Pediarix may be used in infants born to women who are hepatitis B surface antigen positive or whose hepatitis B status is not known. Like Comvax, Pediarix is not approved by FDA for this use. But in 2003, ACIP approved the off-label use of Pediarix to complete the hepatitis B series for these infants. But remember that the minimum age for Pediarix is 6 weeks, so it must not be used for the birth or 1-month dose of the hepatitis B series. I would like to remind you of the combination vaccine interval rule. It is that the minimum intervals between doses of a combination vaccine are dictated by the single antigen with the longest minimum intervals. So for Pediarix, the minimum intervals are determined by the hepatitis B component. As for hepatitis B vaccine, the minimum interval between the first 2 doses of Pediarix is 4 weeks. The 3rd dose must be administered at least 8 weeks after the 2nd dose and should follow the first dose by at least 16 weeks. To be counted as a valid final dose of hepatitis B vaccine, the 3rd dose should not be administered before 24 weeks of age. One more point about combination vaccines that contain hepatitis B vaccine. All infants should receive a dose of hepatitis B vaccine shortly after birth. Either Comvax or Pediarix can be used to complete the hepatitis B schedule for children that receive a birth dose. This means that the child will receive 4 doses of hepatitis B vaccine. This is not a problem. It is not necessary to switch back and forth between a combination and single antigen hepatitis B vaccine just to avoid giving 4 doses. Just go ahead and use the combination vaccine as usual, even though this will result in 1 extra dose of hepatitis B vaccine for the child. The third combination vaccine that contains hepatitis B vaccine is Twinrix. Twinrix is produced by GlaxoSmithKline and was licensed by FDA in 2001. It contains a standard adult dose of GSK's hepatitis B vaccine, Engerix, and a pediatric dose of their hepatitis A vaccine, Havrix. The standard schedule is a 3-dose series at 0, 1, and 6 to 12 months. Twinrix is approved only for adults 18 years of age and older. A pediatric version of Twinrix is not available in the United States. Since Twinrix contains a standard adult dose of hepatitis B vaccine, it can be used interchangeably in a schedule with monovalent hepatitis B vaccine. We will discuss an alternate Twinrix schedule and schedules that include both Twinrix and monovalent hepatitis A in the hepatitis A segment of the program. All children and adolescents through age 18 years should receive hepatitis B vaccine. Adults at increased risk of HBV infection should also be vaccinated. The routine adolescent and adult schedule is 3 doses. For the usual schedule, the first 2 doses should be separated by at least 1 month, and the third dose is usually given 5 months after the second. If an accelerated schedule is required, the minimum interval between the second and third doses is 8 weeks. The first dose should always be separated from the third dose by at least 16 weeks. Adolescents should receive 1/2 milliliter of pediatric formulation. Adults 20 years and older should receive 1 milliliter of adult formulation. In 1999, Merck received FDA approval for an alternative hepatitis B vaccination schedule for adolescents. This alternative schedule is for 2 adult doses, 10 micrograms of Recombavax HB separated by 4 to 6 months. Seroconversion rates, post-vaccination antibody titers, and adverse reactions were similar using this schedule and the standard schedule of 3 5-microgram doses of Recombavax HB. This alternative schedule may only be used for adolescents 11 through 15 years of age, and the schedule only applies to the Merck hepatitis B vaccine. I want to repeat this. If you decide to use this 2-dose schedule for adolescents in your practice, it must not be started before age 11 and should be completed by the 16th birthday. If the child has already received 1 or more 5-microgram pediatric doses, he or she should complete the regular 3-dose series and not be switched to the 2-dose series. Also, Engerix B is not approved for this schedule. In this situation, the 2 vaccines are not interchangeable. One final note on the 2-dose adolescent schedule. If you decide to use it, please document clearly on the vaccination record, both yours and the personal record, that you gave an adult dose. If you just record hepatitis B vaccine without noting the dose, someone reviewing the record will assume, appropriately, that it was a standard pediatric dose. Immunization nurses have many talents, but clairvoyance is usually not one of them. Document the doses you administer clearly and do not make anyone guess. Bill.
We receive many questions about serologic testing after vaccination. In most circumstances, it is not necessary. Post-vaccination serologic testing is not routinely recommended after routine vaccination of infants, children, adolescents, or most adults. But there are situations where it is recommended. These include infants born to hepatitis B surface antigen positive women, either acutely or chronically infected, hemodialysis patients, immunodeficient persons, sex partners of persons with chronic HBV infection, and certain healthcare personnel. Since 1997, the ACIP has recommended that healthcare personnel who have contact with patients or blood and are at ongoing risk for injury with sharp instruments or needles should be tested for antibody after vaccination. Routine testing is not recommended for persons at low risk of exposure, such as public safety workers and healthcare personnel without direct patient contact. Testing for antibody to hepatitis B surface antigen should be done 1 to 2 months after the 3rd dose of vaccine. But what about the thousands of healthcare personnel who were vaccinated before the 1997 recommendations were published? ACIP does not recommend catch-up serologic testing programs. These persons can be tested as necessary if they are exposed. All healthcare personnel who may be exposed to blood or Sharp's injury should have written documentation of having received a 3-dose series of hepatitis B vaccine. Healthcare personnel who cannot provide this documentation should be vaccinated. This recommendation includes personnel without documented vaccination who test positive for hepatitis B surface antibody. Post-vaccination serologic testing will occasionally reveal someone who failed to respond to a series of 3 doses that were administered in the correct dosage and route. Persons who do not respond to the first series of 3 doses should complete a second series of 3 doses or be evaluated to determine if they are already chronically infected. Persons who do not respond to the initial 3-dose series have a 30 to 50% chance of responding to a second 3-dose series. The second series should be given on the usual schedule of 0, 1, and 6 months, but an accelerated schedule of 0, 1, and 4 months can also be used. Revaccinated persons should be retested for an antibody response 1 to 2 months after completing the second series. If you test enough people, you will eventually encounter someone who fails to respond to 6 doses of hepatitis B vaccine. You need to evaluate the person for chronic HBV infection if this has not already been done. ACIP does not recommend more than 6 total doses of hepatitis B vaccine for otherwise healthy persons. Those who fail to respond to 6 doses and are not surface antigen positive should be assumed to be susceptible and be given post-exposure prophylaxis with hepatitis B immune globulin if a high-risk exposure occurs. The most recent recommendations for post-exposure prophylaxis after occupational exposure to HBV were published in 2001. A table in this document can help you determine when HBIG is needed. There's a link to the document on the Updates and Resources webpage. Hepatitis B vaccine has few true contraindications and precautions. The only contraindication is a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be deferred until the acute illness improves. Hepatitis B vaccine is inactivated, and the adverse reactions following it are similar to those following other inactivated vaccines. Pain at the injection site is reported in 13 to 29% of recipients. Mild systemic complaints, such as fatigue or headache, are reported in 11 to 17% of adults. A temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit or higher occurs only in about 1% of recipients. Transmission of hepatitis B virus in the perinatal period is extremely dangerous because it leads to chronic infection for up to 90% of infected infants. All pregnant women should be tested at least once for hepatitis B surface antigen status during each pregnancy. Women who were not screened during early pregnancy or who engage in behaviors that put them at high risk for infection, such as injection drug use, should be tested at the time of admission to the hospital for delivery. Infants born to women who are hepatitis B surface antigen positive must receive post-exposure prophylaxis immediately after birth. The basic recommendations for perinatal management are summarized on this next graphic. For a newborn whose mother is acutely or chronically infected with HBV, begin treatment within 12 hours of birth. In the first 12 hours, give hepatitis B vaccine and HBIG at different sites, for example, each thigh. For infants weighing at least 2,000 grams at birth, give or ensure that someone gives the second dose at 1 to 2 months of age and complete the series by 6 months of age. An infant who weighs less than 2,000 grams at birth and whose mother is hepatitis B surface antigen positive should get a total of 4 doses of vaccine to complete the series. Test the child for anti-HBs and hepatitis B surface antigen after completion of at least 3 doses of hepatitis B vaccine at 9 to 18 months of age. That is, about 3 months after the final dose of the vaccination series. Prevention of perinatal and early childhood infection by providing hepatitis B vaccine to newborns is a critical element of our hepatitis B prevention strategy. More details about implementation of the birth dose and prevention of perinatal HBV transmission can be found in Part 1 of the Hepatitis B ACIP statement, published in December 2005. The document also includes information on management of women found to be surface antigen positive, hepatitis B post-exposure prophylaxis, and much more. We will have a link to these recommendations on our Updates and Resources webpage.
Outbreaks of jaundice, which were probably hepatitis A, were reported in the 17th and 18th centuries, often associated with military campaigns. Hepatitis A was originally called infectious hepatitis and was differentiated epidemiologically from long incubation period hepatitis B in the 1940s. The development of serologic tests in the 1970s helped differentiate hepatitis A from other types of non-B hepatitis. Hepatitis A virus was first isolated in 1979 and a vaccine was first licensed in 1995. Hepatitis A virus, or HAV, is a picornavirus with an RNA genome. Humans are the only natural host, although some non-human primates can be infected in laboratory conditions. Depending on conditions, HAV can survive in the environment for months. The virus is relatively stable at low pH levels and moderate temperatures, but can be inactivated by high temperature above 185 degrees Fahrenheit, formalin, and chlorine. HAV infection is acquired by mouth and the virus replicates in the liver. After 10 to 12 days, virus is present in blood and in the feces. A large amount of virus is shed in the stool of an infected person. The incubation period of hepatitis A is 15 to 50 days, with an average of about 28 days. Symptomatic illness is not specific for hepatitis A and is indistinguishable from other types of acute viral hepatitis. Hepatitis A typically has an abrupt onset of fever, malaise, anorexia, nausea, abdominal discomfort, dark urine, and jaundice. Clinical illness usually lasts less than 2 months, but 10 to 15% of infected persons have prolonged or relapsing signs and symptoms for up to 6 months. The likelihood of symptomatic illness from HAV infection is directly related to age. Children younger than 6 years of age are generally asymptomatic. Older children and adults usually have symptoms, with jaundice occurring in more than 70% of patients. Unlike hepatitis B virus, infection with hepatitis A virus does not lead to chronic infection, so complications of hepatitis A are related to the acute disease. 10 to 20% of persons with symptomatic hepatitis A require hospitalization. The overall case fatality rate is about 0.3%, or about 1 in 330 reported cases. But the fatality rate may be as high as 2% among persons 40 years of age and older. Death is caused by fulminant hepatitis and liver failure. Adults with hepatitis A lose an average of 27 workdays per illness. Health departments incur the cost of post-exposure prophylaxis for 11 contacts per case. In 1989, the estimated annual cost of hepatitis A in the United States was more than $200 million. Andrew?
The epidemiology of hepatitis A is changing in the United States. In some populations, it has changed a lot, and we think these changes are because of the vaccine. Hepatitis A is endemic throughout the world. Humans with acute hepatitis A virus infection are the only reservoir. Chronic infection does not occur, as it does for hepatitis B virus infection. Hepatitis A is transmitted by the fecal-oral route, either by direct person-to-person contact or ingestion of contaminated food or water. The virus is shed in the stool and is communicable 2 weeks before the onset of illness until a week after the onset of jaundice. The risk for transmission of hepatitis A virus depends on host and environmental factors and varies in different settings. For example, without post-exposure prophylaxis, secondary attack rates of 15% to 30% have been reported in households, with higher rates of transmission occurring from infected young children than from infected adolescents and adults. In contrast, attack rates are low among patrons of food service establishments who have been exposed to food handlers with hepatitis A virus infection. Most infected food handlers do not transmit hepatitis A virus to exposed consumers or restaurant patrons. This graph shows the source of infection of reported hepatitis A cases in the U.S. from 1990 through 2000. The most frequently reported source of hepatitis A virus infection in the U.S. is sexual or household contact with a person with hepatitis A, accounting for about 14% of reported cases. Men who have sex with men, shown here as MSM, account for about 10%. Child care attendance or employment or contact with a child in child care accounts for about 8% of cases. About 6% of cases had a history of injection drug use, and 5% had a history of recent international travel. The source of infection for almost half of persons with hepatitis A is unknown. Groups at increased risk of hepatitis A include international travelers, men who have sex with men, and users of illegal drugs. Outbreaks of hepatitis A have also been reported among persons working with non-human primates. This is the only occupational group known to be at increased risk of hepatitis A. This graph shows reported cases of hepatitis A by year since 1966, when it became nationally reportable as a distinct entity. Reported cases peaked in 1971 with more than 59,000 cases. Notice the cyclic increases in cases about every 10 years. The last peak occurred in 1995. But the incidence of hepatitis A is high even between the peaks. An average of 27,000 cases were reported annually in the United States during the 1990s, with 23,000 cases reported in 1998. It is estimated that for every reported case, there are 5 to 6 unreported cases. That means that more than 100,000 hepatitis A infections occurred in the United States each year during the 1990s. The number of reported cases has fallen since 1998, with about 5,900 cases reported in 2004. The highest rates of reported hepatitis A are in older children and young adults. The incidence of reported hepatitis A in children younger than 5 years is substantially less than older children. But cases in this age group are grossly underreported because most infections in young children are not symptomatic. Historically, most cases of hepatitis A occurred as part of community-wide outbreaks, with the majority of infections occurring among children and their adult contacts. In the pre-vaccine era, much of the disease reported in the U.S. was occurring in the western regions of the country. Cases reported by 17 predominantly western and southwestern states accounted for more than 2/3 of all cases reported in the pre-vaccine era. However, these states represented less than 1/3 of the U.S. population. Based on this information, in 1999, ACIP recommended that children living in the 11 states which historically had the highest rates of hepatitis A be routinely vaccinated against the disease. Those 11 states are shown here in green. It was also suggested that vaccination be considered for children in an additional 6 states, shown in yellow. Rates in these 6 states were not as high as those in the 11 highest incidence states, but were still consistently higher than the national average. Since those recommendations were made, we have seen a dramatic change in the epidemiology of hepatitis A in the United States. This graph shows the overall rate of hepatitis A in the United States from 1990 through 2004. It shows the decline in rate that began in 1995 and accelerated in 1999, the year routine childhood vaccination was recommended in the high incidence areas. The rate has declined by 76% relative to the average rate seen in the pre-vaccine years of 1990 through 1997. The 2004 rate of 1.9 per 100,000 population is the lowest ever recorded. The decline has been greatest in the 17 states where routine vaccination of children is recommended or suggested, shown here by the blue line. The rate of hepatitis A in the rest of the country is shown as the gold line. For the first time, rates are similar across all regions of the country. The 1999 Hepatitis A ACIP statement targeted children in the highest incidence states. Children historically have had the highest rates of disease. Since that time, rates among children have declined more than rates among adults. Now, also for the first time, rates are similar across all age groups. Hepatitis A rates now are significantly lower than any previously recorded. In addition, the decline has been greater in the age groups and geographic locations recommended for routine vaccination. Together, these factors indicate that the strategy of routine childhood vaccination in areas with increased risk of infection has played a significant role in reducing overall rates of hepatitis A in the U.S. Based on these data, the ACIP voted in 2005 to extend the benefits of hepatitis A vaccination to all areas of the country by recommending routine hepatitis A vaccination for all children. Bill.
Hepatitis A vaccine was first licensed in the United States in 1995. 2 hepatitis A vaccines are now available. Both vaccines are inactivated whole virus vaccines. Havrix is GlaxoSmithKline's vaccine. Vacta is produced by Merck. The vaccines are considered equivalent and interchangeable. Both are given as a single dose with a booster dose 6 to 18 months after the first dose. Both vaccines are available in pediatric and adult formulations. The pediatric formulations of both vaccines are for persons 12 months through 18 years. The adult formulations are for persons 19 years and older. The pediatric and adult formulations of both vaccines are supplied as liquid vaccine in pre-filled syringes and single-dose vials. Both manufacturers' pre-filled syringe and the Vacta single-dose vial contain dry natural latex rubber. Neither vaccine contains thimerosal as a preservative. Hepatitis A vaccines are highly immunogenic, and large trials have produced estimates of 94 to 100% protection against clinical hepatitis. In clinical trials, 95% of adults are seropositive for hepatitis A antibody within a month following 1 dose, and 100% are seropositive after 2 doses. The vaccines are just as impressive in children 12 months and older, and in adolescents, with more than 97% seropositive after 1 dose and 100% seropositive after 2 doses. For both vaccines, the schedule is 1 dose with a second or booster dose at least 6 months after the first dose. The booster dose should be based on the person's age at the time of the booster, not the age when the first dose was given. For example, if a child received the first dose of the pediatric formulation of Vacta at 18 years of age and returns for the booster dose at age 19 years, the booster dose should be the adult formulation, not the pediatric formulation. The minimum interval between the first and booster doses of hepatitis A vaccine is 6 calendar months. If the interval between the first and booster doses of hepatitis A vaccine is longer than the recommended interval of 6 to 18 months, it is not necessary to repeat the first dose. Since the vaccines were first licensed, the strategy has been to identify and vaccinate 2 groups of persons. The first are persons at high risk for hepatitis A virus infection. The second is persons at high risk for severe sequelae of hepatitis A virus infection. Targeted vaccination undoubtedly prevented some cases of hepatitis A, but this strategy did not have a significant impact on the burden of disease in the U.S. In 1999, ACIP recommended that states with a high incidence of hepatitis A incorporate hepatitis A vaccine into their routine childhood vaccination programs. This strategy has contributed to a dramatic decline in the hepatitis A incidence in these areas. The next logical step in hepatitis A prevention in the U.S. is routine vaccination of all children. These recommendations were published in May 2006. The ACIP recommends that all children should receive hepatitis A vaccine at 12 through 23 months of age. Vaccination should be integrated into the routine childhood vaccination schedule. Children who are not vaccinated by 2 years of age can be vaccinated at subsequent visits. Some areas in the U.S. already have an existing hepatitis A vaccination program for children 2 through 18 years of age. These programs should be maintained. New efforts focused on routine vaccination of children 12 months of age should enhance, not replace, ongoing vaccination programs for older children. In areas without an existing hepatitis A vaccination program, catch-up vaccination of unvaccinated children 2 through 18 years of age can be considered. The ACIP does not recommend a routine catch-up vaccination program for older children. However, such programs might be warranted in the context of, say, rising incidence or ongoing outbreaks among children or adolescents. Andrew.
ACIP continues to recommend hepatitis A vaccination for groups at increased risk of HAV infection. The traditional high-risk groups targeted for hepatitis A vaccination include international travelers, men who have sex with men, drug users, both injecting and non-injection, and persons with occupational risk. This group is limited to certain laboratory workers and animal handlers. It does not include healthcare personnel, emergency or first response personnel, or persons with occupational exposure to sewage. Vaccination is also recommended for persons with chronic liver disease. Persons with chronic liver disease are not necessarily at increased risk of HAV infection, but are at increased risk of complications of hepatitis A. Hepatitis A vaccination is recommended for persons 12 months of age and older traveling to countries with high or intermediate risk of hepatitis A virus infection. These areas include basically the entire world except Canada, Western Europe, Scandinavia, Japan, New Zealand, and Australia. Historically, international travelers often received immune globulin for passive protection against hepatitis A virus infection. In the past, the ACIP recommended that for optimal protection, persons traveling to an area where the risk for transmission was high less than 4 weeks after the first dose of vaccine could also receive immune globulin. In October 2007, the ACIP published revised recommendations for the use of hepatitis A vaccine and IG among international travelers. The first dose of hepatitis A vaccine should be administered as soon as travel is considered. For healthy persons 40 years of age or younger, 1 dose of single antigen vaccine administered at any time before departure can provide adequate protection. Adults older than 40 years, immunocompromised persons, and persons with chronic liver disease are at increased risk of severe hepatitis A. Prevention of hepatitis A virus infection in these groups is vital. Persons at risk of severe disease from hepatitis A virus planning to travel in 2 weeks or sooner should receive the first dose of vaccine and also simultaneously can be administered immune globulin. Vaccine and IG should be administered with separate syringes at different anatomic sites. Hepatitis A vaccine is not approved for children younger than 12 months of age, so these children should continue to receive immune globulin prior to travel to a high-risk area. In the same October 2007 publication, the ACIP also revised its recommendations for hepatitis A post-exposure prophylaxis. In the past, only immune globulin has been recommended for post-exposure prophylaxis. Based on new data comparing IG and hepatitis A vaccine, the ACIP now recommends that vaccine can be used without IG for some persons. For healthy persons aged 12 months through 40 years of age, single antigen hepatitis A vaccine at the age-appropriate dose should be administered as soon as possible after exposure. Vaccine is preferred to IG because of vaccine advantages that include long-term protection and ease of administration. For persons older than 40 years, immune globulin is preferred because of the absence of information regarding vaccine performance and the more severe manifestations of hepatitis A in this age group. Vaccine can be used if IG cannot be obtained. Immune globulin should be used for children younger than 12 months of age, immunocompromised persons, persons with chronic liver disease, and persons for whom vaccine is contraindicated. More details on these recommendations are in the October 19, 2007 edition of Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. Bill?
Hepatitis A vaccine is also available in a combination vaccine. Twinrix is produced by GlaxoSmithKline and was licensed by FDA in 2001. It contains a standard adult dose of GSK's hepatitis B vaccine, Injurix, and a pediatric dose of their hepatitis A vaccine, Havrix. The vaccine is administered in a 3-dose series at 0, 1, and 6 to 12 months. Twinrix is approved only for adults 18 years of age and older. No pediatric version of Twinrix is available in the United States. In 2007, the Food and Drug Administration approved a new schedule for Twinrix. We have received many questions about this new schedule. Although the company refers to it as an accelerated schedule because of the timing of the first 3 doses, it actually requires a year to complete and requires 4 total doses. The new schedule is doses at 0, 7, and 21 to 30 days and a booster dose at 12 months. Like the standard Twinrix schedule, the new schedule is only approved for persons 18 years and older. Based on immunogenicity data submitted to the FDA and in the medical literature, the first 3 doses of the newly licensed Twinrix schedule provide equivalent protection to the first dose in the standard single antigen adult hepatitis A vaccine series and the first 2 doses in the standard adult hepatitis B vaccine series. ACIP has not yet made a recommendation for the use of this new schedule. It's our opinion that the standard schedule of either Twinrix or single antigen vaccines should be used whenever possible for 2 reasons. The first is cost. 3 doses of Twinrix on the standard schedule are less expensive than 4 doses required for the new schedule. The second is because of the time required to complete the series, 6 months for the standard schedule and 12 months for the new schedule. The newly licensed schedule may be useful when travel or other potential exposure is imminent, that is, in less than a month. In this situation, the second dose of hepatitis B vaccine or Twinrix cannot be administered according to the standard schedule 1 to 2 months after the first dose. There is no apparent increased benefit of the newly licensed schedule for the hepatitis A vaccine component. Seroconversion is nearly 100% after either 3 doses of Twinrix or a single dose of single antigen adult hepatitis A vaccine. There's also no apparent increased benefit of the accelerated schedule for the hepatitis B component compared to administration of 2 hepatitis B vaccine doses 1 to 2 months apart. In addition, both hepatitis A vaccine and the hepatitis B vaccine series are known to be effective when the series are begun at the time of exposure. We have no data on how to manage a person who starts on the newly licensed schedule and then has a lapse in the schedule. But it would seem reasonable that if exposure was still imminent, just to continue the series where it was interrupted. But if the lapse occurs after the first dose of the new schedule and the second dose can be administered according to the standard schedule 1 to 2 months after the first dose, we suggest reverting to the standard schedule of either Twinrix or single antigen vaccine. We also received many questions about the use of Twinrix and single antigen hepatitis A vaccine in the same series. Schedules using both vaccines have not been studied, But here are some general principles that can be applied to this situation. Adult formula single antigen hepatitis A vaccine may be used to complete a schedule begun with Twinrix and vice versa. However, interchanging the vaccines will still require a total of 3 doses. Schedules that include 2 doses of Twinrix can be completed with 1 dose of adult formulation hepatitis A vaccine. Schedules that include 1 dose of Twinrix must include 2 doses of adult formulation hepatitis A vaccine. The hepatitis A component of Twinrix is not counted in this situation since it's equivalent to half an adult dose. If you substitute hepatitis A vaccine for Twinrix, you should maintain the spacing recommended for Twinrix, 1 month between doses 1 and 2, and 5 months between doses 2 and 3. If protection from hepatitis A is needed in a month, then you should consider using single antigen hepatitis A vaccine rather than Twinrix. The seroconversion rate 1 month after a single dose of single antigen vaccine is about 98%. Seroconversion a month after a single dose of Twinrix is about 90%. Hepatitis A vaccine should not be administered to persons with a history of a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose. Vaccination of persons with moderate or severe acute illness should be deferred until the illness improves. The safety of hepatitis A vaccine during pregnancy has not been determined. However, because it is an inactivated vaccine, the theoretical risk to the fetus is low. The risk associated with vaccination should be weighed against the risk for HIV infection. Because hepatitis A vaccine is inactivated, no special precautions are needed when vaccinating immunocompromised persons. For both hepatitis A vaccines, the most frequently reported adverse reaction following vaccination is a local reaction at the site of injection. Injection site pain, erythema, or swelling is reported in 20 to 50% of recipients. These symptoms are generally mild and self-limited. Mild systemic reactions such as malaise, fatigue, and low-grade fever are not common and are reported in fewer than 10% of recipients. No serious adverse reactions have been reported. Routine hepatitis A vaccination of children is preventing a substantial number of HIV infections. Vaccination of children also eliminates a major source of infection for other children and adults, the group that tends to get more severe disease. Eventually, this strategy will prevent infection in adults who were vaccinated as children, because immunity appears to persist for many years.
We would like to present a case study that addresses issues that we have discussed on the program today. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Maria is a 2-year-old who has been hospitalized for 4 weeks following a motor vehicle crash. Because of injuries to her pelvis, she is in a cast from her waist to her knees. She is otherwise healthy. Maria is doing well and will be discharged tomorrow. It is currently influenza season, and there is an outbreak in the community affecting the hospital. Maria's mother is pregnant. Maria's grandmother, who lives with the family, is receiving chemotherapy for multiple myeloma. The hospital is able to access Maria's immunization history through the state registry. Her record indicates that she had hepatitis B vaccine at birth. Pediarix, the DTaP-IPV hepatitis B combination vaccine at 2, 4, and 6 months of age. She received a full series of Hib vaccine at 2, 4, 6, and 12 months of age. There is no prior history of influenza vaccination. Maria's nurses do not want to miss this opportunity to make sure she is current on her immunizations before discharge, but they are concerned about administering vaccines with no access to Maria's thighs. Here are 3 questions about Maria. What vaccines are indicated for Maria? What sites should be used to administer the vaccines she needs today? And when should Maria be scheduled for her next immunization visit? If you are viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We will return in a moment to discuss it with you. Maria is an immunization nurse's nightmare. She needs several vaccines, but her largest muscle mass is inaccessible. In this situation, you do not defer the vaccine she needs, but injection technique becomes of paramount importance. Here's the first question about Maria. What vaccines are indicated for Maria? Maria needs her 4th dose of DTaP, pneumococcal conjugate, and her first doses of influenza, MMR, and varicella vaccines. She could also be considered for her first dose of hepatitis A vaccine. Maria is complete for hepatitis B. She actually received 4 doses with the birth dose and the Pediarix series. The birth dose and the doses at 2 months and 6 months count as the 3 valid hepatitis B doses. Maria also received 3 doses of DTaP and IPV in the Pediarix. She is current for IPV, but behind for the 4th dose of DTaP. Maria has completed the Hib series, but she has received no doses of PCV. Since she is healthy and 2 years of age, she only needs a single dose of PCV. Now, for some reason, Maria did not receive her first doses of MMR and varicella at 12 months of age, so she definitely needs those now. It is influenza season and there is an outbreak in the community, so Maria needs protection against influenza. Maria did not receive the hepatitis A vaccine series at 12 to 23 months of age as recommended, but children 2 years of age and older can be considered for catch-up. The only other routine vaccine for young children is rotavirus vaccine, but Maria is too old to begin the rotavirus vaccine series. Here's the second question about Maria. What sites should be used to administer the vaccine she needs today? Maria will need vaccines to be administered in the deltoid muscles of both arms, the posterior upper triceps area of the arms, and the nose. Maria can receive DTaP by the IM route in one deltoid and PCV-IM in the other deltoid. MMR can be given sub-Q in the triceps area of one arm and varicella sub-Q in the triceps area of the other arm. For influenza, Maria can receive live attenuated influenza vaccine by the intranasal route. It is very important that DTaP and PCV be given by the intramuscular route. These vaccines contain an adjuvant and are likely to cause a local reaction if given by the subcutaneous route. Since Maria is in a cast from waist to knees, the thighs are not accessible for vaccination. The deltoid muscles are not routinely used for IM injections in a 2-year-old, but can be used if the muscle mass is adequate. In Maria's case, you do not have a choice since her anterolateral thighs are not accessible. Now, some hospitals and agencies may have a policy that does not include use of the deltoid muscle for IM injection in infants and toddlers. In these situations, a specific written order may be required. Because the deltoid muscle in a 2-year-old is typically small, generally only one IM injection would be administered in this site. The needle size should be selected based on the size of the muscle and the thickness of adipose tissue at the injection site. You will find guidance on this in the ACIP general recommendations. If MMRV is available, the MMR varicella combination vaccine, it can be used for 1 sub-Q injection instead of 2. The fact that Maria's mother is pregnant is not a contraindication to any of the vaccines, and neither is the grandmother's immunosuppression. Maria has no contact with anyone in protective isolation, so there is no contraindication to using LAIV. And here's the third question about Maria. When should Maria be scheduled for her next immunization visit? Maria needs to return in 4 weeks to receive her second dose of influenza vaccine. The recommended interval between doses of influenza vaccine for a child being vaccinated for the first time is now 4 weeks for either LAIV or inactivated vaccine. Either LAIV or TIV could be used for the second dose. A healthy child beginning the pneumococcal conjugate vaccine series at 24 to 59 months of age needs only 1 dose, so the one you give today is all she needs. Bill?
Donna, we know that a lot of facilities don't stock LAIV. In the case of Maria, if they didn't have LAIV, now what do you do about her influenza vaccine?
The plot thickens. Well, there is an influenza outbreak in the community, so Maria definitely needs influenza vaccine before she goes home. I would use the injectable form. This means Maria will receive 3 IM injections. You could give PCV in one deltoid and TIV and DTAP in the other deltoid. Now, if there's concern about adequate muscle tissue, you could delay a DTAP-4 until the follow-up visit 4 weeks later. Maria has already had 3 doses of DTAP, so delaying DTAP number 4 could be considered. But she has received no doses of PCV, so it should be a priority. Now, this would put you back in the situation of 3 IM injections at the follow-up visit, TIV-2, DTAP number 4, and the first dose of hepatitis A vaccine. The hepatitis A vaccine could be deferred until her next visit. But if you keep putting off vaccine doses, you run the risk Maria won't get them at all. You have to weigh the option of giving 2 IM injections in one deltoid muscle against the risk of a missed opportunity. And this will have to be a case-by-case clinical judgment.
Thanks. Tough decision. Happens, though.
Yep, it sure does.
We get lots and lots of questions about hepatitis A and B vaccines. Andrew, what do you do about a person who claims to have had hepatitis A and then is going to travel to some high-risk area? How do you handle that situation?
Well, it's a great question. You want to be sure they've actually had hepatitis A. If they have indeed had hepatitis A disease, they would be immune and would not need further vaccination. But you'd like to be sure. You'd like it to be serologically documented. If you are uncertain, then you definitely want to give a dose of hepatitis A vaccine. You could do a serologic test to confirm immunity as well.
Okay. Donna, what is the rationale for recommending hepatitis A vaccine to a person with chronic liver disease if they're not otherwise at risk?
Yeah, they are not at increased risk for infection, but the problem is that their liver's already, insulted. So if they were to become infected, it could really cause problems. So you want to protect that liver as much as you can. So that's why the vaccine is recommended for them.
Risk of complications.
Yeah.
One additional question. Probably one of the most common we get lots of requests by people who work around sewage to be vaccinated against all kinds of things, hepatitis A, typhoid, hepatitis B. What do you say to these individuals who are in contact with human waste? Well, Andrew.
Great question. People in contact with human waste, sewage workers, plumbers, they do not have an occupational risk. They are not indicated for hepatitis A on that basis alone. Of course, if other risk factors exist, they may be indicated for hepatitis A, but by virtue of occupation, that alone is not a risk factor. You may want to make sure that they are definitely up to date on their TD vaccination, either the primary series or the booster, because they would be at risk of tetanus. So that would definitely be something you'd want to do.
Okay, good answer. Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you. Despite the availability of an effective vaccine for more than 50 years, influenza remains the most common vaccine-preventable cause of death in the United States. The continuously changing virus creates a challenge to both vaccine manufacturers and to healthcare providers who want to protect their patients. Influenza is a highly infectious acute viral illness. Epidemics of what was probably influenza have been reported since at least the 1700s. There have been at least 3 global epidemics known as pandemics in the last 100 years. What is often cited as the biggest and deadliest pandemic of all time, the 1918-1919 pandemic of so-called Spanish influenza, is believed to have killed an estimated 50 million people worldwide. Influenza is an orthomyxovirus which was first isolated in 1933. There are three types, A, B, and C. Type A causes moderate to severe illness in all age groups. Type B generally causes milder epidemics and primarily affects children. Type C does not cause epidemics and is rarely reported in humans, so we will not discuss it further. Type A has subtypes which are determined by two surface antigens, hemagglutinin and neuraminidase. This is an illustration of the surface of the influenza virus. Hemagglutinin, the blue spikes, help the virus attach to cells. Neuraminidase, the green knobs, facilitate the release of mature virus from infected cells. Three types of hemagglutinin and two types of neuraminidase have been described for human influenza viruses. Type A influenza viruses are grouped or subtyped depending on the type of H and N they have. For instance, one of the current strains of influenza A virus has type 3 hemagglutinin and type 2 neuraminidase. This virus is identified as H3N2. A person's immunity to the surface antigens, particularly hemagglutinin, reduces the likelihood of infection with influenza virus and reduces the severity of disease if infection occurs. Antibody against one influenza virus type or subtype provides little or no protection against another type or subtype. Unfortunately, the structure of the surface antigens changes with time. These changes allow influenza virus to evade our immune response to prior influenza infection or vaccination. The result is that most of us will experience repeated infections with influenza viruses throughout our lifetime, and the components of the vaccine must be frequently changed. There are two types of antigenic changes that the influenza virus undergoes, drift and shift. Antigenic drift is a relatively minor change within the same subtype. It results from point mutations in the gene coding for hemagglutinin and occurs during viral replication. Antigenic drift may be associated with epidemics, depending on how different the new virus is from the prior one. Drift occurs continually, from year to year, or even within the same year. Antigenic shift is a major change which creates a new virus subtype. This new subtype usually replaces its predecessor. Antigenic shift is probably due to genetic recombination between human and non-human influenza viruses. This type of change is associated with pandemics because the entire population of the world is susceptible to this new virus. These major changes do not happen frequently, but when they do, a major pandemic may follow. There have been 3 antigenic shifts in the last 100 years, which occurred about every 10 to 40 years. The last major shift was in 1968. Influenza experts believe it is not a question of if influenza virus will shift again, it is only a matter of when the shift will occur. There is concern that a new pandemic virus could be evolving. In late 2003 and early 2004, outbreaks of highly pathogenic avian influenza caused by the influenza A H5N1 strain occurred among poultry in 9 countries in Asia. At that time, more than 100 million birds either died from the disease or were destroyed as part of the control effort. Since that time, the virus has been detected in migratory and domesticated birds as far west as the United Kingdom, Spain, and the Ivory Coast. As of March 2, 2009, a total of 409 human infections with H5N1 virus have been confirmed. 256, or 63%, of the infected persons have died. The largest annual total reported was in 2006, with 115 human infections. A total of 44 human infections was reported worldwide in 2008. Infections have been reported from 14 countries, mostly in Asia. Since 2006, about half of all reported cases have occurred in Indonesia. To date, no infections caused by the highly pathogenic form of H5N1 have been reported in the United States. All evidence to date indicates that close contact with dead or sick birds is the principal source of human infection with H5N1 virus. It is believed that limited human-to-human transmission may have occurred on 2 occasions, in Thailand and Indonesia, but transmission has not been sustained. It is not known if H5N1 will be the next pandemic virus, but even if it is not, a new pandemic virus will arise eventually, so we need to be ready for it. We will come back to this issue a little later. Yabo?
Thanks, Andrew. The clinical features of influenza run the gamut from mild to severe or even fatal. Infection with influenza virus can also lead to life-threatening complications. Transmission of influenza is by respiratory droplets. The incubation period is short, 1 to 4 days. There is usually an abrupt onset of fever, myalgia, sore throat, non-productive cough, and headache. The severity of illness from influenza depends on prior immunologic experience with antigenically related variants. That means that if you're exposed to a drifted strain, similar to the one you had the year before, the illness will probably be mild. But if the virus is drifted a lot or worse shifted, the illness may be severe, even if you had influenza or were vaccinated the previous year. Influenza is a respiratory disease, and the major complication is pneumonia. It can either be primary influenza pneumonia or secondary bacterial pneumonia, commonly due to pneumococcus. Reye syndrome is an infrequent complication and occurs in children taking aspirin. Myocarditis is inflammation of the heart and is a relatively rare complication. Overall, death from influenza occurs once in every 1 to 2,000 cases, but is much more frequent in certain populations. Influenza is the most frequent cause of death from a vaccine-preventable disease in the United States. During 1990 through 1999, approximately 36,000 influenza-associated pulmonary and circulatory deaths occurred during each influenza season. Influenza seasons in which H3N2 viruses predominate are associated with higher mortality. Persons 65 years of age and older account for more than 90% of deaths attributed to pneumonia and influenza. Persons with underlying medical conditions account for most of the remaining 10% of deaths. In addition to fatalities, influenza is also responsible for an average of more than 200,000 hospitalizations per year. Although persons 65 years and older are at the highest risk of dying from influenza, other age groups are at nearly as high risk for influenza-associated hospitalization. Rates of hospitalization among children 2 years and younger are very high and are similar to those of persons 65 and older with high-risk medical conditions. The increased risk of hospitalization for children extends at least through 4 and possibly 5 years of age. In addition, children 24 through 59 months of age are at increased risk for influenza-related clinic and emergency department visits. Rates of serious illness and death are highest among persons 65 years and older, children younger than 2 years, and persons of any age who have medical conditions that place them at increased risk for complications from influenza. Healthy children 5 through 18 years of age are not at increased risk of complications of influenza. However, children typically have the highest attack rates during community outbreaks of influenza. They also serve as a major source of transmission of influenza within communities. This graphic shows influenza infection rates by age groups from 2 different multi-year community-based studies conducted during the 1960s and 1970s. A study conducted in Houston is shown on the yellow line, and Tecumseh, Michigan is shown in the red line. In both studies, the highest influenza attack rates, up to 40%, occurred among children 5 through 14 years of age. Influenza has a substantial impact among school-age children and their contacts. These impacts include school absenteeism, medical care visits, and parental work loss. Studies have documented 5 to 7 influenza-related outpatient visits per 100 children annually, and these children frequently receive antibiotics. In addition to the direct benefits of influenza vaccination of school-age children, there could be indirect health benefits if sufficient vaccination coverage among children can be achieved. Studies have demonstrated reductions in influenza-like symptoms and medical visits among household contacts in communities where vaccination programs among school-age children were established. It is for these reasons that the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices expanded its recommendation for routine influenza vaccination to include children through 18 years of age. In summary, influenza is a disease caused by a virus that changes continuously. Influenza virus is responsible for thousands of deaths each year, even without a major antigenic change. Highest rates of influenza illness occur in school-age children, but most complications and deaths from influenza occur in persons 65 and older, those with underlying illnesses, and young children. Donna?
Inactivated influenza vaccine has a longer history than most vaccines we use. The first effective influenza vaccines were produced in the mid-1930s. The discovery in the 1940s that influenza virus grew well in embryonated chicken eggs allowed large-scale production of inactivated influenza vaccines. Influenza became the first genetically engineered vaccine in 1971 when this technique was used to improve virus yields needed for vaccine production. There are two main types of influenza vaccine available in the U.S. A live attenuated influenza vaccine, abbreviated LAIV, and an inactivated subunit vaccine, which we will abbreviate TIV. There are two subtypes of TIV. These two subtypes contain either split virus or purified surface antigens. Live attenuated influenza vaccine was licensed by the Food and Drug Administration in 2003 and was the first commercial vaccine to be administered by a nasal spray. The vaccine is produced by MedImmune and marketed with the brand name FluMist. The vaccine viruses in LAIV have been genetically modified to replicate in the upper airway, not in the lung. All current influenza vaccines are trivalent, meaning that they contain 3 different viruses, H3N2, H1N1, and B. The viruses contained in the vaccines are chosen each spring based on surveillance of current circulating strains. Vaccine efficacy varies. Efficacy depends on the recipient and the similarity of the vaccine virus to the circulating virus. The duration of immunity for inactivated influenza vaccine is considered to be 1 year or less. The duration of immunity appears to be at least 1 year for LAIV. In a clinical trial of LAIV among children, there was evidence of efficacy during a second influenza season. Following inactivated influenza vaccination, antibody wanes in a few months and may fall below protective levels. The virus may also drift, so the antibody to the vaccine virus is less effective. This would apply to both LAIV and TIV. The efficacy of inactivated influenza vaccine in preventing clinical illness also depends on several recipient factors. Age and underlying illness are the main recipient factors. For example, if there is a good match between the inactivated vaccine and circulating influenza strains, the inactivated vaccine is 70 to 90% effective in preventing clinical illness among healthy persons younger than 65 years of age. The problem is that it is only 30 to 40% effective in preventing illness among older persons who reside in long-term care facilities. However, TIV has been shown to be up to 80% effective in the prevention of complications and deaths from influenza, even among these older persons. Limited studies have compared the ability of LAIV and TIV to protect adults 18 to 41 years of age against laboratory-confirmed influenza. Overall, LAIV was 85% effective and TIV was 71% effective. There was no statistically significant difference in vaccine efficacy between the two types of vaccine. The takeaway message for either type of influenza vaccine is that they may not prevent illness as well as we would like, but vaccinated persons have milder illness and significantly fewer complications as a result of the infection. For the 2008-2009 influenza season, 4 manufacturers produced more than 100 million doses of inactivated influenza vaccine. This amount of vaccine is likely to be available during the next influenza season as well. 3 manufacturers produce multiple presentations, and 3 of the 4 have different age indications for their products. Sanofi Pasteur produces Fluzone, which is available in 4 presentations. The first is a multi-dose vial that contains thimerosal as a preservative. This formulation may be administered to anyone 6 months of age or older. Fluzone is also available in 3 thimerosal-free formulations: single-dose syringes with a 0.25 milliliter pediatric dose of vaccine for children 6 through 35 months of age, and single-dose syringes and vials with a 0.5 milliliter dose for persons 36 months and older. Fluvirin is produced by Novartis. It is available in a multi-dose vial that contains thimerosal and as a pre-filled syringe that does not contain thimerosal as a preservative. Both presentations are licensed for persons 4 years and older. Fluarix is produced by GlaxoSmithKline and is available only in a single-dose syringe. Glaxo also produces Flulavol in a multi-dose vial. Both vaccines are approved for persons 18 years and older. The Flulavol multi-dose vial contains thimerosal as a preservative. Fluarix does not contain thimerosal as a preservative. Afluria is produced by CSL Biotherapies. Afluria is available in a single-dose syringe and in a multi-dose vial. Both vaccines are approved only for persons 18 years and older. The multi-dose vial contains thimerosal as a preservative. The single-dose syringe presentation is preservative-free. You should be careful to administer these vaccines only to persons in the age group for which they are approved. If you intend to administer inactivated influenza vaccine to children younger than 4 years of age, you must use Fluzone. None of the other inactivated vaccines are approved for children this age, and ACIP does not recommend use of these vaccines outside their approved age ranges. Andrew?
The schedule for inactivated influenza vaccine is relatively simple: 1 intramuscular dose per year. But the dose is not the same for all age groups, and some persons need 2 doses. Here is the routine schedule for inactivated influenza vaccine. The minimum age is 6 months. No influenza vaccine is approved for children younger than 6 months of age. Children 6 months through 35 months of age receive a 0.25 milliliter dose, half the dose of an older child or adult. Recipients 3 years of age and older should receive a 0.5 milliliter dose. Children 6 months through 8 years of age receiving TIV for the first time should receive 2 doses separated by 4 weeks. The first dose is an immunologic primer. Children 3 through 8 years should receive 1 or 2 doses depending on their previous vaccination history. Persons 9 years of age or older receive 1 annual dose because by this age their immune system has been primed by infection with wild-type influenza virus. We receive many questions about administration of a second dose of TIV in the same season, particularly among high-risk persons vaccinated in September or October. There are few data to support the need for a second dose in a season. ACIP does not recommend administration of more than 1 dose of influenza vaccine per season for any group except children 6 months through 8 years of age receiving influenza vaccine for the first time. Despite your best efforts, some children 6 months through 8 years of age who need 2 doses of influenza vaccine do not return for their second dose. Children 6 months through 8 years of age who did not receive the recommended second dose of influenza vaccine in the initial year that they received influenza vaccine should receive 2 doses during the next influenza season. This recommendation applies only to the influenza season that follows the first season that a child younger than 9 years receives influenza vaccine. This recommendation applies to both inactivated and live attenuated influenza vaccine. Children 6 months through 8 years of age who are being vaccinated 2 or more seasons after receiving an influenza vaccine for the first time should receive a single annual dose, regardless of the number of doses administered previously. This new recommendation has caused some confusion among clinicians vaccinating children. We want to be sure you are clear on it. Here are 3 examples. A child 6 months through 8 years of age received her only dose of vaccine last year. This year, she should get 2 doses separated by 4 weeks. A child was vaccinated for the first time 2 years ago. She received 1 dose that year and 1 dose last year. This year and all subsequent years, she will receive only 1 dose. Finally, a child was vaccinated for the first time 2 years ago. She received only 1 dose that year and no influenza vaccine last year. This year and all subsequent years, she should receive 1 dose. Live attenuated influenza vaccine, or LAIV, is an option for some persons who want to lower their risk of influenza. However, LAIV has a limited age range and cannot be administered to persons with underlying medical conditions. Live attenuated influenza vaccine is approved for healthy persons 2 through 49 years of age. Do not administer LAIV to children younger than 2 years or to adults older than 49 years. The dose of LAIV is 0.2 milliliter, divided equally between the nostrils. The dose is the same regardless of age. Children 2 through 8 years of age who have not previously received any type of influenza vaccine should receive 2 doses of LAIV separated by at least 4 weeks. Children 2 through 8 years of age who have previously received influenza vaccine should receive 1 or 2 doses of LAIV depending on the number and timing of the previous doses. 1 dose is recommended for persons 9 through 49 years of age because it is presumed they have already been primed through exposure to wild-type viruses. A child receiving influenza vaccine for the first time may not return for the 2nd dose 4 weeks later. The same rule applies to this situation as with inactivated influenza vaccine. If the child does not receive 2 doses in the first vaccination year, he or she should receive 2 doses of influenza vaccine the next year. If the child does not return for 2 or more years, he or she should receive 1 dose of influenza vaccine that year and all subsequent years. Yabo?
With the recommendation to vaccinate all children 6 months through 18 years of age, influenza vaccine is now recommended for about 83% of the U.S. population. Although there is overlap, the target groups are different for TIV and LAIV. Influenza vaccine should be provided to all persons who want to reduce the risk of becoming ill with influenza or of transmitting it to others. However, emphasis should continue to be on providing routine vaccination annually to certain groups at higher risk for influenza infection or complications, and persons in contact with these high-risk groups. The risk factors for severe illness and complications from influenza are age, chronic illness, pregnancy, and aspirin use in children. We'll show you the specifics in the next few graphics. The targeted groups for TIV include all persons 50 years of age or older, persons 6 months of age and older with certain chronic illnesses, and healthy children 6 months through 18 years of age. Persons with certain chronic illnesses should receive inactivated influenza vaccine. Chronic illnesses include pulmonary disease, such as emphysema and asthma, cardiovascular disease, and metabolic diseases like diabetes. They also include renal dysfunction, like chronic renal failure or nephropathy, hemoglobinopathy, such as sickle cell disease, and immunosuppression, including HIV. Available data suggests that persons with HIV infection may have prolonged influenza illness and are at higher risk of complications of influenza. Clinical trials of persons with HIV infection have demonstrated that even those with low CD4 T cell counts respond well to inactivated influenza vaccine. Although a transient increase in HIV replication has been reported, there is no evidence of deterioration in the CD4 count and no progression of clinical HIV disease. ACIP believes that inactivated influenza vaccination will benefit many persons with HIV infection, including pregnant women. LAIV should not be administered to persons with HIV infection. ACIP recommends vaccination of persons with any condition that can compromise respiratory function or the handling of respiratory secretions, or that can increase the risk of aspiration. This would include persons with cognitive dysfunction, spinal cord injury, seizure disorder, or other neuromuscular conditions. In addition to persons 50 and older and persons with chronic illness, the target group for TIV includes residents of long-term care facilities, persons 6 months through 18 years of age receiving chronic aspirin therapy because of their risk of Reye syndrome, and pregnant women. Pregnant women are a group at increased risk for complications of influenza. Excess deaths from influenza among pregnant women were documented during the pandemics of 1918 through 1919 and 1957 to 1958. Case reports and limited studies also indicate that pregnancy can increase the risk for serious medical complications of influenza. A study published in 1998 found that the risk of hospitalization for influenza-related complications was more than 4 times higher for women in the 2nd or 3rd trimester of pregnancy than for non-pregnant women. The risk of complications for these pregnant women was comparable to non-pregnant women with high-risk medical conditions. ACIP recommends vaccination of all women who will be pregnant during the influenza season. Only inactivated influenza vaccines should be administered to pregnant women. LAIV is contraindicated for pregnant women. Inactivated influenza vaccine distributed in multi-dose vials contains thimerosal as a preservative. Thimerosal-free formulations and formulations with only a trace of thimerosal are also available. Any of these formulations can and should be administered to pregnant women. It is ACIP's opinion that the benefit of influenza vaccination of a pregnant woman outweighs the theoretical risk to a fetus from exposure to the small amount of thimerosal in a dose of influenza vaccine. Other groups to consider for influenza vaccination include providers of essential community services, international travelers, and persons in institutional settings such as students. Finally, assuming that supplies are sufficient, anyone who wants to reduce the likelihood of influenza may be vaccinated. If the persons in these latter groups are 2 through 49 years of age, healthy, and not pregnant, they would be candidates for LAIV. Use of LAIV in healthy persons could help conserve TIV for the groups who are not able to receive LAIV. Donna?
The primary objective of influenza vaccination is to protect those at highest risk of complications and death from influenza. The second objective is to prevent influenza in the persons who might transmit the virus to these high-risk groups. Here are the persons who, when immunized, help protect the highest risk groups from exposure to influenza. Vaccinated household members of high-risk persons could keep influenza out of the home. This includes all household members of children younger than 5 years of age, particularly infants. These household members are a group for whom LAIV could also be used. Healthcare personnel, including home care providers, are a critical group to be vaccinated. Finally, employees of long-term care facilities should be vaccinated. This applies not only to the nurses and doctors. Do not forget the medical assistants, housekeepers, physical therapists, dietitians, and anyone else who shares air with the patients. Healthcare personnel are a high priority for early supplies of influenza vaccine. Healthcare personnel are often implicated in introducing influenza into healthcare settings and causing outbreaks among patients. Outbreaks among patients have been reported in a number of healthcare settings, including ICUs, neonatal intensive care units, and long-term care facilities. Yet influenza vaccination levels among healthcare personnel are abysmally low. Vaccination of healthcare personnel is a high priority for reducing the effect of influenza in healthcare settings. We do not have time during this program to go into detail on this issue, but many resources are available to help increase influenza vaccination levels among healthcare personnel. In 2006, the ACIP published a document that specifically addresses the issue of influenza vaccination of healthcare personnel. It includes specific recommendations that can help improve influenza vaccination levels in your facility. In addition, we have included a presentation on influenza vaccination of healthcare personnel on the DVD of this program. The presentation is also available on the Updates and Resources webpage. If you are responsible for influenza vaccination of employees in your facility, please review these resources. Another important component of our annual influenza vaccination program is its timing. In any given year, the optimal time to vaccinate for influenza cannot be determined because influenza seasons vary in their timing and duration. In addition, more than one outbreak might occur in a community in a single year. In the United States, localized outbreaks that indicate the start of seasonal influenza activity can occur as early as October. However, in more than 80% of influenza seasons since 1976, peak influenza activity has not occurred until January or later. And in more than 60% of seasons, the peak was in February or later. In general, immunization providers should begin offering vaccines soon after it becomes available and, if possible, by October. To avoid missed opportunities for vaccination, providers should offer vaccine during routine healthcare visits or during hospitalizations whenever vaccine is available. Persons planning organized vaccination campaigns such as health departments, occupational health clinics, and community vaccinators should consider scheduling these events after at least mid-October. This is because the availability of vaccine in any location cannot be ensured consistently in early fall. Scheduling campaigns after mid-October will minimize the need for cancellations because vaccine is unavailable. ACIP recommends that providers continue to offer influenza vaccine in December, especially to healthcare personnel and those at high risk of complications. Providers should continue to vaccinate throughout influenza season, typically December through March, even after influenza activity has been documented in the community. Vaccine administered in December or later, even if influenza activity has already begun, is likely to be beneficial in the majority of influenza seasons. The majority of adults have antibody protection against influenza virus infection within 2 weeks after vaccination. Planners are encouraged to develop the capacity and flexibility to schedule at least one vaccination clinic in December. CDC has developed guidelines for planning large-scale immunization clinics. We will provide a link to these guidelines on our Update and Resources webpage. Yabo?
The ACIP believes that live attenuated influenza vaccine can be an important adjunct to the use of inactivated influenza vaccine. However, LAIV is not a substitute for an inactivated influenza vaccine since it cannot be administered to persons at highest risk of complications of influenza. LAIV is currently approved for use only for non-pregnant, healthy persons 2 years through 49 years of age. This group includes healthy children, healthcare personnel, and other persons in close contact with high-risk groups, such as household contacts. The vaccine is also an option for healthy persons who want to reduce their risk of influenza. These persons now have the option of choosing either TIV or LAIV. LAIV should not be used in children younger than 2 years or adults 50 years of age and older. It also should not be used in anyone with an underlying medical condition that increases the person's risk of complications of influenza. TIV should be used for these groups. There have been concerns about transmission of live attenuated influenza vaccine viruses to close contacts, particularly in a healthcare setting. These concerns have been unfounded. CDC has received no reports of transmission of vaccine viruses in any setting. As a result, ACIP recommends that otherwise eligible healthcare personnel and others with close contact with high-risk persons, including immunosuppressed persons, consider receiving LAIV. The exception to this recommendation is that inactivated influenza vaccine is preferred for close contacts of severely immunosuppressed persons who require care in a protective environment. There are no data on the effect, if any, of LAIV on a tuberculin skin test. Until additional data become available, we recommend that you apply the same rules to LAIV that you use for MMR and varicella vaccines. Apply a tuberculin skin test before or at the same visit as LAIV. Defer the skin test for at least 4 weeks if LAIV has already been administered. The adverse reaction profile for the inactivated influenza vaccine is not much different from other inactivated vaccines. As you would expect from any inactivated vaccine, the most common adverse reactions are local reactions. 15 to 20% of TIV recipients report local reactions like pain and redness at the injection site. Systemic reactions like fever and malaise are not common. They occur most commonly in persons without prior exposure to the antigens in the vaccine, particularly young children. Severe allergic reactions are rare and are most likely related to residual egg protein when they do occur. Good screening can essentially eliminate the risk of allergic reactions in influenza vaccine recipients. Neurologic reactions, specifically Guillain-Barré syndrome, are very rare. GBS has not been clearly associated with the inactivated influenza vaccine since the swine flu vaccine in 1976. TIV is inactivated, so it cannot cause influenza. However, it is possible to get influenza after vaccination. It takes a week or two to develop a good immune response to the vaccine. But since the incubation period is only a few days, you could get flu if you were exposed shortly after vaccination before the vaccine has a chance to work. In some clinical trials among children younger than 59 months of age, LAIV recipients had a significantly increased risk of asthma or reactive airways disease. In a trial comparing LAIV and inactivated influenza vaccine, 6% of children 6 through 23 months of age who received LAIV developed wheezing that required bronchodilator therapy or that was associated with significant respiratory symptoms. 4% of children who received inactivated influenza vaccine developed wheezing. This observation resulted in a contraindication to LAIV for children younger than 5 years with a history of reactive airways disease. We will discuss this in more detail in a moment. In some studies of adults, LAIV recipients experienced statistically significant increased rates of cough, coryza, nasal congestion, sore throat, and chills. No increase in the occurrence of fever has been identified among adults. LAIV contains live attenuated influenza viruses that replicate in the upper airway. Although not technically an adverse reaction, you should be aware that receipt of LAIV could result in a positive influenza antigen screening test. But this should not be a common problem because influenza screening should be performed only on persons with an influenza-like illness. While it is possible for an LAIV recipient to be infected with influenza virus, the LAIV itself would not be expected to cause an influenza-like illness. Donna?
Contraindications and precautions differ between inactivated and live attenuated influenza vaccines. Those to TIV are the same as most other inactivated vaccines. A history of a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose of vaccine is the only contraindication. Needless to say, persons with a severe egg allergy should not receive influenza vaccine. Moderate or severe acute illness is a precaution, and vaccination should be deferred until the acute illness has improved. A history of Guillain-Barré syndrome, or GBS, within 6 weeks following a previous dose of TIV is considered to be a precaution for use of TIV. The incidence of GBS among the general population is very low, but persons with a history of GBS have a substantially greater likelihood of subsequently developing GBS than persons without such a history. So the likelihood of coincidentally experiencing GBS after influenza vaccination is expected to be greater among persons with a history of GBS than among persons without a history. Whether influenza vaccination increases the risk for recurrence of GBS is not known. However, avoiding vaccinating persons who are not at high risk for severe influenza complications and who are known to have experienced GBS within 6 weeks after a previous influenza vaccination is prudent. As an alternative, clinicians might consider using influenza antiviral chemoprophylaxis for persons who previously developed GBS after influenza vaccination. Although data are limited, the established benefits of influenza vaccination generally outweigh the risk for many persons who have a history of GBS and who are also at high risk for severe complications from influenza. There's quite a long list of contraindications for LAIV. It might help to think of LAIV as being contraindicated for most persons for whom inactivated influenza vaccine is indicated. TIV should be considered in most persons for whom LAIV is contraindicated. As with all vaccines, a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication for LAIV. The viruses in LAIV are grown in chicken eggs, so severe egg allergy would be a concern, like it is for TIV. LAIV is contraindicated for children 18 years and younger receiving chronic aspirin therapy because of the risk of Reye syndrome. Precautions to LAIV include underlying medical conditions that predispose the person to complications of influenza, immunosuppression from any cause, and pregnancy. Pregnant women should not receive LAIV but should be routinely vaccinated with TIV. Other precautions to LAIV include a history of Guillain-Barré syndrome and the presence of a moderate or severe acute illness. LAIV can be administered to persons with minor acute illnesses. But if you believe that nasal congestion is present in such a degree as to impede delivery of the vaccine, defer administration until the illness improves. Finally, asthma or recurrent wheezing in children younger than 5 years is a precaution for LAIV. Healthy children younger than 5 years who received LAIV in clinical trials appear to have an increased risk of wheezing. The risk, if any, of wheezing caused by LAIV among children of this age with a history of asthma or recurrent wheezing is unknown because experience with the vaccine among these children is limited. Young children might not have a history of recurrent wheezing if their exposure to respiratory viruses has been limited because of their age. Some children might have a history of wheezing with respiratory illnesses but have not had asthma diagnosed. Clinicians and immunization programs should avoid use of LAIV in children with asthma or a recent wheezing episode. The ACIP developed screening recommendations to assist persons who administer influenza vaccines in providing the appropriate vaccine for children 2 through 4 years of age. Healthcare providers should consult the medical record when available to identify children 2 through 4 years of age with asthma or recurrent wheezing that might indicate asthma. In addition, to identify children who might be at greater risk for asthma and possibly at increased risk for wheezing after receiving LAIV, parents or caregivers of children aged 2 through 4 years should be asked, in the past 12 months, has a health care provider ever told you that your child had wheezing or asthma? Children whose parents or caregivers answer yes to this question or whose medical record notes asthma or a wheezing episode within the past 12 months should not receive LAIV. Inactivated influenza vaccine should be administered to children with asthma or possible reactive airways diseases. This issue, as well as other information regarding use of LAIV among children 2 through 4 years of age, is discussed in the Influenza ACIP statement. We will include a link to it on the Updates and Resources webpage. Andrew?
Like other live virus vaccines, the vaccine viruses in LAIV are fragile, so storage and handling of this vaccine is critical. Both types of influenza vaccine, live attenuated and inactivated, must be stored at refrigerator temperature at all times. Refrigerator temperature is 35 to 46 degrees Fahrenheit or 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. Neither vaccine should be frozen. Inactivated influenza vaccine exposed to freezing temperature must not be used. If LAIV is inadvertently frozen, the vaccine should be placed at refrigerator temperature and used as soon as possible. Because LAIV is administered intranasally using a sprayer device, low-level contamination of the environment with vaccine virus is probably unavoidable. This has caused concern about unintentional exposure to persons administering the vaccine. The risk of acquiring vaccine virus from the environment is not known but is likely to be limited. ACIP recommends that severely immunosuppressed persons should not administer LAIV. Practically, that means that if a person is immunocompetent enough to go to work, he or she is immunocompetent enough to administer LAIV. Other persons at increased risk of complications of influenza may administer LAIV, including pregnant women, persons with asthma, and persons 50 years of age and older. Of course, these persons should have already received a dose of inactivated influenza vaccine. Gloves and masks are not required to administer LAIV. As we mentioned earlier, there is little doubt that the influenza virus will shift again and that there will be another influenza pandemic in the future. The problem is that we do not know when it will happen. Although we cannot predict when the next pandemic will occur, we can try to prepare for it. The Department of Health and Human Services has released both a National Pandemic Strategic Plan and an Implementation Plan. The documents are extensive and will be very useful to anyone involved in pandemic planning at any level of public health. We will include a link to these materials on our Updates and Resources webpage.
We would like to present a case study that addresses some of the issues that we have discussed during this program. The case studies are available on the Updates and Resources webpage for this program. Michelle is 22 years old and is beginning nursing school. She has mild asthma, which is controlled with the occasional use of an albuterol inhaler. She was told by her parents that she had chickenpox at age 5 years, but has no documentation of this. Michelle has a written record of having received 5 doses of DTP, 5 doses of OPV, and 2 doses of MMR in childhood, and a hepatitis B vaccine series, 3 doses at age 12 years. The nursing school requires serologic proof of hepatitis B immunity. Her test for antibody to hepatitis B surface antigen, or anti-HBs, drawn 1 month ago is negative. Here are the questions. What vaccine or vaccines should Michelle receive today? What, if any, serologic testing should be done at today's visit? And when should Michelle return, and what vaccine or vaccines should she receive at that visit? If you're viewing this program with a group, we suggest you pause the program now and discuss it among yourselves. We will return in a moment to discuss it with you. The situation described in this case study is not an unusual one. Fortunately, Michelle has her childhood vaccination record. Unfortunately, the school required her to have hepatitis B serologic testing, even though she has written documentation of having received the hepatitis B vaccine series. Here's the first question about Michelle. What vaccine or vaccines should Michelle receive today? Today, she should receive a dose of Tdap, either Atacel or Boostrix, and a dose of hepatitis B vaccine. She should also receive pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine because of her asthma. If it is influenza season, she needs influenza vaccine because of her asthma and her work in healthcare. She should receive only inactivated influenza vaccine. She is also eligible for her first dose of human papillomavirus vaccine. Although Michelle is older than the age for routine Tdap vaccination, she needs a dose because she is entering nursing school. Unfortunately, the school required her to be tested for hepatitis B immunity even though she had written documentation of vaccination. The ACIP does not recommend serologic testing years after vaccination, but since it has been done, she should receive a dose of hepatitis B vaccine today as well. Here's the second question about Michelle. What, if any, serologic testing should be done at today's visit? Today, she should have blood drawn for varicella Ig antibody. Michelle does not meet any of the criteria for varicella immunity for healthcare personnel, namely documented vaccination or varicella zoster diagnosed or verified by a clinician. She is likely to have had chickenpox based on the history, so testing for IgG antibody to varicella is likely to confirm her varicella immunity. Here's the third question about Michelle. When should Michelle return, and what vaccine or vaccines should she receive at that visit? Michelle should return in 1 to 2 months for the results of her varicella serologic testing. She may need her first dose of varicella vaccine if the serology is negative. She can also receive her second dose of HPV vaccine. She should also have a repeat anti-HBs test for hepatitis B immunity at that time. If Michelle's varicella IgG is negative, she will need 2 doses of varicella vaccine separated by at least 4 weeks. If more than 4 weeks has passed, the second dose of HPV could be given, but it is preferable to wait until the recommended 2-month interval if possible. It is likely that her repeat anti-HBs will be positive. Most children respond to the hepatitis B series, but the antibody level can wane in the years that pass since vaccination. The single dose of hepatitis B vaccine will boost her antibody back into the detectable range. Michelle should be given a copy of her positive anti-HBs lab report and instructed to keep it forever, since she will almost certainly need to document her immunity for an employer in the future. It is possible that the repeat anti-HBs could come back negative, although vaccine failure in children is unusual. If this is the case, Michelle would need to complete a second series of 3 doses and be tested again at the completion of the second series.
Yabo, you mentioned that Michelle needs pneumococcal polysaccharide vaccine because she has asthma. Is she going to need a revaccination dose at some point in time?
Good question, Andrew. Yes, she will need a revaccination dose at the age of 65. And that's the current recommendation for 1 revaccination dose.
So for asthma, you get 1 revaccination dose later after age 65.
That's correct.
Okay. Another question about this very interesting case. You mentioned it's unfortunate that Michelle had anti-HBs testing. Obviously, she did receive it, but it seems like it wasn't necessary. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure. We get this question often, and the reason I mention that, as I stated in the case study, routinely we do not recommend post-vaccination anti-HBs testing, especially if someone had the vaccine years prior. If testing is to be done at all, is recommended 1 to 2 months after the last or final dose in the 3-dose series of hepatitis B. Doing it so long after the series is completed, you'll run the risk of where the antibody levels may be low, not because she's lost immunity, but just because of waning. And so that's why it's not recommended.
Got it. A couple questions about influenza. Donna, if someone has already had influenza vaccine, will they still need influenza, rather, if they've already had influenza disease, will they still need influenza vaccine?
Yes, we still recommend, even though they have a history of disease, that they be vaccinated because, you know, the vaccine protects against 3 different, two strains of A strains of influenza virus and the B strain. So, You know, if they've been infected, there's still 2 other strains in there that would protect them, and that is if they were infected with one of the vaccine strains. Now, it's possible that they could have been infected with something that isn't even in the vaccine, and then the vaccine would offer them protection against those that are in the vaccine. So, yeah, sure, they should be vaccinated.
Sounds good. We get a lot of great influenza questions. Here's another one that we get typically. I'll ask this one to Yabo. If a child younger than 36 months of age receives the appropriate volume dose, 0.25 cc's of vaccine, and then they age beyond that cutoff, beyond the 36-month cutoff, and if they happen to be a child that does require a second dose, which vaccine should they receive?
Good question. They should receive the age-appropriate dose, which in this case would be 0.5 cc's because now the child is over the age of 3. So,
okay.
Yes.
Why don't we do one last quick question to Donna. We hear a lot about, a lot of providers want us to recommend multiple doses for older patients, so patients older than 65. Which patients require 2 doses of influenza vaccine?
Well, 2 doses for adults is not recommended, even though we know that sometimes they don't respond as well to the vaccine or that they may not have complete protection for a full year. The data just doesn't indicate that giving a booster dose helps. So the best thing to do really is, you know, you give the 1 dose and then you make sure that other people in the community are also vaccinated so that you've, again, got that good herd immunity and barrier of protection. So the only ones really that need 2 doses are those young kids that are younger than 9 years of age in their first influenza season, or those unique scenarios that were mentioned earlier. But no, not for older people.
Great. Thank you very much, Donna. And thank you, Yabo.
You're welcome. Okay, good.
Meningococcal disease is an acute, potentially severe illness caused by the bacterium Neisseria meningitidis. Neisseria meningitidis is a leading cause of bacterial meningitis and sepsis in many parts of the world. Meningococcal disease is unique among causes of bacterial meningitis in that it causes not only sporadic disease but also outbreaks. In sub-Saharan Africa, the organism causes major epidemics of meningitis and bacteremia. The World Health Organization estimated meningococcal disease was the cause of 171,000 deaths worldwide in 2000. Neisseria meningitidis, or meningococcus, is an aerobic gram-negative bacterium closely related to Neisseria gonorrhea and to several non-pathogenic Neisseria species. Meningococci are classified into groups called serogroups based on the characteristics of the polysaccharide capsule. At least 13 serogroups based upon the polysaccharide capsules have been described. However, most invasive disease is caused by one of 5 serogroups, A, B, C, Y, and W135. The relative importance of each serogroup depends on geographic location as well as other factors such as age. For instance, serogroup A is a major cause of disease in sub-Saharan Africa, but is rarely isolated in the United States. The incubation period of meningococcal disease is short, 3 to 4 days, with a range of 2 to 10 days. Meningococcal disease can have a variety of manifestations. Meningitis is the most common presentation and represents about half of all reported cases of invasive meningococcal disease. Meningeal infection is similar to other forms of acute purulent meningitis with sudden onset of fever, headache, and stiff neck. Meningococcal sepsis, or meningococcemia, may occur without meningitis. This condition is characterized by abrupt onset of fever and a petechial or purpuric rash, often associated with hypotension, shock, acute adrenal hemorrhage, and multi-organ failure. Less common presentations of meningococcal disease include pneumonia, arthritis, otitis media, and epiglottitis. The case fatality rate of invasive disease is 9 to 12%, even with appropriate antibiotic therapy and intensive medical care. The fatality rate of meningococcemia is up to 40%. Up to 20% of survivors have permanent sequelae, such as hearing loss, neurologic damage, or loss of a limb. Neisseria meningitidis is a human pathogen that occurs throughout the world. Humans are the only natural reservoir of meningococcus. Up to 10% of adolescents and adults are colonized with meningococcus at any given time, although most of these strains are not pathogenic. Transmission is by respiratory droplets. The disease occurs most commonly in late winter and early spring. Communicability is generally limited. Studies of households in which a case of meningococcal disease has occurred indicate only 3 to 4% of households had a secondary case. Prior to a routine vaccination program, meningococcal disease was relatively rare in the United States, with 2,000 to 3,000 cases reported each year. A total of 1,245 cases were reported in 2005. This graph shows the age-specific incidence of meningococcal disease in 1998. The overall rate in the United States was about 1 case per 100,000 population, shown here in the pink line. The highest age-specific rate was among infants younger than 1 year of age. Incidence declined in early childhood, increased during adolescence and early adulthood, declined among older adults, and increased again among persons 65 years and older. Although incidence is relatively low, more cases occurred in persons 23 to 64 years of age than occurred in any other age group. Although not as high as rates among infants and young children, adolescents and young adults have rates of invasive disease higher than the overall U.S. rate. This graph shows the rates of meningococcal disease by single year of age, from 11 to 30 years of age. The two lines represent rates from two separate surveillance systems, but show basically the same trend. The overall U.S. rate of meningococcal disease is about 1 case per 100,000 population, shown in the pink line. In 11 to 30-year-olds, the rate of disease begins to increase at 11 or 12 years of age. It peaks around the age of 18 or 19 years at 2 cases per 100,000, which is twice the overall U.S. rate. By age 21, incidence falls below the overall U.S. rate. We hope that an adolescent strategy for the meningococcal conjugate vaccine will eliminate this peak. Andrew?
The proportion of disease caused by different serogroups has changed during the last 15 years. From 1988 to 1991, most cases of meningococcal disease in the United States were due to either serogroup C or B, and serogroup Y accounted for only 2% of cases. In 1996 through 2001, serogroup Y accounted for 21% of cases, with serogroups C and B accounting for 42% and 31% respectively. Serogroups A and W135 are rare causes of invasive disease in the U.S. The proportion of cases caused by each serogroup varies by age group. In 2001, about 2/3 of cases among infants younger than 1 year of age were caused by serogroup B, for which no vaccine is available in the United States. The distribution of disease by serogroup continues to change. Data from 2002 through 2004 indicate that the proportion of cases caused by serogroups Y and B have continued to increase, while those caused by serogroup C continue to decline. Individual risk factors for the development of meningococcal disease include deficiencies in the terminal complement pathway and functional or anatomic asplenia. Persons with HIV infection are probably at increased risk for meningococcal disease. Additional risk factors include smoking and passive exposure to smoke, upper respiratory tract infection, and crowding. In the African meningitis belt, an area that extends from Ethiopia to Senegal, Seasonal peaks of meningococcal disease occur with rates several times higher than in industrialized countries. In addition, epidemics occur every 8 to 12 years with attack rates of 500 to 1,000 cases per 100,000 population. In the United States, more than 95% of cases of meningococcal disease are sporadic single cases. But meningococcal disease sometimes occurs in small outbreaks, both in the community and among organizations such as schools. Outbreaks have occurred among college students and led to concerns that this group might be at increased risk for the disease. Meningococcal disease is a reportable condition. Information on age is collected, but information about college attendance is not routinely collected. These are data from a 2001 publication on meningococcal disease among college-age persons. It shows incidence rates among various groups of 18 to 23-year-olds in 1998 and 1999. The overall incidence among 18 to 23-year-olds, including those who are not college students, was 1.4 cases per 100,000 population, not much different than the overall U.S. rate. Among college freshmen, the rate was slightly higher, 1.9 per 100,000. But among college freshmen who live in dormitories, the rate was 5.1 per 100,000, more than twice as high as for all freshmen, and 3 times the rate for persons of the same age who do not attend college. A case control study among college students with meningococcal disease found that being a freshman living in a dormitory, white race, radiator heat, and recent upper respiratory infection were also risk factors for the disease. Interestingly, attending a movie in the prior month reduced the risk. Bill.
There are 2 meningococcal vaccines available in the United States. Meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine, called MenImmune, has been available since 1978. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine, brand name Menactra, was licensed by the Food and Drug Administration in January 2005. Both vaccines are produced by Sanofi Pasteur. Meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine, MenImmune, which we'll refer to as MPSV, is a quadrivalent vaccine that contains the capsular polysaccharide of meningococcal serogroups A, C, Y, and W135. Serogroups C and Y account for about 2/3 of disease in the United States. Serogroups A and W135 are rare in the U.S. MPSV is approved for persons 2 years of age and older, and MPSV is administered by the subcutaneous route. Meningococcal polysaccharide is a T-cell independent antigen, like other capsular polysaccharides. As a result, meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine is less effective in children younger than 18 months of age than among older persons. It also does not produce good immunologic memory, and the antibody that's produced is not as effective as that produced by protein antigens. A protein conjugate meningococcal vaccine was finally licensed in 2005. The meningococcal conjugate vaccine, or MCV, is called Menactra. Like meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine, it's quadrivalent and contains the same serogroups as MenImmune, A, C, Y, and W135. The polysaccharides are conjugated to diphtheria toxoid. MCV was originally approved for persons 11 through 55 years of age, but in 2007, the Food and Drug Administration approved an expansion of the age range, and MCV is now approved for persons 2 through 55 years of age. MCV is administered by the intramuscular route. This is an important point. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine is administered by intramuscular injection, not by subcutaneous injection like the polysaccharide vaccine. We've gotten a lot of questions about management of persons who received MCV by the incorrect route. There are few data on the subcutaneous administration of meningococcal conjugate vaccine, so please be sure that you and your staff understand this and administer Menactra by the correct route. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine is supplied as a liquid in a single-dose vial. The stopper of the vial contains dry, natural rubber latex. The vaccine does not contain a preservative. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine was not licensed based upon a clinical trial of vaccine efficacy, as is typically done for new products. Rather, the efficacy of MCV was inferred by demonstrating that the serologic response to the vaccine was not inferior to the currently licensed polysaccharide vaccine. A similar or higher percentage of persons who received MCV had a significant increase in antibody level and similar, often higher, final titer of antibody than those of similar age who received the older polysaccharide vaccine. Donna.
In the United States, there are 2 meningococcal vaccines, and recommendations for their use differ. Meningococcal polysaccharide vaccine is not recommended for routine vaccination of civilians in the United States. MPSV should be used only for persons at increased risk of infection who are 56 years of age or older, or if MCV is not available. Use of meningococcal conjugate vaccine is preferred for persons 2 through 55 years of age for whom meningococcal vaccine is recommended. This preference is based on the immunogenicity of MCV demonstrated in pre-licensure studies. In addition, conjugate vaccines generate a stronger, longer-lasting immune response than the corresponding pure polysaccharide vaccine. With the availability of MCV, in 2005, the ACIP expanded its recommendations for the use of meningococcal vaccine in the United States. Meningococcal vaccine is routinely recommended for some children in the United States. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine is recommended for all children 11 or 12 years of age. The ACIP also recommends MCV for children 13 through 18 years of age if they have not been previously vaccinated. Unvaccinated college freshmen living in a dormitory should be routinely vaccinated. In addition, other persons 2 through 55 years of age who are at increased risk of invasive meningococcal disease should be vaccinated. The ACIP does not recommend routine meningococcal vaccination for children 2 through 10 years of age. However, children 2 through 10 years of age should be vaccinated if they are at increased risk of invasive meningococcal disease. For persons of any age, increased risk of meningococcal disease can result from an underlying medical condition or because of an exposure factor. Here are the medical conditions that increase the risk of meningococcal disease. Meningococcal vaccine is recommended for persons with terminal complement component deficiency, which is a type of immunodeficiency disease, as well as persons with HIV infection and functional or anatomic asplenia. Here are the groups at increased risk of exposure who should be vaccinated. These groups include military recruits and certain research and laboratory personnel, particularly those who are exposed routinely to meningococci in solutions that may be aerosolized. Vaccine is also recommended for travelers to and U.S. citizens residing in countries in which Neisseria meningitidis is hyperendemic or epidemic, such as the Central African meningitis belt and Saudi Arabia. For all these groups, MCV is preferred if the person is 2 through 55 years of age. MPSV should be used for persons 56 years and older, or if MCV is not available. Andrew?
We received many questions about revaccination with meningococcal vaccine. The questions are most often in the context of international travel or persons with a medical condition that increase the risk of meningococcal disease, such as asplenia. Although there are limited data, revaccination may be indicated for persons who received MPSV and continue to be at increased risk for infection. For these persons, revaccination may be considered 5 years after receipt of MPSV. The interval to revaccination may be shorter for children first vaccinated when they were younger than 4 years of age. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine is recommended for revaccination of persons 2 through 55 years of age who received MPSV. Revaccination after receipt of MCV is not recommended at this time. We expect that MCV will provide longer protection than the polysaccharide vaccine. However, studies will be needed to confirm this. We anticipate that more data will become available within the next 5 years to guide recommendations on revaccination for persons who were previously vaccinated with meningococcal conjugate vaccine. Contraindications and precautions for a meningococcal vaccine are the same as those for most other inactivated vaccines. A severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose is a contraindication to receipt of further doses. A moderate or severe acute illness is a reason to defer routine vaccination. Immunosuppression is not a contraindication to vaccination, although the response to the vaccine may be suboptimal. Pregnancy is also not a contraindication to either meningococcal vaccine. Adverse reactions following meningococcal vaccines are similar to those following other inactivated vaccines and are generally mild. Data from the immunogenicity trials indicates that adverse reactions are more common following conjugate vaccine than polysaccharide vaccine. In persons 11 through 18 years of age, the most frequent adverse reactions following both types of vaccine are local reactions, such as erythema and pain at the site of injection. These reactions last 1 or 2 days and occur in 3 to 29% of polysaccharide vaccine recipients and 11 to 59% of conjugate vaccine recipients. Low-grade fever was reported in 3% of polysaccharide vaccine recipients and 5% of conjugate vaccine recipients. Nonspecific systemic reactions, such as headache, malaise, and fatigue, were reported in 8 to 29% of MPSV recipients and 11 to 36% of MCV recipients. Distribution of MCV began in January 2005. By mid-2005, cases of Guillain-Barré syndrome, or GBS, occurring among recipients of MCV began to be received by the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, or VAERS. As of December 31st, 2008, 37 cases of GBS have been reported and confirmed with onset within 6 weeks of MCV vaccination. 33 of these were persons 11 to 19 years of age. GBS is a rare illness, and expected background incidence rates are not precisely known. But the number of reports is similar to the number of cases expected to occur in this age group. The available data cannot determine with certainty if MCV increases the risk for GBS. As a result, no change in vaccine recommendations have been made at this time. CDC now recommends that persons with a history of GBS not receive MCV. However, persons with a history of GBS who are at especially high prolonged risk for meningococcal disease, such as certain microbiologists, might consider vaccination. Meningococcal conjugate vaccine is a valuable addition to our public health prevention program, particularly for adolescents and young adults. Links to the meningococcal ACIP statement, revised recommendations for use of MCV vaccine among children 2 through 10 years of age, and other materials are on our Updates and Resources webpage. In June 2006, the Food and Drug Administration approved the license application for the world's first vaccine against cervical and other anogenital cancers. The vaccine produces immunity to human papillomavirus, or HPV. In this segment, we want to give you an overview of human papillomavirus, its epidemiology and disease burden, and background for the new vaccine. We will then summarize the ACIP recommendations for use of the HPV vaccine. Human papillomavirus is the most common sexually transmitted infection in the United States, with millions of new infections every year. Although most infections resolve spontaneously, in a small proportion of people, the infection becomes chronic and can lead to serious disease years later. We asked Dr. Mona Saraya, a medical epidemiologist in the CDC Division of Cancer Prevention and Control, to tell us about human papillomavirus, its natural history, and its relation to cancer.
Human papillomavirus, or HPV, is a complex group of DNA tumor viruses and is the most common sexually transmitted infection in the United States. HPV infection can be completely asymptomatic and resolve spontaneously, or it can persist in the infected person and lead to a variety of medical conditions. There are more than 100 different HPV types. More than 60 of these are characterized as cutaneous types and can lead to skin warts. About 40 types infect the epithelium of the mucosa, mainly the genital mucosa. The mucosal types are further categorized as high-risk types or low-risk types based on their ability to cause cancer. High-risk types, particularly type 16 and 18, are associated with cervical cell abnormalities and with certain anogenital cancers. Low-risk types, notably types 6 and 11, can also cause cervical cell abnormalities that usually resolve spontaneously and do not lead to cancer. Low-risk types can also cause genital warts and a rare condition called recurrent respiratory papillomatosis, a condition in which warts grow in the respiratory tract. It is estimated that more than 6 million new infections with HPV occur every year in the United States, and about 20 million people, 15% of the U.S. population, are currently infected. Infection with one type of HPV does not prevent infection with another type. 5 to 30% of people infected with mucosal HPV are infected with multiple types of the virus. Initial HPV infection occurs soon after sexual initiation, and approximately 70% of new infections resolve spontaneously within 1 year, and more than 90% clear within 2 years. However, a small percentage of infections become chronic or persistent. It is these persistent infections that can lead to serious illness years or decades later. This graphic shows the natural history of HPV infection. The most common clinical significant manifestation of persistent genital HPV infection is cervical intraepithelial neoplasia, or CIN. Within a few years of infection, low-grade CIN, called CIN1, may develop, which may spontaneously resolve and the infection clear. Persistent HPV infection may progress directly to high-grade CIN, called CIN2 or CIN3. High-grade abnormalities are at risk of progression to cancer, and so are considered cancer precursors. A small proportion of high-grade abnormalities spontaneously regress. If left undetected and untreated, years or decades later, CIN2 or 3 can progress to cervical cancer. In the U.S., effective cervical cancer screening programs are able to detect disease caused by HPV early when it is usually treatable. Persistent HPV infection can lead to cervical cancer years after the initial infection. HPV is believed to be responsible for nearly all of the 12,000 cases of cervical cancer diagnosed each year in the United States. In addition to cervical cancer, other cancers can be attributed to HPV infection as well. This graphic shows the number of cases of select cancers in the U.S. in 2002 and the fraction attributed to HPV types. As I mentioned earlier, among the 12,000 cervical cancers, 100% are attributable to HPV. Of the 3,700 anal cancers, 90% are attributable to HPV. Of the 4,480 vulvar or vaginal cancers and about 1,000 penile cancers, 40% are caused by HPV. Finally, among 10,000 oral and pharyngeal cancers, 12% are attributable to HPV. It is clear that human papillomavirus is responsible for a large proportion of the cervical and other anogenital cancers that occur in the United States. However, although there are more than 40 different types of HPV that infect the mucosa, much of this disease burden is caused by only a few types. This graphic shows the proportion of HPV-related disease caused by just 4 HPV types, 16 and 18, which are considered to be high-risk types, and 6 and 11 considered to be low-risk types. This information is important because these 4 HPV types are included in the new quadrivalent HPV vaccine. HPV is associated with virtually all cervical cancers, and type 16 and 18 are associated with 70% of these cancers. HPV type 16 alone is found in about half of all women with cervical cancer. High-risk HPV type 16 and 18 are also associated with 30 to 50% of high and low-grade cervical abnormalities, and also with the proportion of anal, vulvar, vaginal, and penile cancers. In addition, approximately 10% of head and neck cancers are attributed to HPV 16 and 18. Low-risk types 6 and 11 are associated with about 10% of low-grade cervical abnormalities, but 90% of genital warts and 90% of recurrent respiratory papillomatosis. The American Cancer Society estimates that in 2006, about 9,700 new cases of cervical cancer will be diagnosed in the United States. Approximately 3,700 women will die as a result of cervical cancer. Deaths will also occur as a result of other anogenital cancers. About $4 billion will be spent this year on management of sequelae of HPV infections, primarily for the management of abnormal cervical cytology and treatment of cervical neoplasia. Disease caused by human papillomavirus is responsible for an enormous amount of suffering, death, and medical cost in the United States. The burden of disease is even higher in developing countries where cervical cancer screening programs are inadequate or non-existent. Properly used, HPV vaccine has the potential to reduce this burden of disease and save many lives, both in this country and throughout the world.
The vaccine approved by the Food and Drug Administration in 2006 is called Gardasil and is produced by Merck. The vaccine contains the outer protein called the L1 protein from 4 types of HPV, types 16 and 18 considered to be high-risk types, and types 6 and 11 considered to be low-risk types. Production of the L1 proteins uses recombinant DNA technology, similar to what is used for hepatitis B vaccine. The L1 proteins self-assemble into non-infectious units called virus-like particles, or VLPs. VLPs are empty protein shells without genetic material. However, they are highly immunogenic and can induce high titers of neutralizing antibody. The vaccine is supplied as a liquid in a single-dose vial or syringe. The vaccine does not contain either antibiotic or preservative. HPV vaccine is intended to prevent cancer, primarily cervical cancer. But cancer can take decades to develop following HPV infection, so a clinical trial using cancer as the outcome is not very practical. Instead, other endpoints were used to determine vaccine efficacy, such as persistent HPV infection, genital warts, and cervical intraepithelial neoplasia, or CIN, which is considered a cancer precursor. 4 efficacy and safety trials were conducted that included more than 16,000 females 16 through 26 years of age. Half of these participants, more than 8,000 women, received the vaccine. The other half received a placebo. The vaccine was found to be highly effective. This graphic shows clinical efficacy among women with no evidence of prior or current infection with vaccine HPV types. For prevention of HPV 16 or 18 related cervical intraepithelial neoplasia 2 or 3, or adenocarcinoma in situ, shown here as AIS, there were no cases among vaccine recipients, compared with 53 cases among women who received placebo, for a 100% efficacy. For prevention of any CIN or AIS, there were 4 cases among women who received vaccine and 83 in women who received placebo, for an efficacy of 95%. For prevention of genital warts, there was 1 case in the vaccine group and 91 cases in the placebo group, for an efficacy of 99%. Some women enrolled in the vaccine trials had evidence of past or current infection with HPV types included in the vaccine or abnormal Pap tests. There was no evidence that the vaccine had efficacy against existing disease or infection. That is, the vaccine had no therapeutic effect. However, prior infection with one HPV type did not diminish efficacy of the vaccine against other vaccine HPV types. Female participants in the clinical trials were grouped by age. Clinical efficacy was studied in 16 through 26-year-olds. 9 through 15-year-olds were also enrolled to study immunogenicity and safety of the vaccine. The younger group was not followed with Pap tests. The antibody response to the vaccine among the 9 through 15-year-olds was compared to the antibody response in 16 through 26-year-olds in whom clinical protection was determined. The younger participants responded to the vaccine with even higher antibody titers than the older group, so clinical protection was inferred in the younger group. Males were included in the immunogenicity studies, but efficacy data in males are not yet available. Additional studies are in progress now, including efficacy studies in males and efficacy studies in females older than 26 years. Long-term follow-up studies are underway to look at the duration of protection. Data from these studies will be available in the next few years. HPV vaccine is currently approved by the Food and Drug Administration for females 9 through 26 years of age. The vaccine is not approved for males of any age at this time and should not be administered to females younger than 9 or older than 26 years. Merck has applied to the Food and Drug Administration for a labeling change to include women older than 26 years. But this has not happened yet, so for now, only females 9 through 26 years should be vaccinated. The routine schedule is 3 doses at 0, 2, and 6 months. ACIP included information on minimum intervals between doses in its 2006 HPV statement. However, minimum intervals between doses should not be used for routine HPV vaccination. There are almost no situations where a compressed or accelerated schedule is needed. One additional HPV vaccine interval issue. ACIP has not defined a maximum interval between HPV vaccine doses. If the interval between doses is longer than recommended, you should just continue the series where it was interrupted. It is not necessary to add doses or restart the series because of an extended interval between doses. Remember that the minimum intervals between doses should not be used for routine vaccination. There are data that indicate very high efficacy when the 3-dose HPV series is administered during a 6-month period, and it is at this dosing schedule that you should be using. More information about the clinical trials that led to the licensure of the vaccine is available in the package insert and in the ACIP statement. Donna.
The ACIP recommendations for use of human papillomavirus vaccine were published in March 2007. But before we talk about the vaccine recommendations, I am required by federal law to tell you this. Correct and consistent condom use may have a protective effect on HPV acquisition, reduce the risk for HPV-associated diseases, and mitigate the adverse consequences of infection with HPV. The ACIP recommends routine vaccination of females 11 or 12 years of age with the 3-dose series. This age corresponds to that of other recent recommendations for acellular pertussis and meningococcal conjugate vaccines. The vaccination series can be started as young as 9 years of age at the clinician's discretion. While the recommended age for routine vaccination is 11 or 12 years, there will be older females who could benefit from the vaccine. Vaccination is also recommended for females 13 through 26 years of age who have not been previously vaccinated. Vaccine should be administered before onset of sexual activity if possible, but females who are sexually active should still be vaccinated. In this age group, females not yet sexually active can be expected to have the full benefit of vaccination because they are not infected with HPV. Sexually active females may not have full benefit of the vaccine because they may have been already infected with vaccine HPV types. However, only a small percentage of sexually active females are likely to have been infected with all 4 HPV vaccine types. For those already infected with 1 or more vaccine HPV types, the vaccine would provide protection against disease caused by the other vaccine HPV types. So although overall vaccine effectiveness would be lower when administered to a population of females who are sexually active, most females will still derive some benefit from vaccination. There are a variety of what ACIP calls special situations for HPV vaccine. Vaccine can be administered to females 26 years of age or younger with an equivocal or abnormal Pap test, a positive HPV DNA test, meaning they are currently infected, or those with genital warts. However, these women should be informed that the vaccine will have no effect on existing disease or infection. Females 26 years of age or younger who are lactating and breastfeeding or who are immunocompromised may be vaccinated. However, the vaccine is not recommended for pregnant women. Although HPV is an inactivated subunit vaccine, ACIP prefers a conservative approach to the vaccination of pregnant women. Initiation of the vaccine series should be delayed until after completion of the pregnancy. If a woman is found to be pregnant after initiating the vaccination series, completion of the series should be delayed until after the pregnancy. If a vaccine dose has been administered during pregnancy, there is no indication for intervention. A vaccine in pregnancy registry has been established, and women vaccinated during pregnancy should be reported. The telephone number is in the vaccine package insert. Yabo?
HPV vaccine has a limited number of contraindications and precautions. As with all vaccines, HPV vaccine should not be administered to persons with a history of a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine component or following a prior dose. Vaccination of persons with moderate or severe acute illness should be deferred until the acute illness improves. Adverse reactions following HPV vaccine are similar to most other inactivated vaccines. In the pre-licensure clinical trials, local reactions such as pain, redness, or swelling were reported in 25 to 84% of recipients. A temperature of 100 degrees Fahrenheit in the 15 days after vaccination was reported in 10% of vaccine recipients. A similar proportion of placebo recipients reported a temperature. No serious adverse events have been associated with HPV vaccine. Local reactions increased in frequency with increasing doses. However, reports of fever did not increase significantly with increasing doses. The vaccine adverse event reporting system is being carefully monitored for HPV vaccine reports, like it is for all new vaccines. VAERS has detected an increase in the number of reports of syncope following vaccination. Many of these events have followed administration of HPV vaccine. Providers need to be aware that syncope can occur after vaccination and may be more common among adolescents and young adults. Be sure to have the person sit down when being vaccinated. You should also consider a 15 to 20-minute observation period after vaccination, as discussed in the 2006 General Recommendations on Immunization. HPV vaccine is a major breakthrough in public health, but it is not the final solution to cervical cancer prevention. The vaccine HPV types are responsible for about 70% of cervical cancers. So cervical and other cancers will continue to occur among vaccinated women because of the 30% of oncogenic HPV types not included in the vaccine. That is why continued cervical cancer screening is critical. Cervical cancer screening recommendations have not changed for females who receive HPV vaccine. HPV types in the vaccine are responsible for about 70% of cervical cancers. Females who are vaccinated could subsequently be infected with a carcinogenic HPV type not in the quadrivalent vaccine. Also, females who were sexually active prior to vaccination could have been infected with a vaccine type HPV before vaccination. Healthcare providers who are administering HPV vaccine should take the opportunity to educate women about the importance of cervical cancer screening at intervals recommended by national organizations. Gardasil is packaged in single-dose vials and syringes. It should be stored in the refrigerator with other inactivated vaccines. However, it is sensitive to light, which we usually associate with live vaccines. Be sure to keep the vials or syringes in their original boxes with the tops closed until ready for use. The vaccine should be used promptly after removal from the refrigerator. The availability of a vaccine to prevent human papillomavirus and the sequelae of persistent infection is a major advance in preventive medicine. We look forward to complete implementation of this new vaccine and the improvement in women's health that will accompany it.
Thank you, Yabo. We receive a lot of questions from providers about HPV vaccine, and I guess I'll go through some of them right now. I'll pose the first question to Donna. It has to do with minimum intervals. Providers have used minimum intervals in the past, and I think with this vaccine in particular, are there any instances where it's really justified?
Well, I mean, I think if, you know, there was a risk that you weren't going to be able to get all 3 doses in, and maybe somebody was going to be traveling and gone for a long time, you know, it might be something like that. But just for convenience, to try to scrunch them together and get them in, we really do not recommend that at all. And remember that if you are concerned that someone is going to age out and not finish the series, say you start vaccinating someone who's 26 and they're going to turn 27 before you finish the series, you can finish it. That's okay. What's not recommended is to start the series at 27. Not at this time because it's not approved, you know, beyond 26. But you can finish a series at 27 that you've started. And you don't, you know, I think there also was some concern that if they didn't get all the doses in, you know, quickly, that you would end up going too long and have to start the series over. And that's not true. You know, there's no maximum intervals. You don't have to restart the series. You would just pick up where you left off and finish it. So try as much as possible to stick as closely to those recommended intervals in that 6-month time frame, because that's where the best data is on getting the results that we want with this vaccine.
Excellent. I think another point that just to make again, providers are asked, HPV vaccine only recommended up through 26 years. Why is that exactly? Why have we cut it off there? A lot of providers are really interested in knowing more about that.
Right, Andrew. And really this is similar to other vaccines as well. Why is it that they're only recommended for certain ages? Well, it's really based on the pre-licensure studies and the ages of the groups that are studied. And as Donna already mentioned, with HPV vaccine, if someone were to start this, even though it's only licensed till 26 years old, if someone were to start the series at 26 and didn't finish, they could complete it after the age of 26. So really, those are the concerns.
Well, thank you very much, Yabo. Thank you, Donna.
Mm-hmm.